둘째 날이 밝았습니다. 목이 왜 이러지? 아직 라이브가 안 떠가지고 뜨기 전까지 영상으로 한 번씩 다 한번 리뷰하고 2일차 아마 지금 3시 정도에는 저거 어제 놓쳤던 녹화본들 있잖아요. 이거 한 3시간 정도 할 건데 요거 보고 렌더링 파트, 보스, 몬스터 이거고 아이템, 디자이너, 메케닉 요거 아마 녹화본 리플레이인데 볼 수 있으면 보고 같이 보면서 해볼게요. 영어 잘 못하지만 그래도 봐두는 게 현장을 간 느낌이 나지 않을까 싶습니다. 봅시다.
After Oriath was destroyed, I traveled, searching for answers. Everywhere I went, the same divine devastation. It must end. I will end it. And no exile will stop me.
조용히 한번 볼게요. 아까 활 날리는 거 좀 해보고 싶은데 세네. 한 드루이드.
This world will be reborn, no matter the cost.
트레일러였고요. 그리고 게임플레이. 아까 보다 말아가지고.
Welcome to
같이
Path of
봐요.
Exile 2.
봐요.
We'd like to start off by showing some of the gameplay of Act 3, one of the 6 acts in PoE 2's campaign. We're starting here in the jungle depths. Act 3 is set in the ruins of the Vaal civilization, which fell thousands of years ago. Jungle has taken over their former once great cities, and we'll be exploring it using one of our 6 new character
곤충
classes,
저걸
the
넣은
Monk.
것도
In PoE 1, we
신기한데
had one character class
그걸
for each of the
얻어서 스킬에
combinations of
사용하는
strength,
것도 되게
dexterity, and intelligence.
신기하고요.
When looking at the
안녕하세요.
design of PoE 2, though, we realized that many of the new skills that we were trying to design just didn't really fit thematically with the existing classes that we have. Being a spellcaster with a bear
되게
form makes
신기한
sense
게
for strength int,
많았어요.
but it doesn't really sound like something that a Templar would do. We realized that since we had new mechanics for every attribute combination, it actually made sense to design new character classes to explore the new themes. In PoE 2, every attribute combination has 2 classes associated with it. Strengthened has the Templar or the Druid, on Dexterity you have the Ranger or the more spare-focused Huntress, and on Dexint you have the Shadow and the Monk, which Mark is playing here. Each class has its own 3 ascendancies that let you further specialize the class in the way that only that class has access to, but they both start at the same location in the passive tree. The quest rewards you're offered on the 2 variants are tailored to the class, but of course, this is PoE. You can still mix and match anything to your heart's content. Looks like we've come across the boss for this area. In PoE 2, every area of the campaign contains a boss of at least this difficulty. That's over 100 bosses to fight as you make your way through the campaign, and they all have unique mechanics to learn.
생각해보니 보스를 패스할 수 있지 않을까 했는데 정신력이나 이런 스탯을 주기 때문에 죽여야 돼. 액티밀 때.
As you've seen from watching
스타트가
Mark
좀
fighting,
느려질 것
melee
같아요.
combat in PoE 2 has a very different feel than before. We've done a lot of things to add mobility to combat. Practically every
지금처럼
melee skill in
4시간 내
PoE 2
액트 다
has some
민다
kind of
그런
movement
게
built
없을
into
것
it.
같아서
The monk in particular is a melee fighter who specializes in mobility over brute strength.
진짜 한 시즌에 한 캐릭 시켜야 되는 거야. 아직 패치 정보는 다 안 나왔고 나왔나? 그거 보고 시즌 거 트레일러 보고 PoE2 먼저 상세 내용 보고 그 다음에 시즌 거 트레일러 보고
So, as Mark has been playing, you might have
3시
noticed
반에
these blue markers over enemies.
어제
Mark has a
녹화본
skill equipped called Killing Palm.
그걸 좀
Whenever an
보자.
enemy has a blue indicator
영어가
over it, it means the monster is low enough life to be
난무하겠지.
culled with Killing Palm. Successfully executing the cull will
엑자일콘인데
give you
그런
a
거
power
봐야지.
charge. This is an important skill for the monk, since many of his skills interact with power charges. One of the great things about the skill is that it has a built-in dash forward, which makes it much easier to target the skill at the right point when you need it. We've done a lot of work in PoE 2 to make using skills like this feel satisfying. If you're accidentally targeting slightly off the monster, the skill will automatically lock on to the cullable target, and will even do a small amount of pathfinding around obstacles. We really want to make sure that when you've got an opportunity to use the skill, nothing is going to get in your way. Once you have some power charges, you need some skills to power up. A great follow-up is Falling Thunder. Falling Thunder without a power charge just creates a relatively small lightning AoE in front of you. But do it with some power charges and it turns into a pack clearer with a large number of extra projectiles. One thing you'll notice here is that like almost every melee skill in PoE 2, Falling Thunder has a bit of
얜
extra
저건데.
movement built in just in case you need it.
촉촉이
Using the skill within range and you'll do a flip and
2장인가
place.
3장의
But use it at a
촉촉이
larger range
바알사원의
and your character will move
촉촉인데
forward while executing,
아,
getting you into position without any time
약간
penalty.
변경시켜서 만든 거야.
In
근데
PoE 2, you
동물론이
also get a short
있었으니까.
period to redirect your target. Notice how you can start the skill facing one way, then whip the mouse sideways to land the skill in a different direction? In order to get power charges, you're going to first need to get some lower life monsters into a cullable range. You've got a few options. If you want to charge right in, Whirling Assault is a good option. It doesn't do much damage per hit, but it covers a lot of ground. And notice how you can turn as you do it? Generally speaking, you never lose control of your character in PoE 2. If you make a turn at the right time, you can get a couple of extra hits in on the monsters, getting them into range of your cull. Follow up with a Killing Palm, then finish off the rest of the pack with your Falling Thunder.
발차 신청했어요.
We've now entered the Vaal Mechanarium.
과연
This is the
될
place where the
것인지.
Vaal built the various constructs they relied on to power their civilization.
Now this is a find! A Vaal ruin that hasn't been looted? I wonder why nobody's been in here before.
One useful feature that we've added is the ability to call in NPCs to where you are to give you more information, help you with quest objectives, and so that you don't have to always go back to town. In this case, we'll call in Alva to find out
이게
what to do.
의미하는 게 뭐냐면
This mechanism,
마을 돌아갈 필요
if
없어.
powered with a small soul
퀘스트
core, could
알려면
open that
NPC
door.
부르면 돼.
There should
이거
definitely be
저격한 거
soul core
알아요?
somewhere around here. They had to power these constructs somehow.
퀘스트 완료하려면 마을 가야 되고 마을도 한 바퀴 돌아야 되고 그거 다 제각한
If you
거야
want to shave off
한꺼번에.
some life without getting too
그러니까
close to some
하나로.
of the more dangerous monsters, a good option is Wind Blast. Wind Blast also doesn't do too much damage, but it keeps the enemies back.
게임 시간
The closer they
늘리려고
are,
억지로
the farther
그럴
they push
필요
back.
없이
So it's a
그냥
great option for
뭐라
keeping smaller
그래?
but high damage enemies at
빨리
bay. Note that the
마무리하고
bigger the enemy is, the
가려면
less they'll be
가.
pushed back. So
그거거든요.
trying to push back some giants isn't going to be effective.
물론 지금 걸리는 게
And
전투
there's the
시간이
soul
너무
core.
오래
Let's get
걸리고
back to the door.
아마 잼이 좀 덜 연결이 돼 있어가지고 데미지가 적어서 오래 컨트롤 해야 돼요. 그리고 한 가지 스킬로 끝내는 게 아니고 여러 개 연계 콤보를 써서 하기 때문에 굉장히 피곤하겠는데 요거는 조금 봐야 될 것 같고요. 이 부분은. 근데 기타 나머지 거에 대해서는 불편하지 않게 해줄게. 그거거든요. 안녕.
I'll keep investigating in here. Bring me in if you find anything else.
그러니까
If you need to
항상
defeat tougher
얘기했던 게
enemies, it might be time to break
재밌으면
out
오래
some of the
붙들고
ice
있을
skills in the monk's
테니까
arsenal. Glacial
언제까지
Cascade
할
creates a
거냐고요?
wave of ice that moves
오늘
slowly in
낮
front of the player.
2시까지요.
It's pretty
끝날
ineffective against
때까지.
fast-moving monsters
오늘
because most
저거
of the damage occurs right at the end of
레이스
the
하는
wave.
것까지 다
And
볼
so a lot of
거예요.
monsters will just walk
엑자일
right
응원할
by.
거임.
But if you can find a way to make
포탈
them stop
얻으세요.
at just the
다
right
먹고.
place, it can be very effective. In order to
포탈
do that,
얻으세요.
you probably want to freeze monsters. The monk has a few different tools to do this.
네네네.
Fairly simple option is
포탈은
to
얻을
get
수
right in the
있을
monster's
겁니다.
face with Ice Strike. Ice Strike doesn't do too much damage on the first two hits, but attack 3 times in sequence and you can get off a
게임의
combo
재미를
that has a much
더욱
higher chance to
넣어주고
freeze. Get in there with that freeze, then roll back and finish the job with a Glacial Cascade. Now, remember how Glacial Cascade had that extra damaging spike
자꾸
at the end?
비교하기
If
싫진
you hit a frozen
않지만
enemy with that spike, it shatters the
재밌으면
ice on the
오래
enemy and
해요.
does a devastating amount of
게임이란
damage.
게 잠들었어요. 아이 왜 잠들었어? 포탈은 얻어요. 포탈은 얻어야지. 포탈 귀여움. 그 심장 둥둥 뜨는 거.
There's no cooldown, no limitations.
이게
It even has a bit
진짜
of
남는
built-in
거는
pathfinding,
드롭스밖에
so don't get stuck
없다니까?
in there. When you dodge roll, you're not invulnerable. If something hits
밟긴
you,
할
you're gonna feel
텐데
it,
돈
but
주고 사면
most
좀
things will not
아깝잖아.
hit you. That's because while rolling,
안녕.
projectiles and melee strikes
안녕.
will always miss. You'll have to roll out of the way of a slam that has AoE, but anyone swinging a sword or throwing a fireball is going to miss.
뭐냐?
Now, another
사람
really
마음이
important
또
function
기분이
of the dodge
울적할
roll
때
is that it lets you cancel out of almost any skill
기분
at any time.
전환으로
This makes it so you don't feel like you're
할
getting
수
stuck
있죠.
doing a long animation when something is about to
이
hit
쿨
you.
없앤
It
것도
really changes how skills with
기술을
longer attacking
써보니
pastimes play. And it makes dodge
에픽에도
roll feel like a very
쓰겠지만
reliable way to
기술
avoid attacks.
캔슬용으로 쓰면
So,
괜찮겠다.
that's one way to
그런
get out of the way of
개념도
damage.
좋고
But the monk specializes in mobility, so it makes sense that he would have a few more.
잘한 것 같아.
Wave of Frost is one of our new attacks with a retreat built right in. You move backwards and throw out
근데
a cold
이게
attack with
의미하는 게
significant
뭐냐면
freeze.
몹들이
The great thing
많이
about this is it puts you
몹들과
at a
많이
good distance to follow
싸울
up with Glacial
환경이
Cascade and do a whole
되니까
pile of damage.
네가
Hey, look,
잘
another
피해야
soul
해 그런 거라서. 맥트 미는데 이렇게 힘들면 지도될 때 얼마나 힘들지.
Another skill you can use to get some extra freeze is
그죠?
Shattering Palm.
엄청 힘들 것 같아
Shattering
지금.
Palm is another palm strike.
그러니까
Small ice
POE
palm
1에서
type.
계속
Kill or
그
deal enough damage to the
빡빡이가
target and the bomb will
실험했던 게
explode,
뭐냐면
doing some damage and a significant
원
freeze.
스킬을
It's a great option
배제하려고
against
하는
bosses,
그
where the
노력이
wave
계속
of ice might
보였어요.
not be enough to get
모든
that freeze off. But you
시즌,
really want to get that
그러니까
Glacial
시즌
Cascade
나올
down.
때마다 컨텐츠들이 원 버튼 할 수 없게끔 만들고 있거든요. 계속 연계 콤보, 그러니까 공격도 원 스킬이 아니고 연계 콤보로 적들을 뭐 어떻게 하려고 하는 그게 보여가지고. 근데 저걸 적절하게 쓰는 거 한 3스킬, 4스킬은 이제 찾아야 되는 거고 우리들이 이렇게까지는 다 못 써요. 왜냐면 이건 보여주는 영상 짧은 10분 안에 모든 걸 다 보여줘야 돼가지고 이렇게 한 거고. 결국엔 찾아야 될 건데
Another door. I wonder what could be in there.
힘들 것 같은데요 이번엔. POE는 POE2는 힘들 것 같아요. 계속 그래왔어요. 그 방침이 계속 그게 보였어요. 눈치가 보였는데 물론 스킬 그거
In order to take down this boss,
그걸
we're
봐야
gonna
될
need all the
것
tools in the
같긴
monk's
한데
arsenal. especially the combo of Freeze and Glacial Cascade. If you're a PoE 1 player, you might think that you can't really rely on Freeze because there's so many bosses that are immune to it, but in PoE 2, that's changing significantly. In PoE 1, Freeze is a binary mechanic. An attack freezes the target,
밀리는
or it
정말
doesn't.
컨이 많이
What this basically
중요해져야
means
될
is that
것
in PoE
같고
1,
물론
we're forced to add freeze
원거리도
immunity to many
켜는
bosses
중요하고
because Freeze just trivialized them. Because of that, freezing was something you only really used while pack clearing, and not something you could rely on as a core part of your build for boss fight. In PoE 2 though, all crowd control mechanics now have internal meters that allow you to build up to a freeze or stun, or whatever other CC mechanic you might be using. It's a
그리고
little bit like
공중
Force
제어
in games like
넣어가지고
Elden Ring, though the meters seem to be a
적들도
lot smaller than this.
보스적도
When you freeze
제어
an enemy,
가능하게
it
한다는
increases the
거는
amount of freeze you need to do
잘
another
섞어서
freeze.
써라.
But the
기술을
increased
잘
difficulty
섞어서
bleeds away
써라는
slowly.
거라.
More freeze will always let you
그
freeze the boss more
부분도
often. But
PoE
this system
짤
means it will
때는
not
다
get out of
넣어야
control
될
in
것
party
같고.
play or interact badly with other CC mechanics, allowing us to let these kinds of mechanics actually work against
로아필라요.
all bosses.
로아필 한다는 것도 처음 들어봤는데 왜요? 디아4 같다는 얘기는 들어봐서 알겠는데 왜 또 로아필이에요 왜? 기믹 얘기하는 거야? 기믹? 레이드 하는 것 같아요. 기존 퓨어에 없던 시스템이니까. 글쎄요, 이거는 나중에 잼 설정하고 하면서 좀 시간이 줄어들지 않을까 싶은데 모르겠어요. 지금 좀 느리게 해놨다고 하니. 그럴 수도 있어요. 지금 파티가 6명까지니까 파티용 빌드도 나오고 원체 이 게임 다 파티용 게임이라.
Blackjaw has dropped a consumable
예,
quest
봤어요.
item, the Flame Core. It's a permanent +10 to Spirit. In PoE 2, we really want to make sure that
아니
you feel
파티가
rewarded for exploration.
어저께
It wouldn't be much
코업이
good if we made all these
6명까지
awesome optional
추가된다고
bosses if we didn't have something
적혀
great to find for
있어가지고
killing them. One of the things
원래
you
이
might
게임
find for
파티
killing a boss is a
게임이었어요.
permanent stat bonus to
파티
your character.
권장하는 언급할 수도 알았어. 스스프 제외하고서는 파티 권장하는 거예요. 권장했었어요. 왜냐하면 파티 경험치가 많아서. 파티의 경험치 올라가고 떨어진 아이템 수도 파티로 했을 때가 더 좋아요. 그래서 파티 많이 하는데 귀찮아서 혼자 많이 하시는 거지. 파티 많이 해요. 우리 빌드 분들도 파티로 많이 하시는데 뭐 파티를 하면 좋다라고 돼 있는 게임이기 때문에 파티를 많이 하면 좋아요. 맵핑까지 같이 돌아요. 안녕하세요. 맵핑도 같이 돌아요. 솔직히 말씀드리면 파티 하시는 분들, 파티 플레이 하시는 분들은 맵핑도 같이 하십니다. 그래서 도는 것까지 같이 하고, 왜냐면 저기 지도 도는 거 그것 때문에.
In order to help us with this next area, we're going to call in a sorceress. Mark's friend Octavia is going to send a friendvite, which we're going to accept. And then they can play together.
옛날에는 파티로 했던 첫 번째 이유가 그거 전직 때문에 4차 전직 때 그 석판 찍는 것 때문에 지도 돌면서 사람들 불러다가 석판 찍고 그거 하려고 파티를 많이 했었거든요. 지금은 그게 없어졌잖아요. 없어져도 상관없고 파티 경험치로 레버 빨리 해가지고 맵핑까지 해서 초반 90? 80까지 첫날 85 정도 찍는 게 파티 플레이 요즘 성향이에요. 85 찍고 그리고 둘째 날 95 정도 찍고 95도 넘죠. 빠르면은 둘째 날 100렙. 그렇게 해가지고 재화 더 모은 다음에 그 모은 거를 서로 n분의 1 해가지고 원하는 아이템으로 다 교체해가지고 원하는 빌드로 하는 거죠. 그런 식으로 해요. 파티 플레이를.
Added a pierce support gem to really allow it to hit an entire room of targets. For a more single target focused skill, Arc is a good choice. It does more damage to the first target you hit.
근데 아무래도 그거 조금 제어하려고 POE2가 좀 느리게
Now, if you find yourself surrounded, it might be good to
좀
use
느리게
Ice Nova.
진행할
It hits
수
all enemies
있도록
around you and slows them down with chill. Just be careful.
해놓은 것
Getting up
같아요,
close and personal
장치를.
isn't the ideal place for a sorceress
티는
to
안
be.
나지만
He doesn't have the defenses.
억지로 아 야 너네 게임 늦게 했으면 좋겠어 하면서 그게 아니고
You could use Arctic Armor. In PoE 2, Arctic Armor is a buff that builds up as you stand still. You can see the ice crystals forming around the character. They'll drop off if you walk. When monsters hit you, they take cold damage and build up to a freeze. So
지금
it's a great
파티가
defense. Just be
6명
careful.
똑같나?
You have to be
원래
standing still for a little
6명이었나?
while to get the full effect. So trying to start a step
제가
isn't
디아다
a stretch.
와가지고 4명인 줄
Now, Arctic
착각
Armor is an ongoing
6명이
buff. Did you notice
맞겠지?
it didn't reserve any mana? How does that work? Well, we were pretty
그죠?
sick of the fact that in
내가
PoE 1
디아다
basically every
와가지고
character
그런가
was playing with no
디아
mana.
4명이니까
So we decided to change the way that
2명 더
reservation
많네?
works. There's a
더
new
좋은 거
resource
아니야?
in PoE 2 called Spirit.
6명인데 바보
Spirit is a dedicated resource you can use
Sorry,
for ongoing
그건
effects
죄송합니다.
like
제가
Arctic
잘
Armor,
또
Heralds,
착각했네.
Auras, or even Minions. Everyone starts with 100 Spirit, which is enough for most
근데
ongoing effects.
예고는 한번
But if you want more than one
진행해봐야 될
effect,
것
you're going to
같은데
need some more Spirit. Spirit is
우리
available on
길드
mods from items and on the
이번에
passive tree.
요거 할
But if
때
you're willing to give up your
잘했으면
offhand slot,
좋겠다.
the easiest way to get it is by holding a
레이스
scepter.
노릴 건데
Now, if you want to increase the cold damage you're dealing, you can use a frost
네.
bomb. It places a bomb on the ground that reduces the enemy's cold resistance while it's ticking down. It's a great opportunity to use some cold skills before it explodes. And
직업
speaking of
선택
cold
잘해가지고
skills, a great skill to use on monsters with the
군중제
slow cold
이용해서
resistance is
서로
Comet. This is a new skill in PoE 2, and it hits pretty damn
해도
hard.
되고
It costs a lot of mana and has a
일기분들은
really
할
long cast
거고
time,
아마
but it's worth the wait. It does a devastating amount of damage.
난 안 될
Help get you
거야.
out of danger, your character moves
난 안
back
될
slightly
거야.
as it casts. It's pretty hard to hit a fast-moving opponent,
스파코
but it's
나카.
great on tougher
아니
enemies
너무
that stand
어려워서
still,
요거는
or even a larger pack if you're further away and can predict where they're going to move. Now, if you run out of mana casting too many of those, I guess in an emergency you could cast your free-to-cast
게임
fireball.
스팟도 아마 이거
Where did that
영상
come from, you
플레이할
ask?
수 있도록
Well, this is a
한다고
great opportunity to explain the way we've changed caster weapons in PoE 2.
봤어요 그거.
Now, in PoE 1, caster weapons had a default melee attack that nobody used, and because they had that, they also had a
그거
bunch of
게임플레이
attack mods that would spawn in them that were
이메일
useless
넣는
to
거
a caster.
그거
In
보다
PoE 2, we
보니까
wanted to
나왔어.
clean that up. So now each staff comes with a built-in free-to-cast spell. Just put it on and spam to your heart's content. Now this particular staff is the base type that you get right on the starting beach. And it's quite likely that you're going
쌓인
to
거
outgrow it.
한 개
So that's why we
방어구예요.
have a lot of staves with more
한 개 방어
utility-focused
맞나?
powers for casters to use. Here we have a crystal staff. It's got a pretty cool built-in spell called
아무튼.
Unleash. Using it slams your staff on the ground.
아, 저 다른
and will allow you to
스킬이다.
triple
Sorry.
cast whatever you cast with your next spell. Now, of course, you're probably going to want to use that with something powerful, and Comet is a great option. You'll notice that Unleash is one of the few skills in PoE 2 with a cooldown. In general,
뭘 줘요?
we really try to avoid using cooldowns because we really hate the feeling that combat is just waiting to be able to use your next skill. But it does make sense for Unleash since it's free to cast and it's something we want you to be using situationally anyway. Now, if you're facing something tough, you might want to try
그쵸?
out Mana
기본 스킬은 줄 것
Mana
같고
Tempest creates a circle of power in which the character
주워야겠죠? 아니 저
literally
주운
hovers
걸
over the ground.
거예요.
While in the circle,
지금 이게
Mana drains,
3장이고
but it powers up all of your
모르겠어요.
spells.
1장에서 줄지
Lightning
안
projectiles
줄지.
fork,
지금
beams chain further,
3장
and you'll also do a
진행
lot more damage.
중에 하는 거니까 드라비드는 아마 이거 시연하려고 만든 걸 수도 있고 준대요. 기본 1짜리 한번 하나 주겠지. PoE 1처럼 지팡이 기본 지팡이인 거.
So with all of these skills, here's a great combo to try. First, cast Frostbomb to reduce the
아까
target's cold
걔도
resistance.
콤보가 있지만
Then use
얘도
Minor Tempest to
콤보가
increase your
있어가지고
damage. Follow it with Unleash and then triple cast the Comet to do a truly insane amount of damage.
스킬 배치하고 어떻게 할 건지 계획 잡는 게 중요할 것 같은데, 원 스킬이었을 때는 한 개 쓰고 구조 짤 때, 우리 POEB 스킬 구조 짤 때 이동기 넣고 오라 넣고
This is a good opportunity to
그리고
talk about how skill gems drop in PoE 2.
이거 스킬
Instead
잼
of dropping
끼는 거,
specific gems, you can
그리고
find uncut
액티브
gems.
하나
Just right
아니면
click on
두
them
개
and pick whatever skill you want.
그렇게
The gem will come
있잖아요.
pre-leveled to the level of the area that dropped it. So
아마
it's a
이게
lot easier to change between.
잼 커팅이라고, 이게 스킬북 같은데 각 애들별로 다 있고 1레벨 때 주는 게 있고 2레벨, 3레벨 때 이게 오픈 시켜놓고 요거를 거기서 받아와가지고 쓰는 거, 그건 같아요. 요거는 저거 떨어진 그거 같은데, 얻는 방법도, 안녕하세요, 얻는 방법도 궁금하기도 하고, 드랍형인지, 드랍 때는 잼도 있는데 요거는 드랍을 해서 먹는 건지 아니면 퀘를 통해서 얻는 건지 그게 좀 궁금해요. 원래 1장부터 3장까지 해서 잼을 얻었잖아요. 그 방식인지 줍는 건지 사는 건지. 아, 못 떨어뜨린 걸 여기다 박는다고요? 어허. 그럼 이 박아놓은 거를 우리가 쓸 때 아까 그거를 다시 받는 거임? 이 물음표 떠있는 건 아까 안 박던데, 못 박던데.
skills in PoE 2. This time, I think it might be cool to grab one of our meta gems. Meta gems are skills that can have other skills socketed into them, changing how they work. In this case, we're going to select.
해금이 랩업 해가지고 해금 돼요. 요거를
Cast on
선택해서 제가
Let's equip this thing
얻어내가지고
in the skill screen and choose a spell to trigger with it. I think Comet might be fun.
다른 거
Because
넣고
cast on shock reserves spirit, we'll need to first disable our Arctic armor.
이런
We have to
식으로
decide if we'd
쓰니까
rather have the extra defense or the
스킬
extra
잼을
offense of
어떻게
the cast on
배치할
shock using our spirit.
것인지가
In PoE 2, trigger gems use a system
큰
of filling
저게
up
될 것
cast
같고,
time on each trigger.
각 지역별로
Basically, if a skill has a short cast
던전별로
time, then we'll trigger it really often.
어떤
If
스킬
it's got a
쓸
long
건지
cast time, like this comet here,
그게
it will take a lot longer to trigger.
중요한 저게 될 것
You
같아요.
can see up the top left that there's a counter that says how far
어떤
it is until
던전은
the next trigger.
냉기에
There you are.
특화돼 있어서 못
Cast
쓰는
on shock
친구도
will
있을 거
automatically
아니에요.
cast
그럼
comet
그때는
and
뭐
avoid
다른
using our
원소를 넣다든 아니면 뭐 근접 애들이 너무 많아서 너무 힘들다 그러면 걸리는 거 데리고 가서 연결시켜 놓고 이동하면서 잡을
So
건지,
we've found the generator. Time to power
아니
it
먼
up.
거리 애들이 너무 많은 거는 메테오 많이 뽑는다든지 그런 것 많이 생각하고 해야 될 것 같아요.
As power
예.
is restored to the mechanarium, all the
그것도
constructs are coming back
사용하고.
to life. We'll need to
그러니까
fight them on the way back.
POE
to
1에서
solve them.
생각했던 거, 우리가 했던 거랑
One thing that
완전
PoE 1
다른
players might have
스타일의
noticed is that this character has both ice and
다른
lightning
스타일로
spells.
플레이할 것
That's
같아서요.
pretty inefficient,
POE
isn't
1
it?
때는
It's a big no-no
하나
for most builds,
계획
because any
잡아놓으면은
specialization in
엔드까지
occult or
쭉
lightning isn't
가잖아요.
going to affect the other element.
근데
And
그런
generic
방식은
elemental
아닐
damage
거라는
increases are not
거를
going to be as powerful as
이거를
focusing on a single
그
element.
시연
Well,
영상으로
in PoE 2,
보여준
we have
것 같아서
another major new system to
그 얘기를 한
introduce to
거예요.
solve these kinds of problems, and it starts with weapon swap. Now, in PoE 1, weapon swap isn't really used much for its originally intended use case. We imagined that people were going to be swapping in and out between different weapons to deal with whatever situation they were in. People
예.
just don't do that at all, and a large reason for that is because it's really awkward to do. In PoE 2, we wanted to solve that.
할 게
The
되게
staff
생각할
Octavian
게
is using
많아질
here
것
has an ice
같아요.
mod on it that makes it great for
POB
when he's
짤
using
때
his
좀
ice spells.
초반에
We would also
POB
like to
짤
be
때
able to make
재밌을
sure
것
that the
같긴
build
한데
works
머리가
just as well as
터지겠죠.
lightning spells.
쥐가 터질 것 같아.
If Octavian equips his previous staff in his second weapon set, you can see that it appears on the character's back. Now
예.
we're going to open up the skills screen. If Octavian
근데
opens up
여기는
the skill options for his lightning
스마트
skills,
그건
you can
아닌
see
것
here
같고
that you can choose which weapon sets are usable with each
기본적으로
skill.
센 것 같아.
First, we
몹이
uncheck set
좀
1 from being
세고
used by his lightning skills. Then we go through the cold skills
저기
and turn those
티어
off with his
올라갈수록
lightning
셀 것 같긴 한데 맞춰서 우리도 많이 세져야 될
Now,
것
when we use
같고.
Spark, the character will automatically switch
봐봐요,
to
지금
the lightning
세팅이
staff on his back
2링크밖에
and use the
없어.
skill. When When Octavian uses
기본적으로.
Ice Nova, his character automatically switches over to his Ice Staff before using it. Figure each skill for each set to use, or both if you don't mind which.
일반 몹은 죽어도
There's a very
상관없는데
short time
보스가
penalty to
짱인
switching,
것 같아요
so it can be
지금.
good to leave some skills on both sets if it doesn't matter which weapon set you're
이게
using.
확인해볼게.
But we still
포탈
have the problem
눌러도
with passives.
리셋되는
Wouldn't it be nice if
거라면은
we could
진짜
specialize in both cold and lightning passives on
저건데
the character?
로그라이크인데.
Well, in Here We Too, you can. We're on the passive
성역을
skill screen
자꾸
here,
얘네들이
and you can see that we're close to both a
훈련시키는
cold
걸
and a
보니까
lightning class.
로그라이크야.
Top
너네
right of the
열심히
screen,
해야지.
you can see where we have some weapon
연습시키는 것
set specific
같은데요.
points to allocate. If Octavian holds shift, he can allocate
그
set
진짜
1 to the cold
어렵거든요.
passives.
잡을 때까지
Then
해야
allocate
되는
set 2
거니까.
to the lightning passives.
아, 소울 라이크. 미안.
Now check this out. As we weapon swap, our passive tree
Yeah.
changes from one build to the other automatically.
수정해줘. 나 잘 몰라요.
Whenever we
그런
cast
거.
the appropriate spell, the character's passives reconfigure on the fly. to the correct
구슬까지
build
할
for
거는
that spell.
없잖아.
Now you can't do this
에.
with every passive on your tree. Only points granted from skill books will allow this kind of dual specialization. So you can't change from a mace slamming warrior
강적은 이제
to a fire
목들이
elemental
세진다
by pressing
그거
a button.
예언해준
It
거고.
certainly increases the number of options you have for builds.
성령 리그 하면서
There's a
연습
huge number of
한번
places where
해볼래?
the system can shine.
그거
You could augment your
그거고.
dagger shadow build with traps, or have a great curse setup on your witch in one spec, and then move to your chaos debuff spells with the other. It really opens
무자비
up your
넣은 것도 야 이제 조금 몹들이 아프니까 니들이 잘해야 될걸? 그렇고
Another
잘
fun meta
보세요.
game
얘네들
triumphs
이벤트하고
barrier
뭐
activation.
하는 거 있잖아요.
This works a little bit
기획하는
like the
것들
trigger
잘
gem I talked about
보면은
before, but this one charges up as your
계속적으로
energy shield is
뭔가
hit by monsters.
훈련시키고 있는 게
I think we
보여요.
might like to put an ice nova in this one. The more energy shield you
그럼.
lose, the more charge builds up until the point where you're able to cast the skill you socketed instantly.
그래서 내가 POE1을 잠깐
Lose some
좀
energy shield,
하라고
and then at just the right
1년
time,
동안 좀
invoke
해서
Ice Nova,
익숙해져야
cast all the stacked up versions
POE2가
in
될
one cast.
거라고. 네, 그게 진짜 해야 돼요. POE2의 새 게임이라서 쉽지 않을까? 아니요, 더 어려울 것 같아요. 개 어려워. 얘네들 지금 내놓은 정책이 뭐냐면 야, 우리가 제공할 건 싹 다 제공할 거니까 굉장히 어렵거든? 하려면 하고 말란 말어. 진짜 똥배짱이야, 씨. 캐릭터도 스탯별로 종류별로 많이 낼 테니까 니들 스타일에 맞춰서 하고 스킬도 많이 내줄 테니까 예. 스킬도 많이 내줄 테니까 니네들이 한번 재밌게 한번 만들어봐.
How hard could that be?
이거 좀 비교하기 싫지만 아무튼 그래요. 그런 스타일이라 내가 계속 얘기했잖아요. 내가 19년도 거 봤을 때도 이거 아무래도 POE1 하고 오셔야 된다. 이거 어렵다. 기본 지식 없으면 어려울 거다. 계속 했는데 이번에 확신한 게 진짜 어려워요. 안 돼. 해야 돼요. 해야 돼. 하고 오셔야 돼. 이건 익숙한 사람들이 더 빨리 진입할 수 있고 더 빨리 더 재밌게 할 수 있는 게임이다. 빡빡이야 뭐. 뉴비가 뭐임? 우리 게임 해볼래? 전혀 뉴비는 생각도 안 해. 진짜 배를 하나 1도 안 해줘. 1도 안 하고 야 할 사람만 해. 씨. 뭔 배짱이야. 씨. 제발 좀 스트리머들이 뉴비 좀 제발 배척하지 말고 뉴비를 조금 포모 하나 달라고. POE1부터 하셔야 돼요, 진짜. 뉴비이신 분들은. POE2 하실 분들은 해야 돼요. 안 그럼 저거 못 하실 거예요. 어제 보고, 솔직히 내가 몇 번 얘기하고도 틀릴 수도 있으니까 내가 괜히 오버했나 싶어서 되게 망설였거든요. 근데 아니, 어제 이거 영상 다 보고 나서 아니야, 이거는 POE1을 조금 해서 익숙해진 다음에 오셔야 POE2를 더 재밌게 하실 수 있고 시스템을 이해할 것 같아요. 얘네들이 지금 내놓은 정책을 봤을 때.
So that's Path of Exile 2. Your next question is likely to be, when is the beta?
왜냐면
Well,
스킬 트리가 아직 있으니까 1500개면은 작은 숫자 아니에요.
Closed beta will start on June 7th, 2024.
아, 쉽게 안
Path of Exile 2
만들어줄
has
것
been a long
같아.
time coming.
다
We're
어려워
incredibly excited
보니까.
to be near the finish line, but we're not quite there yet. We are determined not to rush this and make sure that we get it right. Thanks for watching.
일단 많이 서두르지 않은 거는 잘한 것 같아. 이거 됐고 트레일러 다음 네가 거.
Souls such as yours do not go quietly into the night. They thirst for battle.
다음 시즌 거.
They yearn to prove themselves.
쉽게 만들면 고인 유저분들이 할 이유가 없죠. POE 안 하지. 바로 떠나죠. 살 이유도 없고.
Earn your place among us. Under Hinicora's watchful eye, test your mettle against the greatest warriors who ever lived.
무서워. 빡빡이 웃으면서 어제 브리핑한 거 알아요?
Prove yourself in the trial of the ancestor.
포탈 있어요, 포탈. 포탈 얻었으면 다 필요 없는 거고, 포탈이 필요하신 분들은 보시면 돼요. 트롭스 있습니다. 오늘 2시까지 보시면 돼요. 낮 2시까지. 애증이다, 애증. 막박이도 진짜.
In the end, only one can become champion. Will it be you?
재밌을지 모르겠다. 자, 요거까지가 어제 저거였고, 요 앞에 게 아까 방금 본 거. 세부 내용 볼까요? 애증 된 것 같아요. 애증. 성역 리그 할 거야. 성역 컨텐츠요. 예. 선조 리그요. 저는 새 시즌 거 해야지. 성역은 한번 다시 해볼 건데, 근데 성역을 잘 못해서 어려워. 성역 하신 분들 엄청 좋아하던데. 무료로 플레이할 수 있는 온라인 멀티플레이어 게임으로 6명의 파티를 맺어 플레이할 수 있습니다. 디바인 꿀이에요. 예, 그게 제일 좋죠. 페이투윈을 추구하지 않을 것이며 여러분은 두 게임 모두 완전히 무료로 플레이할 수 있습니다. 구매한 상품은 두 게임 간에 공유하여 사용할 수 있습니다. PC와 맥에서 이용 가능하고, 이거는 이거고, 근데 그렇게 하면 너무 힘들 것 같은데. 그거는 아마 시즌 시작할 때쯤 다시 수정되지 않을까 싶어요. 야, 그러면 디아는 언제? 네, 동시에는 안 될 거예요. 왜냐면은 둘 다 읽는 건데 사용자, 그러니까 플레이어가 하고 있는데 나뉘잖아요. 이 나뉘는 거는 얘네들도 개손해니까 2개월 할로 할지 3개월로 할지 재조정할 것 같은데요. 겹치지 않게. 근데 아니면 하다가 한 리그는 좀 쉬든가. 예, 어제 그 얘기는 들었는데 그거는 이제 나중 돼봐야 될 것 같아요. 교체한다고는 들었는데 또 바뀔 수도 있잖아요. 아마도 3개월. 말은 그렇게 해도, 왜냐면은 이게 새 컨텐츠를 만드는 게 1개월 반마다 교차. 그래서 근데 개발자도 너무 갈아버리는 거 아니야? 그게 걱정이 돼서 그래요. 그러니까 너무 갈아서 쓰는 거잖아. 더 늘린대요? 내가 안 그래도 지금 계속 저거 보는 게 개발자들 갈아엎을까봐 생방송 해라. 한다. 에이씨, 이거 못 보게. 반반으로 나눈대요. 갈려. 이거 봅시다. 한 분 남았다. 이거 녹화본이거든요? 좀 보죠. 보고. 그럼 1개월 반이면은 딴 게임을 못하잖아, 이 사람들아. 아주 상콤한 계획을 짰었네? 야, 그러면은 POE 원하고 디아 갔다가 여기 와야지 했는데 그게 아니네? 계속 POE만 해야 되네? 원래 디아를 하러 가야 되는데 그럼 디아를 일주일만 하고 와? 어차피 시즌이 일주일만 하면 끝나잖아. 장난이다. POE 1 했다가 2 했다가 와 씨. 진짜 그 개발자들이 3개월 텀 해가지고 1개월 반마다 교체로 얘기한 거예요. POE 유저는 디아 못 가. 하다 보면 바빠가지고. POE 유저들은 아니다. 반개월은 한 15일은 할 수 있겠다, 디아를. 15일이면 끝나게 컨텐츠를 좀 했으면 좋겠네, 디아가. 15일 동안 디아 하고 POE 하고. 스틸만만 죽어놔야지 그냥. 선택해야겠죠, 선택. 약간 불가능해요? 명망 때문에? 아니야. 명망 3일이면 되고 레벨링 이틀이면 되고 대충 100렙 하면 한 7일이면 될 것 같은데? 네, 배틀패스 안 사요. 먹고도 안 빠지. 난 이제 안 살 거야, 배틀패스. 무료로 하면 돼. 귀찮아. 배틀패스 엑자일에 투자할 겁니다. 돈 아까워서 죽겠네. 차라리 POE2 열심히 하라고 여기 투자하겠다. 이때까지 창고 산 것도 다 엑자일인데. 내가 POE에 돈 쓴 것만 해도 100만원 이상 되겠다, 야. 끝나진 않고요. 오늘 둘째 날 일정이 뭐냐면 지금은 녹화본 어제 방송에 안 나왔던 녹화본 한 3시간 정도 볼 거고요. 지금 렌더링 파트랑 보스랑 몬스터 그리고 디자인과 메케닉 쪽 요거 엑자일콘 녹화본 어제 방송은 안 됐고 따로 토론회 한 거 있거든요. 요거 좀 같이 볼 거고 네. 그리고 이후에 6시부터 이제 이거 토크쇼부터 시작해가지고 오늘 9시, 7시에는 Q&A 개발자 판넬 모여가지고 Q&A 할 거고요. 그리고 게임 플레이 있고 9시부터는 그거 사운드 디자이너들하고 얘기하는 거 있고 인터뷰랑 이런 거 있고 그리고 11시에는 RPG 라운드 테이블 모더레이터가 얘고 서로 토론회 하는 거예요. 이거 하고 마무리로 저거 오타바 레이스 파이널 4명 나와서 할 거예요. 그거 볼 거예요.
I guess brace yourselves.
이게 엑자일이니까 앞에 그 컨텐츠 내용만 보지 말고 개발자들하고 어떻게 만들어졌나? 그런 거 좀 같이 보고 이해했으면 해가지고요. 어떻게 이 사람들이 어떤 생각으로 이 게임을 만들고 있고 어떤 구조로 하고 있는지 좀 보는 시간을 좀 하려고요. 재밌잖아 이런 거 보는 거. 이때 아니면 개발자하고 이런 거 얘기할 시간이 없잖아.
The way you'd naively try to do this is what if you try to apply a displacement to a texture and then just keep
다 이 게임을 만든 사람들이네. 영어예요. 그래서 재미없을 거예요.
You just cannot keep distorting the texture indefinitely. So how do we solve this problem?
실은 어제 그 2시간이 끝이에요. 2시간 콘텐츠 얘기한 게 끝인데 이런 것도 같이 보고 아 이렇게 만들고 있구나. 이런 걸 생각하고 있구나. 아 이렇게 그런 거가 있구나. 그걸 좀 같이 공유하자는 거죠.
To another, so you don't see how they actually fade. But we went further. This technique has a downside that if you stare carefully enough, you can see the fade in between these two layers because one layer fades out and then the other layer fades in.
이거는 저기 렌더링인가? 렌더링일 거거든요.
apply some sort of a noise to each of these layers to create this more random looking, more organic looking transition so that each layer flows, but instead of fading in and out entirely, it has some sort of noise applied to it. And if we apply two of these layers together, then it looks much smoother. It looks like much smoother transition. So we use this
오늘까지 그래서 1일차가 있고 혹시라도 포탈 못 드신 분은 포탈 드시면 되고요. 메인 핵심은 아마 맨 끝에 1시부터 2시에 있는 레이스, 마지막 레이스가 있어요. 오타바, 킬.
I always answer that, in my opinion, the best thing to learn graphics is just do graphics. Try programming shaders, and a great way to start programming shaders is
불가능하죠. 힘들어요. 그래서 자꾸 익숙해져야 된다고 얘기하는 게 한번 빠지면은 재밌는데 그 과정이 너무 어려워서
just experiment with it and learn this way.
그렇다고 뉴비 유입하자고 너무 쉽게 하면은 기존 고인물 선생님들이 많이 빠지니까 중간이 없어. 액트는 좀 쉽게 내면 좋을 텐데 그 고집을 안 꺾어서 힘들어요.
So when you have fog, when you have water, when you have some sort of material that transmits light and doesn't block it entirely. Challenges of ray marching is that it usually involves a sort of a loop. When you ray march through a volume, you need to apply light. You need to calculate lighting for every step of your ray, and that's typically very expensive. But you can see that a lot of games still do this because if you have to render a volume, there is nothing else you can do. So you do this anyway. But there is a better way.
친구가 막 물어보거나
in a texture space
신경을
instead,
써줘야
then you don't need to
되니까
store
많이
actually a
지치죠.
3D volume data. We can just use a single 2D texture
그러니까.
and derive multiple layers from it. So here's an illustration how this can work.
그래서 저도 그래서 영상을 만들려고 계속 시도는 하고 있는 게 그 귀찮다기보다 처음 하시는 분들이 궁금해하는 그거를 좀 풀어주고 싶어가지고 그분들이 알 수 있는 단어나 언어로 해서 가장 쉽게 일단은
You see the nice parallax between them.
일단 쉽게 설명을 하고 이에 먼저 어떤 원리가 이게 이렇게 되는 거다라는 원리를 먼저 알려드리고 천천히 접근할 수 있게 하기 위해서 유튜브를 지금 만들고 있는데 힘들어요. 진짜. 시간이 너무 없어. 다음 어차피 1년 동안 그 작업해야 될 것 같아요. 신규 유저분들이 POE를 조금 더 쉽게 할 수 있도록 장기적인 목적을 가지고 1년 동안 영상 만들어서 하나씩 올려야 될 것 같아요. 짧게라도.
Calculate lighting of a surface only once and then reuse that information multiple times to render multiple layers. This is how
다르죠. 아예 싹 다
we can render
다르지.
stuff like fur. And actually this technique I noticed is used in quite a lot of games recently, but I don't think it has like enough academic weight so that people publish papers about it. different companies keep using similar techniques. They keep inventing similar clever techniques, but nobody really talks about them because
도망을 막
well, I
가지.
don't know why. I just
그래서
think these ideas are worth
저도
sharing,
힘들게
and they're
POE를
worth
했기
knowing about.
때문에.
Another example is
타겟층 완전 다르죠.
some bear with an
달라요.
isotropic
P
model.
설명하기 비교하기 좀 미안하긴 하지만 디포는
The way these techniques
초보
function, they
유저나
rely heavily on this
라이트하게 하실
transformation called
분들 위주.
TBN. TBN is a basis that allows
POE는
us to translate small steps
저기
in
뭐지?
world space into small steps in UV
그에
space.
반대되는
So this way, when we are ray
층,
marching a world ray,
타겟층.
we can also calculate small offsets in a texture. It's used in lots of other techniques such as parallax mapping, etc.
알 세팅은 그렇게 한 거라고 생각을 해. 타겟층은 그렇게 잡고 계속 그쪽 방향으로 제작을 하고 만들고 있다고 생각합니다.
of effects you can implement with it. Next technique I want to discuss, by the way, uses TBN base as well, is called subsurface shadows. This is an example of a technique
와,
that
사람 없는 거
allows
말하시.
to render
사람 없는 거 봐.
translucent sort of shadows. So
렌더링
like
파트.
imagine, for example, if there is a shadow in smoke, you don't see a hard shadow, it gets blurred along the
잘하겠죠, 뭐.
light
몰라,
direction.
나.
And
몰라.
typically, in order to simulate these shadows,
제발
you
잘하기를
again need to employ
기도했는데
volume rendering,
모르겠어요.
which can be quite expensive. But there is
그냥
a
그림자
much cheaper way.
여기다.
And the way this can be done, the reason why it can be implemented this way is because typical shadow map implementation involves an operation called percentage closed filtering, which is a loop that samples texture in a small radius to create this blurry look.
템 지르고
But
싶냐고요.
if there is already a loop, the cost, the
지르시는 분이
expensive part
있던데.
of the shadow mapping operation is already paid. So
지르시는 분이
we have come
있던데
up
뭐.
we have come up with this idea of what if we use the same loop
네, 그건
to
사람마다
also ray
달라요.
march along the ray and also
사람마다
blur
달라.
the shadow not only in a radius but in depth
선생님의
as well.
생각하는
And this is
그거와
basically how it works. You can
지르는
create
분의
for
생각
free
서로 다른
because the
거예요.
cost is already paid of PCF.
이야
The cost is already
뽀가
paid. We can
나한테는
just
인생 게임이다 하시는
spread
분들은
our
돈
samples
쓰는
instead of spreading
거예요.
them in radius. Just spread them
기준이
along a ray.
틀려.
You get this translucent effect for
내가
free.
POE를 많이
Next technique
해보고
that we have
많이
employed,
최애
we call
게임이
contact
됐고
parallax.
그리고 인생 게임이다
This is
생각하시는
an example of
분들은
what it looks like. A very typical problem
디아포에 아마
that comes
실망감을
with
느끼시는 분도
artists
있을 거고 그래도 같이
excessively overusing
즐겁하시는
parallax
분도
because
있을
artists
거고
love parallax, obviously.
그건 진짜
is
케바케라서
that
뭐라고 얘기는 못해요.
in order for parallax surfaces to intersect with each other, you need to either write fragment depth for each fragment of a parallax surface, or
다만 이번
do something
엑자일콘
similar, but
보고
it's very expensive because
지려서
if a
게임을
fragment
하시는
writes
분이
depth,
또
the
있을
shader
수도
becomes
있는
very
거고
expensive. However, there is a much
여러
better
사람이
way
있는 거니까.
that avoids writing depth. Oh, by the way, another significant drawback of writing depth, it also creates nasty aliasing because when a
다시는
parallax map
못하겠어요.
surface
복잡해요.
intersects with another surface, it creates nasty aliasing that is very hard to get rid of. But there is a much better way. What if you just get rid of the depth test? And what if you just fade
복잡하죠. 근데
surfaces? So here's an example
너무
of a surface.
복잡하다라고보다
Here's an example
내가
of
할
a surface.
것만
Yellow
하고
is a surface
내가
and,
잘하는
it
거를
intersects with
위주로
this
하겠다
black ground here.
생각하면은
But instead of applying depth tests that
물론
creates this harsh
시스템은 되게
intersection line between
복잡해졌어요. 근데
parallax surface and the ground.
결국엔
What if you just
네가 하고
apply a
싶은
smooth
거를
transition from one to
주로
the other
해서
and creates this
게임을
much nicer
해라는
effect,
주의라서
basically again for free. So you see. This allows us to blend parallax surface
결정까지는
into
아마
ground that
저기
creates a
아틀라스
much
3
nicer
나오기
transition. Again,
전까지는
this is a technique that is
아무래도
kind of at some point, well, in some sense, it's obvious.
그들이
but
제시하는
nobody really talks
콘텐츠를
about it
하면서
because I guess
커런시를
people consider it
수급하고
too
그런
obvious. I'm not sure. I
형태였다면
know that a lot of other games
결전
do
이후에
this
아틀라스
same thing.
83가
Like, I
나온
know just Diablo 4
이후부터는
does this. A bunch of other games do
그러면
the same
우리가
thing. But I've
이
never seen a
콘텐츠를
publication.
쭉
So I
나열해 줄
think it's just
테니까
worth
여기서
discussing.
네가 제일
So that
잘하는 것으로
people
돈을
get
벌어서
inspired by these ideas.
빌드업 해가지고 게임을 해.
Next
그거거든요. 지금
technique
얘네들이
was
하는 게.
developed to solve a very prolific problem in PoE
그래서 제가
specifically
계속
and
얘기하는 게
honestly many
엑트를
other
밀면서
games.
내가
This
어떤
is
콘텐츠에
rendering decals.
특화되어 있고
What is a
재미를
decal?
느끼는
Decal is
건지를
basically
빨리
a flat surface
파악해서
that you want
거기에
to make it
맞게
look like
아틀라스
like it's sitting on the
83를
ground. But very typical
짜나가는
problem that
게
happens when you try to
맞다고
do
저는
this
생각을
is your surface
하거든요.
intersects the ground ever so slightly. And
그게
you
엔드
get
때
these nasty
생각해야 될
intersection lines.
저거
When
저거고.
your surface, your decal, intersects the ground. And there is sort of workarounds that people
그죠?
employ to mitigate this problem. For example, lifting decals slightly above ground. There is
안녕.
another technique called projective decals that
흥분하시는 분
has
있고
a lot of
걱정하시는
drawbacks.
파도 있고
It's also very
반반이야,
expensive.
반반.
So while thinking about like what do we do about this problem, you see like this nasty line. The reason why this line appears is because of depth test. Again, because when two surfaces intersect, only one of them wins, the one that is closer to you. So either one surface wins the depth test, either the ground or the decal, and you always can see only one of them. So we ask ourselves, what if we just get rid of the depth test?
안녕. 선생님이 쳐다본 엑자일콘
And the better way to
어때요?
do this is if you just
일단은
disable depth test completely and
POE2
replace it again with smooth fade.
어때요?
This
선생님이
allows
생각하는
to create a
POE2
much
이번에
nicer
나온
transition.
엑자일콘에
But
발표된
however, in
POE2는
order to
어떻습니까?
mitigate the problem of surface look, surfaces having wrong parallax
예.
when they appear
그게
under the surface,
특징이야,
they can also
대머리에.
correct their UVs
빡빡이가 그건 잘해.
to a UV that they would have had if they
고인물의
were sitting
그
perfectly on
이야기를
the
잘
ground.
들어줘.
This is
근데
relatively easy to do.
가끔
It's
빡 돌아서 안
against
들어줄 때도
parallax
있어요.
exclusion mapping.
야, 너무
This
심한 것 같아.
combination
야,
of
좀
correcting UVs
내 맘대로
to
이렇게 해볼래.
UVs of a
가끔
surface
그래요.
sitting
그때만 조심하면
as
돼.
well as disabling depth test allows us to create basically perfect decals that
네.
have none of the drawbacks of the typical
네,
decals.
3.2는
They're very
제외.
easy for artists to set up. So
3.2는
here's how
뭐
this
제외.
decal intersects with the ground. You see it never sharply appears, it never sharply disappears, it never creates
네.
harsh transitions. It's very smooth, very easy to use for artists. And here's a side-by-side comparison, what it looks like on a player
늦다고?
scale with and without this technique.
기아 사태 보고
Next
그런 것
technique
같은데.
that I
기아의
think is
사람들이
worth
너무
discussing. Again, it's not exactly a novel technique. It's
근데
used
너무
actually
또 빨리 하면
pretty
기아처럼
widely
될까봐
in compressing
얘네들이
videos.
조금 늦춘 것 같아요. 걔네들이
Very typical
얘기한
thing that
것도
artists like
그렇고
to do is they build
안정성을
flipbooks
추구한다는
of
게
effects. So basically a flipbook is
오픈을
a
너무
bunch of
빨리
frames,
하면
usually 16 or 9 frames of a certain animation that they
체크할
flip through.
그 시간이
And if you just
없으니까.
flick through frames of an animation, you see the transition from one to another. It looks like shifting, like interpolating sharply between
뭘
frames.
믿기 어려웠어요.
The way to mitigate this is called motion vectors. You can distort source frame towards the destination frame, and you can distort the destination frame towards the source frame as they blend from one
모바일
to
파트
another.
잘 안 봤는데.
And this way you can create a much smoother transition with very low frame rates. So this flipbook, for example, has just 16 frames during the entire
POE2
animation.
한글화요? 한글화
But
될
if you apply motion
거고
vectors to this, it can look much
플스
smoother. Like it's the same amount of
북미요?
memory used, but looks like a much smoother transition. The big question is always how do you
플스 쪽에
calculate motion
한글화가
vectors? And this
언어 설정
question
한글화로
has no
하면
simple
되지
answer.
않을까
There is no
싶은데 안 해봐서
algorithm
제가
that gives you
플스포 한번
perfect motion
받아볼게요.
vectors. They are even defined in a kind
영어로
of
한번
sort
나중에
of ambiguous
받아보고
way. So
한글화 되는지
every
볼게요.
game company that uses this technique has to
인모탈이 잘
basically
맞는 것
reinvent their
같아요.
motion vectors in some sense. And I want to tell you how we do this.
근데
Another
모바일은
example of just two
걔네
frames
주
blending.
그게
So
아니잖아요.
this is source frame, destination frame. You see how they smoothly blend into each other because of motion vectors. The way we do
오히려
this
저는
is we build this hierarchical representation of motion vectors.
저기
First, we find motion
블리자드가
vectors in a very low
이모탈이 더
resolution way.
주
So just a very
컨텐츠고
coarse
기아
picture of
4는
what our motion vectors will
아무것도
look like
안 한 것
on the
같은데.
left. Then on the right, you see more. We refine that representation of motion vectors, and we can adaptively find perfect
예,
motion
따로
vectors
운영한다고
by
했어요.
stacking these levels of details of motion vectors. Here's an example. This is a source frame of some flipbook. This is the destination frame of a flipbook. We need to find motion vectors that translate this image into this image. Basically, we need to distort one image towards the other. The way we are going to do this is first we are going to overlay them. I'm showing the first frame in red here and the second frame
팀을
in green
따로
here.
운영해서
And when you combine red and
돌아가면서
green, you get
교차로
yellow.
한다고.
So if we apply perfect motion vectors to this image, it should get completely yellow. So let's try to yellow this image. First, we are going to apply a very rough, I think it's just 4x4 motion vectors displacement. And you see like these frame already kind of sort of match,
약간
but in a very crude way.
저쪽
Then I'm going
염려하는
to keep
파구나.
refining and adding higher and higher resolution motion vectors. And you see here the iterative process that converges these images together and finds finer refinements. And this is what it looks like when we apply the motion vectors to these two frames. You see a nice smooth transition from one frame to another frame. So this is a technique that we use well, for all of skills, for flipbooks, for flames, for all that sort of VFX. Another technique I want to discuss today is
나름의
bent
준비를
normal
하겠죠.
shadows.
1년의 시간이 있으니까.
Here's what it looks like. Bent normal shadows on, bent normal shadows off. Here's a comparison side by side. On the left, bent normal shadows off, bent normal shadows on. The problem they're solving is that when we have a texture of a material that contains in it some big geometry, for example, a normal map, this texture never encodes information about shadowing. So normal maps don't shadow
나오면 이제
themselves.
본격적으로 대결할 수 있는데
So how do we overcome this
그렇다고
problem? How do we make it so that the
POE도
micro
계속
details in
지금의
the normal
상태를
map
유지하진
also
않을
cast
것
shadows
같고
onto each other? Well, actually,
더
the
같이
answer is that
노력을
there is
하겠죠.
the information needed for
조금
this
더
is already
알파가
encoded
있을
in the
것
normal
같아요.
map. It's encoded in
그
AO.
상태에서 만났을 때
Ambient
누가
occlusion
이길
is a
것
map
같아요. 그거
that
아마 빡빡이가
encodes information
해볼 것
about
같아요,
adjacent
대결을.
geometry to every point, and we can actually
해봐야지
use
뭐.
that information to cast shadows. Yeah,
저도
what if we use
POE 할
vector shadow for
거고.
this? The way it works is for every point we can define a cone that is guaranteed to not occlude any light that's coming from within this cone. The angle of this cone
당분간
can be
POE
derived from
쪽에
AO, and the direction of this cone can be
배틀
derived from a
패스나
thing
이런 거
called bent
조금
normals.
해줘야 될 것
So
같아요.
bent
좀
normals
해서
basically
애들이
for each
잘하라고.
surface point defines the direction that the light is most visible from. So this is the direction that you
솔직히
least expect to see a shadow
철학 다
from.
필요
So
철학도 중요한데
this is obviously
유저들을
an
생각하는
approximation, but it's a pretty
거는
neat approximation because we can use
GGG가
even
조금 더
normals or LOD over
유저들
normal,
생각을
movement over
많이
normal.
하는 것 같아요.
For the bent normal
물론
direction,
가끔
we can use AO
삑 때가
for the
있지만
angle of the cone to
그래도
create self-shadowing for
유저들이 뭘
very cheaply. It's
생각하고 뭘
almost free.
좋아하는지
Applying this thing to a shadow in a shadow
그래도
shape.
아는 애거든요.
And this is actually
하지만
the technique that we use
이쪽
for
디아는
lighting
조금
on
덜해.
the POE UI. Like actually the UI is
본인들처럼
completely 2D,
우리한테
but all the
강요하는
shadows that
타입이고
you see from
GGG는
in-game light
그래도
sources
그래
are
그러면
done
우리도
with
한번
bent normals.
고려해볼까 그런 생각은 하는 친구들이라서
Next subject, GPU particles. GPU particles is, here's an example of what it looks like. This is
그러니까
what
내가
GPU
그 얘기하잖아.
exists. Do you
이거
recognize the Ranger?
다 해놓을 테니까 니네들 갖고 놀아. 마음대로 해.
The point of GPU particles is if you have a finite amount of
불자는
time, for example, one frame.
야 이게 뭐 있는데
Why would you
니네들이 한번
rather
만들어
spend this
줄래?
one frame worth of calculation, for example, 1 millisecond on the CPU or on the GPU?
근데 그
Well, the
장난감
answer is it
보니까
really depends on what exactly you're
이게
calculating. For
우리가
example,
고쳐야 돼.
calculating
고치고
gameplay is much more
뭘
efficient
다시
on the
만들어주고
CPU.
야 이거
Much better
이상한데.
off spending 1 millisecond calculating a gameplay code on the CPU rather than on GPU. But GPU is really good for calculating very simple,
아무튼
very
저는
repetitive
그래서
tasks in huge amounts.
비교하긴
Particle
싫지만
is exactly that. So that's why it's just very natural to calculate
그래서
particle
지금 이쪽
behavior
GGG 쪽에
on,
조금
on the GPU.
도와줘야 될 것
And
같은
also,
생각이
it
들어요.
comes with very nice benefits that particle
비교를
systems
안 할 순
have
없는데
access to
너무
stuff that is
비교하면
only
또
present on the GPU,
좀
such as depth
그러니까.
buffer, so we can do a bunch of interesting things with it. We actually
예,
developed
할 사람은
pretty
해요.
intense,
어차피
pretty in-depth
쉽게 편하게 할 사람은
GPU particle
해야지.
system that even allows some minor physics simulation. This is simulating some particles interacting with the ground. And we fully integrated with
뭐
our
안 한다는
graph
얘기는
editing
없고.
system. So our materials are designed with these
처음
with
하시는
these graphs,
분이나
that
이런
VFX
맛을
artists
보고
can use,
싶으신
just visually
분들은
connect things. And
디아폴
we just
합니다.
implemented our GPU particles into the same pipeline. Here's another example of a GPU
표현이 안 돼.
particle system. You see, now
많이
we can
질렀다고요.
allow
창고
having
엄청
many more
사셨구나.
particles, like 2 orders of magnitude more particles in the same calculation time as before, just because we have offloaded that calculation from the CPU
아까
onto the GPU. In the same amount of time, your
선생님들이
GPU can calculate many more particles. in the
1개월
CPU.
반 시즌 1, 2
Here's another
교차
example
그거
of GPU particles.
되면은 중간
And
디아
here's a
낄
bunch
틈이
of
없을 것 같아서 그건
I like
아마
these player
차후에
skills.
봐야 될 것 같고.
So you see when the meteor strikes or when the nova strikes, there is a whole bunch of particles attracted by the shock wave. And another example, I'm not sure if it was shown yet, but
니지 라이크
this is
확률인
a
것
player
같아요.
skill with an ice shield. And these ice particles, they too reflect, they react to players moving, they react to attacks
저거
from
보호막
monsters.
렌더링하는 거.
Next technique, rendering water. Last time we already discussed some things about rendering water related to flow maps. But in my opinion, the
이거
hardest
지금
part about
렌더링
rendering
파트
water
설명하는
is
거라
rendering
그건
specifically
나중에
waves
알아서
that wash up
하겠지.
on the shore. That is just so hard.
본인
If you
파트
look up on the
설명하는
internet how to render
설명인데.
water or whatever articles, you can find like a million articles of how to render water surface or how to render rivers, but you will find no articles whatsoever about how to render beach waves because it's so hard. Like, there is simply no accepted solutions like, look, here's how you do it, because it's good and it just works. Because all solutions to render that types of waves are either bad or really complicated. So, today I want to tell you the way we do this.
근데 그래픽 상대적으로 선생님은 신경 안 쓰지만 그래픽 신경 쓰는 플레이어가 엄청 많아요. 아니야, 진짜 플레이어들은 그래픽을 엄청 중요시 여깁니다. 내가 와우 게임 할 때도 그래픽 때문에 와우 못하는 사람 엄청 많거든요. 진짜 많아요. 그래픽이 굉장히 중요해요, 사람들. 눈이 이 시각이란 게 게임이란 게 이 시각을 되게 중요시하기 때문에 이 그래픽은 굉장히 중요한 거예요. 그리고 이펙트도 중요한 거고. 그러니까 이게 그래픽이 틀리다니까요. 이거를 무시하면 안 돼요.
So for example, rendering water surface itself should be completely decoupled from constructing the geometry of water surface. Because these two tasks can be solved completely independently.
그러니까요. 그래서 그래픽을 따져야 돼요. 그러니까 선생님은 그런 생각을 하는 사람이고 안 그런 사람이 많다니까 플레이어 중에. 그러니까 좀 같이 다르다는 걸 인정하고 넘어가면은 이게 다 보여요, 게임에. 그게 좀 다르다, 서로 다르다라는 걸 인식하고 합시다. 이게 사람 다 다른 거야. 그래서 다 그런 거예요. 샀으면 어쩔 수 없어. 네. 사요, 사. 뭐 어때? 다르다니까. 그러니까 스킨 떡질하지 말고 적당히 하면 되고. POE 1을 처음 하신 분도 잘 따라할 수 있게 1년 동안 같이 한번 익숙해져 봅시다. 그래야 2를 해. 2가 굉장히 어려울 거임.
And within each zone there is a layer that carries one wave. I am here applying a noise to this wave that shapes it in the maximum possible amplitude. So this noise is just a sine wave that goes from -1 to 1. So the wave cannot be deformed any more than this. And this is very important. Let me show you why.
기준을 잡고
if we
대화를
apply
하시면
two of these
좀 편할
layers,
거예요.
you need these layers to never intersect with each other. Because the shader only
그냥
calculates
해봐요.
2 layers for any given point.
했다가 잠깐 쉬었다 또 하고 안 하고 POE는 연어 게임이거든요, 어차피. 하다 보면은 익숙해지면 어느 순간 재밌어져요. 그 순간이랑 찾는 게 어려운 거지.
What happened here is there is one layer.
아니. 거래하는 경우도 있어. 있어. 근데 그거 잘못 걸리면은 제재당하면 밴당해요. 잘 하셔야 돼요. 근데 아이템 현금 거래하면 재미는 완전 떨어져요. 아니, 한 사람 있어. 우리나라도 한 사람 있어. 근데 재미는 훨 떨어져. 이 게임 특징이 뭐냐면 그 외국 사람들 이 게임이 빌드업하는 과정을 즐기는 건데 그거를 현을 주고 사버리면 엄청 재미없어져요.
Next technique, and actually a lot of previous techniques, they all often intertwine.
그건 이제 시간이 없는데 저 빌드 내가 한번 체험해보고 싶은데 빌드업 할 시간이 없다. 네. 그러면은 이제 현거래를 하는 거죠.
Basically, when opacity of a surface is in some way connected to its normal map,
길게 보고 하면 되는데 빠른 시간에 하려다 보니까 사람 욕심은 있고 저건 해보고 싶고 안 되고 하니까 그런 거지.
Field is not an our invention thing. They are widely used in all sorts of shader demos and demo scene. It's a very popular technique.
몰라요.
But for some reason, well, it rarely gets into the hands of artists.
나중에 들어갈 스킬 그런 거 같은데.
But for some reason, VFX artists don't
원에서는
use it that
피소카
often.
같은 게 적을 것
And I
같은데.
decided, like, how can we expose it to artists? How can we give them
되게
this tool
신기하다,
that
저거.
allows them to create liquid surfaces?
그래서
Basically, a field is, simply put, is just a value. And
저
the
처음에는
vector
POE
that
할
says how
때
much this value changes.
순수하게
So
액트
basically,
깨는
it's a value
목적으로
plus its
하다가
gradient. And then you can add
처음에는
this,
템포는
these fields
그게
just
눈이
by
안
adding a
보여가지고
value and
막
its gradient. You can
버리다가
multiply them the
어느
same way
순간
how
템포
you
능력
add a value and the
생기고
gradient,
빌드가
etc.
눈에
You can do
보이면
all sorts of
이제
operations
빌드업하는
that you
과정을 이제
usually do with
시작하게
just
되죠.
a floating point value, but you can do them with
그래서
a field.
남의
And this
것도
field
보고
carries
따라하면서
information
빌드업도
about the
같이
surface
해보는 거야.
capacity and at the same time
그래서
about
어느
the
순간
normal
95
associated with the
찍고
surface. So it
이제
basically
빨간 맵
allows
들어가는 시점이
conducting
됐어요.
all sorts of surface
다른 빌드 이제
operations
해보는
with preserving correct
그 기간이 한 1년 걸려. 나 1년 걸렸어. 젊고 잘하시는 분들은 더 단축될 수도 있고. 저는 좀 느렸어요. 저는 원래 느린 타입이라. 저는 1년 걸렸던 것 같아요. 그 연습을 어떻게 했냐면 신발부터 시작했어. 신발, 액세서리 돌아가면서 시즌마다 신발, 액세서리, 머리, 가슴, 손 이런 식으로 돌려가면서 그렇게 해서 키웠던 거야.
What is global illumination? Well, global illumination is the process
많이
of
해보시는
light
밖에
bouncing
없는 것
between
같아요.
surfaces.
많이
Here's
해보아야지.
what it looks like if this scene has global illumination on.
답 없어요.
Here's
진짜
the
빌드
same
많이
scene
해봐야
without
돼.
global illumination off. You can see that
왜냐면 빌드마다
light
쓰는
gets
아이템이
propagated
다
from really bright
사용 용도가
areas
달라서
into darker areas.
옵션을 봐야지 아
The way that
이게
this
이렇게
process
쓰이는구나 라고
works
알게
is
되니까.
point of the scene
아무튼 그거
casts
그래서
light onto every other point of the scene, and every point of the scene receives light from every other point of the scene, and also each point of the scene can block light between arbitrary other points.
되고,
This many-to-many interaction is just notoriously hard to calculate. Calculating global illumination is
그 정도
extremely
수준이
hard problem. I
되면은
dare to say it's the
빌드
hardest
이제
problem in computer graphics.
짜볼까 하다가 조금 중간에 못할 수도
calculating global
있는데
illumination is
아무튼
relatively
그
easy. There's
수준이
algorithm called
되면은
path tracing. It's just
이제
the only
POV로
problem
보는
is it
단계로
takes
가요.
like
POV로
minutes to
이제
render
내가
every
한번
frame. It's
찍어보는
extremely
단계로
slow.
넘어가거든요.
The hard part is calculating in
그때부터가
real time,
진짜
like in a game
재밌어.
scenario.
POV로 내가
And,
짜볼 수 있는
there is a lot of
그때부터가
typical
진짜로
ways
POE를 하는
that they saw
재미고
this in the industry, and unfortunately,
찍고
none of them really
이제
fit us.
게임은 심을만 하는
And
거야.
we could do better than
돌아가나?
that.
되나?
And our previous solution that we
이템
talked
구할 수
about
있나?
on the previous
예,
엑자일콘
POV가
was,
진짜 그때는
dare I say, the
역전돼버려.
first
POV가
of its kind in the
초반에는
industry. We implemented POE. POE was the first game
남의 게임을
that shipped
따라하는
the
남의
screen
빌드를
space
따라하는
global illumination based
도구인데
invariants.
이게 나중에 역전돼버려서
And,
POV가 진짜
it
게임이야.
was
이제
very novel at
앉아서
the time.
노는 거야. POV 짜면서
But
일하면서
it had
POV로
just a few
띄워놓고
drawbacks that
아이디어를
really
내는
kept
거야. 이제 스킬부터
annoying me
시작해가지고 이 스킬은
in
요거
my
요거
sleep. I
넣으면
really wanted to
될라나.
solve them. And these drawbacks
상태 이상
come
거는데 요거
primarily from the
이렇게 하면
fact
대체가
that
될라나.
our screen space shadows had very
아이템은 요거
important
끼는 게
properties that our global
재밌겠지. DB 다
illumination didn't.
뒤져보고
And these properties
DB
is that
뒤져보고 아 야 이게
parts of
고유
our
아이템
screen
이거
space
넣으면
shadow
좋을 것
algorithm
같은데 이거
that don't
넣을까?
require much detail
아 그래 그러면 이건
are
다
calculated in
제작해야지.
a much
제작은
lower
어떻게
resolution.
하지?
So our shadows are implemented via these cascades. So you see the first cascade here.
그렇게
is
해서
only low resolution
POV가
part of the
완성이
shadow.
되면
Second
이제
part,
POE
second image has
시즌이
only higher
돌아와. 이제
resolution
그걸
of the
해보는
shadow.
거야.
And the last
돌아가나?
part is a tiny bit that requires
두두두 손 떨면서
shadows to be calculated in the highest
해요. 손
resolution.
떨면서
But it means that
해봐.
each of these can be calculated in
돌아가.
different
막 돌아가서
resolutions, making it much cheaper
이제
to calculate
액트는
this
끝냈고
in a
노란
downscaled
맵까지 가.
resolution,
와
rather than
신기하네.
if we were
되네.
trying to calculate the entirety
돈
of the
벌어가지고
thing
다음
in
OP
the
빌드
same highest
넘어가죠.
resolution. So this is this
그렇게 해서 하는
this
거예요.
is a very important
POE에 이제
property
이렇게
that our shadow
젖어가는
mapping
거라서
algorithm has that actually I still
익숙해지는 게
haven't seen
문제인
any
것
other
같아요.
game implement
POE는.
this in this way with cascaded shadow maps. And I really wanted to adapt this property to our lighting. So I wanted our GI global illumination to have this property as well. So the typical way people
지금 나오고 나서
implement
되게
global illumination is with
반반이거든요.
radiance probes. Radiance probes
잘
are
나왔다
these,
반, 불안하다 반. 네, 앞으로 시간 아직 1년 있으니까 잘 지켜봐야 될 것 같고 좀 늦긴 해도 그래도 안정적으로 해가지고 오픈하기를 원하니 얘네들 좀 지켜봐야 될 것 같아요. 너무 빨리 해서 문제 터지고 이뻐서 좋았어요. 그러니까 너무 빨리 해가지고 또 감당 못해서 힘들어하는 것보다는 안정적인 환경 안에서 얘네들이 어떤 계획을 짜고 어떻게 완료해 가는지 아직 얘네들 점검해야 될 게 많이 있으니 그걸 다 점검을 마치고 오픈하는 게 맞기도 하고 메테오 어제 메테오는 다들 이게 메테오지 어제 이게 메테오지.
We use another grid with much more probes, where each probe is has much lower resolution. This is what I call radiance probe hierarchy. I was struck with this idea and I just needed to implement this. Implementing it in 3D was very hard, so I just decided to do a 2D test. By the way, 2D global illumination is almost as hard as 3D global illumination, so I just decided to test in 2D. Those of you subscribe to my YouTube channel, you might have seen this experiment, where
메테오 1에도 있어요. 근데 성능이 안 받쳐줘서 그렇지 이쁘긴 해. 근데 메테오가 성능이 안 좋아. 광역 데미지랑 원체 좀 약해요. 그래서 CWGT 할 때 메테오 넣는 사람이 있긴 한데 메테오가 있어.
And if I change
가끔 똥 빌다 하시는 분들 메테오 넣어가지고 해.
to proper lighting. So this is final image, and this is how it is constructed. Construction from these cascades. Well, let's see in closer detail how these cascades work. On the left, you see a grid of cascades where grid of probes where each probe casts just 4 rays. So see like 4
세긴 한데 아마
4 rays from
저기
this probe, 4 rays from this probe,
조금 뭐라 그러지? 시전 시간이 오래 걸리겠죠. 걔네 기준으로. 그러니까 퓨에서는 세지려면은 이게 좀 기다리는 시간이 있어야 돼요. 그리고 나서 쿵. 즉시 시선은 즉시 시선도 센 것도 있긴 한데 센 만큼 뭔가 있어요 얘네들은. 시간이 걸린다던가 만화 소모가 세다던가 그런 게 있어서 그래서 빌드가 많다는 게 그런 게 되게 많아요.
They will start approximating lines more and more perfectly. So we can
그러니까
actually
OP 빌드가 있어서 OP 빌드 많이 하시긴 하는데요. 나 그런 거 싫어. 그냥 내가 하고 싶은 대로 할래 하시는 분들은 그런 거 전혀 신경 안 쓰고 내가 재밌어하는 선생님처럼 메테오 뭐 낭만 뭐 밀리 빌드 뭐 이런 거 하신 분 있어요. 계속 그것만 해요. 그것만 해서 퓨에 하시는 분도 있어요. OP 안 하고. 똥빌드만 찾아서 하시는 분들. 데스오스요? 아하, 펑펑펑. 다 틀리다니까요. 내가 하고 싶은 것만 해서 하시는 분도 있어. 그래서 그분들이 나중에는 버그 많이 찾아서 하거든요. 왜냐면 OP가 아니기 때문에 그 버그 이용해서 게임을 많이 하거든요. 근데 그 나중에 이제 게임사들이 버그 알아가지고 나중에 버그 리스트로 알아. 그런 빌드 하시는 분들. 예, 따라해서 좀 익숙해지고 빌드 만들 수 있을 때쯤 선생님이 하고 싶은 거 하면 돼요. 일단 구조를 알아야 되니까. 일단 퓨어에 좀 친숙해지고 익숙해지고. 아, 링크 필요 없는 거예요?
But this is literally what it is. This is what I learned when I implemented the first 2D version of
데스오라.
Rays get exponentially cheaper with more cascades.
네, 뭔지 알아. 그 갑옷.
Rays you have, the cheaper they get.
MF 분들이 많이 입는 그 갑옷.
But this is literally what it is. Well, I was quite excited when that 2D demo worked. Obviously, the next question was how do I adapt this to PoE because PoE is 3D.
저도 그거 뭐 해가지고 했었어요.
My first implementation was 2D. Well, long story short, we did get there.
그러니까
We did
빌드가 워낙 많고
this algorithm in 3D. Here is how
전설 안에
this is the first cascade.
스킬이 들어가서 그 스킬 이용해서 게임하시는 분도 많고 할 수 있는 게 너무 많아요. 방향이.
Typically seen in games. Next
그러니까 잘
cascade
찾아서 해보세요. 재밌는 게 많아.
longer field information and it's lower frequency. Next contains even lower frequency and so on. So we create this hierarchy of probes.
PoE는 전체 많아가지고 찾으려면 진짜 다 찾아서 할 수 있어요.
Range of radiance of light, basically. But then the magic happens when we combine them all. Because this way we can get details of all scales, from fine details to very long distance
근데 액트 미는 게 좀 재미없지. 다들 액트 미는 것 때문에
of the hierarchy levels.
액트가 큰 걸림돌입니다. 고인물 선생님도 액트 미는 건 싫어해.
This is how we encode screen space probes basically in these tiny grids. You can see that this level contains these tiny probes. There is a lot of them. And this level contains much larger probes and there is much less of them. But the memory that each layer, that each cascade level contains actually decreases the more cascades you have. So the first cascade is the more expensive one. Weirdly enough, the cascade that contains the tiniest bit of occlusion is the most expensive one, and they get exponentially cheaper the more cascades you have.
액트기어 끼고 하면은 그래도 한 5시간.
Here is the implementation of the same technique in 2D. So the previous one I
3시간
always
정도면
implement is
끝나요.
like highly experimental.
스토리 사람 봐요,
90% gonna fail
사람들. 스토리 보는 사람이 어딨어,
pet engine.
PoE에.
But then I implemented
스토리 잘
in
몰라요.
PoE. So this is again Glowing Ranger classic.
제가 그래서 저번에 이거 하기 전에 PoE의 캐릭터가 유배자인 거 아시냐고. 죄인이에요, 죄를 지은 사람들이에요. 다 캐릭터별로 제목이 다 달라요. 부스팅이요? 네, 돈 주고 팔았으면 좋겠어, 부스팅. 다만 첫 캐릭터는 액트 밀기. 부캐부터 부스팅.
For other games, it might be more appropriate to use the same hierarchy of cascades in world space.
처음엔 액트는 밀어야 돼. 어쩔 수 없어. 왜냐면은
it has no screen space information. It's fully
그거 거점 찍고 하는 게 있어가지고
which means that
안 찍어도 상관없지만
behind the camera, which we don't have in PoE.
그래도 그게 이제 액트는 밀어야 돼. 부캐는 밀고 부캐부터는 부스팅.
Reaching every point from every direction. We can also use it to calculate specular. So basically reflections. So here you see one of the dungeons.
그건 저도 살 마음이 있어요.
Mirror materials. We can calculate specular.
근데 문제는
here is the same thing.
저거 수치 그 뭐지 원래 부캐 밀고 나서 적정 레벨하고 패시브 스킬로드 몇 개 줄 건지 그게 정해져야 돼요.
And here's an example of a combined diffuse plus specular in game.
어떤 사람은 최소로 빨리 밀어버리는 사람도 있고 왜냐하면은 액트 마무리했을 때 최소 60에서 끝내는 사람도 있을 거고 75 이상에서 끝내는 사람도 있어서 패시브 스킬이 그 수치가 다를 거라 그게 벌어진 것만 해도 15잖아요 지금 레벨이. 그러면은 그 트리 찍을 수 있는 게 15에서 20개 찍을 수 있는 건데 그걸 어떻게 중간을 잡을 건지가 문제예요. 아마 그래서 아마 못할 걸 수도 있어요. 아니면 아싸리 제일 최소로 해서 60레벨 뭐 스킬 포인트를 50개 해놓고 액트 끝내놓고 나머지는 니네들이 노가다 해. 뭐 액트 가서 노가다 해. 그렇게 할 수도 있고.
Yes, there's a QR code up behind me right now. So if you've got any questions, be sure to scan that and send them in. I'll be vetting them as they come. But until then, I've got a couple questions as well. So you mentioned during the talk a few times about like what other game companies might do, what other games are doing. In the course of your work, have you just like developed an
이틀해요, 이틀. 이틀 하는 건데 이틀 차이는 어떤 이제 컨텐츠 제공이나 그런 건 아니고 그러니까 뭐라 컨텐츠 제공이 아니라
Thanks. That's a good question.
패스 오브 엑자일 2
The way it works is when
그런 게
I started
아니고
working
뭐
graphics programming, I was obviously curious. I always looked
또 다른
at
내용
what other
그런 게
games do.
아니고
But over time, you
이제
just
개발자들
you absolutely do develop
뭐
an eye. You just see the same things
토론회
over and over. Like I'm playing Monster
개발자들
Hunter, I
나와서
immediately
이제
see how
개발
they're doing their
얘기하고
fur. Of course, they're doing it in
토론회하고
screen space. I
맨
just
마지막에
naturally move to the edge
레이서들
of my screen, and it
레이스
produces the
마지막
artifact that every screen space
파이널
should
그거
produce.
하고
I'm like,
그런 식으로
So can you play games
마지막
normally anymore? or is
2일차는
not.
그거 하거든요.
play Elden Ring, and I try to get under every rat to see it from the nastiest angle possible.
팬이 있는 게임이다 보니까.
All right, we've got some questions coming in. The first one here
그러니까.
is something that you'll probably understand more than me. Do you have to vary the number of cascades for different levels or geometries?
Say it again, please.
Do you have to vary for global illumination? Do you have to vary the number of cascades based on the
네, 이
level of
렌더링하는
geometry
아저씨
present?
되게 똑똑해
So the
보여요.
thing about that algorithm is the cascades are always put in a fixed grid. The grid hierarchy is completely fixed. It's independent of the scene complexity. I should have mentioned that, but the cost of that algorithm is completely constant. Whatever happens on your screen, if you have one fireball on your screen or 1 million fireballs on
자기
your screen,
하는
it doesn't
내용에
matter.
대해서는
The
되게
cost of that technique
정확하게
is
얘기를
absolutely
잘해주는 것
constant.
같아요.
So it can never dip your FPS in a heat of battle. It has a constant technique, has a constant cost of about like 1 millisecond or something like that.
All right, next question. Do you feel you have an advantage by using our own bespoke engine versus something off the shelf
Yes.
that
That's
might have more documentation to it or something?
Yes, probably worth mentioning that we have our fully custom engine that we have implemented for our own purposes, right? Because our game is not a general. We don't need to implement an engine that allows to implement any other game. We are implementing an engine that specifically supports our game with our own limitations, with our own things that we can exploit. For example, fixed camera, right? We never have to calculate lights that are behind us because there is no lights behind us. That's why our global illumination solution can work perfectly fine in screen space because all the lights that you care about are on your screen. And yes, since we are developing our own engine, we have kind of personal attachment to it, and it's also why it's much easier for us to modify it, and it just feels natural for us to be working so closely with it.
나 같은 사람은
You
좀
mentioned towards the end of the
특이한가
talk
봐.
having a video of one of your techniques on your YouTube
저런
channel.
사람 좀
People want to know what the
특이한가
channel is in case they can go check it out and find some interesting stuff.
I'm sure somebody will put that in the show
뭔가
captions,
이게
but
목적이
yes,
있어야 돼.
usually if you want
저는
to
좀
see like
목적이
sneak
있어야
peeks into
움직이는
stuff
타입인데
that has a
목적이
non-zero
없는
chance to
뭔가를
end up
하라고
in PoE, you can
하면은
follow my
재미가
channel where I
없어가지고
usually post all these experiments, like all these
VR 시리즈를
2D
다
experiments
해봤거든요.
were posted
다 했어요. 다.
way before
2,
they actually ended up
D2R도
in game. I was
해보고
just playing with it. I was
3도
just
옛날에
trying things.
해봤고
Like they had
4까지
a
한
very high
건데
chance to not work out. But it's fine.
하다가 자꾸 멈추는 이유가 왜
Are there any
그럴까?
remaining parts of Path of Exile's renderer that are expensive or annoy you?
그 나의
So
문제,
sort of like the
나의
GI
문제였던
problem
것
you said it
같아.
kept you up at night. Anything?
뭔가 목적이 있지 않으면 잘 움직이지
absolutely
않는데
the hardest computationally
이
hardest
게임
problem
POE는
that I'm
그
aware of in
목적을
computer graphics period.
그래도
There is
잘
nothing harder than
충족시켜주는 것
GI.
Okay,
같아서
and we've
열심히
solved it better than
하는데
anyone else. Would you say?
That is my belief.
It's a big question.
I do
해보고
believe that
싶은
our
것도
solution
많고
has properties
그러니까
that
저도
no
욕심이
other
많다
solution
보니까
has. And I have
이것도
never
해보고
seen
싶고
anything
저것도
even
해보고
similar
싶고
to
막
this.
그렇거든요.
If you have, let me know.
그러니까 많으니까
Well, actually, this
아니요,
was the
그건
previous
아니고.
question. Besides the
많으니까
light occlusion, what's another
그거를
technique you're proud of implementing in the Path of Exile?
그렇진 않아요. 그 제가 좀
Honestly, just
그렇게는
watching
아닌 것
the trailer
같은데
felt unexpectedly emotional for me because, like, I put my finger onto literally any point on the screen. And there
목적을
is something
갖기도
I
편하고
contributed
그걸
here.
충족시키기도
Like, whether it is a
편한
lighting
게임이지
model,
않은가
whether it's
싶어서요.
like a fog here, or I'm extremely afraid of specular aliasing that I see here, or like there is some personal thing in every pixel of the game for me.
항상
So
제가
yes, I do
일을 할
feel
때도
proud that we got
그렇고
there. But I also
제 혼자
feel
사회생활
sometimes
생활할
ashamed,
때도
like, I
그렇고
hope I
Oh,
don't
come on.
notice this thing.
어떤 계획을 잡고 그거를
You've done excellent
수행을
work.
하면서
You
완료했을
showed
때
examples of layering techniques on 2D planes
재미를
and some 3D simple
가지고 사는
shapes. What do you
타입이거든요.
do if it's a
하루하루
character model
계속
which is
그래요.
immersed
모든
in
게 다.
water or fire or something else?
간단한 것도 그런 목적을 두고서
If a character
하고
model is
그게
immersed,
완료됐을
we usually
때
try to make
저한테
it
많은
so
칭찬을
that it
주는
doesn't
타입인데
explode in a really bad way. Like the interaction between some of these techniques is sometimes questionable, which sometimes pops up in like nasty ways when, for example, somebody says to
그런 게
make
많은
an MTX that turns the
게임이
player into
요구잖아요.
water, and of course nobody expected this, and
쉽게
now we
설정도 할
have
수
to deal
있고
with it.
크게 만족도도 느낄 수 있고
How do
그러니까
you /
작게 뭐 하루에 1디바인 벌자 그거부터 설정부터 시작해서 어떤 템을 먹자 그거 계획도 짤 수 있고 빌드업 과정도 있고 그게 재밌는 게 이 게임이라서 물론 POD, 디아도 있어요. 디아가 아예 없다라는 건 아니에요. 근데 그게 좀
We are perfectly fine with people
양을 비교하자면
progress
적다.
when it's something to do with technical aspects of the game. When it doesn't
근데
have to do with
POE는
like
많다.
plot or like spoilers. But with technical aspects, we
그
are
차이인
actually
것
free to
같아요.
share how we do things. Like I've been people.
처음에는 너무 많아서 싫었어요,
What's happening with
진짜.
the GI from like half a year ago? I just was progressively
진짜
posting.
너무 많아서 너무 힘들었거든요. 이게 뭘 집중을 해야 될지 몰라서.
Yeah, it's a
저도 초보자일 땐 이게 뭔지 몰라서
I'm kind of proud of it. I use like it as a
저는
portfolio.
그렇게는 안 했는데 아무튼 여기 뭘 어떻게 해야 될지 몰라가지고 이거 어떻게 해야 돼? 뭐부터 시작해야 돼? 뭐부터 건드려야 돼? 뭘 해야 돼? 머리가 하얘지는 거 있잖아요. 딱 진짜 피 딱 눌러보고 아 못하겠는데? 끌까? 끄고 근데 그래도 딴 사람들이 방송을 하니까 에이씨 해야겠네 다시 켜가지고 억지로 막 했어. 근데 선생님들이 혼수가 엄청 쏟아졌죠. 그거 그렇게 누르는 거 아닌데 글로 가면 안 되는데. 그리고 카페 가서 뭐 내용도 좀 보고 혼수가 막 쏟아져. 막 쏟아져. 근데 방송하는 사람 입장에서 그렇게 혼수 막 쏟아지면 엄청 짜증나거든요. 내가 마음대로 막 해보고 싶은데 그게 통제당하는 거니까 일단 그래도 참고 그냥 했어. 근데 얘기는 했어. 내 마음대로 막 해보고 싶다고. 당연히 실패하죠. 첫 캐릭인데 그렇게 하면. 그래도 그렇게 했어요. 계속 해가지고 실패했어. 그 이후로 각성을 했어요. 왜 실패를 했지? 이제 분석을 할 거 아니에요. 실패라면 분석을 할 거 아니에요, 사람이. 그러면 뭘 잘못했나 시작해가지고 빌드란 게 있으니까 이게 스타터 빌드를 먼저 찾아봤어요. 내가 뭘 잘못 찍었나? 잘못 찍었지. 자꾸 죽을 것 같아서 생명력만 찍었는데 딜이 들어가겠어? 딜을 안 눌렀는데. 그래서 그 찍는 것부터 시작해가지고 이제 따라가기 시작한 거예요. 거기 구글링 하다 보면은 빌드 해가지고 스킬 트리 짜는 거 나오잖아요. 거기서부터 시작한 거예요. 실패를 한번 해봐야 돼. 저는 그렇게 해서 했거든요. 저 같은 사람 혼수 너무 많이 쏟아지면은 딱 턱 막혀서 안 해요. 사람이. 그래서 혼수보다는 난 이렇게 해가지고 이런 케이스로 이렇게 넘겼는데 어떠세요? 라고 이렇게 말을 잘 해주셔야 돼요. 안 그러면은 뭐 이렇게 해보세요, 이렇게 하세요 강요식으로 얘기하면은 딱 끊어버려요 저희가. 그리고 실험하는 것도 있고 제가 이제 빌드할 때 실험해보는 게 있거든요. 그러니까 이 아이템을 썼을 때 딜이 얼마큼 나올 것인지 그리고 저거 전설을 썼을 때 얼마나 이게 좋을 것인지 여러 가지 테스트 해보는 것도 있으니까 메커니즘 돌아가는 것도 확인해보고 그리고 노드 요거 찍었을 때 DPS 올라가나? 물론 POV로 확인하면 되는데 실제 인게임에서 얼만큼 내가 효과를 먹는지 그 시각 효과도 보고 그러니까 그런 것들 다 실험해보거든요. 빌드업을 할 때마다.
Well, that's kind of an interesting point that, in my opinion, global illumination looks beautiful just on itself.
그게
You don't
POE가 좀
need
재밌는
any
요소인 것
artistic
같아요.
talent to create a scene that looks beautiful because realistic lighting, in my opinion, just is beautiful.
그러니까 내가 이 메커니즘으로 이 빌드를 했는데 다른 사람도 빌드를 했어. 같은 빌드를 했어. 근데 다른 메커니즘을 했어. 비교해보는 재미? 그것도 엄청 많고 사람마다 다 틀린 것 같아요. 진짜 취향이 다 묻어나. 게임하는 빌드 딱 보고 있으면 저 사람의 취향이 보여.
Well, I guess
저는 개인적으로 탱을 챙기는 타입이거든요. 그러니까 죽는 걸 되게 싫어해요. 왜냐 레벨링 하고 싶으니까. 이게 디아는 죽으면은 페널티가 없으니까 죽음 페널티가 없어서 죽어도 상관없잖아요. 다만 돈이 좀 깨질 뿐이지. 근데 퓨어는 돈 깨진 거는 필요는 없는, 돈은 안 깨지는데 경험치가 안 올라요. 그러니까 내가 오늘 하루 종일 99까지 시켰어. 99.9%까지 올렸어. 근데 한 지도를 가가지고 5번을 죽었어. 그럼 다시 0되거든요. 경험치 0. 그러면은 한 일주일 동안 93만 일주일 동안 머물러 있을 때가 있을 거예요. 그걸 넘고 싶어가지고 엄청 노력하는 경우도 있고.
So if somebody wanted your job, they should get a physics degree and play a lot of video games.
Absolutely, physics degree is the most important thing if you
거의
want to.
POE에서 현타는 거기서 오는 거지. 93에서 95를 넘어가고 싶은데 그 단계가 안 올라가는 거, 죽는 것 때문에. 그래서 제가 탱 캐릭을 굉장히 좋아해요. 죽는 걸 굉장히 싫어해. 그래서 하코빌드 많이 참고하고. 왜냐면 하코도 딜은 나거든요. 딜도 챙기고 탱도 챙기고. 조금 딜은 좀 떨어지더라도 탱을 챙겨서 안정적으로 운영하자는 게 제 빌드의 모든 핵심이라서 저는 그렇게 운영하는데 다른 분들은 딜로 밀당하시는 분도 있어서 그 비교하는 재미가 있는 것 같아요.
Like one VFX
이
artist
아저씨
had
내용
the time
하나도 안
to
듣고
learn
있어.
skills. Now they're good at this, but other VFX artists can just fall behind, and the technique can get kind of lost because of this, which is
네.
sad. But yeah, this happens all the time.
So
네, 보스를 하시면 당연히 딜이 중심이 돼야 돼요.
One more question. Do any
그건
isometric
전 이해해요.
optimizations need to be changed when capturing trailer footage specifically?
Oh,
당연히
that's
그래야지.
the whole thing.
Well, I'm glad we went with that as the last question.
제가 제일 많이 보는
who does all the most of the filming, and I have a lot of issues coming specifically from him. When the
제가 제일
game
많이
breaks
보는
down
방송이
in terrible ways, when it just
다른
put
분도
camera
다
at an angle where
보는데
it never was supposed to be.
타스 언급할게요.
Yeah, that happens
냉면님
all the time.
방송 많이
generally players are
보거든요.
not zooming
그럼
in quite that far,
보스런
doing
위주로
advanced
하셔가지고
camera work.
Yeah,
알아요.
like when players say something like, "Why don't you just put the camera horizontally?"
빌드를
or
많이
like, "Why don't we
하시는
have
분은
more cinematics?"
참고하려고.
Well, because a lot
많이
of assets
봅니다.
are really not designed to be looked at
이해해요.
different angles
그래서.
from the angle you observe them in the game.
All right, I think that is just about our time, though.
Thank you, Octavian, for your questions.
Yeah, and thank you all for,
Thank you very much
sending them in and
for
being
listening.
그니까 포탈 있으니까 포탈 6번 내로 하면 되니까.
Thank you very much.
질직루. 이거는 몬스터 보스 앤 몬스터 POE. 스트리머도 각자 개성에 맞춰서 자기 하고 싶은 거 다 드러내고 엄청 그래서 재밌는 것 같아. POE. 아 근데 스타터 뭐하지? 아우 성역하고 그거 나오면 약탈 꼭 해보고 싶은데 진짜 안 해봐가지고 그때 그 약탈 빌드를 꼭 해보고 싶었는데 성역 리그 때 돈 벌어서 그거 하고 싶었는데 해볼까? 다음 시즌 2번째 빌드로 첫 번째 스타터는 초보자분들 저거 해드리고 두 번째는 내가 하고 싶은 빌드 골라서 성역하고 그거 시즌 컨텐츠 맞는 빌드 하나 만들어서 할까? 약탈을 안 해가지고 근데 보스 저기 뭐지? 전설에 뭐가 나올지 몰라서 허리띠 공개됐는데 그 허리띠로 할 만한 게 있나? 5개의 옵션이 막 돌아가는 건데 맞을만한 빌드가 있을런지 모르겠네. 먹을 수도 없을 뿐더러. 모아놓고 재화를 모아놓고 고민해야겠다. 빌드를. 네, 엑자일콘이요. 지금은 생방은 아니고 녹방인데 그거 어제 방송은 안 하고 했던 것들 녹화본 띄워놓는 건데요. 두 번째 거가 보스 앤 몬스터. 이게 첫째 날 겹쳐가지고 아마 요걸 거예요. 왜냐면 쇼케이스 요거 보여주느라고 안 됐던 거라 요거 녹화본을 오늘 다시 한번 보여주는. 퓨2요? 아니 어제 안 봤어요. 베타 일정만 나오고 나오는 일정은 아직 안 나왔고 클로즈 베타가 24년 6월 7일 클로즈 베타 일정만 나왔어요. 요때 나옵니다. 배멀미다. 베타도 배멀미 안 나거든. 파도 약하면. 베타 해보고 싶어요. 진짜로 너무 해보고 싶어. 그래서 제가 디아를 빠른 시일 안에 100렙을 달성해서 칭호를 얻고 그 다음에 POE로 넘어와서 재활훈련 하면서 스타터 빌드 한 2-3개 해보고 초보자분들이 하기 편한 컨텐츠 위주로 소개 영상 몇 개 만들어서 올리고 강탈은 포함할 거고, 강탈은 제가 제일 잘하는 거라서 잘하는 거는 빨리 올려서 선생님들이 하실 수 있게 도와드리고, 그 다음에 스타터 빌드 하나 정하고 시즌 오픈하면 달릴 거라서 화장실 갔다 올게요. 커피 한 잔 더 마실까? 너무 기대돼요. 길어요. 연습하셔야죠.
Good afternoon,
우리
everyone.
연습해야지.
I'll get
액티비티
into
연습해야죠.
just
세월을
briefly
안
explain what we're
하십니까?
gonna be
나만
doing.
해야 됩니까?
Very unrehearsed.
난 해야 돼.
We're
너무
going to take a
힘들어.
bit of a different approach with this one.
적응할
And
거
what's going to be
생각하니까
happening
너무
is I've got
힘들어요.
Octavian over here
다
playing.
까먹어서.
Instead of putting up slides with text and
아까
pictures of the
봐봐요.
bosses,
파티
we're just
플레이
going to demo them live as I talk about them.
6명인데 4명인 걸로 착각하잖아.
Later on in the talk, if anyone's willing to test their might, we will be. We've got some stairs installed. I will get people to raise their hand. You can come on stage if I pick you, and we will let you fight the boss. If you succeed, or let's say do well enough, I got some merch over there to give you. And then obviously Q&A at the end if we have time, but if fighting bosses is more entertaining, then we can just keep that going. I'm going to move around a lot, sorry to the lighting team, I like to pace. If I do any dancing like I did the last Econ that people made GIFs out of, feel free to update them. I have lost a lot of weight, as some people have known, and I would like to have some updated GIFs about that. Thank you very much. So to get into bosses and monsters,
액트를
well,
연습한다는
as seen from the earlier
이거를
trailer,
또 모르시겠다 진짜.
we
다른
have
게임 하신 분들
a good
액트를
100
왜
bosses,
연습을 해?
one per area. We're very
왜
active towns,
단시간으로 깨려고
obviously.
연습을 하지?
We could
어차피
put bosses
또
in
시즌
towns.
시작하면 액트를 밀
No
건데
bosses in towns
왜
yet.
그래야 되지?
So we've got 100 bosses, one in every area, and that's not even talking about in-game. Don't you worry what's going to happen there. We never cease to have our fair share of pinnacle bosses, and
지겨울
obviously
텐데 또
the
밀어?
same bosses
또
will
연습?
reappear
또
on
해?
maps and a later topic. As for monsters,
RPG
we've
하시는 분은
got
한 번만 밀잖아요.
600
액트 한 번만 밀고
distinct monsters
그걸로
with
계속
different skills,
성장시켜가지고
looks,
재화
names, abilities,
쌓아놓고 하는 걸
everything.
타입으로
Every area
하는데
has a
우린
completely
그런
different
게
feel to
아니잖아요.
every other
시즌제라
area. It is amazing to
빠른
play
시간은
through.
액트를
Feels
밀고
very, very
빌드업
fresh
해가면서
every time you travel
다음
to
빌드로
different
빨리
areas.
넘어가는 그게
You're not getting a lot
있으니까.
of the stale repetition. Now, obviously, skeletons appear in more than one
그래서
zone and whatnot.
시즌
So it's
저거
not completely
액트로도
all unique in
연습해서
every single
시간
area.
단축하는
But
게
for those who've played the
관건인데
demo, you can
그거를 인식
today you
못할
can
거야.
see what we've got. Now, making bosses is
그래서
probably
디아 그
my
연습하는
pride
비누님
point.
보고 저거 왜 하고 있어? 라고
being a
생각하겠지만
game designer.
PO에선 그게 당연시
It
되는
is the thing I'm
거잖아요.
most proud of, and the most I think I
이해를
enjoy the
못할 거야.
most. I like to see them kill people.
왜 이렇게 빨리 왜
including
이렇게
myself
빨리
earlier.
하려고 노력을 하는
It's
거지?
fine.
그런 거.
I'd practiced that a lot. It's fine. It went good. That was not on purpose, just in case anyone was aware. That was a genuine accident. I did die. It
이쪽
did kill
세계에
me.
와 보면은
I'm
그게
not
다
good
이유가
enough.
있는 거라서.
It's fine. Anyway, so we've got Octavian here. We've got, again, very little rehearsals. I'm pretty much just going to be telling him what I think we should fight, kind of picking them somewhat at random. I'm going to be going through slides and back a whole bunch, but there's nothing to really see but a game client up there. I've just got some real... This one just says intro numb monsters. That's all it says, so winging it. All right, so we're going to have Octavian go to fight Krutog, who is in the Volcanic Warrens in Act 4. Act 4 is my favorite act for bosses, and the reason being is that you can travel to all these different islands. So as for most acts, they have a consistent theme. So you've got Act 3 being very Val and jungle. You've got Act 2 being very desert Marrakech. You've got Act 1 being the Ezomite and the Gothic horror. Act 4 is, it has the Karui consistency through and hints of it, but every island is just a different biome. So you get this high diversity of different kinds of bosses, and that's really cool, and monsters for that matter, and that's really, really cool to me. Feel free, go for it. I'll talk about it as well. I'll try and get out of the way just a little bit.
저기 스트리머 아니었나?
This is Krutog,
직원으로 들어가 버렸나?
the Lord of
많이
Kin.
봤던 사람 같은데.
Some of you might have already gotten to him in the demos. And we've got Octavian here playing on the warrior. There might be bugs, things might go wrong. It's completely live.
보스 연습하러.
Okay, so in terms of context, just
다리
a bit of
사이로
story.
들어가. 야, 근데
This
발 할
guy
때
is
데미지
just-
당한대?
You can tell he's massive, right? He's a big dude.
안녕.
And
와.
And what's going on here is that there are these goblin kin that are inhabiting the island. And
비슷하게 생겼어.
these goblin see him as a god figure, just because he's so massive. And they bring him. If you play through the areas, you can see all the goblins, the goblin-esque.
닮았네 도살자랑. 근데 엄청 큰데.
Kind of this tall kind of thing. And because he's so big, yeah, they just see him as a god and they worship him and they want to make him happy, and so they bring him, monsters. They bring him humans. They bring him like playthings, and they also bring him food. They're bringing things to him that they think will make him happy. And he's just like, I'm living the good life. I'm sitting here on my throne in this warm area, getting brought playthings, and so you can see he's got a suit of armor that's made out of human corpses. And when you start the fight and you first initially approach him, he's actually got two humans in his hands, kind of playing and going at each other like they're dolls. And it's he's to you, you're just a plaything to him, and you get a lot of this with this mechanic exactly going on right here, where he's trying to stomp you. You're just a bug to him. He's just trying to squish you. This fight is pretty relatively difficult as melee, but it's alright. We're not expecting anyone to succeed first attempt. In terms of mechanics, another thing is that they like to bring him sulfite to eat, the goblins, and you can see this. He's done this already in the fight, where he walks over and he goes and picks up some of that sulfite and eats it. And this unlocks two new abilities that he's doing now. One is the just burp. He does a big burp and lets out a wave of partial chaos, partial lightning damage. It's electrified voltaic sulfite. And Nico would probably love to find this island, but he hasn't quite yet. We have to find the sulfite. He's not. If he found it, he wouldn't need us, so don't tell him about it. As for the other mechanic, he does a big vomit,
보는 사람 수은 플라스크 왜 없음?
growing puddle of degen.
1장에서 수은 플라스크 주니까 우린 미래에 수은을 넣어서 하는 플레이를 하는데 없으니까.
Makes it harder, more claustrophobia, which I like to have in these fights. So now when he's trying to stomp you, you've got a lot less maneuverability. Now in terms of some interesting things,
물약이 없대. 근데 이거 충전 어떻게 물약 충전을?
from a tech standpoint,
어떻게 하는 거야?
good attempt. Oh, good. I'll have a quick, just a bit more. You can start it again. I'll just a bit more rant about this guy. But one thing in particular he has, which you can see in a lot of the boss fights, is he is very large. Now this was very difficult in PoE 1, and you'll notice that most of our very large bosses, are stationary. So Katava's a good example. He cannot move. Arakali's another one. They cannot move. And that's because we have, in PoE 1, we have one central hitbox to an entity, and it's a square. And increasing that has complexities with things like pathfinding. But it does cause things where, if you have that and it has a maximum size, you can't have a boss too large in PoE 1 that can move. No, if they're stationary, we can make the thing larger, because it doesn't need to pathfind. Technical limitations, or more so it's for optimization's sake. Now what you can notice on this guy, or what we've done, is we've actually given him multiple hitboxes. He doesn't have a central hitbox, he has one on each leg, which means when you target him, it will try and hit the closest one. It will run up and hit his leg. And this is cool. We've done this on a lot of bosses, and it's allowed us to have much larger bosses, and it just amplifies the epicosity big time. But yeah, it also creates this thing where when he is stomping, it's pretty hard to have a look, but you can actually kind of dodge roll between his legs. He doesn't have an actual collider in his central thing, which again, all PoE 1 bosses are collision in the middle, so you can't run through the direct center of them. But we get to have some freedom to do that here, which is really cool. We can also have it that on some bosses, if, for example, if we were to redo Katava, if he has a thing where he has obviously the skill where he buries his hand in the ground, we could activate a hitbox there so you can then just hit his arm. This is something we would be able to do now, we couldn't do before. So yeah, ultimately what I wanted to also show with this one is just like, this isn't an act boss. He looks epic, he's just mid-act, he's just a one of, 18 or so bosses, or however, whatever the math ends up being there, bosses just located in Act 4.
지금 모든 걸 제한되는 거니까 일단 제한되게 해서
couple of
여러
areas.
스킬들을 한꺼번에
so
보여주는
he's
시연 영상이
more than like
많으니까
say the
지금
quadrilla monster I
거로서
fought
판단하기
during the
어렵고
keynote. He's one tier up
일단
from that.
베타 해보고
But yeah, very epic.
나와봐야지 알고 유저들이 또
One other thing I wanted to talk
이것저것
about,
찾아낼
which I
수
was
있는 것도
hoping to
있고
be able to see,
하니까
but I haven't been paying enough
그러면은
attention, is, and it was in the last
소울류
talk, you saw
처음엔
it probably during
소울이
the keynote,
되겠지만
if
좀
you
더
were there.
해소가 될 거예요.
You can now stun bosses.
퓨어이도
You can freeze
원래
bosses.
그랬거든요. 처음엔
We're also having
힘들고
mechanical
어렵고
electrocute coming, which
소울류 이런
allows
것도
lightning damage
있었는데
to
나중
do
가서는 다 해소가
longer
됐어요.
duration stun as well.
결국엔 해소 다 돼요.
crowd control,
어떻게든
I should say.
찾아내니까 유저들은.
Now we've done custom heavy stun animations for all these bosses
이게
with
게임이
various
많이
lengths.
보이다 보니까
So
그걸
this
찾는
guy's is
것도
quite long.
다
If you heavy stun him, he's
유저들이
probably
다
going to
해요.
be down for
이
probably
게임들은.
6 seconds.
특히
That's
표현 더
complete.
심해.
Oh, nice.
잘 찾아요.
That's yeah, it's all right. We'll move on to the next one anyway.
버그를
Just,
찾는 게 버그도
what do we
찾긴
give a
하는데
go
여긴
here?
버그가 아니고
We can go to the blind beast. Give it a go. Same character. Saves you having to swap.
여긴 버그로 플레이하는 게 아니고
Yeah, so you can stun these things. They get stunned for 6 seconds.
이런
But in other
컨텐츠에는
cases,
요
we've got bosses
빌드가
that get stunned
좋다는데
for
요걸로
3
해서 OP
seconds.
빌드를
And others we can
만들어버리는
have it be
거니까
stunned for 10 seconds. We get to completely control, heavy stunned, I should say. We get to completely control that now. And we can say this one gets stunned twice as often or half as often, and so because we get to do all that, certain heavy stun has certain value on some bosses than on others. So an example of this actually is this boss, the
이건
blind
다른
beast.
게
Now
다른 보스.
this is in the area before what we just
일부러
fought. We probably should have
밀려야
fought them in the
진짜
opposite order, but
어려운데.
it's all right.
밀로
This one's
보스키라는 게
easier
제일
for
어려운데
sure. It is. You'll see the
이게 시간이
goblins I was
오래
talking about
걸려요.
earlier around the edge of the arena.
스킬
These are the
쓰는데
ones that
시간이
worship
오래
the crew talk that we just had
쓰고.
before. Now this arena of
피해감
theirs, I mean, they
써야겠죠.
bring people in here. So these goblins like to tame beasts. If you play in the area, you can see them riding on top of these
스킬
big
조금
beasts, and they jump
어려운데.
off when you get near them. Pretty cool mechanic.
느려. 이게 느린
But in this
데미지는
case, this
좋은데
one was
엄청 느린
untamable. They couldn't
스킬로 알고
control it,
있거든요.
so they
안
put it in an
써봤지만.
arena. They built an arena and they bring people here to fight against it and to test their might and to see if they're strong enough while they're all cheering. Now, if you do
새로운
happen to
스킬일
defeat
수도
it,
있고. 그렇게 똑같이 생긴
they all
모습이
get a bit
있어요.
scared and shocked and they all just flee and they're gone.
먹어놓고 한 번도
Because
사용을
now to
해보진
you, you're
않았지만
very intimidating. Now the rest of the level, they'll still fight you because they didn't get to see you fight it, but very dodgeable. Again, you got another mechanic here. He's very just hard hits, heavy slams. You'll notice some knockback on some of the stuff. He's got that skill that creates 3 what do we call
패턴
them?
연구하는 것 같아.
Like kind of
기믹하고
abyss cracks, I guess.
보스는
And it slams and it
이렇게
causes
돼
damage
있다.
along them, and that creates degen for a duration. What else
야,
about
여기
this one?
정말이면-
So this one
근데
has heavy stun animation, which just happened there. So
주변에
that also has heavy
저희를
stun. Now this one's
응원하는
not
거
quite long,
보니까 이거
but it gives you
몇
enough
장이더라.
opportunity for him to do
사장의
the
걔랑
channeled,
맞는
the
거.
heavy impact skill he just had. His
아니,
one is not very
사장
long, but he gets heavy stun twice as frequently as other bosses. So you have less time to utilize the heavy stun, but you have more opportunities to do something if you're able to. Now, one other thing about this boss, which we can say it at the end, but you'll notice it happened in the keynote as well, is that they drop consumable quest items, so to say, consumable items that give permanent bonuses to characters. So the first time you kill them, a lot of bosses in the campaign do it.
야 이럴 거면은
This one
물약을
in
4개
particular, I
끼고 하면
believe,
안 돼?
drops
왜 맨날 기본 물약
like a
3개만
soaked
주고
bile soaked
잡기
skill
어렵게 하고 있어.
book or something, but it gives
피하라는 거야.
+5 to all attributes permanently to that character. There are many throughout the whole campaign. Not every single boss drops one, but we have different rewards. Another thing that happens with bosses in PoE 2 is the first time you kill them, they will have
되게 힘들었나?
much higher, and this is actually something Diablo 2 did,
이렇게
they will have
힘내.
much higher rarity and better drops. So you really incentivize
미래
to
가기
explore
전에
throughout
열심히
the campaign,
하라고.
find all the bosses and kill them for both permanent bonuses and for much better items. This is something that will
물약 없다. 큰일 났네.
hopefully promote not skipping so much of the random
좋겠다.
mini bosses. Like there's always the
기본적으로
question
공을
of
많이 깐다.
once you know what
바닥을
you're doing,
깔고
should you kill Fire
바닥
Fury?
데미지
Well,
먹나?
I don't know how many people here do. I don't think I ever do. But we
이렇게
really want it to be now that you
갈아버린
feel that
저거.
you've missed out on something if you skip it.
바닥 효과구나.
Well,
실내 아
it's
바닥
gone a
효과
bit rough
있네.
here, but
못 거는데?
We're good. All good. Anyway, if you were to have killed him, he would have dropped probably a quest item that you would be able to use and get a permanent bonus.
카오스 저항 챙겨야 합니다.
We're going to try a very difficult
카오스
one now.
저항을 챙겨야 안 죽습니다.
You know what it is, the siren boss. Good luck. Don't worry, it's alright, it's alright.
자꾸 죽어.
Again, not practiced. And that's fine. Like,
안 했을 것 같은데요?
hopefully it makes
아까 그
everyone,
저기
I
뭐지
assume a lot of people have been out there having a pretty
공식
rough
소개
time with the
영상 할
demos
때
that they've been
얘가
playing it, but don't
시연했잖아요.
feel too
검은색
bad.
옷
It is
입은
hard
아저씨가.
for everyone,
그건 연습한
and
거고
it's easy to make
안한
mistakes,
것
easy to
같은데?
die. Now this boss, don't worry about him warping
이
into the water
친구도
there. You're going to just see some
진행자 아니에요? 진행자.
stuff that we
직원인가?
do behind the
직원 아닌
scenes.
걸로 아는데.
Otherwise, he's going to have to clear through all the levels
좋죠.
manually, and it's going to take. I mean, my talk will be over, and you
좋아해.
wouldn't have even got here yet. Now, what do we got to talk about on this one? Is well, I'll give some context again,
사람들이
just for
자꾸
interest's
죽으면
sake. So,
기분이 좋나?
this is Diamora, the siren of the Song of Death. She's a siren in the
각
cave. You obviously get
보스
some Merveil vibes straight off the bat, but
기믹 다
it is pretty much
보여주는데
a modern day enhanced Merveil. And what she does
야,
is turns
피다로.
people to stone.
냉기바다 이거 저거
This one's
1장
rough. I'm
걔랑
sorry. I'm very
닮았다.
sorry, Octavian. She turns people to stone, and so as you're going through the level and you see the above area, you'll see heaps of people, petrified people who have come here. So people have tried to inhabit this island that she is, that is above. She's actually on the tropical island in the caves
생긴 게
underneath
저거
it,
닮았다.
towards the ocean front. And she turns people to stone, and
걔 끔찍이.
what's happened here is
바닥에
that she
다
will
바다에
eat them.
사는
But as such, yeah, we've got a petrified
엄청
mechanic,
아프겠다,
which you
이거.
haven't yet seen. I don't know if we'll be able to get her that far
전기.
into this fight.
죽겠다.
It is brutal, this one.
그러니까 이거 되게
Now, one
어려운데요?
thing that happened with this one is
네, 나가,
we were
나가.
able to
나가죠.
show the phase. She has
이거
a
엄청
petrified
어렵다,
mechanic
이거.
where she jumps into the water, goes into the middle, comes up,
야,
and
너
she's
물약,
just radiating
물약 반
gold.
정도 써.
And she's cursed. She wants
야,
people to be
잘못
able to
쳤네,
look at her.
씨.
She's trying to find the one that can
힘
resist
와서
the
잘못
petrification.
쳤네.
And you can't.
어떻게 했겠냐?
You're not the one.
예, 엄청난데요?
Yeah, so she'll turn you to stone, and that's during the whole minion phase. But we have one
떨어질 것
mechanic where mirrors would be spawning
어려운데?
periodically around the edge of the arena. This isn't in now; it's been removed since, and it was just incomprehensible. You're getting turned to stone from all directions. But the idea was that if you look at her, you turn to stone, and as these walls of water that come up that reflect that, if you look at that, you also get turned to stone.
예.
But they would spawn periodically. And what I wanted people to do was to move clockwise or counterclockwise around the arena at a fixed
그런 것
pace. And if you overshoot
아,
the
근데 기믹
time,
너무
you will end up lapping yourself, and now you've got mirrors in every direction, and you've failed. So you have to move at say 25 degrees per sometimes lot.
되게 어렵다.
Unbalanced, so I don't know the exact numbers. Now, we removed that because it was just
됐어, 우리가
that
레벨업
they were being
해가지고
petrified
특징
from, or what to
눌러주면
do.
돼.
It's too complicated.
액티버스
Now that's
별거 있어?
normally fine to do at endgame. You pinnacle content to have
이노베이트야?
something kind of
오,
complicated like
데미지
that.
잘
People will find
들어갔다.
it frustrating. People will find it
타이밍
stressful, and others will
노래겠네.
find it challenging
타이밍
and something to learn, something to
어택형
keep fighting until they learn it. And those are two completely fine demographics to
그치,
target.
잘하네.
But when it's going to be progression blocking like that, all of a sudden you've got this just boss where it's stopping 50% of players in their tracks completely. And it's not like you can kind of gear to brute force it in that case, because Petrified's a pretty hard lock mechanic.
밀리 절대 안
You
한다고요?
might be able to survive it maybe with enough gear, but honestly, pretty improbable. So we removed it from here, and it is kind of my hope that when we re-add
언어랑
it to
달라요?
in-game, we can revisit that mechanic and see if we do it depending on where it falls in and whatnot, or we'll take the same
미리를
mechanic and
이렇게
apply it somewhere else.
배척한다고.
But
아니
ultimately,
세진다
so this phase going
그랬거든요.
on here,
얘네들 원 때
he's
너무
fighting the minions that are
확대해가지고
spawning during it, but he has to
축제는
kind of
밀리
always be
상향시켜줄게라고
I
한
think it's
건데 이게 아닌
120
것
degree
같아요.
vision cone, as long as he's not.
재미지
Chills are rough.
얼잖아.
As long as he's not looking at her for too long, he should generally be fine, but
저기요.
the minions are pretty brutal.
네,
And
몸에
it gets onto another thing, which is that minion phases, well, you do not gain flash charges for killing normal monsters anymore.
아야.
You only gain them for killing rares and magics and uniques. However, so this is purely downside. These minions are now just like, it's a challenge. It's not a refresh my life pool infinitely. So
여기다 죽여야지. 빨리 잡으래.
yep, so he's finished one petrification phase. He's doing pretty good actually. Long fights as you can see. It's not intended to be this long. We will have to adjust her life among other things.
근데 너 물량 없어.
Cooldowns on some stuff. There's
어떡하냐, 제 표정이. 야, 너 또 죽게 생겼는데?
to get these right. However, it's in a pretty good state. Flash charges though, going back to that. Well,
아, 이거 차지가
tangentially,
어떻게
we have
되는
checkpoints.
거냐고요?
Which you saw me revive at in the keynote, if you saw that, where you're just outside the boss. It is a new instance.
피구술이
You start the
없어.
fight from scratch. However, the checkpoint
이상하다.
restores your flash
이게
charge,
원래
fully heals you, and all of that.
찬다.
If he needs
저기
flashes right now, it is our expectation that he
중간에
finds an opportunity
나오는
to charm
쫄몹
portal.
있잖아요. 죽이면은 원래 차야
Which he
되는데 안
just did. You'll
차는데?
notice it has an animation. During boss fights, you now have
기아 5
I
개재미있다고요?
want to say that's about
그죠?
2.5 to 3 seconds, but I don't remember the exact thing.
포탈콘
It is normally
되네.
instant, only if you're in a boss fight.
포탈콘이
do you do it.
되네.
Does it have a cast time like that? The other thing is that in order to stop
되네,
people
되네.
from
포탈콘
just
되네.
creating them during emerge sequences and all that, the moment they become hostile, all
이러면
portals in their
할만하지.
arenas are destroyed.
이러면
We
할만해, 할 수
really
있어.
want. It was.
오케이,
I'll tell you what's
좋았어.
disheartening is when you
포탈콘
make
되는구만.
Katava and you go and see the world firsts, of which some of you might even be here who did this.
할 수 있어.
And you're
트라이 할
literally
수
using
있겠어.
40 portal scrolls to fight.
에이, 이러면 해.
Going, oh, he's doing a skill. Portal to town, portal back, and
아,
sit in grace period.
이제 물이
And there are other ways to
양쪽에서
do this,
오는구나.
but it's pretty disheartening to see.
와, 구슬
So we're
떨어진다.
working to make you
이거는
really actually have
1에도
to fight the
있잖아.
boss, have to
구슬,
engage the boss, have to deal
구슬
with
맵
these
있어요,
things.
저기. 던지는 보스.
If you were to Alt F4 right now, don't do it, but if you were to Alt F4 right now and log back in, you will be
기본적으로
exactly where you logged off. In the
기믹이 잘
exact same
어렵다.
state. And the boss will still. So if you're about to get slammed and you log out macro, it does not save you.
보자요.
You will be logging back in and that boss
아니,
will be paused.
보스가
And the
이렇게
moment you
생긴 애
move,
있어요.
that slam
물
hits, you will
올려서
die.
구슬 떨어뜨리는 맵이 하나 있는데
So the checkpoints,
무슨
yes, you
강이야?
have to start the
무슨
fight from scratch if you
강이라는
die.
이름으로
Pretty
끝나는
brutal.
맵이었어.
But it means we can't be too
갈라지는
complicated with
강인가?
them. We can't be
그런
too difficult.
그 맵이 있거든요. 똑같이
except until
생겼어요.
later. It obviously gets
얘가
progressively
구슬
difficult. But it
저기
means more so we have to be more accurate
검은 강
with the
말고
balance.
검은 강은 내가 먹어야
If you
되는
miss
지팡이고요.
that, so many
아니야,
people are
검은
going to
강
just
안
hit a
뜨고 저기
wall and they're going to have to stop playing.
이게
And that's
그 뭐지
very, very
물
brutal. And I think
기둥
that's balanced in the
올라오고
difficult direction,
콩
not the easy
떨어지는 거.
direction. That will be very brutal and it will be not good. Now that's still kind of the same in PoE 1, but the other thing that's super disheartening to see is people
몇
just
티어더라?
die, revive, cast a few more skills, die, revive, cast a few more skills, die, revive. Like it is just like it's just brutal. And then you don't learn anything, you don't gear for any of it. You just keep doing it, and then you get to the next boss, and you're probably not good enough for that one
차가운 강,
either, and so you do it again and
차가운 강.
again. And it's effectively, oh, you're having a rough
지하강,
time. So this is the second
차가운 강
petrification
아니면
phase here.
차가운
This
강이었나?
phase is much harder because on top of the ads,
나중에 한번
you've
가봐야겠다.
now got to these rotating drowning orbs, which behave the same way as they
지도가
do in
129
the
개네.
Eater of Worlds fight, where
찾아봐야
they
돼. 강인데.
will straight up kill you after
까먹었다.
X seconds of being inside of them. They slow you as well.
똑같이
So you've got all
생겼죠.
those orbiting in various lanes, counterclockwise and clockwise, while you're having to deal with the minions. Just an example
걔도
of escalation,
근데 걔는
but this
구멍
fight
가운데
is
구멍이
certainly
없고
way too
걔는
hard
가운데
right now.
구멍은 이렇게 딱 막혀는 있는데
But if anyone manages to
얘가
defeat it
이렇게
in the demo,
물기둥 나오고
honestly, good on
콩
you. It is
떨어뜨리고
doable,
중간에
but
쫄라고
it's pretty
비슷해요.
brutal.
나오는 기믹은.
There's a lot of portals, so hopefully you can do
그래서
it.
피할 때
One
그
other thing
가운데로
about portals, if
피하든
you take
사이드로
damage while doing
피하든
that
이렇게
cast, it
보는
is
거
interrupted.
피해가지고
You don't
다녀야
get to
되고
just
걔가
execute it
쳐다보고
with
있으면
ease.
물기둥 쏘거든요.
But 2.5
그것도
second
있고
windows are pretty frequent.
비슷해.
So it's
근데
not
이거를
actually
조금
impossible.
더 어렵게 한 개 더 패턴인 것
Alright,
같아요.
let's go check out another boss, shall we?
또 해?
Don't worry about this one
깬거
anymore.
아니야?
I reckon Bog Witch is pretty cool.
엑자일밀 때 이러면 맵핑전 난이도 좀 더 올라갈
They kind of
건데
stand out,
못팩
but
올라가면
they are not act bosses. Our act bosses are a whole nother tier. Generally, we escalate phases, mechanics, and introductions. And of course, they
나중에
have just an
춤추고
epicosity
재단
in terms
누르기
of
그
dialogue and
남아있다고 하면
storytelling.
재단 누르기에
But
보스
we've even upped that. We have
능력치 올라가면 더 힘들 텐데
specific character reactions to bosses, character comments. They talk about them, they comment on them. All the different characters say different things based on their backgrounds. Heaps of a lot more kind of on-the-fly storytelling,
직원이네.
which is real cool with respect to these.
명령어 쓰고 하는 거 보니까.
Alright, so now we've got the Bog Witch, also pretty difficult. This is actually the last area of the Act 3 demo, but I'm not sure how many people are going to get there.
야 이거 좀 이거 시연
She is a
영상
witch,
나왔던
and right
거다.
now she's, as you can see, doing some broomstick
바닥 피하는 게
flying
생명인 것
around.
같던데.
A little bit more horrific than that.
이거
So her
원소술사.
first main phase, what she's doing now is
가시
using bone
퍼지고
magic.
바닥 데미지
She
올라오고.
is summoning bone walls and
가시
exploding those bone
맞으면 또
walls.
아플려나?
This phase isn't too much of a threat.
근데 원소도 어려운데.
Well, maybe.
야 이거 원소도 어려운데?
Maybe not. Relative to the
전직업
second
다 어려워?
But yeah,
야
as
이거
you can
원소도
see,
어려워.
it is,
밀리도 어려운 게 아니야. 다
doing all
어려워.
this bone summoning walls. Now, once
어려워.
you damage her
야 이
enough,
멈추질 않아. 그리고 이
during this
녀석은.
phase, or once she's reached a certain life threshold,
아주 신났어.
she's
이게
actually
바닥
going
맞았어.
to
죽었어.
brutal. It's alright, try again. Feel free to just remove some life from her if you want to.
와,
just so
어렵다,
you can show it
진짜.
off. Or you can do it legit. It's up to
야
you.
좀 쉽게 해봐.
You got 24 minutes though. So she changes phase.
다 어려울
So
것
once you do
같아요.
enough damage to her, she will
밀리나
actually face plant
원소나
off the broomstick.
다.
The broomstick will snap.
우리는
And
원소를
then
안
she's
해요.
like,
주문
well,
빌드예요
alright,
그래요.
I'll just use
어택,
my fire magic. That
그러니까
she's good
밀리
at. She'll
어택
light all the effigies on
빌드나
the edge of the
주문
arena
빌드
on
다
fire,
어려울
and then
것
she'll be
같아.
able to siphon fire magic from them to do fire magic.
근데 그
So you
저기
go from two different, very distinct styles of magic or spells.
보니까 ARPG
and
꿈꾸는
it
것
creates a
같아요.
whole different,
다크 소울은 모르겠고
phase, which is
ARPG 쪽.
pretty fun.
원래 근데 ARPG라 하더라도 나중 되면은 핵슬로 가거든요. 이게 좀 빌드업 되면 핵슬 돼요.
Alright, let's just give him a go for a minute
이게
here.
마녀 그거 컨셉인가 보다. 마녀 지팡이
Let him concentrate a little bit.
돌고 멈춰가지고 멈출 타이밍에 딜하는 거. 이때 딜해야 돼. 벌쳐요?
Just want to see you get her to phase 2.
신기하다 이거.
No pressure.
오이. 또 이동해. 아우 짜증나. 피 깎아놓으면 돌아다니고. 피 깎아놓으면 돌아다니고.
Jason, a lot of work to get her to do that kind of drifting vibe
뭐야?
as she comes to change.
우와 뭐야.
So that mechanic, okay, here we go. We've
야,
got some
이거
fire magic
뭐냐.
going on. So that one you just saw, she creates two walls
우와.
on either side of the player in line with an effigy and then siphons the
예,
fire from
아까
the effigy
보니까
to her. But interestingly, what you can notice here, you
포탈
can see
커는
the
돼요.
fire actually
포탈 타고
splits at
마을
her,
가서
sending
채우고
damage
다시
that
오는
way.
건
So
되더라고요.
not only running to the sides is safe, standing directly behind her makes you safe.
해봐야
It can be sometimes hard to
해보고
maneuver
싶다.
into an exact position, however.
하고 싶다.
But you can see there is a cone behind her that is a safe zone.
재밌겠죠?
Otherwise, she's got fireball, she's got
으아.
flamethrower, she's still got some
한방
bone magic,
컷이네 진짜.
which is apparently rough.
보스라면 이렇게 될 것 같아요.
But yeah, anyway, moving on again.
이게 보스니까 이렇게 하는 거고.
Mastodon Necromancer, I reckon. I'm saying internal names, by the way. I have no idea what they're called in the demo right now. I honestly forget. So I think that one was called the
미리 맛보러 간다고? POE 1?
Pronunciation to be determined. So this
1
one's in
링크로요.
Act 2, on the
우리
Huntress. This is in
길드분이
the
사이러스
Mastodon Badlands.
타빌라로
Bone pits.
잡았었는데
I think
타빌라
is the
입고
secondary.
자는
Here
거.
we go. So you've got these necromancers here again, more
그쵸.
bone magic, and they summon this giant. We've
싫어하는
shown this
사람
one
좀
off in the
많을
old
거야.
Act 2 gameplay trailer, however long ago that was. Won't be fighting this one for too long, but because we'll move on, not because he'll necessarily win or lose.
기본적으로
But
다 애들이
what
피가
this
안
one
나.
brings to the
미치겠.
table, the difficulty
피가
and
안 달어.
complexities of this one is when you've got a twin
아 이거
fight. How
두
do
명
you make it that once you
나오는
kill one,
거는
it
되게
isn't just completely
어려운데
boring and trivial?
소환수를 먼저
And so that's what we
죽이든
had originally. You have
본주를
a good
먼저
fight when there's
죽이긴
both
해야
of them, and then the
되는데
moment you kill one, it's
대부분
just like, well, now I'm
소환수를
dealing
먼저
with half.
죽여야
You never
본주가
want a
쉬울
boss fight to
텐데
just become, unless you've
본주부터는
made
같이
done
깎아야
an
돼.
interesting mechanic to temporarily get ease out of the fight. We don't want it to be that you just all of a sudden have, you know,
예.
a half-paced
그러니까
fight.
POE를
and say,
좋아할
it's fine
수밖에
from
없는
here.
게
I don't- the fight should get harder. They should
POE를
escalate.
좋아할
They should get
수밖에
more
없는
difficult.
게
And that
이게
is what we had to
할
accomplish
이야기가
here. So when
많아요.
he
진짜 할
dies,
이야기가 많아서 그래서
he
좋아.
leaves like his energy is still linked to the mastodon, so he
예,
remains
저도
and
저거
he
해보고
does
싶어. 이게
his magic still
할 얘기가
from
너무
his corpse,
많아가지고
and it would use this kind of mechanic, but they'll be moving throughout the arena, so it adapts. When the Mastodon dies,
할
the
이야기가 없는
Necromancer just
게임을 하면 너무
completely,
힘들어.
gets a bit angry, or he takes back his power
저 너무 해보고
from
싶다.
what he
참
infused into the
재밌겠다
Mastodon,
진짜.
and he amplifies all of his
줄
skills. So his
쑤시는
lightning
거
strikes hit differently,
귀엽네.
his meteors hit differently, different patterns, different distributions. Now,
구르기로 피했다가
that
치고
means getting
빠지고
both to as low
이러지
health as
말았대.
possible together and killing them at the same time is one
재밌겠다
strategy.
이거. 재밌다
If you
이거.
find it is
잘한다.
easier to deal with a buffed Mastodon than
요거였나봐.
killing the
얘는
Necro
이거
first is
테스트하는
easier.
애였나봐.
And if you find it's
예.
easier dealing with a buffed Necro, entirely based on your playstyle, you'll build your skills. You have those three decisions of what
앞에
decision to make
앞에 거는
in order to
못했던 거
make
아니야?
life easier for yourself.
예,
Sometimes
홈트리스
it's hard
같아요.
to make those decisions on the fly, but if you go in there with, say you attempt and then you go in for another attempt, you can easily make that decision and you can go, I'm going to focus DPS on one or the other. Just let this play out a little bit as well. I'm going to talk about another one while this is happening. It
재밌겠죠?
might be a bit
저도
weird, but it's, we're not going to show it. There's no
엄청
need.
재밌을 것 같은데?
And that is just interestingly the hardest boss
딜도 잘 나온 것
in the
같은데?
game
오히려
to
아까
balance
걔네
so far
둘보다는
has been
좀
the
깎아내는데
first
몹이
boss in
좀
Act
쉬운
1.
건가? 근데 얘 왜 다 맞냐? 주변
Every
퍼지는
single
거.
day, some game
아니,
system
나도 맞겠다.
changes.
씨.
A player skill changes, a new mechanic is added. Like all of a sudden, there's heavy stun to deal with. All of a
야수신
sudden,
계속
something.
잔소리하고 있어.
And so you've got this thing where you're working
설명해 주나
chronologically
봐.
through areas, and you
네,
start
다
with
맞고
this one
있어요.
boss. And I probably wouldn't be surprised if we've had to
그래요?
rebalance that first boss over 500 times in order to make it feel right. And you don't know you're going to come up with a
물약을
new
하나도 안
mechanic the
먹었네?
next day. You just kind of it just happens. And so then all of a sudden, character balance changes in such a way, or unique monster life, or stun ability, or something
물약
changes, and all
먹어.
of a sudden you've got to rebalance everything you've already done. It can be quite taxing, but what it results in is like you often want to leave things, not 100% because they'll become 70% a week later or less.
글쎄요.
In terms of how
나는 안 먹고 소
Alright,
남았어.
so you can see now from this going back to this fight here that Octavian's
돌진한다 이제.
doing. You can see now
돌진해서
there's a
머리
new
들
mechanic
쳐봐야고.
introduced, which is there is both a moving
구슬이
kind of
돌아다니네.
bullet hell style projectile sphere,
법사 죽고
as
나니까
well as,
구슬이
what we call
돌아다닌대요.
volatiles, which
네.
are the orbs chasing him that
어우.
will explode once they make proximity. So fighting just the Mastodon is now
컨디션 하나
harder because you have
주네.
to deal with these two extra mechanics.
한 명 죽었을 때
But he's doing pretty well.
아픈 건 아닌가 봐요.
We'll have a success here, I suspect. I believe. So yeah, going back to the Miller, it was actually the swollen Miller is the first boss. It's been very, very, very hard to balance is one
엑자일콘
word, but
베타가
lots of
클로즈
time
베타가 6월
spent on
7일
it. The other thing is we really don't
24년입니다.
want it to be that
좀
you
남았을 때
can
POE
walk up to
원하면서
him
좀
and
아쉬움을
hold down a
달래다가
button,
하면 돼요.
not dodge a thing,
아쉬움
not
먼저
evade a thing,
달래야 돼.
survive.
그죠?
And
피할 게
at
너무
one point we
많은데?
had only
오,
one
잡았다,
life
이거.
flask. Yes. Well done.
해냈어.
At one point we had only
템 좋은 거
one
먹었냐?
life flask, one mana flask.
템 좋은 거.
And
네, 내년 6월에 클로즈
normal
베타.
monsters now giving flash charges back. We ended up deeming, and I mean on, not overall, I mean on the beach, what you start with.
얘네들이 안정적으로 하고
And,
싶대요.
What we learned is that often you will run out of flash. If you just stood there and held down attack, or whatever skill you have, you would
네, 좀 멀었어요.
run out of flash charges
원하면서
and
마음을
life before you
달래야
killed
돼.
them, most of the time. And then all of a sudden we added another life flask back. And so now you're fighting the Miller, and now you can just go back to holding down one skill, never moving, never dodging, because as long as one of his
야,
skills
아저씨 담배
cannot
피우는구나.
one-shot you, and the time between
아닌가?
attacks is long enough that you can
핸드폰인가?
restore your life, then you're fine. You're never going to die as long as you have enough life flasks.
Do you want me to go fight Miller?
What
너무
do we want you to
재미없어.
fight? Let's just show
아,
some
왜
prisoner.
POE 하신 분들 다
for a
재미없다고
moment.
와가지고.
Don't worry about it. No success needed.
It's a very cool boss. I just
Yeah, I just want to show how cool it is.
POE 안 하신
So then,
분들은 그래도 디아포 잘
make sure you open all
적응하시는데
three of the doors.
유독 POE 하신 분들만
The little
힘들어
heist mini
하시더라고.
game before the
oh look,
boss.
I'm back where I was when I logged out. You can demonstrate that.
It's because of all the
저는
cheats,
아니까 이제 선생님들이 POE 하신 분인지
though. So yeah,
아닌지 알잖아요.
yeah, all of a sudden we had another life flask
채팅
to
몇
characters,
번
and now people
쳐보시고
are just sitting there
POE 하신
face
분들
tanking it
많이
until it dies again, and you
저랑
have
많이
to dodge. So we have to
겪어봤으니까.
rebalance the boss yet again. It's either that or rebalance flasks,
기하신
but then you
분들은
have to
이제
determine
저랑
which
처음
one. One
만났으니
boss being rebalanced is far easier than
저 그것도
rebalancing
알고
all flasks for every
기하신
character.
분은
Obviously, you
유독
don't go with
힘들어해.
that one.
We wanted to show the doors, so I'm just
기하할
flipping
때.
back to the doors.
Yeah, so this one has a
We're gonna
cool
go from
epic lead up where you've got a series of doors and you're in the bottom of a prison. This prison was built around this boss. He is a regenerator, he cannot die. So what they would do is keep the boss in a perpetual state of drowning. It was actually our intention, and it may still happen, that this room he's about to go into is completely flooded with water, and when you open this door, the water drains out. And he was kept there just to make sure that he couldn't break free, because he cannot be killed, except for by the player for some reason. But it's interesting in this one, he changes, has 3 phases. He definitely sets a new bar, but
어우,
brutal.
재밌지 마라.
There are actually ballistae around
왜
the
꼭
arena.
어려운 거는 밀리로
The
하냐고.
first time you phase shift him, he will
꼭 이렇게 밀리
take a
스킬에
net
밀리를
and hit the ballista,
배치를
the
하냐고
ballista fires
힘들게.
and the spear goes, the
Oh.
projectile, it's a big metal spike, goes into him, and he can pull
얘도
that
저거
out
있나?
and now use it as a weapon.
한정?
So there's phase change number 1. The second one, the
야, 이
second ballista, he will
불 켜졌을
get
때
shot,
때려야지
he will lose his
데미지가
entire
증폭이
arm
되죠,
and be
아저씨.
gone. He will then kind of Dragon Ball
다시
Z
심장이
Piccolo style grow
돌아왔잖아.
a new one.
다시 함성 외쳐.
And that arm is fresh and imbued with, like, his corpse is all rotted, so he doesn't get to use
에이,
too
안
much
먹었어,
magic,
얘,
just the cold
진짜.
magic from his like
범이
frozen
안 들어간
organs.
것 같은데.
And now he regrows a fresh bloody arm, and he can now use blood magic. And then
이게
you've got
진짜
phase
어렵겠다.
3, so he's both got a spear and blood
Oh.
magic going on. He's very difficult. Oh, nice heavy stun.
No.
안 돼!
Oh, good. So,
안 돼, 안 돼.
my plan, as I said, it was pretty impromptu to just go through things. We've got about 13 minutes left, so I'm going to say we just skip straight to seeing if anyone wants to come up here and fight. It is not going to be a if you succeed you get some
얘는
merch.
구르기가
I'll just
없는
give you
것
some merch
같은데.
anyway. However, it'll be one at a time. I'll ask people to raise their
CC기라도
hand
걸어야지
if they want.
얘가
If no one
멈춰서
wants to,
딜할
we'll
시간이
go to
나는데
Q&A.
CC가
It's
너무
fine, but I'd
없어요.
like to give some people
그
here a
어려워져,
shot.
어려.
There's some hand sanitizer up
CC가
there
안
if you're feeling
걸어줘.
like you want it. You don't have to. It's up to you. Yeah, we
기절이라도
will beat the
걸려야
boss.
제가
Hard luck.
한참 멈춰서 딜할
But
타이밍이
again,
나오는데
put on a
너무
show,
없어.
and then you get the merch.
뭐냐,
It's all good.
저거는.
We just want to have this be
예,
fun
예.
and entertaining.
너무 없어.
All right, so
테스트 영상 두
that
캐릭
being
하는 거
said, let me just check
봤는데도
there wasn't anything
너무 힘든
super
것
critical
같아서.
I needed to talk through.
예, 저도 그
I'll
생각
talk
많이
over
들었어.
when people are fighting
답답하다는 느낌.
anyway. Does anyone
저는 잠을 안 자요.
or if you're up there, you might want to
전
move
잠을
down
안
if you
자요,
want to attempt,
선생님.
but, I can't see too well here, so
이게
I
뭐냐면
can see.
부모님이
I see someone
아파요.
right there.
그래서
Yes,
항상
who stood
5분
up.
대기조인데
Stairs are
새벽
over here.
타이밍에 한 번씩 깨가지고
Come give it a go.
새벽 타이밍에
Sort of
한 번씩
waving
깨서
hands, very hard to
아버님
see the rest.
저기 그거 좀 도와드려야 되거든요. 대소변 좀 도와드려야 돼가지고
We'll give
그래서
we've-
제가
we'll
중간에
do like
새벽에는
we've shown here a
방송하면서
little
안
bit. We'll
자고
give the,
예,
Blind
그래서
Beast a go
아침에는
on
이제
the
어르신 다
warrior.
깨니까 아침부터는 안 자요.
We keep
낮에
renaming
한
that
한두
class.
시간
I keep
정도
almost
자고
mispronouncing the
3시간
other
정도
name.
자요.
Welcome. Give it a go. Give it a go.
저희
So he's going to set you up,
유황보다
go over
선생님
there.
오거나
He'll get you
중간에
into the
좀
correct
잘
position on the
타이밍이
correct
되면
class.
그때 좀 자고
Again, if you want to
그런
sanitize
식으로.
your hands, go for it. You can do it before or after.
그냥
It's entirely up to you.
아버님
And then
아파서
give it a
그래요.
go.
전립선암 걸리셨는데 이제 6년차 다 돼가거든요. 전문 플레이어 왔다.
I'll move on to some other
Right
topics.
through that menacing looking gate.
선수 교체한다. 선수
Remember, dodge
교체한다.
roll, space bar. Good luck.
Do better than me.
맞네. 사람마다
War cry and W.
사람마다
You've got
잘하는
your
분야가
thunder on R.
있으니까.
Now this character has on right click it's called armor break. If you hit the boss 3 times in this case, it will break its armor.
이거 실패했던
If you
거다.
then sunder it, you will do an always crit at double damage.
일단 포탈 사라지네.
God!
포탈 사라졌어. 포탈 편이 안 되는
Stun
거야.
on him.
If you heavy stun him, feel free to open a portal.
확고하시는 분들 포탈부터 열었는데 원래
A ton of extra stun damage, by the way.
저게 유령이라서.
When he's armor broken, using the right click, if you hit him 3
Okay.
times, R, the sunder, will do an
맞았어.
always crit at double damage.
뭐지?
E,
사람
which is the
되면
leap slam, will do a 1000% or 500% more stun damage. So
I
that
think it's
is
500. I think it's 500. Yeah.
500? I put the number in there. I should know.
야 집중해서 해라. 이게 다
When
틀리게
you do
맞는데?
that, ideally you would then heavy stun him. What you can then do is immediately war cry followed by a fully powered up channeled ground slam. And that should do a
네,
lot
거의
of damage.
비슷해요. 네.
There's your armor break. Debuff represents
어려워.
Didn't stun him.
He's unstunnable
Eh.
during that spin.
Unstunnable.
Yeah, you have to time it correctly.
So once you stun something, it makes it very hard to
모르겠어요.
stun them again for a duration. Once you kind of get the rhythm of that, it would be actually maybe better to use Sunder in some cases instead of using
나중에 이거
the leap slam because you should know that
데미징
he kind of can't be stunned for that
보완은
time.
조금 해야
You'll
될
get
것
the
같은데
feel for
너무
that as you play
긴장돼.
more and more as to which
플레이어들이
skills you should
큰일 날
use in which
건데.
circumstances.
못 쳤어.
Try, you can do this damageless.
아 여긴 평타 없어.
Nice. Just gotta get back
됐다
to it.
됐다. 포탈 열었다. 여긴 평타가 없어요. 다 스킬이라서. 액티브 스킬로 얘기하시면 돼요.
Nice.
전부 다 만화를 소모하는 스킬들이에요. 일반 액티브
오이.
스킬들.
Nice.
야, 빨리 가. 우와.
Remember to use the whip.
Remember to use the well.
바로 회복이 아니네. 물약을 먹어야 되네.
Alright.
저게
Alright,
아니었는데.
you're gonna get one more attempt at this after this
샘을
one. So
클릭해야 생기는 거네. 저거 바뀌었다.
send one more person to try another boss.
기존 원은 마을만 가도 다 회복인데 가서 물약을 저거 샘을 클릭해야 물약이 채워지네. 단점이 저거지. 독 걸렸을 때 마을 가서 독이 계속 남아있으면 마을 가서 죽는 거네.
Nice.
지속 데미지 조심해야겠다. 예, 그건 시스템 비슷하게 한 것 같아요. 야,
Good
잘한다
Sunder.
그래도.
Big chunk of life there gone.
딱 집중. 바닥을 피해야 되는 거네. 구르게 넣어준
It's way
이유를
cooler
알겠다.
watching it on the huge screen.
야, 저
나이스.
거리 조절해가면서 해야 되네. 야, 너 마을 갔다 와야 돼. 해놓고 포탈 열고 갔다 와야 돼.
Over halfway.
우와, 저거 아프겠다. 지금 빨리 포탈 열어.
I know it's going to be instinctive to portal here, but for the sake of others trying, I will implore you to try and not, but it's up to you. Don't want to give you any
썼는데? 너
unfair
야, 빨리
disadvantage
열어!
or anything. But I reckon you've got this. Damageless.
죽으려나 보네.
He has learned the power of Sunder.
야, 피읍 챙겨야겠다. 이씨. 그리고 나중에 노드 세팅도 해야 될 거예요. 아마 지금 노드 얘네들 세팅해준 그대로 하고 있어서 보스전이 좀 힘들 수도 있어. 다음 시즌이요? 8월 19일 3.2
As far as I'm concerned, you've already won.
뭐지? 그거
which is awesome.
무슨 체스인데?
It's a good attempt.
몰토 체스인가? 그거 비슷한
Still
게임
yet to be a success.
비슷한 시즌. 네, 3주 남았어요. 재활하셔야 돼. 내가 재활해야 돼요. 야야 피피피피. 깰 것 같은데?
Nice.
그렇지.
Very nice.
오, 잘한다.
Oi.
야야야야야, 물론.
Home stretch.
제발. 제발. 야, 이거 패턴 다 봐야 되네. 오. 피해. 쳐. 피해. 쳐. 그 다음 콩콩콩일 건데. 쳐.
One thing I'm noticing
그
a
다음에
lot
한
here
번
is
더
the
콩.
instinct to
쳐.
use shift
그렇지.
attack in place
피해.
all the time. It does result in misses. It is very hard to change the muscle memory
번 더
there.
콩.
I appreciate that.
콩. 콩. 피하고. 콩.
Perfect
콩.
example.
다음에
You
콩콩콩이야.
got this.
Oh, easy.
콩콩.
Do
콩.
it.
그렇지.
Nice.
와.
All right, thank you very much. We'll give one more person an attempt, and unfortunately, that will, well, it's either that or
와,
we
노란색 캔.
do a Q&A.
희귀,
We're going to go to a
희귀.
different
조금
boss that we
Well
haven't
done.
shown here. Well done. Come this way, I'll give you something. Or you can pick.
Gotta use the quest reward.
There's a plushie, there's gamepads if you want.
와, 선물 주네. 선물 주는
Just pick one
거였네.
item out of one bag. Feel free.
가져가래.
Awesome, that's a
아,
legacy one as
플레이였나
well.
보다.
Well done, awesome. All right, we've got one more.
참여자였나 봐요.
Oh, you're right up the
직원이
front here,
아니고.
let's go.
Where am I taking him?
Now the good
뭐야,
thing is
넌
if you
누구야?
dive very quickly, someone else gets shot. Nice to meet you. Octavian will get your situation there. This is the last
두
one.
번째
Won't be a
타자,
Q&A.
넌
Sorry
누구냐?
for whoever was back there ready to do the questions. We'll just do this instead. I think it's more entertaining.
What boss am I taking?
Captain Heartland,
누구십니까?
please.
Heartland.
One we didn't show earlier, so you're going in blind a bit here
가보래요.
unless
Yeah, good
you happen to get there during play demos out on the floor. Now, one interesting thing about this one is that this boss has a quest where you will find a person trapped in a... there's a little bit of spoiler here, I'm so sorry, but it is again on the play demo. You will find a Freya Heartland trapped in a
모르겠다.
Karui prison. And Freya
아파하신
Heartland is
분들
like wanting you to
엄청
rescue her,
힘들겠는데.
and she sends you off to kill her son, Captain Heartland. And
This is blind.
corrupted.
He was just asking if we'd shown this one yet.
Is it live?
Blind. This is
Oh, blind? Yeah, of course.
He's just off screen to the left there.
It's to your left, and
Yeah,
it's kind of top
많이
left
보냈네.
corner of the screen to get to the
스트리머하는
boss.
친구인데.
Go for it. This boss, once you do the quest, he actually drops a quest item. You take it back to town. You come back to the start of the area.
솔직히
and
한국
you talk to
분들은
Freya
피해를 잘
Heartland,
몰라서
and
근데
you find that you
외국에서
will
많이
set
해요.
free a
진짜 고인물도 너무 많고.
the Delirium NPC. Is that the right one? The strange voice, and that actually unlocks Delirium League. From doing that, so we have quests throughout the campaign that unlock the
총도
league
쏘네.
mechanic from then spawning in the game.
오, 낙과 총을 쏘는 친구네.
Now this boss has an interesting mechanic where he kind of does a wheel of
때려쳐,
fortune
이
kind of style.
자식아.
I don't know if that's the
언니
right
되게
thing, but
무섭다.
anyway, spins the wheel and it lands on a specific mechanic. And then it flashes a particular color. So in this case it was kind of teal, which means he will use that skill until he spins it again and changes the thing. So that one went to a different color, which I
되게
think
아픈가 봐.
is he will summon a giant anchor from the sky. I can't remember the color correlations. Oh no, same color. I'm blind apparently. And so we've got red here, which causes this
버프요?
giant cannon barrage.
언제
to appear.
출시하냐고요?
And then
요거
we have-
클로즈 베타가 24년
It's back to
6월
one from before.
7일이요.
But he has a number of mechanics
정식
and the fight
출시일은
changes based
모르고.
on which one of those it randomly yields.
버프요?
So the purple one here, which I
있겠죠?
believe summons
있을 텐데
minions.
모르겠어요.
Yeah, he didn't summon very many that time, but. And he will. He's
그러니까
got 4
궁중제가
of
걸
these,
순
but
있는데
otherwise he's just got a bunch
이
of
오케리그
themed
그게
skills.
없는
You've
것
got the
같아.
wave that slows and degens you, pushes you. You've got a couple of
오,
slams.
쌌어. 데미지를 크게 할 거면 기다리는 그 저 큰
One of the
스킬을
4
써야
mechanics.
되는데
He's got the
기다리는
cannon
동안
fire.
죽으니까 뭐 기믹 잘 보고 있다가 저걸 써야 될 것 같아요. 긴 타이밍에 저거 할 때 멈춰서
Let this
써야
play
될 것
out.
같아요.
Doing pretty good.
All hands on deck is apparently 2 hands on deck. Oh, there we go. That's more sense.
Just for the team back
잘하지.
there, if I run over the time too much, because we've
직원들이
only got
놀래고
38
있어.
seconds left. come and just tell me off. We're good. We're good.
되게 아프다 저거 미사일도. 미사일은 진짜 아프다. 잘했다 그래도.
Alrighty, well there's no time for Q&A and we're perfectly hitting the end of the time. Anything else to talk about here?
야 밀리장인 없냐?
Any quickly, I didn't even get into any monsters, which is unfortunate, but that means there's more talks. Well done. Grab some merch. You don't have to succeed to do it, mate. The entertainment value gets you your prize. Anything. Feel free to look for more. Awesome. Well done. Applause. Come on. Good effort. All right, that's about it, and hope you enjoyed it. It was very unscripted. I've got all kinds of notes here I never ended up reading, but it's fine. Go play the demos. Hope you have a good time. Thank you very much for attending. Have a great time in New Zealand. What else is there to say in these? That's probably about it. Thanks, Octavian, for playing and demonstrating them.
Yeah.
Thanks, everyone. Thank you very much.
이건 재밌었다. 보스킬 보는 거라. 되게 메케닉 저거 기믹이 너무 재밌는 것 같아요. 아이템 디자인과 메케닉 이거 보면 바로 생방 시작하겠다. 릴리 나옴 6시 반에 얘가 저거 진행하고 코라 그림로랑 베나 그리고 릴리 나오고 그리고 회의 개발자 미팅하고 Q&A 갖고 아이템 디자인 재밌네요. 그냥 보는데 10분간 휴식 6장의 새로운 이야기로 구성된 하나의 캠페인과 100여 개의 다양한 환경 600여 마리의 몬스터와 100여 마리의 보스를 만나볼 수 있습니다. 12개! 힘민지 두 능력 어떻게 조합하는지에 따라 12개 직업 시작 지점에서는 직업별로 엄청 좋아하는 것 같아요. 안녕. 이건 잼은 어제 본 거고. 이거 어제 본 거. 세븐을 안 봤어. 아 싫어. 지면부세 왜 자꾸 나한테 지면부세다 맨날 했거든요. 자꾸 왜 지프틴을 강요하죠? 지면부세 왜 싫어. 자동이라고요. 뭔 자동 싫어. 강 나왔어. 아니야. 자동 함성? 아니야. 그치 마. 성역을 할 수가 없어. 성역을 안 돼. 성역해야 돼요. 다 쳐맞잖아. 아니야. 그렇지 않아. 일단 화장실 좀 잠깐 갔다 올게요. 쉽진 않으냐고요? 아이 그 스타터 선상에 있긴 하지만 이제 잘 고르겠다, 신중하게 선택하겠다라는 게 거죠. 신중하자는 거지. 우리 신중이라는 단어가 있잖아요. 신중. 실버 코인 나왔고 이거 해가지고 만드는 거. 팀 잘 자라. 이건 해봐야 될 것 같고. 책을 갖다 주고 그냥 성역은 만들어가지고 지도 판매해도 돈 될 것 같은데, 내가 굳이 안 해도. 내가 성역을 잘 못하니까 대충 만들어서 팔아도 돈 될 것 같은데. 물론 거기 나오는 커런시를 선생님들이 많이 먹으면 내가 배가 좀 아프겠지만 비싸게 팔면 되지, 지도를. 안 그래? 할 게 너무 많은데 마음대로 해. 헤랏! 3번 남았네? 쉬프트님 지면무새가 왜 각이야? 치프틴 상향을 한번 보자. 스텔의 치프틴이요? 있을걸요? 테스트 해보라고? 설마 없을라고 내가? 실험이요? 네네네. 실험이 언제 좀 하냐? 아. 가시 깔면 함성으로 터질걸요? 터지던가? 그때 테스트 해봤을 때. 이거 저거 지금 적을 건데. 일단 캐릭터 있고, 이거는 나중에 한번 해볼게요. 저거 끝나고. 타워가 깔려있네. 잠깐만, 이거 나 토템 빌드거든요? 이게 탐험 때 했던 거라. 근데 지금 하면은 변경 전인데 취급 안 되지 않을까요? 이게 지금 제가 스프링클러 써가지고 했던 빌드라. 아이씨, 자꾸 키가 타워가 깔려있나? 이건데 상관없어요.
Take it away. Hey everyone, I'm Dane. I'm a 3D art person and grinding
좀 이따가 해볼게요.
I do a little bit more than
좀
that.
이따가 해볼게요.
I got my
있긴
fingers
있어.
in a few different pies. I kind of know a
이건
bit
토템
about
쪽이야.
rigging and animation and come from a graphic design background, so
이거 내가 참업 때 했던
I'm a
거라서
bit particular
잠깐
about the
껐다가
2D part of the
보고
item art,
재미없으면
despite
해볼게요.
being a 3D guy. So I'm going to get into the art aspect of PoE 2's items, and I'm going to pass it over to Hrishi afterwards to talk about the wonderful numbers stuff you guys love so much. All right, so
아이템.
art in our game is, for items, is in two different sort of fields of what we refer to as the 3D art, which is what you see in the character, obviously, and the 2D art, which is, I think, is actually the most important part. And I say this as a guy that spends a lot of time modeling this stuff. The 2D art is the part that you're picturing in your head. It's the part that is just, it's the icon. It's iconic, you know. All the way back to the 90s, like when I was a kid playing Diablo 1, you didn't see it on your character. The inventory was where you saw it, so it was the most important thing. So you'd look at this little icon of like Griswold's Edge or the Butcher's Cleaver, and you'd be like, oh, that's so cool. Oh, does fire damage. Wow. But for PoE 1, obviously you see your 2D art on your 3D model, but even to this day, there's still some uniques that don't have any 3D art, which is a bit of a fail. That's not going to happen anymore. PoE 2, the 2D art always comes from the 3D art because we render it out at high quality. In the past, the 2D art was a bit of a mishmash of all sorts of stuff. This is random stuff that I've grabbed from the icons folder. Some of it looks like a 3D model, it's like A-posed. Some of it's like a photo, just a straight up photo. Some of it's like super cartoony, like this guy down here. It ends up with a very inconsistent kind of front end to the game. Like, you guys are used to it. You play the game so many years and items get added over time that it doesn't really matter. But it was always a bit of a problem to me that things look inconsistent. It's because different artists have different approaches to how they just paint and render and do things, and sometimes they'll be like, we need a unique yesterday. So someone will just get a photo of a shield, I guess. And so PoE 2, these aren't the same items as the previous screen, so don't freak out that Calm's heart now looks like that, because that's not it. This is just an example of similar size stuff. Basically, every single item, whether even if it's a small thing, gets through the full treatment. I was modeling little gum nuts for that little potion bottle right there, just to render it. The flasks are all redone in 3D. Everything's redone in 3D. And the goal is that you get a consistent image on all the items. So everything in your inventory, everything in your stash, it's going to look clean and like it came from the same place, because the rendering is like the great equalizer. It doesn't paint a certain way on this side or whatever. So everything's going to be clean. So this is an example of some shields. Top is dex.
좀 보이는
strength
것도
dex. And we
신경을
call those
썼나?
obviously bucklers. And these ones we're calling a taj, or I just call them
분양이
shield,
어떻게
because they're
되든
kind of like
상관도
the
없고
standard.
그냥 성능만 보고
just a
막
shield.
썼었는데.
These things always highlighted a problem with me in the game, because I'm a visual person, and I'd glance at stuff and I'd go, what is that? It's round and it's a shield, and I'd be like, I'd have to like think a bit. For people that play the game all the time, you get that vocabulary, you know what it is, you've played it a million times, you've seen all these items, but I think for a brand new game, it's even more important to really get things nice and clear. So what I'm doing with all the main primary stat shields is they all point that way, and the split ones go that way. For stuff like this where they're all round, I think it's really important because, again, as soon as it drops the name, it's always going to be something buckler or a taj, and you'll just know, okay, that's a thing, that's dex. And it's sitting in your inventory. You don't even have to like, you just glance at it and you'll just know. Same thing with like axes is a good example because axes to me always look like they can be two-handed or one-handed, and they're kind of frustrating to look at.
도끼 모양은 틀려.
Again, I've chosen to make the one-handed go this way, two-handed that way. It's like a small thing.
와, 도끼 날 모양 위치도
get
틀리네.
rolled back later. They might all end up facing the
그럼
same way.
왼손잡이, 오른손잡이
I
다
personally
틀린
like
건가?
it. Just a few base types from the axe.
저건 양손일 건데.
This isn't by means all of them.
날
This is
방향이
just some of
틀린
them.
이유 일부러 그런 게 아닐 것 같은데.
Like I said, even the small stuff gets the same treatment.
와,
So we got some amulets.
아뮬이네.
These
목걸이.
three, I'll let you figure out what they might do.
우와,
But
되게
yeah, they
예쁘다.
go through the same treatment. We have a lot of control because
보이지
they're 3D
않잖아.
rendered. We can
근데 이것도
try
보이게
and,
해주나?
just play around with what they are, and it's very hard to
예쁘다.
get an artist
어,
to say,
디자인
"Oh, I
되게
think I
예쁘게
want the
해놨다.
sword
특이한 거다 얘는.
this way," and painted like that. And they go, "Well, I just have to repaint the whole thing then, I guess," which they don't. Currency orbs, same thing. And
뭐야,
these
이거?
were a fun one because we got to redesign what
커런시인데?
we thought of them as.
와, 커런시 있네.
Previous, head honcho
우와.
Eric, who's now retired.
커런시 있네.
This
그
was
말은
his
그러면
little
액티밀 때만
baby.
쓰는
He's
건가?
actually printed
얘 쟤
massive
뭐야?
scale cast bronze of these things.
카움이야?
He's got a
Okay.
huge exalted orb that's like this big. But yeah, it was mostly just to get them to be more
있네.
cohesive. So they've got
캔스도
that
있고.
same kind of that Roman kind of bust head
재료가
thing going on
있구만.
with a lot of them.
어부. 저건
Yeah,
언제
and
쓰는
so
거야?
they all get the same treatment, even if they're a little
다,
guy.
다 리터칭해. 다시
Some
리뉴얼했네.
armors. So these are
갑옷
the
봐.
base types. First 6 for the different
예쁘다.
character branches. So I don't know if you're able to tell,
이쁘다.
but there is a gradient
예쁘게
that
잘
occurs here.
만들었다.
So it goes from dex, dex int,
그러니까
int
위아래
strength,
상하이
strength
있으니까
oh,
막
sorry, strength, and then strength dex.
형상은 생각도 안 하고 맨날 이상하게 입혀놓고
Strength dex, it's a
다니고
little lighter
형상은
than
스킨으로
kinda-
뒤집어 씌워서 다녔잖아요. 근데
That's a personal
베이스
thing as well, just
자체도
trying to get things
디자인 다
to be
했다는
very
것 같은데
clearly
너무
gradiented
이쁜데?
across the items so that it feels like you can just glance at stuff and just know what it is.
이쁘게
And this comes
잘했다.
into the naming of things, which is also, you know, as a visual person, it's another thing.
덱스는
It
저렇게
actually had an
인트
impact on the art in a cool way as
힘.
well. So every single dex base type armor will be something
인트
vest
스티
or something coat.
인터 ST
Same with all these.
힘
They're all going to
지능
be
힘
called that. And you might go, oh, that's
힘민.
kind of limiting. But
디자인이
that
조금
limitation
다르네.
actually kind of breeds really interesting creativity to actually accentuate them
특징은
more.
조금씩
And
나
like I said, you get
구분을
a cool
시켜봐.
gradient that happens as you go through the stats and it loops back around.
이쁘다. 덱스
Yeah, so
인트 저 자켓
everything's
이쁘다.
strength will
요거
just
요거
look
이쁘다.
massive. Like,
요것도 이쁘다.
what's the unique, the bronze one with the massive
이쁘다. 뭔가 입히는 재미가 나겠다.
brass
dome.
Brass dome.
필투는.
There's a base type that just is that big. You know what I mean? Like, same thing with all the
신발도 다
items.
틀리네.
A pet peeve is when you're working on all these things.
디자인 보실래요?
So many
DB
things get
보면은
called
디자인 다
boots,
볼 수 있는데
helmet, gauntlets, and after a while, it just from the
거지
art
같아.
managing side,
말은
I got
못하겠고.
really annoyed. I was just like, what is this again? And so it was like affecting the management part as well as me
스킨이
just
팔렸던
reading
이유가
stuff in the game as well. So
원
they're
베이스가
all going to
안
be
이뻐가지고
basically partitioned
가리라고.
in a way, naming-wise, that
이쁘다.
affects the art a
신발도
little bit.
이쁜데요.
It's not as strict as you would think. Like
장갑도
say, if I
바꿨고.
go, I'll let you look at that for a little bit.
헬로 감사합니다.
Like say the gauntlets, right?
예쁘지 않아요?
They've got like these ones here have got a bit of a leather
이거
bracer
이쁘다.
aspect that kind of starts
얘랑
transitioning over
예쁘다.
to what the Dex ones do, which will be only focused more on this area, and they kind of spread out, and so there's more, just more identity between them. Here's a good example actually versus Pee-wee 1 because I think the Dex Int gloves are called the mittens, right?
Yep.
And that always bothered me because
Pee-wee 2도
a mitten style like
스탯에
gauntlet is
맞게
actually a thing.
템
It's a
끼는
very
게
strong, strengthy, bulky looking thing. So all the
그대로
strength
유지될 것
gauntlets are now
같아요. 표이
called mitts.
원처럼.
All the strength ones are the ones that are called
내가
gauntlets.
회피
So every strength
쪽으로
point
좀
will have
몰고
this like
싶다면
real chunky vibe
해피템
that
도배해야 되고
just separates itself. You're not going to like
에너지
feel like
해피
it looks
빌드하고
like
싶다면
it
그거
could blend
관련된
across
템으로
three
도배해야
different
돼.
classes.
그건
So I think we just
비슷할
get
것
more
같은데?
variety of just gear this
구분을
way.
저렇게 해놨으니까
I think helmets is the best example of the gradient I keep talking about, where
되게
decks
특이하게
is where I've
생겼다.
got hoods, but you'll notice that decks
이거는
there's a
원소주스
hood,
한번 씌워보고
strength decks
인터넷
there's a hood.
기능 빌드
But the defining feature of that is that it's a helmet. The defining feature of that one is that there's a little COVID mask in there. Yeah. So I've talked about base types for a bit.
뭐야?
So now I'm going to go over the difference between base types and uniques in PoE2 from an art perspective. It's something most people, I guess, don't think about, but we're trying to treat the base type items with very clear, distinct lighting, but it still is stylistic. It's not just this flat, like I just threw it in the renderer and hit render kind of thing. Like we have place lights and we've tried to make it look as cool as it can. It's very clear and subtle. There's a bit of warm lighting, a little bit of cool. That's about it. And the uniques don't really have any rules. We just sort of make them look as bold and colorful and interesting as possible. And the other thing is, every base type in PoE2 will have a unique associated with it at launch. Every single one of them. And every single base type has unique art in and of itself. There's no base type that repeats. You will not get a shield later that has the same name, has a different name and same art. Every single act has entirely unique art all the way through the game. So, to me, the unique, having a bit of a bond with the base type that it comes from is kind of important, because otherwise it kind of ruins the item identity of both. If you had like a unique sword that was like a scimitar-looking curvy thing, but the base type was just a straight blade, it's kind of like, shouldn't that be with the base type that has a curvy blade? It's like kind of common sense to me. So, the shield in the middle is a pretty good example. They're very similar structurally, but very different in terms of what actually happens. This one being super Celtic and really ancient bronze looking, and we'll do something very cool with the numbers, I imagine. This little shield I like a lot. This little buckler with a spooky man trapped in there. This is an example of the lighting of these things. So this is actually unique armor that they don't know about.
와, 디테일이 진짜 장난 아니다.
That's lit how we would do a base type. And then here I remove it all and I try to give it some more character.
광선별로
Make it look a little bit more moody and a little bit more special. And we do this for all the items. We hand place and we pose the meshes and we try and get a really iconic little look to it. So that's the difference between those two things. And here I might get Trishi to sort of pitch me back in, because this is going over the act-specific rundown of gear. So in each act, you will find a gear specifically for that act. So all the base types will look like they're very Marraketh in Act 2. And as soon as you get to Act 3, they're going to look very vile. And you purchase them just from the vendors?
Yeah, so the vendors of each act only sell gear that comes from that particular act. They don't sell, like, you don't go to Act 2 and you can't buy Act 1 gear.
And you just get more distinct looks. I personally really wanted that gigantic stone Aztec shield, and people were worried it was too big, and I said it might not be big enough
나쁘지 않은데
for me.
왜? 성능은 몰라서
this thick.
야 근데 가운데 칼도 종류가 많다.
Sort of getting into the art focus of items in terms of some tropes that happen with fantasy art in games quite a lot that kind of bug me. All that stuff is obviously AI crap. But I mean, you know, it looks cool.
컴퓨터 얘기하는 4090
I would be like, hell yeah, it's got spikes all over it. But after a while, you've seen these. They're in everything. There's so many games that have that, and just loads of it, and you can infinitely produce. I mean, AI just did 4 of them like in half a second. Whereas this stuff is from our world, and it goes back centuries, and there's just a rich history and culture behind all this art making and weaponsmithing from like
날도 다르지만
just different
손잡이도 다
metal making
예쁘게.
practices in all these different countries, India and like old cultures like the Scythians and the Mongols, and how it all blends in. And I think artists need to do more to really learn from the past to make more interesting looking stuff.
저런 거 신경 안 쓰고 봤었는데.
This is what I want PoE2's items to feel more like these really
실제
rich, dense things that have all this history behind them.
만들어서 저거를 했나
We do a lot of
보네.
investigation on the environment side with stuff. Like early on, there was talks of like how the Marraketh would write musical notation and how that would affect the sculptures on the walls and like the environment art, and then
준비를 많이 했네
trying to get that
진짜.
into like the item designs and stuff as well. So a lot of thought goes on there to like get things to have a real rich sense of culture, because for a game that's all about items, you don't want everything to just look like a jagged spiky sword every single time, or like just cool flaming blade of blah. You just want, like, there's a place for them, but having just like a spoon, it's just a weird spoon, and that's the unique, is kind of cool to me. There will be a spoon.
뭐야?
What is it going to do?
You figure that.
아 이거 자기네 디자인한 거 이제
this is
소개하고
the
있는데요.
part
저도
I
잘
really
모르지만
like, is that I personally make a lot
그냥
of
논조는
weapons
계속
and items
디자인
and
다
stuff. But
다르게
the cool thing is I make
해가지고
all these unique
만들었다고
items.
얘기하는
This
것
is a
같아요.
drop, by the way. This is nothing. They, if I could have a screen that went all around the whole building, it still wouldn't get them all. They'd keep going. There's many. Anyway, they don't know about them most of the time. I'm just making them, and then I sort of give it to them. And to me, it's kind of like they've actually found a unique, and they don't know what it does. Like it's actually unidentified, and they have to be their own little Deckard Cain and be like, "What the hell does this do?" Which is really exciting.
특이한
to
칼
me.
모양을 찾으러
I don't
다녔다고
know,
하네요.
this little weird wand up the top that is basically a hand holding a bell.
근데 이거 많이
I
봤잖아.
just wanted
우리.
a hand. You hold a hand that holds bell. And so I just think, well, there's cool stuff there. Does it like reverberate your spells? Does it bounce things back? I don't know. It does stuff. It'll be cool. I promise. But
이건 특이하다 진짜.
I have bad hearing. I didn't hear that. Anyway, that was just a little tease of stuff. I just wanted to just show you that the items for PoE2 are going to be very rich, and every unique is going to have a lot of interest and just flair and
그러니까
just feel like it came from somewhere. It wasn't just like
전설
always
이게
just,
전설이라고 해야
it
되나?
looks cool.
고유
Some of them
아이템.
are
그거
just
떨어지는 게
terrible,
조금
but a lot of them are
특별해진다고
gonna be really well
생각해서
thought out.
디자인을 조금 더
From the
신경
outside,
쓰고
I
있다라고
don't know
하는 것
about the
같아요.
numbers. So this is where I pass over to this
이것도
guy.
검토해서 하고 있고.
And thank you.
일반 아이템도 PoE 아이템이에요. PoE 아이템 2.
Let's talk about item mechanics then.
템 퀄리티가
my name is
엄청,
Rishi.
그러니까 외형
I'm a game
퀄리티가 높은 것
designer
같아요.
at Grinding Gear Games.
그래서 아까
I mostly
채팅창에
work on item
4090
stuff. I've been
컴퓨터
working
사야
on them for a
되냐고.
really long time, although of course I do other stuff as well. So it is no secret that we think items are very important to this game. Like we just spent all this time talking about just what they look like, and there's so much more to them, right? Like we want items to feel real. They're more than just a collection of stats. And
그래서
now that
아이템 아까 디자인
PoE2
만들
is a
때도
game in
실제로 한번
itself, we have a
만들어봤다고.
chance to look at items all the way at its very fundamentals and try to make some changes that we couldn't make in an existing game because of the worry of how you would port existing items over to a new system. So I'd like to go over some of these fundamental changes with you. So this is the first problem that we really wanted to tackle. In Path of Exile 1,
무기.
different weapon classes don't necessarily feel that different from each other. Like just take an axe and take a sword. There are some light stat differences. Some of them have faster swing speeds or faster
될려나
damage
모르겠어요.
per hit. But how much does that difference actually matter? So for this reason, we added implicits to all the weapons. So every sword has an accuracy-related implicit in most cases,
저도요.
Axes don't have implicits, maces have stun-related implicits, and so on. And it helps, it gives them a bit of identity, but it doesn't really make them feel that different, right? Like you're still just swinging a bunch of stats. The other problem too is that most skills you can use with kind of any weapon. So what you really care about is, at the end of the day, which is the weapon that's going to do the most damage, and I'm going to use that weapon. So I want to talk about the attribute, like attribute alignments in this game. And we consider this very important as a way of aligning certain attributes with different mechanics in the game. There are some new weapons in there. I'll let you look to see what they are. But effectively what we do is we associate different weapons with different attributes, and that sort of gives us a like some guidance on what their stats will be. For example, armor-related stats are usually aligned to strength in our game. Evasion is aligned to dexterity, energy shield is aligned to intelligence. And damage is no different, right? Strength-aligned weapons generally have higher damage per individual hit. Dex-aligned weapons are usually faster when it comes to their swing speeds, and int-aligned weapons are usually really good at dealing critical strikes. So, using this as a baseline, it's kind of clear that a mace is going to have higher damage per individual hit, whereas a claw is going to be faster, and a dagger is going to have more crit, and so on. So, we have tried to emphasize these differences really heavily in Path of Exile 2. So I just have, a random dagger from the dagger base types picked up and a random axe, and you can see the difference in critical strike chances is much higher than what you might be used to. So a dagger is going to start with 15%, and then you have mods that improve it over and above that. So when you're using a dagger, you're really going to feel like you're critting a lot. Whereas an axe, you can see the base damage of the weapon is going to be, like per hit is going to be quite a bit higher. But all this too, this is going to change how you view weapons, but it's still not entirely enough as well. Because ultimately, the difference between a mace and an axe, for example, is the sort of attacks you can do with it. So we have, so in Path of Exile 2, most attacks are going to be usable with a single weapon. So this immediately makes designing new attacks a lot more interesting, because you're not thinking, what's a cool attack? You're thinking, what is a cool thing that an axe in particular can do?
크리냐, 물댐이냐, 원댐이냐.
So axes, as you can see from the chart, they will be slightly faster than maces. They do slightly less damage per individual hit than a mace, but they're still primarily strength aligned, so they're going to do a lot of damage per hit. But on top of this, what defines an axe thematically are themes such as culling and executes. And in Path of Exile 2, you can throw them. So that leads to really interesting skill design, because you can throw them, wait for them to return. It's almost like a boomerang. Daggers. So daggers are sort of 50% in the int section, 50% in the dex section. So they're both high crit and high and have decent swing speed, but obviously per hit their damage will be lower. Thematically, what do you think of when you think of a dagger? They're mostly all about fast attacks, trying to find the weak spot of enemies, which sort of perfectly matches what they are in this chart. And they're also thematically linked to poison, which will really come out in the skill design for daggers. So when you have this identity of item class sorted in this way, you don't need to have an implicit that is on every single weapon of that type. So we've removed them. All swords do not have an accuracy implicit. All daggers don't have a crit implicit, and whatever. So now that the implicit slot is empty, we can make interesting implicits that sort of make certain bases throughout the game feel very different to each other. Because it's not super interesting if you're just going up a ladder of slightly stronger and stronger bases. We want to throw something in there to make the upgrades not feel too monotonous. So we've added some wacky implicits, and I'd like to show you some of them. So this is an axe. You'll find it at a certain level. And you might notice that this deals no physical damage whatsoever. Its base damage is just pure fire.
파이어네.
this is going to give you
베이스가
some interesting
파이어네.
considerations when you find it. Like how are you going to build
원래
for it, especially
물리였잖아.
if the axe before and the axe after is mostly physical.
양손도끼는
So it's
물리거든요.
not just that it's a damage upgrade from the previous
네,
axe.
밑에 특성이 붙으면서
these other interesting
원댐이
considerations
붙었는데
to think
아싸리
about
그걸
as you go through.
빼버리고 원댐으로 붙는 템으로
Here's another
만드는
one.
건가 본데요?
Yeah. So this is a mace
아,
that
원래는-
destroys enemies that you kill with critical strikes.
아,
Now,
메이스가 저
it sounds pretty
물리램으로
useful, right?
바뀌고
That because who doesn't want corpse removal on their weapon? But note that this is a mace. Maces are not necessarily that good at dealing critical strikes. They
그렇네.
it could be
크리
useful,
터져서
but how do you make
적을
it
죽이는
useful?
거네.
It's not interlined, so it's going to have low crit. There will be mods that can increase its
크리
crit, but
저거
still, the way
없었는데.
you build for it is supposed to
메이스에?
really make you
메이스가
think.
뭐였지?
It's not that it's necessarily immediately useful. It's cool to have these sort of thematic things throughout the game,
메이스.
and it's just a puzzle piece that is there,
아저씨
so that
같이
sometime in the
보듯이
future, someone might find something
아이템.
that they can do with this that
지팡이잖아.
only this would allow you to do. If some of you have played the demo
전쟁
and
지팡이로
have
봐야
played
되나?
the warrior class, you might have
그렇게
noticed that they
하는데?
have a mechanic that breaks enemy armor. It's primarily a mace mechanic, but there is a dagger that does it here. Like the mace skills are normally the ones that interact with this in a number of ways, but I mean, a dagger does it. Breaking armor is obviously useful, and that makes this very special and build defining. But how are you going to best make use of something like
전쟁
this?
지팡이로
Well,
봐야겠다.
that's an exercise left to the user. I'm sure there'll be a million different broken things that'll come out of all of
공격패
this.
막아낼 확률인데 이렇게 바꿔버렸구나
So,
아싸리.
I've spent a bunch of time talking
정리하면서.
about attack weapons, so let me briefly touch on caster weapons.
카스터
So in PoE 1 they
캐스터.
were quite strange, right?
아까는 어택류
staff,
무기고 이번엔
and they had
캐스터 쪽.
attack mod, and they had attack attributes, and they could roll attack mods. But you're a mage, you don't want to hit people with the staff. You want to cast your spells.
네, 그런 게
and as
있나
a
봐요.
result, their mod
뭐가
pools are a
있나
lot
봐.
worse because you have both attack
그래서
mods
잘 안
and
죽었었나?
spellcaster mods
아까
rolling.
계속
Like,
시험
of course, they
봤을
did improve your
때는
spellcaster mods, but because there were all these mods rolling on the same item, it was really hard to get a good one.
특성에 맞게
We
무기를
tried a bunch of band-aid
해줘야
fixes over the years.
죽일
Like,
수 있는 것
I'm sure you're
같은데요.
well aware of us introducing rune daggers and splitting staves into regular staves and war staves, but they didn't really fix the underlying issue. So we feel it's better to break out these concepts entirely.
네,
So in PoE 2,
좋습니다.
wands and staves will have no attack
좋습니다.
stats whatsoever. They just come with a skill that costs no mana.
스태프 지팡인데
These spells can be a number of
여기에
things from just
스킬이 하나 들어가
a
있어.
straight up damage spell like this one, which is the
Fireball.
first staff you get
스킬이요.
as you wash up on the beach, or a number of other things that can be used alongside your other skills. The later ones obviously tend to have a few more interesting considerations. Like this one obviously will be very familiar with anyone who's
이거는
played PoE,
크리스탈
where
스태프인데
this lets you triple cast your next skill,
올리시
which is
자꾸
obviously
얘기
really
나오네.
good for skills with really long cast times. Here's an example of
뿅! 이거 너무 신기하던데.
pretty fun, right? So you might be wondering, what about people that want to hit people with staves?
커터 스텝.
So we have split out the melee portion of stave
물댐
into
주는
its own
지팡이.
weapon class called a quarterstaff, and it's sort of thematically
범위가
linked to the
늘어나네?
monk. But again, this is part
범위가
of Excel.
16%
Anyone can
늘어나는데요?
use any weapon and do anything. All the mods
그러면은
here are obviously attack-related
아이스
mods,
노바하면
and
범위가
here is a
엄청
particularly interesting one,
넘어가.
which
아,
has a
물리잖아.
longer range than every other quarterstaff, and you can actually see its art looking longer than the others in game if you compare two quarterstaffs together.
지금 저거 캐스터 쪽이다가
So, we've talked about the two,
신기하네, 저거.
I would say, core archetypes that we sort of support in Path of Exile 1 with
트랩 쪽.
attackers and spellcasters.
이게
But
무기별로 다
trappers
특성을
and
준 것
miners,
같은데
of course,
진짜
are
덫인데.
another archetype that sort of got left in the dust a little bit in Path of Exile 1. Like they were fully supported with a bunch of skills and
덫 쪽은
everything.
원래 대거
But
쓰지
they didn't really
않았었나?
have gear that was specifically designed for them.
대거
They sort of
대거로
used,
템
caster
구성하지
weapons
않았었어?
because it increased the damage of their
거의
skills.
다 대거였는데
But it's
대거
really
아니면은
thematically weird because
저거
they're not a
저걸
mage.
냈잖아.
They're supposed to be mechanically aligned and that sort of thing. So we
자꾸
wanted to
디비 보게
add
하고 있어.
an item type that can be used specifically with trappers. So
룬단
the first major
룬단검도
change
썼나?
is traps are no
룬단검
longer
아니면
spells. Traps are just trap
클로로
damage,
했었잖아.
and they will be
클로.
ways to improve
덫은
specifically trap
클로로
damage that are
만들었어.
not related to spells.
바뀌었어?
So,
클로 아니야?
this is an example of the new base type that you can use in your main
아예
hand.
트랩으로
It takes both your hands,
나와버렸네.
and you can see that the throw time of the trap is listed on
진짜
the
트랩으로
item
던지는 거야?
itself. And yes,
앞으로의
you can modify it
close
further
time
with
나오네.
mods on the item. The other thing
그럼
you might
갖고 있는
notice
거야, 이
is
덫을
that
이제는?
it has a detonation type.
오,
That is
그런가
because
봐요.
we have
되게
sort
신기하다
of
이거.
combined the concept of trappers and miners into one thing. Mines are also trap skills, but with a
아닌가?
different detonation type. So
프로미티?
you can take any trap skill,
프로미티,
swap your weapon that you're using,
프로시미티,
and it's now a mine.
프로시미티.
It's not that you have to specifically
뭐야,
find a mine skill to use, to actually have that playstyle.
던지는
And the other interesting thing
템
is,
같은데?
with the new weapon swapping system, you can have a trap in your alternate weapon set,
그냥
so you
던지는
can
것
still
같아요.
use other skills, but
보존
still trap
아니고.
occasionally if you really want to as well.
투척인가?
Yeah, I do have an example of a mine as well.
예,
So this one,
투척,
as you can see,
투척
will
아이템
have the
같아요.
detonation type, which is manual, which requires you to detonate them afterwards. And yes, just like other weapons, there will be
투척
implicits on some of these throughout the progression. So you'll have these interesting considerations on trappers as well. So the other archetype that
되게 신기하네.
never had a specific item
그러니까.
class dedicated to it was minion builds
세트.
and general
세트인데
support type characters. Like
이거는
we've tried a bunch
저쪽.
of band-aid fixes over the years. Like you know about the
원소수사들이 쓸
convoking
수
wand,
있는
and we've added
거
bone
아닌가?
rings, and we've done a few of those things. But they
정신력
don't
때문에?
really fix the root of the problem. They do help, but what you really want is a set of items that you can find throughout the game that is specifically for this particular class. And we, as you know,
모르겠어요.
we've added spirit as a concept, which is for our skills that were previously reserving your mana, but it also
새로
is
사야
about
된다고요?
but permanent minions also use your spirit.
템플러
So if you
쪽이에요?
want more zombies, there's no such thing as just getting plus
아니요,
zombies.
이게
It's just increasing
동시
your spirit
호환해
gives you
준다고
more zombies.
했었어요.
You can use
원하고 투하고.
as much of your spirit as you
창고는
like,
안
as
사도
many
될
zombies as
건데.
you like.
네.
It is completely dependent on how much spirit you have. So we obviously wanted a base type to support this, and scepters are thematically perfect for this
모르겠어요.
kind of
나와봐야
thing
알
because
것
they were
같아요.
also
창고는
kind of
공유라고 했어요.
half attack, half spellcaster.
퓨일
type
뭐
of
먹고
thing.
사냐고요?
So
팩
I have some
사줘야지.
examples of
페르 패스
scepters here.
사줘.
As you can see, the mods almost always grant aura-like effects, or they improve
선생님도
the
막
spirit
뭐
of the item
먹여주고
itself.
싶죠, 퓨일.
So it's almost like you get to build your own aura and hold it in either your main hand or your offhand. You get to have that flexibility where
예, 아니,
if
그
you're not
얘기는
planning on
아닐
doing much
거예요,
attacking
아마.
or spellcasting
퓨일 뭐
yourself,
좀
then
돈 좀
hold it in your
보태주고
main hand,
싶은데
have
안
a shield, and
되니까.
you're pretty defensive, and you get to buff your allies or your minions, or your allies and your minions, I should say. But if you want to, let's say, do some attacking as well, then you can just hold it in
300
your
정도
offhand if you
찔렀어요.
like. And then you can still have a weapon in your main hand, you can do some damage, for something like a build that would be similar to Dominating Blow, you can still have a weapon, and you can still buff your minions in your offhand. You can also put it in your alternate
정신력과.
weapon set if you want to just buff your allies once in a while and not all the time. But just
접은
be
지
careful
2년
not to use
됐어요.
the extra spirit that
슬슬
you gain
복귀
to use your minions, because
준비하셔야겠네요.
when you swap out, your
재활하셔야죠.
minions will go away.
바로 투하려면 너무 어려울 것 같은데요.
So we've talked a bit about skills
Gem.
before. So as you might have seen in the keynote, we had a big problem with how
2년이면은
skill gems dropped in Path of Exile 1.
강탈 전에
Because
접으신
the
거예요?
more skill
강탈
gems we add, the less chance you
전에?
have of finding the one that you particularly want. And because
분단?
to solve this
분단하고
problem, we added gem
분단인가
vendors in
뭐
Path of Exile
하고
1, so you can
쉬신
get
것
one at any
같은데요?
time that you like. But that isn't also the correct solution, because what that means is it's just trivial to get any gem at any time. And at that point, why are they even itemized? Like, you should just have access to your skills, right? So in Path of Exile 2, we wanted to both have the fun moment where you find a gem of like a higher tier, but also we wanted to not prevent you from just using a skill that you want to use at that particular time. So we've added uncut gems. So regular skill gems no longer drop, and you just find uncut gems of a certain tier.
저게
And
잼을
you can use
보고 할
them
수
to
있는
turn
거.
them into any skill of that particular tier. And they come pre-leveled. So what that means is it's a lot easier to switch into a new skill, because you don't have to then re-level that skill from level 1 and wait for the damage to come back to what the current skill it was that you were using. Like, you can just seamlessly
시련에
swap from
제가
one to the other.
등장하던
What
건데
this means is
재미가
certain
없어서
gems just don't
접었어요.
exist at lower levels.
아,
For
이번
example,
시즌에요?
I think Firestorm was a 28th skill in Path of Exile 1. So in this, so here you might find
그거
you might get Firestorm at level 5, and levels below level
결전이요?
5 just don't exist.
선생님 혹시
So,
제작
this is let's get into the meat of
제장장이십니까?
the matter, which is item drops.
제작하는 거
As you
좋아하십니까?
all know, we want item drops on the ground.
허른
no
씨
matter what.
획득하는
You generally
그런
don't pick up
콘텐츠
rares
별로
on
안
the ground
좋아하시는
because
것
you know if
같은데?
you're going to pick them up, 9 times out of 10, they're probably going to suck, right? Like you're not going to use them. There are a number of reasons for this, and we are trying to address a lot of these reasons when we're redoing item drops from the ground up in PoE2. But there is one particular reason that I wanted to talk about, and that is actually because of how the Chaos Orb functions. So, if I pick up, let's say, a helmet of item level 70, and another helmet of item level 70, and I use a Chaos Orb on both of them, it doesn't matter what you picked them up. It doesn't matter what item it was that you picked up originally, because they're now completely new items. The only thing that mattered is the item level of the item that it started with, in both cases. The mods that they came with just no longer matter anymore. So every base type is effectively the same, just as good as every other base type for the purposes of, for the purposes of a Chaos Orb.
PoE 투버거 뽕
So
짜서
picking up a
이제
rare
다시 한번
at
해볼까
that point is
하시는
identical
분도
to using a
있고
single Chaos
계시네요.
Orb on that same base type. So we're making a change to how Chaos Orb works in Path of Exile 2. So rather than re-rolling the item entirely,
그렇죠.
it
문제는 그거야.
replaces one mod on the item. Just one. So
카오스
this
아이템.
means the item that you start with matters a whole lot more when it comes to this. Because
퀄리티가 있네.
you pick up a rare, it has,
그거 어떻게
2 to 3
모아?
great mods, maybe 1 or 2 really
그죠?
bad mods. Those rares previously were not going to be useful because it didn't matter that it had a few good mods, because it also had those bad mods that sort of made the item not worth using. But now what you can do is you can just, like every item could be 1 or 2 Chaos Orbs away from becoming a really great item. Whereas previously those rares were still not good because they didn't have those good mods. And now you will hopefully use your Chaos Orbs for a lot of these sort of near-miss rares. Just use one, and if it doesn't work out, well, the item wasn't that fantastic to begin with anyway, because it still had those bad mods. But if one of those bad mods turns into a good one, then that would be fantastic, and that would really improve this feeling of the items in the ground mattering more, because what you started with now is of paramount importance. But if this was the only change, then the best way to make items would be to, start from a magic item, spam your alterations, how many ever thousands it would take, and then regal, and then do that. So for that reason, we're making a few changes, but the first one is that alteration orbs will no longer exist in Path of Exile 2. So the way to do this is you must start with a good magic item or a good rare item, or you can create one with a transmute or a chaos orb. Now, to help all these changes, we have gone through every single item, looked at their mod pool, and made changes to every single item's mod pool. So almost everything will be different to help you with this process of making item drops matter more.
제한이 될 것 같은데요.
So to quickly wind up, I want to touch on unique items.
5분은 있으니까 5분은 아마 액트 끝나고 나서 드롭되면서 쓰는 것 같기도 하고.
item for somebody, but most unique should not be the best item for everybody. Now,
네, 딱 보조
we
정도로만.
obviously feel like unique items are very important to us, and as Dane mentioned, we want to have
네,
a unique
그래서
item on
지금
every single base type.
오브 디자인 보면
Some
있어요.
of you may not know this, but
디자인이
before I
있어서
started
오브는
working
사용할
at
것
GGG,
같은데
I
금화라는 게
designed one of the
생기니까
supporting
사람들이
uniques way back in the
금화로만
day.
하는
So
건가라고 계속 저도 오해하고 있고 이거는 나와봐야지 알 것
The support unique that I
같은데
made back in
게임이
2013 was Cloak of Defiance, which resulted in the Mind of a Matter keystone.
저도 화폐 시스템을 이용했으면
And I've been
좋겠어요.
involved in making unique items ever since Breach, which is 2016. So it's been quite a while.
안 그러면 엉망진창될 거야. 왜냐면 거래하는 게임이다 보니까 다 무너져서 안 돼. 그나마 화폐가 있으니까 화폐가 있으니까 지금 경제가 돌아가는 거지.
So I have an example of a low-level unique that we made. I wish we had more to show you, but this one here is pretty interesting in that it always freezes enemies for its full duration when you hit them the first time. So you always have a really strong initiation as soon as you walk up to an enemy.
제 건데.
So, like Dane mentioned, every base type will have a unique, and that includes a lot of new uniques. But don't worry. What this also means is we are going to be bringing a lot of your favorites from Path of Exile 1 into Path of Exile 2. Because is it really a Path of Exile game if you don't have a Headhunter or a Shavs in it? Yeah, exactly. So they might be slightly different to what you might be used to. You know, a few stats might be different here and there as a result of the mechanics changing, but they will be instantly recognizable as a result. And you'll have a lot of your favorites that you used to used to like playing with in Path of Exile 1, and you will have a lot of new ones as well to find as you go
혹시라도
through.
저런 걸 주시면 저걸 쓰는 직업분들이
I think
필요로 하니
that's everything from my end.
할 수도 있겠네.
I guess we have some time for questions.
Come on, Zaki.
그런 가능성 없을 것 같아. 한국어는 지원할 것 같은데요.
Hello, my name's Zach, and I'm
지원할
the
것 같습니다.
designer for GGG, and I will be doing the questions here. And while I wait for people to submit some questions, I will ask one I prepared earlier, and that is, does the art of the item dictate the design, or do you design first and then get the art for the item?
It can be very different depending on what is necessary at the time. Like sometimes we just have to make a lot of uniques in a really short amount of time. And if we have art available, then we try to fit the stat to what the unique art is already there. But
근데
generally
GGG는
sometimes
딴 나라
it's, you know,
언어
we
다
have this
해주잖아요.
crazy idea that we're like, can we do this? And it's like, well, it sounds cool. Let's do it. And then
한국어도
we make an
해줘.
item and it's just a blank item without a name,
해줘.
without any art. And then we try it in game. It's like, this unique is awesome. And then we make the art for it. So it can go both ways. I would say more often than not, at least in Path of Exile 1, it's been mechanics
그래요?
first into art. But, you know, that may not be...
하긴 안 할 거였으면 지금 2를 이렇게까지는 안 했겠죠? 공식 통역 붙이고 스트리머 2명 설명해가면서 하지는 않았을 것 같고. 저는 그건 모르겠어요. 한국어 서비스 지원 2 얘기 나온 건지는. 저는 모르겠어요.
Gameplay stuff that they weren't even thinking of. They might not even have, it never entered their mental space.
Oh yeah, that happens a lot, I would say.
They'll just see it and go, oh, this thing's like split in two, and it could be like, you know, hits the guy here, I don't know. Like, okay.
So let's see what else we've got here. Do you have any memorable uniques from PoE1 that you have designed?
Oh, that is a tough question because I've made so many. I think one of my favorites, or at least I would say very memorable, was Indigon. Because Indigon was probably the start of that entire set of mana-related spells that followed later. But Indigon was really the first. It was the first item that weaponized mana into a form of damage.
I have a thing for that as well.
Yeah, I was going to ask for the outside if you have any like of your favorite art pieces.
I've been doing pretty much most of the unique item art since I guess whenever Betrayal happened. I came on board a little after
2017?
that.
Maybe?
Oh wait.
Maybe?
Last 5 years, something like that. And so I've done a lot of the art for them, and the art has a very different name to the final game. It's not even close. It gets changed. An interesting one to me is the shield everyone knows as the Squire. I think it's the thing with 3 white sockets.
Yep.
Yeah, I made them have 3 white sockets from an art perspective.
I remember.
Because I modeled 3 white sockets, eyeball things on it, and I was like, it's going to have 3 white sockets.
Yeah, I actually remember this.
And they were like, okay.
Well, it was busted anyway, so adding the 3 white sockets, I don't know if it really changed too much.
Yeah, so I just made more OP. But on that same day, I made that, I just made it. And they were like, oh, we need another shield.
아니요, 아직은 시작 안 했고 녹화 방송이에요. 여기까지가 녹화 방송이고 아마 6시 20분에 끝날 거예요. 6시 반부터가 시작.
Trash to trash.
이 아저씨 되게 귀엽다. 가운데 조그만 아저씨. 네, 6시 반부터. 이 아저씨 귀엽다.
Trash out of the unused folder.
되게 부끄럽다.
Let's see what else we've got here. In terms of making art, and I guess
아니, 아니, 그냥 귀엽다고요. 저의 취향은 저분은 아니야. 저의 취향 이강인입니다. 이강인. 저의 취향은 이강인. 아, 저거 미안하다고. 미안, 저거 미안해요.
others I'm not going to talk
제가
about.
저의 취향은 이분입니다.
And just
이분들은
basically
아닙니다.
work with them,
이분들은
establish, like,
아니에요.
common shape language and, like, themes
이분들은
and stuff,
아닙니다.
and
Sorry,
just to
저거란
make
건
things
진짜
feel
죄송합니다.
cohesive and part of that world. Same kind of patterns and shapes and stuff like that. And yeah, it's the most interesting part, I think, because it sort of you create
현실
stuff no one's
가능성
ever seen
없으니까
before,
제일
because it's like,
어
it just doesn't. There's
전국이
like
아니요
it's made
전국
of,
안
like,
버렸고요.
cactus wood.
전국도 저의
Like, no one makes
최애입니다.
weapons of cactus wood.
예, 소박합니다.
But they were like, oh, these people,
이분들은
they only
아닙니다.
have access to
이분들은
cactus
저의
wood.
취향이
So the
아닙니다.
handle has to be cactus. I'm like, all right. I can't have just wood, otherwise it breaks the theme. It's like,
나는
where they
다
get the wood
난 좋아하는
from?
분이 얼굴이
It's like small stuff like that.
Another question we have here: are there versions of the early game bases that have stats appropriate for, I guess, towards endgame?
Oh, yes. So those implicits that you will see
죄송합니다.
throughout the campaign will be
사람 보고
repeated
저거라고 해서.
in endgame,
신발 조심해.
in sort of endgame bases. So if you happen to like, something that an implicit enabled earlier on, you will be able to use it later on as well. Probably should have mentioned that earlier.
I guess this is in reference to the Chaos Orbs. Will Alk Scouring still work?
No, it won't, because
아침 되니까 엄청
there
시원한데
will not be any scouring orbs.
They're gone.
문 좀 열어놓고
If you want another item, you're going to have to Alk a white one. Why is there no 75% int, 25% strength or dex weapons? So, like, why aren't you fitting more of the pie into the ratio?
You haven't seen all the weapons yet.
Well, maybe.
There actually is a few, but it wouldn't have really looked really nice in that graphic because some of the staves will have skills that are more strength interline spell, and then that would actually take up the 75% strength int 25% strength section of the tree. That is slightly more nebulous, like in a little way, because the caster weapons don't actually have those base stats to change as a result of their attributes, but it's more just, I suppose, where, like, what attribute requirements the skills that are aligned to that particular class requires. But again, this is Path of Exile. You're going to use an int weapon, a strength skill, and everything,
There's just a lot of questions. It's really hard to filter through
질문이
all
너무
of them. Like, there's way more than I expected.
빨리 해 씨.
This is a good one. Does the art for items come from the story or the lore, or does the art sometimes influence the lore?
I think that sometimes it kind of makes itself up as it goes, but there are times where there's obviously characters and they have stuff. Like there will be bosses and things that a unique weapon is just straight up like you get it off them kind of thing.
There have definitely been times where we've made a unique with some story behind it, and then we've expanded on it at a much later date.
Yeah.
So it's always nice to have these sort of story threads that we can then follow up on later on.
This could be interesting. Was there a memorable unique you tried to design that couldn't be implemented for a technical reason?
Oh, yes, actually. There are so many of these, but I think my favorite example is, so there's that helmet that drops from Kurgal, the boss in Delve, the Lich from Delve, called Hail Negator, I think. So originally, the effect of what that helmet was supposed to do was it was supposed to do what the agnostic keystone does, where it was supposed to drain your mana and heal your health.
너무 신나서 설명하고 있잖아.
For technical reasons that I don't actually remember now,
뭐 만드는데 뭐 스토리가 있냐, 원칙이 있냐, 너무 신나서 설명하고
it couldn't
있잖아.
exist unless it turned off your energy shield. So when we were doing the Legion Keystones,
하나 아이템을
we had to come up with
설명할
something
때도
completely different in the last week before the
지금 계속 설명하고
the release of Delve. But I always really loved that idea because it was just a really cool thing that, and then when we were designing those millions of keystones when we were doing the Legion you know, like the timeless jewels, this idea just came back, and I just kept pushing. I was like, you know, we got to find a way to do this because it'll be really awesome. And eventually, the way we were able to do it was, well, if you turn off ES entirely, then we can do it. So it sort of works as a downside, which, I mean, it probably did need one at least at the time, but it also was a technical reason why it needed to exist.
And I guess as the last question before we run out of time here, are there item types with three
또 지가래. 자기가 너무 즐거워서 막 설명하고 있어.
Not currently, no.
I want them.
Yeah?
For now.
For now.
And with that, we have run out of time for this panel.
보고 있으면 못 알아듣는데
Alright, thank you
뭔가
very much. And
뿌듯해. 신기해.
And hope you enjoy the rest of 엑자일콘.
Anyone from
fun, guys.
Australia? Anyone from Australia?
화장실 가자. 10분 남았습니다. 6시 반부터 본 게임이고, 본 영상이고, 아마 저거 토킹하는 방송. 릴리 나와. 아이고, 화장실 갔다 올게요. 릴리 나온다. 히히. 요건 다 넣어야 되네. 하나, 둘, 셋, 넷, 다섯, 여섯. 이건 안 되고. 아래 팔려도 이거는 라마콘 안 되겠다. 이거는 슬램류 할 때 쓰는 거고, 타워원. 이거 써가지고 하나 둘 셋 넷 다섯 여섯 일곱 여덟 개에서 RF로 하는 거 이거 써야 되는 거. 토템 너무 약한데. 투코아마 잘 안 쓰는데. 밀리 할 때 투코아마랑 타워와 쓰는 거네. 근데 이게 될라나? 이 밀리압은 되게 답답한데. 집티. RF 투카인데 이건 딱 RF하라고 만든 유니얼 같은데. 근데 별 차이가 없어서 10폭하고 요거 두 개가 좀 큰 거지. 딴 거 하면 안 돼? 꼭 집티 내야 돼? 유니얼이 됐긴 됐네. 가디언은 그냥 소환수랑 보조 오라리로 많이 할 것 같고, 원래 오라봇으로 많이 하거든요. 네, 오라봇들 요즘 추세가 저걸로 하니까, 사이온으로 하니까. 근데 요것도 많이 채용할 수도 있을 것 같긴 해요. 잘 안 하는데 할배로. 다음에 할 게 없어. 물어본 이후에 할 게 없어. 팔로우 감사합니다. 템플러는 있는데 할배가 없겠죠 뭐. 템플러는 남는데요. 좀 젊어졌어요 애들이. 후손이 나와서 하는 거니까. 왜 할배를 안 하냐면 할 게 없는데 이 다음 스킬 할 만한 게 없어서 해봤자 COC 정도밖에 없어가지고 이게 스타터를 고르는 첫 번째 이유가 그 캐릭을 키워놓고 나서 다음 빌드에 영향을 줄 수 있는 거를 고르잖아요. 그래서 스타터를 잘 골라야 되는 건데 아이템을 벌어서 새로 키워서 OP 빌드 할 건지 아니면 스타터를 해가지고 그 친구를 돈을 벌어서 관련 전직 3개 중에 바꿀 수 있는 걸로 할 건지. 할배를 안 했던 첫 번째 이유가 이후에 할 게 없었고 얘도 똑같아요. 할 게 없어서 할 수 있는 캐릭이 빌드가 별로 없어. 그래서 안 했던 거거든요. 얘는 거의 토템류, 토템, 그나마 RF 그게 다라서 닌자 보면 나오니까. 맨 뒤에 있잖아요. 이게 보면은 할 수 있는 게 SRS. 이 아저씨는 SRS밖에 없어요. SRS에서 오라봇 해주는 거. 칩티는 립 낫질 같은 거 많이 하거든요 요새. 낫 아니면 RF 이게 다야. 할 수 있는 빌드가 정해져 있어가지고 안 하는 거지. OP 빌드는 이런 쪽이 많으니까 이게 이 캐릭터들을 스타터로 많이 해서 그래서 네크로맨서 뭐 시폭이나 골렘이나 보컬의 한파 그리고 패스파인더는 독성 운합물 맹독성비 적어넣은 RF 이런 식으로 하거든요. 챔피언은 그냥 저거 따박살 정해져 있어요 스타터가. 이후에 이제 뭘 할 건지 그거의 판단에 의해서 스타터가 정해지는 거여서 첫 스킬은 별로 의미가 없어요. 남았다. 그래서 나는 뭐 어떤 걸 스타터로 할 것인지 골라야 한다. 돌려라 씨. 이거는 보셨죠? 먹었고 닌자 한국말 좀 지원해줬으면 좋겠는데 협의한다더니 안 되는 것 같다. 그죠? 안 잡아도 되니까 창피하게 가긴 하지. 이자로는 잡아줘도 딜은 좀 나와야 될 건데 쫄몹을 안 잡는다는 거지. 뭐가 좋을까요? 예비는 하기 싫은데 너무 많이 했는데. 날개는 오늘 안 줘요. 포탈만 준 빡살 해보는데. 콜조 탈까 고민 중인데. 얼럿이 보스킬하고 딱 좋은데. 많이 없네. 해불진 좋은데 생이 안 돼. 좀 봐. 그렇네. 보조잼 나왔나? 패치 아직 안 됐죠. 독폭덫은 다음 시즌에 못 나올 것 같은데요. 독폭덫은 다음에 안 나와요. 이번 시즌 한정. 그거 왜냐면 스킬로드가 무기 안에 들어가 있어서 이번 시즌에 유행했던 건데 다음 시즌엔 그게 없어지니까 안 돼요.
What's up, guys, and welcome to
이번 시즌 한정
Day
그거였어요.
2 and the streamer roundtable here. We're gonna be talking pretty much everything that happened yesterday. PoE 2. And I'm joined by Gazi, Melina, and DS Lily here. And yesterday was an incredible day. So much was announced. 6 new classes for PoE 2.
네?
PoE 2
제가 나중에 얘기하다 보면은 어느 순간 되면 우영우 말투가 나온대요. 저 생각 없이 들으셔야 돼요. 막 말하다 보면 어느 순간 우영우랑 비슷한 말투가 나온대요. 난 모르겠는데. 지금 말을 많이 안 하잖아요.
I think it's going to be a really good like change of pace. So
근데 바빠가지고 막 말하다 보면 비슷하대요.
A lot slower in
야,
the
오늘
demo,
릴리
and that might
화장했네?
scare some people, but it felt like in a good way to me. Like you couldn't just
모르겠습니다.
like, turn your brain off completely. I mean, if you want to do that, then I guess. I mean, but like I kept dying on the warrior when I ran in because they're just so much faster than me. I mean, it could have been the gear. The gear was a little weird in the demo, like.
Yeah.
So I
네,
think
저도 처음 봤어. 화장한 거 처음 봤어.
a little
화장
bit
잘 안
faster than
하는데.
what we played, but.
Oh, absolutely. The warrior, I actually took some notes. The warrior only had 35% all res, and they're in like Act 4, which is like kind of Act 7. So you were dealt a little bit of a rough hand there on the warrior for sure. Yeah. What about you, Gazi? What was your main takeaway from yesterday, that massive announcement?
I mean,
obviously
looking at the minion aspect of things, but I think that the pace of the game is definitely in a much slower state. Obviously, we're playing the PoE gameplay that we've been playing for PoE 2 has been a difficulty that's ramped up quite significantly. Which obviously presents us with a bit of a skewed experience from what I think we're going to see in next year's beta. But outside of that, I felt like the generic play style where we gather a lot of enemies up and then we push them down in a big AoE pack and then move on to the next one, which is kind of the main play style that we see from an assuming approaches in PoE 1, does not really work in PoE 2, at least the gameplay we've been doing. I play the Sorcerer and that was rough.
One thing to note, though, is they gave us a blue weapon with one mod on it. Even the warrior in Act 4, one mod. It's like, oh man, they made it really tough.
They did.
Yeah, so what about you, Valinia? Yesterday, what was your main, big, shocking takeaway?
How smooth the co-op gameplay was. I was actually just impressed incredibly by how smooth it was with having those two on the screen together and interacting with one another without just one speeding up ahead over the other and completely annihilating things while the other one's just lagging behind. That was really impressive to me. It made it like I actually wanted to do co-op gameplay.
Yeah, I mean, one of the biggest things with PoE is kind of, because you kind of feel like you have to one-shot the monsters a little bit in PoE 1, but because there's like a little bit more opportunity for all these crazy synergies and big burst windows and stuff like that, I feel like group play might actually be like a whole lot more pronounced than PoE 2 potentially.
Exactly, it seems actually viable to do group play without just having an Orabot with you.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. So yeah, there was so many things for PoE 2, but there was also the new PoE 1 League Trial of the Ancestors. Did you guys, what was your impression of that league? We didn't get too much info, you know, the tattoos, the new mode, but what did you guys like? What's your main takeaway from that? We'll start with you, Gazi.
I'm a big fan of tattoos, as you might see. I mean, I'm just saying. I'm also a big fan of TFT and Dota Battle Chess or Auto Battle games in general. I'm very excited for it. Then again, I also feel that there is obviously the concern that we're going to end up with a situation where the players are so geared up to their teeth that they're just going to ignore the actual mechanic, just rush for the totems, and it's over. So it's going to be fun to see how they balance that to make sure that we actually engage with the mechanic to play the actual auto game or auto battle if you want to. And yeah, I think that it's a fun thing because it's right up my alley in terms of what I enjoy playing games with. So,
what about you, Valina?
I think that it looks really, really different. Like, I'm not sure what to expect when creating my party. And if I really am going to need that party, I'm kind of hoping that eventually I'm not really going to need that party.
A bit like a Blight situation where you the towers are kind of good, but you don't need them.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I'm hoping that I can just zerg it down without having to worry about making sure that my setup is correct. But that's something for later.
Absolutely. I think it'll be pretty hard on League Start at least.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. What about the hardcore perspective? Because like they said that you don't die when you die. Is that that's like a big thing, right?
That is. That might, if there's any like races, that might be a good place to farm gear. Like over farm, like there's like a gauntlet. Just sit there for I don't know, like 3 days. I mean, you can't die, so you just keep farming gear. Well, I guess. Did they mention how you like get the next thing? You might have to do maps.
You need a silver coin, 1 silver coin to do one of the missions.
Right. So that'll definitely be, if the loot is good early, you'll definitely see people doing that in hardcore, just sitting there, farming it. I mean, it looks pretty fun.
Yeah, I mean, you also get some allies, which is a pretty big bonus. Absolutely.
Definitely
very, very cool. And obviously, we've got all the new customization coming with that league, but we also have Sanctum League coming back. So does anyone have any thoughts on that?
I am so excited about that. I cannot wait to just run Sanctums all day again. I'm going to be buying Sanctums. I just know it.
Well, I know who to sell my Sanctums to then. Because, I mean, you can just do that one mechanic. That's not even something you could do in Sanctum League. So that's like massive quality of life that they're adding there. And it's really, really good. So absolutely. Hopefully we get Original Sin back. That'd be pretty cool. Absolutely.
I feel like I'm in the same boat as you, Grim, with this. Like, Sanctum League was amazing for a lot of players. There were so many people that just wanted to run that and the challenge of doing the no-hit runs. I love the idea of it. I think it was really, really good and resonated very well with the community. Me personally, I was busy crafting. I was busy doing my menu stuffs and my caster builds. Sanctum was not of interest to me. I liked the idea of it, but it was more like, I need a break from what I'm doing. I did a couple of Sanctums. But that's how I felt about it. But since it did so well in the community, I think it's going to fit very well as a core mechanic in the game.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. What about you, Lily? Sanctum enjoyer?
I am a Sanctum enjoyer.
Okay.
I hope the loot is like not too bad. Like, I hope it's pretty similar because there's a really good source of divines, and right now divines are kind of in a spot where, especially if you're playing like SSF, it's pretty hard to craft. Like in Crucible, there wasn't that many divine drops, so Sanctum would be a really good source of that.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, it's fun as well, so I'm all for it. Absolutely. Very, very good. We've got the new skill gems as well. Those are a few spicy ones in there. I think Vengeance Cascades maybe going to get taken around back, but that's okay. We'll be all good with it. Absolutely. But just moving back to PoE 2, we saw so much new stuff. But I'm sure everyone was cooking up some build ideas, at least a little bit, when they saw all of those new skill gems and the new skill system. For me, it was definitely the trigger on shock. I was like, oh man, surely if I combine that with like spark and like chance to shock. And I asked one of the guys on the floor, and I'm like, does this have like a cooldown like to trigger skills? He's like, not at the moment. So you could in theory just trigger so much stuff by using spark. And that would be something that I'd be like pretty interested to try. What about you guys? Lily, did you have any like crazy build ideas when you saw the new systems?
So the one, I'm not sure what it's called, but the it was like you lose energy shield and it casts spells.
Oh my gosh,
so you could stack like 30k energy shield and then just have a ton of spells going off if it works like that. If it's percentage, then that might not work so well. But if it's just like a flat amount, you could just stack a crazy amount.
4링크짜리 잼을 5링크로 바꾸고
when that was a build and you just walk around and then it just explodes.
5링크로 바꾸시고 저항만 잘 맞추시면
you'd be able to consume the energy shield and then trigger them all. Like, there's no way. That would be so broken.
올라갈 수 있을 거예요. 아마 지금 스킬로드도 그렇고 템도 그렇고 저항도 못 맞추셨을 거고.
Maybe.
액트만 잡을 미신 상태라고 올 수도
And
있어요.
of course, give us the minion
참고하는 빌드가
perspective,
있어요.
Jazzy.
그대로
With
똑같이
the new way to
따라해보세요.
preserve auras, but also summon
따라해야지, 어쩔
minions,
수
and you can
없어요.
get a
처음에.
ton of it on your gear now, and it's like on scepters, rings, amulets. What's
따라해도
it looking
틀려요.
like from your
따라해도 안 돼.
perspective as the minion master?
Very hollow, I would
절대
say. There's a lot
협상하지
of
말고
lack of
똑같이
detailed
따라하세요.
information. How we're going to combine auras together with the minions. We have received the information
아
that we can
진짜
summon
스타트
what's called
칩칭
unlimited amount
그만해.
of minions.
아
as long as
노드
you have the spirit
보니까
cards. We're also expecting to
상영-
have that combined with auras to make sure that our minions gets buffed. So it's going to be
왜
a
이렇게 다
balance act
흥분했어?
between our auras and our minions, unless there are other mechanics they have in store for us. What's really interesting with PoE2 in the gameplay approach is obviously the fact that they want us to run with a combination of spells. They don't want us to have one button builds like the Magic Find KB, Tornado
닌자
Shots.
따라하는
You know all
거
about that.
처음부터 거래일 거 따라하지
But minion builds in
마시고요.
PoE1 is already in many cases
스스프 쪽으로
a
해서
very active gameplay
1일차
approach.
거부터
You have
해가지고
the predator support, you have a convocation, you have
천천히
curses,
1차수로 올라가면서
your positioning,
빌드업하는
and it needs to
과정을
be
한번
considered as
보시면서
well as your minions
그대로
positioning. So the
따라해보세요.
gameplay already is very active.
맨
which is one of the
마지막에
main reasons
거래
I
리그
enjoy
맨
playing it so
마지막으로
much.
해가지고
Now in PoE2,
그럼
they want to
빌드업하는
get
과정이
that to the other
보여가지고
builds. So it will be very interesting to see how they actually going to
조금씩
plan to
이해하기가
change the
쉬울
minion
거예요.
play style to become
근데
more active
닌자 보지
than it
마시고
already is. Because if
차라리
we don't have those details, it's
유튜브에
very hard to
한
say.
사람만 딱
Absolutely,
보고
absolutely. So,
참고할 만한 거
one thing which I'm
따라하시는 게
super
제일 좋아요.
curious about, at least for me, for
닌자는
PoE2, because you get all
참고하시기
these
너무
six
어려워요.
links, right?
초보가
It's
처음
like,
하시는
as a
분이
minion player,
닌자
the
거
spirit
보고
only
하는
takes
거는
the
정말 제가
permanent
비추하는
minions to like kind of
방법이거든요.
reserve. So what about all these temporary minions that are in the game right now? You can in
번개조선
theory have like,
윤이에요?
20 summon raging spirits, all the skeletons out,
나
and your
번개노선
specters and
먹으려다
potentially zombies at
더럽게
the same time
힘들었던
as
거
well. That's
알죠?
what you're cooking up already?
I mean, that's
악몽이다.
going to circle back to what we talked about with Cast on the Shock.
Oh.
Now imagine an Orber Storm out there where critical strike chance or increased shock chance and everything for that, and you put your little SRS on that one. That's going to permanently summon those on a boss target, and if you have that on a 6 lane, or there's going to be a couple links fewer with the shocks, but still you get those automatically summoned. Since they don't take spirits, you could theoretically, based on what we've seen so far, look at a pretty stacked up screen with minions.
Yeah, I mean, that was kind of my initial reaction. It seems like PoE2, there's just so much more that they're kind of like wanting to allow us to do, like all these triggers, all these like crazy things going on. And there's also the support gem change, which hopefully we have time to talk about as well. But Velina, did you have any builds where you were like, oh my god, I need to try that as soon as I get my hands on PoE2?
Not right now because there's just too much.
Yep.
There's just so much that they've shown me that
초반에
I don't like. I'm
490인데?
overwhelmed by all the
490이면은
different new abilities that they've
찌바입니다.
added, how smooth and fluid they look, what it's going to be like to try to combo them together.
찌바이지.
I'm really interested to see
400.
just
500이면은
how many skills out there that I can combo
1DB
with,
200
like,
정도 하나?
I don't know, Impale, for example.
Okay.
I would like to see. I would like to see
3D
what they plan. They said 240 new skill
490이면
gems, right? Active skill
초반이면은
gems.
Yeah.
Active. That's nuts.
That's a lot.
5딥에서 5딥 정도는 하겠네.
It's not just
4,
that,
5딥
they've kind of like
정도는 하겠네.
reworked all of the current skill gems as well. To like,
Exactly.
like Herald of Thunder, it's got
커런시가.
100% fizz to lightning conversion now.
Yeah.
Like what? Like that was like so hard to get before in PoE1. You needed like gloves and all sorts of stuff to get that, but now it's just on a Herald. So yeah, like it's crazy. Like it's everything is changing.
3D 바인 정도는
Yeah.
사겠구나.
So I have no idea what I'm going to be doing.
3D 바인.
I'm just overwhelmed by all the possibilities that they've given me.
닌자로 스타터 따라하지
Absolutely, yeah.
마세요. 진짜로.
The other thing to
되게
consider is
비추합니다,
that
진짜.
everyone now
실패하는
also
가장
gets
첫 번째
a brand new
지름길은
skill which
닌자
is
보고
baked into
따라하는
every
거.
single character. The
참고는
dodge
하되
roll,
따라하지
Yes.
마세요.
which the
처음 하시는
developers
분은.
like they're like it's
아싸리 유튜브
overpowered. You gotta use
가가지고
it absolutely, and
네,
it's
1등은
pretty
절대 따라하면 안
interesting
돼.
because when you're actually using it,
그
it's like a completely
1등 거
different way
따라
to play. It's
1등은
really strong on
대부분
bosses in my experience, but what was your guys'
길
experience with
쪽만
it? Maybe
짝짝화시켜서 하는 것도
Jazzy.
있고 좀 그래서
Well, we
따라하는
have
게
dodge
아니에요.
roll in other games of
진짜로
recent
따라하고 싶으면
releases,
스프
so
따라하세요.
it definitely
스프.
reminded me of that approach.
스프가 가장
What's really
안정적이야.
funny is
템이
that they
좀 거지
confirmed that
같아서
we're going to be able to do
그렇지.
this in town as well as having shapeshifts.
Yep,
So we're going to see a lot of bears rolling in town. That's going to be very fun. I feel like the first few days we're literally just going to see that in the cities. But no, I think that that element of the gameplay feels like you are having an actual proper reactional gameplay experience. I know that they wanted to have that in PoE 1, where it's supposed to be reactive, but it's been very hard when you have a skeleton 2 screens away, one shot in the higher maps with juiced up mods. But in PoE 2 that we've seen so far, it's felt a lot better in terms of us being able to reactively play the game. There's a telegraphed explosion happening, a telegraphed big slam happening. You are able to actually genuinely dodge that, and even if you do the dodge ability right as that ability lands, you're not going to take damage from it. Unless it is an AoE ability, which would make sense. And I feel like that's a really good step in the right direction for the immersion of you actually playing the game in the way they want to, but it also fits very well in what I prefer to play as well.
Absolutely. I imagine on minions, it's going to be completely broken because you can be dodge rolling around while your minions are going to town. What does this mean for like hardcore? Do you think it gives you more control, more agency, or is it kind of like what do you think about that?
우리가 놀 수 있는 환경은 다 만들어 줄 테니까 너네들이 와가지고 재밌게 갖고 놀아 하면서 많이 제공해요. 전직도 그렇고 전직 직업도 그렇고 스킬도 그렇고 그걸 조합해서 갖고 노는 거는 니네들을 묵시하면서 그냥 던져줘요.
You can dodge around the boss and make sure you're in its like safe spot behind its back, like a lot of bosses have. If you like to stay behind the back, you're good.
잘하시는
But like
빌더들이
they like
이제
flip
머리
around them, you
싸매고
can flip around them.
고민하는
You don't just like awkwardly
처음
walk
하신
around.
분들은 이게 좋다고 하는 거 나왔을 때 잘 구분해서 내가 나한테 맞고 잘 구분해가지고 그걸 잘 쫓아하시면서 익혀가 나가시는 게 제일 좋아요. 그래서 PoE 1을 저는 계속 해보라고 권하고 있고 권하면서 1년 남았으니까 남은 기간 아 왜! 왜 두 명이서 날 직티나라 그래. 원래 고민만 할 거예요. 그래서 익숙해지시고 그러면은 어느 순간에는 이제 내가 어떤 거 하는 게 제일 재밌겠다는 그게 나올 거예요.
What's the word I'm looking for? I don't know. It was exciting. It was just exciting to have gameplay like that because in PoE 1, you either zerg down the bosses and not care about what they do, or you're flailing around trying to wait for your dashes to come back.
Yep.
So yeah, I really appreciate the dodge roll, and I love that there's no cooldown on it.
Yes, there is literally no cooldown. Like if the enemy is attacking or shooting, you can spam dodge roll and be kind of like almost pseudo immune while you're dodging. Like you obviously have to take them out, and you'll need to attack sometimes, but you can just roll as much as you want.
Yeah.
Unless you're playing minions.
Unless, how are they going to balance that, man? I have no idea.
But there seems to be like a time frame where after a dodge, your character has to like get up on their feet, and that time frame seems to be a frame where you're actually able to take damage. So it doesn't seem like you're able to just roll. You're immune to everything except AoE damages. Because that would be broken, especially for totem builds, minion builds, or even dot builds in that sequences as well. But I definitely think that there is definitely a time frame where you're still being able to hit, but you can do that initial immunity roll when you see a well-telegraphed ability flying your way, so to say.
Yeah, I'm sure the guys in PoE, they'll everyone's going to analyze what the exact immunity window is and all sorts of stuff like that. So I'm sure we'll get a lot out of that. But there is also just so much coming in the form of this weapon swap thing as well. Like, I didn't really get too much of an opportunity to mess with it myself. It's more like a conceptual thing because we didn't have the Alice passive. Oh, sorry, the skill tree on the demo, so we couldn't do the kind of 10 points here, 10 points there. But do you guys actually think that you'll be able to like modify some of your builds just kind of in the PoE 1 context with that in mind? Like, would you? Like for me at least, I was like, okay, I can have 2 bows, I could put 10 ballista points here and put like 10 movement speed points here and like my bossing and my movement speed setup and weapon swap between those. Do you guys have that kind of feeling as well, or?
너무 많기 때문에.
It's kind of hard to like think about with current PoE. Like it's really like it really goes against.
그래서 계속 얘기하는 건 익숙해지셔야 된다.
Only one type of damage, like 99.
좀 실패하고 그래도 하면서 익숙해지시고 다양한 빌드 하면서 템을 보는 능력도 키워보고 빌드 저기 스타터 빌드로 차근차근 해가지고 시즌마다 목표를 정해서 이렇게 도전하다 보면은 어느 순간에 선생님도 POE를 즐기고 계실 수도 있어요.
They provide us with the option
근데
to
꼭 뭐
have
보스를
a
잡아야
generic clearing
그게
setup, like you talked about, having a
아니라서.
weapon setup for your clearing, and then you have an entire setup, not just the weapon, but the skill trees change. You can have
맞아요.
your 6-link setup for it as well.
그러니까 이런
And if you look
게임이
at the builds that was
많은
used on
사람은
Rs or minions
진짜
for that matter
빠져들어서
as
하는
well,
거고
you do have that option
이런
with the weapon
게임이
swap and those 10 points
안
to
맞는
have
사람
a more of a
못하는 거.
focus on your clearing aspect
파고드는
on
걸
one
좋아하는
end, and then you might
사람들은
even
진짜
just quickly switch
할만하거든요.
2 Rs for a boss and then do that and have
그봐.
an optimized setup for the actual sake of bossing or single target boss fights in general. So I think it's a really cool system. I do wonder how well it's going to plan out for certain builds. Will obviously be kind of well-rounded beast to the point where it's not really needed. But it's going to be fun to see how they balance it to start with.
Absolutely, yeah. You got anything to add, Melina?
It's going to be really interesting, especially because these passive points only come off of books.
Yes, the books.
Which is going to be like how many books are in the game, how many passive points am I going to be able to actually put around my tree to make this
어쩔 수 없어요. 저희도
really
알고 있어.
worth
뉴비들이
it
진입하기
to do.
어렵다는 건 우리들도 다
But
아는
I think it's going to be
사실이라.
really fun, and it's
도와는
going to
드릴
be
수는
definitely.
있는데 거기에 흥미를
I can't
느끼고 하는
imagine trying to
분의
implement
의지가
this
중요한
Poe
거라.
I
그분이
really can't
재밌어야
because
이 게임이 재밌는
there's just
거라서
no
거기까지
there's just
흥미를
no
느끼게끔은
way
할 수 있는데
that we play
본인이
like that
이제
right now.
그거에 따라
Yeah, I
이제
mean, with all these questions, it's fortunate that the next panel coming up is literally a Q&A. So it's
생각
kinda
안 할
like
수도 있어요.
we get to answer some of these
생각 안 할
questions.
수도
So I
있어.
mean, that's going to kind of be not one to miss.
걔네들은
And we're gonna be jumping over there.
지금
I'm
주
assuming all of us
고객층이
right
고인물층이라서
after. It's going to be huge.
위협하면
but one
좋은데
of the biggest changes, which I
네.
think we really didn't hear too much about it initially, was the
위협하면
large
좋죠.
change
근데
to the currency items
주
that seem to be
고객층마저
dropping in
뺏겨버릴까 잊어버릴까봐
so,
지금 아마 그래서
I mean,
이번에
it's still a
POE2도
while out, so these
아싸리
can
그냥
change,
몰라
but
그냥
right
우리가
now
잘하는
there
걸로
doesn't
할래
seem to be
해가지고
any
그냥
scouring
지른 거예요.
orbs or alterations, and the Chaos Orb has been
그렇죠. 우리
reworked to
다
some
뉴비
extent.
시절이 있었잖아요.
So there's not really
다
any way to,
실패해보고 첫 캐릭이
forge
실패해보고
a rare item
좌절하고
specifically in your hideout other than an
스타터
alchemy orb.
찾아보고
And Gazzy, tell us what this means for
다시
crafting.
재보고 캐릭터
My wrist
키워보고
and fingers are very thankful for the change. I can tell you that because I remember when
흰맵
we
가서
started playing
좌절하고
PoE, I made a mirror
보스 앞에
amulet or mirror service
좌절하고
amulet, as the items are called, very high
돈
end,
없어서
and it took me about
계속
500,000 alterations
랩핑하고 있고
and a lot of time. My fingers were not happy with me. But fast forward to where we are now, we're looking at the PoE2 change. I think that it's going to be a lot easier for new and casual players to actually engage with crafting. It's not going to be as advanced. You will also have an increased interest in
이
looting
게임은
items.
한번
Because now you're looking at an
진짜
item and you can look
이게
at it and see,
재미를
well, the
느끼게
chaos
되면
orb will
진짜
remove
연어
one mod and add
게임이거든요.
another.
재미
And if I
느끼는
look at this item,
사람들은
there's only
좀
one mod that I
쉬었다가
get rid of. So that
이런
would be
거
something
나오면
that
아
would
해야겠다
attract me to
싶어서 다시
use the items on
오거든요.
it. Whereas in the current state of Chaos Orbs, we're looking
그런
at using a
게임이에요.
Chaos Orb in the item, we'll scrap everything and re-roll all of the modifiers, and new players or
그
casual
재미를
players will not be
느끼기까지가 너무
incentivized
오래
enough to
걸려요,
engage
진짜.
with crafting. So I think that the changes that we're seeing with this is definitely going to be in
누구나
line for
그거
those. It
선생님처럼
obviously
어려운
does
시절을
bring
다
out the
겪고
question, how we're going to craft
딱
those high-end
어느
items
순간
for
이게
the 1% aspirational game
재미로 딱
chasers.
바뀌는 순간이 있어요.
What about in
그게
solo
그 찰나가
self-found?
어려워요,
You
진짜.
dabble in solo self-found, right, Lily?
Yeah, I split it between.
Bit from A and bit from B, yeah.
Yeah.
Because I feel like solo self-found is kind of more in tune with the actual like full process.
그러니까 정체성이 없어요. 이 게임은
alterations,
정체성이라는 게
without
없는
scouring
게임이에요.
laws, and we don't know about the lead mechanics
그만큼
yet.
자유도가
What does that do to
있다는
kind of like the
거거든요.
solo self-found progression? Does it like change it a lot?
Yeah, it definitely
예,
changes it a lot.
그때가
I
제일
mean,
재밌어.
The Chaos Orb, I'm wondering if like.
그러니까 위치라서 활 들고
Yet, I don't
정체성
remember.
잃잖아요.
It seems the new Chaos Orb
밀린데
kind of
활
seems to be
들어요.
like the stuff
밀린데
you'll
활
pick up
드는
will be a
것도
bit better,
있고
and maybe you
그리고
only wanna
활
switch, like, one
캐릭이
thing on it, 'cause what it does is,
칼릴 때가
it
있고요.
like changes one thing and then
Adds another one.
right.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering if we'll see like better gear pickup.
할배가
Like they
아니다
mentioned Exile
밀린데
first
무기를
one,
안 끼는 경우도
and
있어.
It'll just be picking
그러니까
stuff up will be a
직업의
main
정체성을
source
다
of
무너뜨리는
getting
게임이 이 게임이에요.
Yeah, I mean,
그거를
absolutely.
다
And my
깨부수는
fellow
거예요
Huntress
지금.
gamer here, I don't know if you saw it, but
그러니까 그러니까 처음 하신 분들은 디아 이런 거 많이 하신 분들은 그래 밀리면은 도끼 들고 무기 들고 하는 거지. 활캐리니까 활 들고 하는 거지. 그 다 깨버려. 다 없어. 그런 거 이 POE는 그런 게 없어요. 진짜 특이해. 그런 편견을 안 갖고 해요. 이 POE 하신 분들. 오히려 그런 걸 깨서 빌드를 만들지.
I actually don't mind the new gold system. It's going to be
직업을 왜
really
만들었냐고요?
different. Like just the
전직
idea of using
특성을
gold
보고
instead of
만드는
using
거예요.
transmute or using
전직을
a
이용하려고
alch
하는
or
거예요.
something like that to buy an item is going to be really weird.
머리
But
아플 필요가
I
없고.
like the idea of there's a
그러니까 어떤
basic
빌드를 하고
currency
싶으면은 이제
that
일단
has no
스킬부터
other
정할
use
거 아니에요.
for this gambling.
스킬을 정하면 이
And,
스킬에 가장 적절한 직업이 뭔지
that,
그거를 정하고
you get
그 직업에서 어떤 전직을 이용할 건지 에서부터 시작해가지고 맞아요. 스킬부터 정해야 돼요.
In the first town, so that was really nice. And I like that it's auto pickup.
그래서 스킬 정하고 그거에
그거에
가장 그러니까 쟤를 가장 돋보이게 할 수 있는 전직을 구하고 아니야 그렇게 접근하면 힘들고요 노바님. 이게 이 게임은 일단 내가 하고 싶은 그거 스킬부터 정하는 게 딱 좋아요. 스킬 정하고 그 다음에 직업을 구하는 거야. 그 직업에 가장 이 스킬에 맞는 직업을 구하고 그 직업에 전직을 해서 그거에 맞는 스킬이나 스킬 로드를 그 다음에 짜는 거예요. 그런 식으로 가는 거야. 이 게임의 접근법은 그렇게 가야 돼요. 직업 구하고 스킬 구하는 게 아니야. 절대 그렇게 하면은 이 게임 잘못하신 거예요. 스킬 먼저 정하고 내가 하고 싶은 스킬 정하고 직업 구하고 스킬 로드 찍고 POE 할 때 POB 짤 때도 그렇게 가요. 스킬 먼저 정하고 그 다음에 직업 구하고 그 다음 스킬 트리 짜고. 그래서 사람들이 룰렛 돌릴 때 스킬을 먼저 정하지 직업을 먼저 정하진 않아요. 직업은 내 맘대로 하는 거야. 전직의 그 특성을 이용하는 거라서 직업은 의미가 없어요. 그냥 스킬 내가 직업을 얘기하는 게 그 유튜브 보면 알겠지만 스킬의 위치, 그러니까 그 위치만 정해지는 거지 다른 건 없어요. 전직하고 위치만 정해주는 거예요. POE에서 말하는 그 전 직업은 이게 이거잖소. 전직을 이용하는 거고 스킬은 이 전직을 이용하는 거고 이 시작점만 다른 거예요. 시작점에 따라서 스탯하고 이런 게 다 정해져 있기 때문에 이게 스탯을 쓸 건지 말 건지까지 고민을 하는 거고 그래야 위치가 정해져야 이제 거기에 맞게 생명력하고 스킬에 가는 방향을 정하죠. 그래서 스킬을 먼저 정하라고 하는 거예요. 왜냐하면 스킬 정했을 때 스킬에 가장 가까운 만약 내가 저기 번개 스킬을 골랐어요. 번개 지직되는 창을 구했어요. 지직되는 창이란 스킬을 골라서 이제 할 건데 예를 들어볼게요. 스킬이 그 스킬이 뭐냐면 서가지고 이렇게 딱 스킬을 쓰면은 일렬로 이렇게 쫙 뻗어나가는 번개 스킬이거든요. 되게 이펙트는 이쁜데 스킬 데미지가 구려가지고 다들 안 한대. 치직되는 창, 치창. 요 스킬을 쓰고 싶어요. 이게 번개거든요. 그러면 요거를 쓰고 싶은데 얘는 어떤 직업을 하는 게 좋지라고 찾다 보면은 일단 번개 데미지가 많은 쪽 노드를 찾아야 될 거 아니에요. 이게 번개예요. 이게 번개. 썬더하고 여기 원소 데미지가 많은 거 주문 계열이니까 여기 번개 들어가고 여기 범위 캐스터 스피드 이게 캐스트 그러니까 주문 스킬이라 이게 시전하는 스킬이거든요. 이게 빠르면 빠를수록 이게 좋거든요. 그래서 이런 노드가 많은 위치를 찾는 거야. 그럼 이쪽에 많죠. 그러면 이쪽에서 스타트 할 수 있는 직업이 요 두 개. 그래서 위치 쪽을 찾거나 헬벳 쪽을 찾는 거예요.
What about you, Gazzy? To finish
그러면 이 두 개 중에 고르는 거야. 전직을 그러면은 내가 전개를 쓸 건데 원소 데미지네. 그러면은 주문의 원소 데미지에 가장 특화된 건 얘거든요. 엘리멘탈리스트. 그래서 얘로 많이 해요. 이거 나중에 닌자 보시면 알겠지만 이런 식으로 찾는 거야. 그래서 이렇게 순서가 이런 거야. 이 지창을 제일 많이 하는 직업이 있긴 있거든요.
This is the best for AoE clearing, such as a sorcerer. To get a quick example of this would be that I would try to gather up a back of enemies, not too many, because that was hard. Gather up a pack of enemies, and then you would ice nova those, and then use your comment. And then if there was a really big guy in there, you would use the staff to unleash on that and put down 3 comments on it. And that was mostly enough
개중 특이하게 맹독 여기. 근데 구성은 전부 다 이렇게 돼 있잖아.
frostwall things off like a utility option, but I didn't feel like I had
7시까지 제끼는 거예요.
combos for the bigger targets. It was mostly
이게 지금 구성이 이래 6시 반부터 7시까지 말하는 거예요.
And I do like it
이거
because it does change the gameplay
스케줄표
depending on what you're actually
올려둘
facing.
테니까
So
보세요.
that's something that I really appreciated a lot outside of playing minion builds.
그래서 지가 그 스킬을 먼저 정하는 거야. 스킬 정하고 그 다음에 전직을 정하고 그래야 스킬 로드가 가져. 내가 봐봐요. 그래서 나 얘를 하기로 했어요. 그러면은 이게 번개일 건데 이건 7이고 이게 번개일 거고 쇼크 데미지 주는 거라. 사이온 말고 위치에 엘리멘탈에 번개에 어센던시를 엘리멘탈에 들어갔죠. 여기 들어갔을 거고 요거에
Hello everyone, welcome to day 2 of 엑자일콘 2023. My name is Octavian and I am joined by a handful of very talented and interesting individuals who are
이렇게 해가지고 전직은 이렇게 정하고 내가 하고 얘한테 도움이 되는 거 정하고 내 스킬 찍는 거요. 스펠이잖아요. 얘는 스펠이거든요. 주문? 이거부터 가는 거야. 그래서 찍어가는 거예요. 이런 식으로. 주문 찍고 생명력 찍고 번개 찍고 여기 시전 속도 찍고 생명 찍고 번개 찍고 이런 식으로 가는 게 스킬로도 찍는 방법입니다. 저 순서가 내가 하고 싶은 스킬 찾고 맞는 직업을 찾는 거. 그게 순서예요. POE는. 자 이제
Quite a lot of attention since it was announced is the topic of gold.
딴 걸로 바뀌었어. 개발자 나와가지고 얘기하는 것.
So definitely, at least. No, but not because we're putting any restrictions on it. It's still tradable between players, but it'll be like trading in like scroll.
그 얘기하고 싶었을 거예요, 선생님들이.
It's like, well, you know, there's much bigger currency that's worth more that you can do trading in. So yeah, it's kind of just not really something that not something I believe will happen really at NEM anyway.
Okay.
맞나요, 선생님? 고인물 선생님들 맞나요? 내가 설명한 게 맞아? 난 그렇게 알고 있거든요. 스킬 정하고 직업 정하고 스킬 로드 찍고 나중 그 이후에 이제 저기 아이템 껴놓고 아이템 낄 때는 코어를 어떤 걸로 할 건지 넣을 건지 말 건지 마지막 거는
on a build that's like that. So
안녕하세요.
if you do want to focus more on a single skill, you will be missing out on
시작점 의미가 없어.
for more damage potentially.
전직 로드 본다고 하는 거지. 전직 능력을 따오는 게 제일 커요.
Oh yeah, you know, I just want to be able to attack with 1 or 2 skills. I'll just use this skill and that skill. Okay, but like, you know, if you just added.
그래서 특이한 게 POE는 직업에 맞춰서 무기를 쓰지 않는다는 거예요. 그러니까 위치가 활들고 있지. 위치가 활드는 건 아마 EAB 때문에 그럴 거고. 그렇죠. 모든 스킬은 다 쓸 수 있어요. 그러니까 위치가 활 주고 토템 쓴다 그러면 엄청 놀랄 것 같은데 EAB라는 빌드거든요.
worth mentioning that you don't have to be using
그게
all nine
가장
skills all the time. Like it is absolutely intentional.
아,
The reason we're
불볼도
giving you
해야
so many
돼요.
six
아,
links
맞아요.
is so you
불볼도
can have
마지막에
situationally
하니까.
dependent skills that you just use occasionally, just when the
제일
situation
놀라는 게
is there. So like that's always
요즘
something we want,
스타터로
right?
제일
Like we don't necessarily
각광받는
want you to be
게
using all nine skills every
엘리멘털의
minute. It's
EAB.
like, you know, yeah, you use them sometimes.
요거
Yeah, different skills
빌드거든요.
for different situations, but in that situation you might be spamming that skill. And there's also
템은
the
이런 거
trigger skills
쓰고요.
and other
이렇게
mechanics that let you
이동해요.
automate skills that
보이시나요?
later in the game, once your character is really advanced, you might find ways to
스킬 로드가 이렇게 가. 여기
simplify your
토템이거든요.
combat
토템,
directions, but then
토템.
you might also find ways to make them much more
능력 쓰고
complicated
횡단합니다.
with other tools, so.
이렇게 해서 구성을 해요. 활 들고 토템 쓰는 빌드. 미친데. 이런 식으로도 해요. 그러니까 생각하는 거를 다 깨부수는 게임이니까 너무 그런 고정관념은 없었으면 좋겠어요. POE에서. 그래서 어려운 거예요. 제한이 없어.
And for a meta gem like a totem or barrier invocation, you can put a whole sequence on them and it
그러니까
will
뭔가
cycle
이렇게
through them and you'll get
뭐가 있겠지 그런 거 그냥 하고 싶은 대로 막 해도 되는 거라서 너무 범위가 많아서 어려운 거지. 패싸움이냐고요? 로또 체스 비슷하다고 그러던데요. 제한 없어요 그런 거. 제한이 하나도 없어. 그러니까 마음대로 하시면 돼요. 그래서 빌드가 엄청 많은 거예요. 다 다른 게임에 비해서 엄청 많은 이유가 제한이 없기 때문에 엄청 많은 거예요. OP 빌드는 당연히 있어요. OP 그 시즌에 가장 OP 빌드는 몇 개 있는데 그거 말고 자 개인적으로 하고 싶은 빌드로 그 저게 많기 때문에 밀어요. 밀어 안 줘요. 밀어 안 나와요. 그래서 처음 하실 때는 스타터 빌드를 잘 정해서 유튜브 잘 정해가지고 그 사람이 하란 대로 똑같이 따라 하시는 게 익숙해져야 돼요. 익숙해지는 것밖에 답이 없어. 그 이후에 이제 선생님이 이제 하고 싶은 거대로 하면 되고 굉장히 개인적인 개취가 가장 많이 묻어있는 게임이라 내 맘대로 하라고 하면은 벌벌 떠실걸요. 나도 그랬으니까 어떻게 하라는 거야 이씨 하면서 진짜 내 맘대로 막 해봤더니 왜 안 되는 거야 이씨. 그런 게임이에요 진짜. 근데 이제 하다 보면 아 이 길로 가야 되는 게 맞겠구나 싶어서 그 길로 가고 대신에 이제 요거는 내 취향으로 남기고 싶어 하는 것만 이렇게 빼고 취향이 엄청 갈려 취향이 다 들어가요. 아닌데요. 이거 스타터 빌드예요. 비율 빌드가 아니고 스타터예요 선생님. 가장 많은 스타터로 하는 게 EAB 빌드입니다. 비효율이 절대 아니고 해보시면 알겠지만 가장 효율적인 빌드예요. 굉장히 효율적입니다. 왜냐면 이게 주요 노드 중에 3가지만 찍으면 되거든요. 메커니즘 굴러가는 거. 이게 토템 빌드인데요. 이게 내가 쓰는 스킬은 딜이 안 들어가. 대신에 나 대신에 쓰는 토템이 딜할 건데 얘가 딜이 되게 하는 노드예요. 대신에 토템 하나 추가해 주는 거. 요거 하나랑요. 그리고 요 밑에 거. 요거 토템 하나 더 추가. 여기에 토템 하나 더 추가. 인가? 토템 데미지 늘리는 거 요거. 요게 하나 추가. 그리고 여기 한 개 더 있는데 요거 요즘에 안 쓰고 그냥 템으로 해요. 그러니까 이게 4시즌째 우려먹고 있는 스타터 빌드라니까. 선생님 보기에는 비효율 같겠지만 요게 4시즌 1년 내내 우려먹고 있어요 진짜. 너프도 안 당해 미치겠어. 너프 당하라고 소원 빌고 있는데 광고가 왜 이상해. 진짜 이거는 국룰이야 진짜. 이 빌드 하려면 요걸로 해야 돼. 선생님 보기엔 되게 되게 비효율 빌드 같은데 아니 이게 진짜 이건 짱이라니까.
Why take away the thing that we have? Like that people like? You know, there might be. I mean, I would hope that everyone will love
얼더스는 이제
more, but there might be some people who don't, or whatever.
보스킬 때문에 한 거고.
Then you also look at things like WoW Classic and stuff like that, and you're like, there are certain people who like want to go back and play that old stuff, and it's like, you know,
보스런 때문에 어쩔 수 없이 하는 게.
But it's also this kind of thing
스타터로는
like,
굉장히 좋고.
yeah, like we have this thing going. Like we were probably going to be destroying too much as we made that transition in terms of like people's like items and things like that. It's like things that they know. We're just like, yeah, there's no real reason to get rid of that stuff. We can actually just do both. Why not have it all?
All right.
뚜껑 쓰고 하는 거잖아. 뚜껑이랑 나중에 육척봉 들고서
How will we roll maps in
보스랑
PoE2 without
킬하셔야지.
scours and chaos orbs? Or chaos orbs exist, but they work differently now.
그러니까 빌드를 많이 해보면은 이게 왜 유행하는지 왜 좋은지 다 알게 돼요.
maps in some extent, and they will still be
이 앱이 저도 한 2시즌 정도는 스타터 해봐가지고 지겨워서 안 하는 건데
It might just be harder to roll your maps with the things
한두
you might
시즌
just have to deal
해가지고
with mods that you
지겨워요.
might have otherwise wanted to just not run, and now you just
아프면 안 돼.
I mean, we definitely reevaluate what mods are on maps.
Of course, yeah.
다음 시즌까지 할 거면 스타터 골라가야죠. 자꾸 치프틴 해달라는데 안 하고 싶은데.
Well, yeah, and I ran out of time in my monsters talk. I had some of this. The spikers still exist, but what are they called? Porcupine Goliaths, eh?
Yeah.
독성은 만물이요? 너프 당했는데 괜찮아요, 스타터로? 이번 시즌 너프 먹었잖아.
Not every, but most monsters' projectiles actually use like a ballistic
아직 안
system now
나왔어요.
where they
2는 아직 안 나왔어요. 내년 6월달에 베타, 클로즈 베타부터 시작.
almost entirely gone. Projectiles will fall and hit the ground. So if you're far away, you're not going to get hit by them. The other thing is, I'm pretty sure that exact same monster. I don't think it's in the demo, but it is in Act 2. They die and then they have a like animation where they vibrate and then the spikes fire out. So no just instantly killing them to then instantly dying. We're trying very, very hard to have minimal off-screen, zero off-screen.
성역 오픈이나 SRS가 좋은 거
Zero
아닌가?
situation where you just instantaneously die to
아
something you did.
맞다.
But
SRS도
I mean,
치프틴 하면
if
좋지
it
않나?
happens on accident is probably the reality, but we obviously try very hard not to make that happen.
They are small
어차피
projectiles as
길은
well, so
비슷하잖아.
dodge roll
가운데
will let
길인데.
you
Yes, true.
avoid them entirely.
They are projectiles, so dodge roll will avoid them.
Can't confirm. They are in Act 2, as he says, but they are much more like actually dodgeable.
헬스블라스는 이제
We've been shown
버프
how
먹을 때
PoE2 will fix
됐는데
plenty of fundamental issues that Path of Exile has.
물범
Field of
때문에
melee,
괜찮나?
mana reservation, tons of things.
아직 패치노드가 안
Do we have
나와서
any plans
곧
to
나와야 돼요.
port some of these changes
패치노드
to the first
보고
game?
스타터가 나올 것 같은데 컨텐츠만 오픈된 상황이라 그리고 보조 스킬도 좀 봐야 되고 14개짜리
I guess everyone's going to have their list of like, I wish they just had PoE1 but with this extra change in it or whatever, but I guess they all kind of come as a package because the balance of the game kind of like is balanced with all the stuff in mind. So it is pretty hard to sort of split some of those changes because I mean, what would it do, you know, for some of the stuff, what would it do?
아무튼 이런 게임이에요. 그러니까 너무 제한 두지, 그러니까 게임에 제한을 두지 말고 선생복의 비효율적인 게 굉장히 효율적인 빌드가 있을 수도 있고 그래서 스트리머들이 얘기하는 스타터 빌드는 신뢰를 하고 그러니까 스트리머를 하면은 이 게임을 오래 하셨던 스트리머 분들이 좀 몇 계세요. 그분들 그러니까 거의 다 공통적으로 얘기하는 게 스타터가 맞아요. 외국 스트리머든 한국 스트리머든 다 똑같아. 어차피 스타터는 비슷비슷해요. 그걸 골라서 하나 골라서 천천히 가는 게 좋고 제한은 두지 않되 하는 게 좋고 제한을 두지 않고 게임을 재밌게 하시는 게 좋을 것 같습니다. 데크라면 SRS 하는 게 제일 좋고 소환 쪽이 낫고 EAB도 괜찮고
That's sort of happening, and we'll continue to upgrade the PoE1 engine. So it means that like new content for PoE1 will be able to just use all those new features.
근데 처음 하시는 분께 애플즈 권하는 건 조금 힘들 것 같아요. 저기 만화 소모 엄청 세가지고 이거 안 되는데요 막 그런단 말이야. 설명하기 힘들어.
that means that like all the new stuff we're doing with shaders and everything. I mean, it's not just going to make all the
아싸리
old stuff
성역
look good
돌아오면은
necessarily.
SRS 하시는 것도
But
좋아요.
basically new stuff can look good. And there's the other problem we've had in PoE 1 as well with regard to PoE 2 asset commingling.
소환류인데 챔피언이 하는
which has
경우도
already
있다.
been happening a bit.
밀리 하는 애들이거든요. 걔네들이 SRS 할 때도 있어요.
Which is a bit of a problem. So you have to be a little bit careful there as well.
소환이라고 네크만 하는 게 아니에요. 챔피언이 할 때도
Will
있어요.
there be a Scion class later down the line in PoE 2? People have noticed that wasn't there.
제한을 두면 재미가 없는 게임입니다. 이건 그냥 다
We realized pretty early on that everyone else had a really distinct theme. We had twice as many classes with all these mechanics to spread out, and the Scion didn't have something that she could focus on specifically in PoE 2. We wanted to spread all that energy elsewhere.
두 가지가 있어요. 그 스타터 빌드로 내가 오피 빌드까지 연결해서 하고 싶으면 후웨어버가 좀 사용이 돼요. 안녕. 근데 액트 깨고 나면 20개가 무료로 제공이 돼요. 그러니까 퀘스트 중에 후웨어버랑 같은 기능을 하는 것들을 줘요. 20개 정도. 오늘 엑자일콘 주제요. 개발자들하고 이제 토론해. 지금은 토론해. 개발자들하고 투 토론 Q&A 하고 있고 맨 마지막에 레이스하는 게 저거예요. Q&A. 지금 Q&A 하고 있어. 디아블로 2 하면서의 그 Q&A 그거 하고 있고 지금 그거에 맞지 않는 대화를 하고 있고 우리는 그러니까 반환 포인트가 열릴 수도 있나요? 잠깐만 TV 볼까?
It just means that things can get overcomplicated pretty quickly. So for each different crafting system, I'm pretty keen to sort of like pull it back a little bit. So it's like, well, maybe this crafting system works on your body armor or something like that, and this one is for weapons and that kind of stuff. Or that's one way of doing it. But there's also like, oh, this one only.
근데 재설계 포인트 이게 이거 그거거든요.
A lot of examples off the top of my head, but it's like you try and sort of make it so that like for a given type of item that you're making, there's kind of like some crafting systems that apply that you can think about for that item that you're trying to make. But the other ones you don't really have to worry about so much. So just kind of like paring it back a little bit. But there's certain things that still need to be across all item types to make it interesting. And we might also like reduce the number of options within a given crafting system. So it's like rather than it being like, oh, here's a crafting system with like 50 things, it's more like, well, here's a crafting system.
그러니까 이걸로 초반에 찍었던 거 말고 이 22개로 감당을 하시다가 더 찍어야 더 바꿔야 된다 그러면 그때는 이제 후웨어버가 필요한 거고 아예 빌드를 바꿔야 된다 그럼 새로 키우시는 게 제일 나아요. 후웨어버 살 바엔 새로 키우는 게 금방 키우니까 부캐는 금방 키워요. 근데 좀 힘들거든요. 22개 줘요. 22개. 그래서 그거 생각을 해가지고 스타터를 고르는 거지. 그놈의 칩팀 3명이 오늘 나한테 칩팀 스타터 준비하냐고 물어보네. 진짜 선생님하고 여랑님하고 수혜근님하고 칩팀이
We cannot have a Path of Exile game without some of these iconic uniques existing. So they will still hopefully be recognizable, but they might have to
스타터 고를 때 고민해야 될 거는 내가 이 캐릭 스타터를 해가지고 커런시를 벌어서 OP 빌드를 갈 거면 스타터로 커런시 벌 수 있는 상황까지만 만드는 거예요. 그러니까 빨간색 14티어까지 목표로 잡고 거기 가면은 이제 돌면서 돈을 좀 벌 수 있으니까 컨텐츠 하면서 벌고 그 다음에 OP 빌드로 넘어간다든가 아니면 아싸리 이제 이 스타터 빌드 하다가 연계된 다른 OP 빌드로 넘어가겠다. 전직은 똑같이 하고 그러면은 이제 몇 개만 바꾸면 되니까 액트를 밀면서 얻는 그 후웨어버랑 내가 몇 개 주순 거 하면 한 40개 정도는 돼요. 그거 가지고 바꿔서 하는 거. 근데 아싸리 40개 이상이면은 그냥 다시 키우는 게 좋다라고 저는 판단이 돼서 다시 키우려고 하고. 그러니까 경우의 수는 그렇게 잡고 사시면 돼요. 처음에 밀 때는 지층 강타 칩팀 화이팅. 그러니까 처음 하시는 경우에는 다시 키운다는 게 너무 힘들거든요. 왜냐하면 액트 한번 깼는데 저는 한 달 걸렸거든요. 액트 다 미는데 한 달 걸렸어요. 그리고 매핑 조금 하다가 관뒀고 두 번째 시즌도 2주 걸렸나? 그나마 조금 줄었어요. 2주 걸려서 액트 다 밀었고 또 노란색 맵까지 갔다가 관뒀고요. 세 번째 이제부터 이제 일주일 정도로 줄어들었고 이게 점점점 줄긴 해요. 액트 미는 속도가. 그러니까 이 한 달 또 해야 돼라는 그 생각 때문에 벌벌벌 떨면서 이제 잘 누르려고 노력하는데 안녕하세요. 그게 안 되잖아요. 실패하는 걸 너무 안 두려워했으면 좋겠어요. 그러니까 처음에 제가 아무것도 모를 때는 한 달 걸렸다고.
I think the other thing
모르니까.
is because Spirit has like combined with more things like due to the cast triggers and so on.
오래 걸렸어요. 왜냐면은 잘 모르니까 그리고 스토리 다 아니 퓨이 얘기하고 있는데 처음 오신 분 계셔. 퓨이 어렵다 그래서. 제가 처음에 퓨어했을 당시 얘기해드렸어요. 그때 스톤 브랜드 유행할 때라서 분단 때 했는데 스톤 브랜드 했는데 안 되는 거야. 하란 대로 했는데 안 따라했겠지. 하란 대로 안 따라했을 거예요. 내 맘대로 하다가 다 망했지.
I don't think that maps will be nearly as meaningful without that campaign push first. And there's just kind of a lot of like there's a. It's one of these philosophical things that I just like have always had a bit of trouble with. Like I'm definitely personally a fan, but I mean I'm interested to hear what your guys' opinions are on that.
I definitely like going through the campaign as well.
퓨어요.
So, I mean, I do agree.
I agree also.
Yeah, I think ideally the
아니
campaign is a
선생님은
challenge that if your character needs to be
사람이잖아요. 게임하고 사람을 어떻게
if you can make it through the
비교합니까?
challenge, which should never be
사람
easy at any
사람끼리.
point for any one build. Unless you've got some amazing items from your previous
고민을 왜
playthroughs,
해?
then that is the challenge you need to overcome to be able to handle maps in the first place.
Well, and usually when you go for your second character, your gear is so much better that you can rush through the campaign a lot faster too. What was the first one?
Yeah. Hopefully you'll die a few times.
And it's also just worth mentioning that we don't like any form of cross-league progress at all. Like that's very important that we don't have that. So yeah, that's kind of important even just from that perspective.
초는 또 부캐 키우기 엄청
I
어려울
don't
것
know if we have an
같은데.
answer to this one yet, but it is a much requested question. Is Reflect in Path
이거
of Exile 2?
해석본
Mark?
올려줬으면
You're
좋겠다.
the reflect
누가 해석해서.
hater, I think.
The map mods are still there. Whether or not you can re-roll them
야,
away,
맵코치 되게 어려 보이던데.
to be determined. What other forms of reflective were there? There's some bosses that had skills that turned them on. Well, those are none of the new bosses have reflect, so those won't be there because we're not keeping any of those bosses. What other forms? I mean, the reflect just mods on rares. I mean, we're talking about things like the mods that. The retaliation mods as
하긴 근데 후회오브는 비싸요 초반에.
all of the rare monster mods that do skills
시즌
like that can be
초반에는
reworked
엄청
and
비싼
revisited.
거라 한 개당 1카 아니면 2카에서
something
한
like
번 쓸
it,
때
maybe,
조금
but again, I'm
망설여지긴 할
never
거예요.
ever going to have that unfair
그래서
just
새로 교육을
hit a
하고
mob and
있던
instantly
건데.
kill yourself thing ever again. If people remember from way back when I used to play with people on stream a little bit more, and
그래서
there were
POV가
certainly
있는 거예요.
circumstances. I
POV를
remember
한번
people
찍어보고
specifically
그 다음에
called me out on it because I shot a lightning
내가
arrow off screen
실물할
and
때
hit a reflect
직접
pack of crabs and instantly died. And then people were like, "Oh, they only fixed it because he
이게
died."
바뀐다니까요. 처음에 할 때는 계획 없이
Yes,
그냥
I
막 하다가
certainly then went into work the next
한번
day
캐릭
and was like, "This is
망하고
just bullshit."
캐릭
we're seeing."
삭제하면서 어떻게 해야 되지? 그때 고민하게 돼가지고
It's not because
그 다음에 이제
other people hadn't
처음에
suffered,
제일
but
먼저
it
하는 게
certainly
닌자 보고 닌자 있다고
gives
하니까
me a
닌자
lot more
가가지고
drive when it is
1등짜리
directly pissing me
그거
off.
그걸로 해가지고 따라해봐야지 찍고 했는데 안 돼. 왜냐 1등짜리 거는 내가 생각한 거랑 다른 빌드거든요. 또 망하지. 두 번째 또 지워. 세 번째 이제 하려고 보니까 그럼 유튜브를 찾아보는 거야. 내가 하고 싶은 빌드 하는 사람들 걸 찾아봐요. 이 사람이 뭐 올렸어. 그럼 이거 따라해봐야지 하고. 근데 뭔가 써있어. POV라고. 그건 이제 주소 받아가지고 넣었는데 따라했어. 또 망했어. 왜냐? 그 사람 고단층용 빌드업으로 해놨는데 내 거랑 전혀 안 맞아. 왜냐면 내가 가다가 다 타협을 해버렸거든. 나는 저층용이고 저 사람 고단용이고 안 맞거든요, 빌드업이. 그럼 다시 찾아봐. 그 사람이 그 전에 올렸던 거, 그 전에 올렸던 저층용, 그러니까 저단용 빌드업용을 찾는 거야. 있어. 달라진 게 너무 차이나. 거기서부터 시작을 해야 돼요. 그렇게 해서 빌드업해서 넘어가야 되는데 물론 그 과정이 오래 걸려요. 근데 걸리더라도 그렇게 한번 해보는 게 경험이고 그 경험이 쌓여야 이제 실패할 확률이 줄어들죠. 스타터 할 때 실패할 확률이 줄어들고 근데 지금 오래 하신 분들이죠. 그 과정 다 거치신 분이에요. 처음 하신 분들 다 모르겠지만 다 거친 분이에요. 다 거쳐서 이런 얘기 하는 거예요. 내가 이렇게 처하고 있으니까 말을 안 하고 계신 거지. 그리고 새 시즌 되면요 다 응애거리면서 와가지고 모르겠어. 다시 다 처음부터 연습하고 준비하고 똑같이 해요. 아유 저는 분단 유비입니다. 제가 더 애기네요.
Bring all that stuff to the point where the character has a window of being in big danger after taking a big hit, rather than having to
전독성
kill them with
격발이요.
that big hit. There are still some one shots, am I right, Mark? I feel it's a really dodgeable attack. You should have avoided, maybe.
I feel like leech discussion has been the biggest time-wasting topic in the office. Like there were so many hours and hours and hours discussing leech. Like for some reason, it's just the hardest freaking thing to get right. I feel we've come up with 5 different variants
전부 다
to do.
사기당한 적 있지.
Honestly, I feel like we're probably going to have 5 more discussions about leech that will waste like days at a
누가
time
그걸
again
먼저
from now.
정했더라?
Yeah, I feel like it's definitely in flux.
시기가
Like, holy
있었는데
crap.
꽃찌기
For some reason,
유행할
leech is just
거다
the hardest
해가지고
stat to get right.
그때 우르르 다들 쫓아했다가
Well, that's the thing. That's the thing. We start with like
맞아요.
we have to make it simple, and then we
3장까지는
design and we design and we
세대면
design, and it gets more and more complicated. I'm like, no, god damn it, we have to go back and simplify it again. And like just every single time, this is why it just spirals around in this cycle. Like it's just It's leech is too complicated, but everything simple is also worse. It's terrible.
Well, the last time we had this thing, I remember you was just like, I can't believe we're still talking about this, and we.
And I am being asked just to reiterate that the QR code for sending questions is available to live attendees for 엑자일콘, but apologies to anyone watching live on Twitch or something. Not available.
그러니까 처음 하신 분은 너무 이렇게
But next question
그렇게 안 해도 되고 하고 싶은 스킬을 정하고 한번 찾아보셔요.
Well, we'll ad-lib a question then.
스타터. 근데 그 스타터를 시즌 거에 맞게 찾으셔야 돼요. 지난 리그 스타터를 고르면 또 피봐요. 근데 ELB는 시즌별로 쭉 있으니까 가장 최근 걸용으로 연습을 하셔야 제일 좋아요. 왜냐하면 이게 각 시즌별로 너프되고 상향이 되는 스킬들이 왔다 갔다 하거든요. 되게 극명해요, 그게. 그거를 잘못 보고 하시면 또 피봐요. 그래서 사람들이 스타터 막 물어보면은 패치 내용 보고 할 거예요 라고 하는 게
then again, just I know how it is. Sometimes you're just dead, and you're like, okay, I died. I don't know what happened, and we want to make the visual clarity of PoE 2 will certainly be a lot better, and hopefully it will result in just less randomly imploding.
그거 하다가 도망가신 스트리머가 안 보이시지.
On the topic of Druid, we've seen some footage in the trailer of bear form, and it's mentioned a few times, but are there any other wild forms that it can transform into?
Wolf and bear are the only ones that we've announced so far.
All right. We'll see. We'll see.
Yeah. Cool.
I've got some tough.
It's quite a lot of animation work for each one, so.
Back to itemization. Do rares drop with good rolls now?
Well, we have looked at the mod pools of every single item and changed them. You know, that includes what mods roll on what items, their weightings, a bunch of things. So I'm not going to say that, you know, every single time you find a rare, it's just going to be a good one, but we have changed the mod pool such that they make, I suppose, better sense for the new game.
That is useful to know, but I think maybe the question was driving at the like well-rolled thing that Heist had at one point where it was like lucky rolls.
Those. Well, no, that would not be. No.
Okay.
But there is some stuff, well, maybe it's a little bit in the weeds, but there's some stuff to do with the way that rarity affects things that's a little bit more, it's probably a bit too complicated to get into, but rarity affects things a little bit differently than how it used to. And, you know, we're intending to use less quantity on things and use rarity instead, and therefore we had to make it so that rarity can, for example, make it so you get more high-tier currency rather than requiring quantity to get that. So basically, like, the intention is that rarity, like more rarity should feel like you're getting more valuable stuff, and you don't have to use quantity to be able to get more currency, and that sort of thing. So there's just some changes.
We've also removed the currency drop penalty on bosses, which I don't know if people know exists, but that was if anyone has done, I've seen it posted before of when you kill bosses, you rarely get currency items, and now the best way to get high-tier currency is from bosses.
Yes. Because of the rarity bonus thing and the rarity affecting it. Yeah.
Nice.
Fun fact also about mods on items and how good they are. Light radius now extends your mini-map reveal range as you run around.
I didn't expect applause for light radius. Cool. All right. We may not have a definitive answer to this, yes. In fact, I know we don't.
저는 잡종인 것 같아요.
Question. How long do you expect the POE2 campaign to take for an experienced Path of Exile player?
I honestly have no idea.
별로 안 좋아해요.
I figured that would be the answer.
난 잡종이야,
When we finish it, I'll let you know.
별의별 다 해.
But yeah, like it'll be, well, yeah, I really don't know.
잡종인데 탱이 있는 캐릭터가
That's an interesting
그러니까
question.
탱을
Is the
챙기면서 할
intent
수
to have
있는
a
거.
shared endgame story or a shared story between the two games in general?
We were intending that before.
취향을 알아라 하는 게 굉장히
it's in the
어려운
sense
것
that it's still
같아요.
one coherent timeline, but it's the end game is now
그러니까 그런
separate,
취향을
from
아는
POE 1 and 2
사람들은
story-wise,
굉장히
so therefore they'll have separate stories for that.
편한데
Are
이걸
there any
찾아서
problem
해야
monster
된다고
mechanics
하면은
that exist in POE 1
되게 힘들어하는
that
사람
you're
몇 분
really
있는 것
happy to be
같아요.
able to get away from in splitting POE 2 to a new game?
Well, it's a little bit subjective as to what mods annoy people the most. Not really. As I said, we haven't really completely revisited and revamped all the monster mods yet, so that will come up. But
저는
I'd say mostly I'm
잡종에
relatively
그냥
happy with how all
몸만
of the
탱탱하면
mods
돼.
are now. But there will be new ones, there will be different ones. So no good answer on that one yet, just because we haven't really gotten around to doing it.
Yeah, I think, and currently in the demo we just have the same rare monster mods that we have in POE 1, just because we haven't really fully.
We disabled a handful of them just because they were visually not up to
해석해달라고 틀어놓은 건데 아무도 해석을 안
standards
해줘.
of
나
I mean,
몰라.
even some of the ones that are in there kind of aren't, but at least we disabled all the shit that was really broken.
누가 해석해줘.
But yeah, we still need to get to the rare mods for monsters.
All right. Any considerations for hand or wrist strain coming from things like opening div cards, crafting items, sorting your stash?
Sorry, what was the start of that?
Any considerations for improving the situation around hand and wrist strain in Path of Exile?
Wrist strain? Okay.
So like opening 1,000 stack decks or spamming
well, I mean, there are
fusings.
certain things now that don't require, like for example, you don't have to do the like chromatic like grind anymore, or the fusing grind and things like that. Like those sort of things, we've gotten away from the need to like to just like spam something a lot, like a huge number of times in order to get something mostly. Like I don't think there's much of that left anymore. So like that kind of stuff at least is gone. But yeah, like I mean. Yeah, I don't know if there's anything else in particular beyond those that would be needed to be addressed.
Yeah, I mean, so just a lot of individual cases that have been
Right, there's a lot of individual cases, exactly. I mean, in general, we're trying to avoid the need for, like just I mean, the whole like spam a bunch of fusing things is kind of fun, I guess, but it's kind of whatever. Yeah. People don't need to do it anymore.
근데 뭐 천천히 해도
What's the plan around bringing league content that's already been released in POE 1 through to POE 2?
거래 리그가 문제죠.
It's complicated. The answer is dependent on each league and the exact specifics of it. But ultimately, we don't want anything in the game that looks bad. So therefore, there has to be
근데 결국에는
an amount of work that has to go into each one to make it look good.
내가 하려고 하는
It won't
콘텐츠를
necessarily be
열심히
exactly the
하다가
same as it is in PoE1, like each thing. Like we want like as much as possible for the stuff to be there, but it's going to require a lot of balance work and other stuff to happen. So yeah, there's just a lot to do there basically.
그게 제일 나은
but
것
yeah, it's
같은데.
case by case.
Yeah. As we do it as we port them over, so to speak, reintroduce them, modernize the art. Like it's certainly going to be the case that at least from the monsters and bosses' perspectives, we're going to give them a full fresh coat of paint while keeping what they were at heart.
아이템 먹어서 그거 팔아가지고
And it's also likely that not all of the League stuff will be in for the closed beta. Like there'll probably be quite a lot of it introduced during the closed beta period, just for time reasons.
그러니까 리워크가 좋긴 한데
Next
그게
question.
크게 와닿지가 않아요.
Path of Exile 2 is still free to play, right?
Of course.
Yes.
Of course.
Good. This is a fairly broad question, but
저랑 비슷하네요.
it's gotten a lot of traction. Will PoE 2 be a
아무리
lot slower than
5시부터 해도
PoE 1?
늦게 액트는 늦게
it's not the
진입할 때
goal to make it slower, but ultimately we want to make it so
랩핑 늦을 것
that
같아.
like fights with bosses are more engaging and fun and like that kind of thing. So it's just like really important. Like it's likely that the 95th percentile of speed will be a bit slower, and that's just once again to make it actually so that things are like can actually make sense in boss fights and once again be engaging. But like there's still kind of ridiculous shit. I mean, like, you know, we like our like, you know, crazy trigger gems and like things that you saw the triple cast unleash and all that sort of stuff. Like there's just all that stuff sort of going on. So by end game it will definitely be there's a lot of shit going on that you can do. But yes, it's not going to be quite the level of ridiculousness that PoE1 does. I'm almost
시즌 후반 때는 너무 고려 안 한 것
we need
같기도
to.
하고.
It's not entirely like 100%
너무
done, like
특화시켜버린
how the
것
balance is at
같기도
end game. There's still more for us to do there, and we'll be talking about that more later. But ultimately,
가디언
like,
아예
it's more about like
쪽
making it fun
아니면은
for
수완
us
쪽으로
than
밀어버린 것
a
같고
specific goal of retaining speed. So you know,
아싸리 화염 쪽으로 밀어버린 것 같고.
And I mean, so far we've approved cast on dodge. Dodge roll.
Just now.
그래도 토템하고
you know, and I know this is true, but it has been confirmed that we have
그거 슬랩류 있어가지고 그것도 했었는데 그나마 그것도 조금 약해진 것 같기도 하고 그 두 개가.
I mean, we're always tempted to add stuff like that.
화염은 너무 좋은데 저항 쪽은 엄청 좋아 보이고.
But it is certainly nice to not have to start the game from a point
시즌 후반 때 할 만한
bosses have to
치킨
have 2
쪽이
point something billion
별로
life,
없을 것 같아서.
and all kinds of damage
스타터는
caps
괜찮을
and
것 같은데.
people are doing overflows, damage over time, and all of that stuff. So, but it's all relative. But
그래서
nowadays,
고민인
when we
거예요.
have to add a boss
스타터
to
좋을 것
PoE1,
같은데
like pinnacle
후반에 할
boss,
게
it's
없어.
pretty much like has some unquantifiable amount of life because
결국엔
of those things.
성역해가지고 커런시
That is
먹어서
what we had to do
다른 빌드
because of where
넘어가는
the numbers
건데
have gotten to.
그걸 할 수
so
있을까? 그게 고민이에요 지금.
bringing both scales down
걔랑
doesn't mean everything
거의
is much
시즌
slower, but
콘텐츠랑
it certainly allows us to then have more
두
room to
개를
add
할 수
more
있는
pinnacle
빌드를
bosses with
고르는 게
more life
관건인 것
over
같아요.
another 10 years of content, right?
So we talked about leagues being ported forward into PoE2. Is there any plan to port forward old bosses? Like, will Shaper be in PoE2 in any capacity?
We'll see. Yeah, like we have to see what we.
There's room for it. We haven't decided
쉐이퍼 볼 수
exactly
있다고?
what to do with each of them at this point in time. But I mean, it would be great.
Yeah,
a lot of that is really awesome.
Okay, cool. I'd like to see it. Will loot filters still exist in PoE2?
Yep. No reason to take them out.
Nice, excellent.
해석해줘, 올려줘, Q&A만.
Div cards, that's the whole question. Will div cards exist in PoE2?
We still need to work that out. I mean, I want them there. Like, I think they're cool. Like, they never quite exactly did the exact thing what we want them to do. But like, I'm hoping we can get it so that they do. And you know, I mean, they're fun. Like, it's a really cool. It's just a nice little thing. So I would certainly hope we have them.
All right. How will acquiring skill gems
윌슨이
on
좀
subsequent
껴야 되는데
characters
너무
work with there being no skill gem
이상하게
vendors? Do you just have to
미미했네.
build up a stock of uncut gems to have ready for leveling new
I mean,
characters?
you'll probably have access uncut gems, especially low level ones. So yeah, it should be no issue to get.
Yeah, they're dropping in the place of skill gem drops, so you'll have them as you go through.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Rory, can the bear form dodge roll? I think we answered this.
Yes, the bear form can dodge roll. As expected, a bear is slightly slower to perform a full 360 rotation than a humanoid is. Does mean they have a larger period of the melee and projectile avoidance while they're doing the roll. Convenient. More fun to do like donuts as a bear because of the fact that you can change your direction quite easily.
It travels further as well.
Yeah, it travels further. So it rolls at the same speed.
해석해드리고 싶다.
It's always the same as your movement speed.
Yeah, but because it goes longer, the time of the roll is but it looks pretty ridiculous.
And because the bear is larger, it can also push a lot of enemies out of the way while you're rolling. So full bowling ball experience.
The much harder question for our animators is what wolf dodge roll looks like.
Oh yeah.
자막이라도 있어야지.
Went through a few iterations.
영어로 하면 들리려나?
And you can actually, if you turn into a bear outside of town and then enter, you can be a bear in town who rolls, which is the best thing.
So cast and dodge roll with bear rolling. That's
자막이 없어.
Now we're talking.
See, it's still going to be PoE. Do all the new classes have 3 ascendancies?
Yes.
None shared between different class variants?
No.
Okay. How are you going to manage the fragmentation of the player base and resources with PoE 2 now being a separate game?
Well, I guess that's a little bit hard to answer, but effectively, we just do what we need to do. I mean, we've set up our incentives with the microtransactions to make sure that as a company, we need to dedicate resources to both games, and that's what we want to do. But effectively, there will be some content sharing, I'm sure, just not necessarily we made this boss and here we put it in both games, but more hey, this model is useful. If we make a few changes, we can make something look different. I mean, we've already even been doing that. There's been stuff from PoE 2 that's come into PoE 1 already. You probably wouldn't even recognize it because, that's easy. This fundamental stuff you can then just change a little bit and then you're good. So there'll be stuff like that. But fundamentally, we believe we can do it. There shouldn't be an issue. Just dedicating resources to both games, and we're set up such that we can.
Good to hear. Are vendor recipes still a thing?
Yep.
말을 더듬질 않아 이 사람들은. 막 신나가지고 막 말해.
How are minions
해석이 안 돼. 천천히 얘기해. 좀 머뭇머뭇거리기도 하고 모르겠다 그러고.
There'll be new tools that minion characters have. We didn't want to focus on minions for 엑자일콘 because we wanted to spend a lot of time getting them just right, getting the good experience. There is going to be more of a focus on temporary minions that you're constantly resummoning if that's how you're wanting to build your character, but also the fact is that you can also have a large number of passive minions thanks to the spirit system and investment in them as well. There's some cool stuff we're doing as well, like Ray's Spectre is now more of a capture a corpse.
Yeah, it's the Pokeball.
Stick it in a gem.
So you capture a monster with it. You get this thing, and then you capture a monster, and then that gem is now that monster forevermore. So then you can use it. It's really cool.
And you must gemify them all.
Yeah, you've got to gem them all.
A true minion master.
Someone's going to have a quad tab of every single thing. Oh, that is scary though, because if there's a bug where you can gemify a boss, oh god. Sorry, QA brain. Are there campaign differences for each character? I mean, I guess there's different voice lines. Like Monk has a line for entering an area as opposed to Sorcerer.
Different voices. I mean, so on the sort of most fundamental, the only thing. I guess technically there's 3 things that are the things that you cannot have on the other characters. One of them is the 3 ascendancies, one of them is the look of your fundamental base character model, and the other one is the voice lines being different. Everything else is you can get the items and you can make it work. So yeah, basically that's the thing. I mean, the gameplay one is obviously the ascendancy classes. That's the big difference between the classes.
I do, and this is from someone who, it's not like lore's been my number 1 priority starting from a player perspective, but I do enjoy it and I am into it. But seeing the characters and how they react verbally to the world has been real interesting. And so you have the sorceress who's of a Mariketh background, and then when she's in Act 2, she's commenting a lot more about what's going on, and it feels way more personal. And you're getting that live storytelling as they're talking about it, and it makes you feel a lot more connected to your character than has been in PoE 1.
There's also just nice little touches, like we've got recorded specific voice lines for engaging specific monster types and things like that, and that's pretty cool. There's we sort of think how does this character feel about this type of monster and this kind of thing. So yeah, it's quite nice.
Yeah, it's real cool.
I don't know who was captured in the gameplay demo, but the sorceress will shout at the robots and say, "Foul automaton."
Yeah, exactly.
She hates robots for some reason. Rory, is the passive tree as dense as it is in PoE 1?
Yes, we don't have masteries in the way that they are in PoE 1, but there is more passives in total, I believe, and maybe not if you cut the sign. I'll have to do the math, but there's a lot more going on in the passageway in terms of different forms of things that you can customize your character with,
내가
focusing
능력자가
specifically
아니라서
on taking
분위기만
out
현장 중계할
potentially
뿐이지.
putting him in that situation
그걸
more easily.
못해.
So there's more variety for what's on the
아이고
tree, and
인벤
because of
왔어.
that, there's more
사람
options for what you can be taking in
왜
any one
이게?
character. We have far fewer, say, weapon-specific
분석해줘.
clusters. There's only one main cluster that is focused on axes, so you're focusing more on general melee mechanics, which also means that it's slightly more convenient with the weapon swap system as well.
Yep. Oh, sorry. Are there any major archetypes, such as traps, brands, slams, etc., that are being done
전문적으로
away
본다는
with in
느낌이에요.
PoE2?
Brands, I think.
그냥 라디오로 들으세요. 그냥 딴 일 하면서 그냥 들리는 영어 듣기 평가한다 생각하시고 딴 거 하세요.
I don't know if this means you can stick a totem on a monster yet, but that's what support gems are for.
어차피 맨 마지막 오늘은 맨 마지막 레이스 보는 거가
I suppose you probably explained it in the store. Basically, yeah, like we've got a trap
it's just the
base
type that determines whether it's a trap or
so
a
then
mine.
any skill could be a trap or a mine depending on base type.
뭔가
All your
해석해줬으면
favorite trap
좋겠어.
or your favorite mine
아니면
skills are probably going to exist if they can exist in
보내봐야겠다.
PoE2.
이거
Now
누구
they
해석해달라고
choose
그래.
whether they're a trap
해줘.
or a mine. Right?
Okay. How will ascendancies be unlocked in PoE2?
Well, we haven't announced specifically the way, but
Q&A로도
we
뭐
have,
있을 거잖아요.
in each of the first three acts, sorry, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. So for acts 2 to 4, there's a thing specific for that act that you will do that for ascending. We'll announce what those are later.
Cool.
It's not the labyrinth.
It's not the labyrinth.
Confirmed, at least not labyrinth. What do utility flasks look like in PoE2?
So utility flasks are generally going to be more reactive to things. Like, for example, the flask might say, you become immune to burning if you use it while you're burning, which is similar to some of the mods that appear on flasks. So that is what the utility flask itself is going to do. So it's no longer just flask piano. You have your buffs up kind of all the time. It's more of a when something happens to you, you then use the flask in response to that.
All right.
We also have effectively a guard flask.
Yes.
저 2시간 못 봤어요.
Guard skills in most ways. And there is your emergency. I'm about to take a lot of damage button.
And I suppose that one is proactive, but it's like a short burst of like a shield where the guard flask absorbs a percentage of the damage that is happening to you. So you can use it as like oh shit, I'm standing in the slam, I shouldn't be. Press the flask. And
it's not something you're going to want to be pianoing.
Exactly.
If that was the concern. With the changes to caster weapons, will wanders still exist, like attack wand builds? And if so, in what form?
Some of the wand inherent skills
are actually,
skills. And there'll be ways, of course, because it's part of Exile, there'll be ways to focus on specifically your wand or your staff's spell and make that into your main damage spell.
엑자일콘이요?
There's always a way.
어제 이거 PoE2 만든 사람들 개발자들 나와서 Q&A 하는 거예요. 질문 받아가지고 계속 PoE2 얘기하고 있어요, 이쪽 팀.
But you still get to do the
전부 다 PoE2 개발자들이에요.
it's just that it deals spell
총 책임자 두 번째 사람이 몬스터 개발하는 사람, 세 번째가 아이템 개발하는 사람, 이 사람이 아마 저거 메케닉이나 이런 거 그런 거 하시는 사람. 관련 내용 나오면 다 지금 Q&A 대답해주고요. 그쵸, 첫 엑자일콘 2시간짜리.
You could always save some of your split
인트로부터
then you need to respect
PoE2 얘기 시즌 2, 시즌 3.2
This is the most
그거 두
upvoted
개가
question
엄청
I've seen
컸죠.
ever on this is, will there be fishing in PoE2?
Well, is there even fishing in PoE1?
그요? 뭐 없지 솔직히.
Wait, did you not hear?
No.
비하인드 스토리 얘기하는 거지. 저도 배 타고 싶어요.
What is fishing?
Yeah.
진짜 오고 싶어.
It must be
간절해.
a New Zealand thing. Right?
I'll explain it to you backstage later. Since the sockets are now moving to the skill gems themselves, will we know the number of sockets an uncut gem will give us on the gem it's generating, or will we only see those after we've cut it?
So every gem gets 2 supports as a starting point, and then you use Jeweler's Orbs to increase it by 1. There's 3. There are specific, like it's a lesser and a normal and a greater Jewelers. I don't remember the exact names, but there's 3 tiers of Jewelers basically, and then that takes you from 2 up to 5 sockets, which is equivalent to a 6-link. So effectively, like that's. Like they don't drop with more. They don't need to, and you should have. It's likely that by the time you're getting later on, you probably have just a stack of the lesser Jeweler's Orbs, so you can increase it immediately as soon as you get it.
I can't recall if we've locked in whether they start with specific colours when you first cut them. Or if they did, you would see what they would be before you would cut it.
올해는 버텨야겠다.
I believe it was locked in per skill. I believe that's what we had the last discussion. But the thing is, they're easier to change now with the way that chromatics work. So like that's just easy.
I think as it currently stands, it generates random colors, and I know that because I was very worried it was going to generate colors that I couldn't use in the demo.
But I believe that the intent is that it's a fixed per skill as a starting point, and then later on you can change them.
A lot of these are repeats. Our channeling skills, like Divine Eye, are coming to PoE 2.
Yes, we still have channeling skills. I mean, there's a few on the demo characters. A lot of them have a lot more specialness in them, that some have a minimum channeling time, some have more of a longer channeling time, but they also have the ability to change direction. You can always dodge roll out if you've made a mistake where you start it, and some have mobility.
기장 채널 빌드 많이 나왔으면 좋겠다.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to play with a channeling skill in the demo,
재료를
then
이렇게
pick the
던져놨는데
warrior.
진짜 특이한 빌드 많이 나와서
Cover your mason rocks. It's one of the best
재밌겠어.
things to cover your mason.
I will take your word for it.
잠시만요. 어르신 좀 서고 올 테니 보고 계세요.
In, I mean, basic up to more complicated flavors.
Yes, they are.
They are.
Is the Quicksilver flask still in the game?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, it's controversial.
Die, Quicksilver.
We kind of touched on this earlier, but just to clarify, Magic Find in PoE 2 will still be a thing, yes?
Of course.
Yes.
Because we talked about...
Yeah, and it'll be better than before. It'll help you find more currency now.
Yeah. And also more gold.
So you can gamble more. What is the overall... That's a big question, but touch on it a bit. What is the overall design philosophy for mana costs and mana sustain in PoE 2?
I mean, I guess it would be hard to quantify easily, but now that you have a mana pool, because you're not reserving all the mana, like it means we can actually have some design here in terms of like some skills costing more and some costing less and that kind of stuff. So, that's just a thing now. But yeah, like obviously, like you need to be able to build your character such that you can sustain yourself. Like you're going to need to get some mana regen and nodes and things like that. But also, with mana flask sort of thing, you can actually use to make sustain a thing. There's things like that happen. But I mean, once again, it's sort of hard to quantify. It really comes down to sort of just playing and finding out what feels right.
맞아요.
Rory, you have the answer to this one. How does charge generation work in PoE 2, and are there any differences with
진짜 보고
charges,
싶은 내용들이 많았어.
So charges no longer give inherent stat bonuses. They are
이거지.
almost entirely as a
그래 이거야.
on a very, very powerful effect.
그럼요.
So the skills that were gaining charges, we started off with designing ones that were just every time you hit an enemy, gain a charge, but moved on to more of a design of when you see a situation open up where you can gain a charge, you should use this skill to gain a charge, to take advantage of the situation. And then you can unleash something incredibly devastating. The bonuses that skills that spend charges get are huge, and the support gems that cause the skill to consume charges will also give a huge damage bonus to that skill at the cost of preventing that skill being able to gain charges anymore. So while a skill is being used that spends charges, it can't gain charges, so you always have to be spending an effort to gain them rather than just expecting to be at full charges and being able to spend
관심도 없어요?
It's a real build-defining thing. And investment in charges is about you're focusing on the charge gainers and the charge spenders as part of your build.
Right. But it's not something we would expect every character to be engaging with necessarily. It's just like some characters are going to be doing that kind of thing, others not.
If you don't enjoy the playstyle, the monk's all got quite a few skills about power charges, but he's got quite a lot of skills that aren't about power charges.
19년도에 그걸로 계속 유지했었으면은 엄청 실망했죠.
Checkbox you have to get on every character.
19년도의 그래픽과 그때의 스킬 이런 거에 그냥 거기에 조금만 추가했다 그랬으면 선생님 뒤집어 안 하려고 그랬죠. 화내려고 그랬죠.
Somehow get crazy amounts of attack speed, then where there's a will, there's a way.
그냥 PoE 1의 그래픽만 좋아진 버전이다 했으면.
So let's make it a good one, if I can find one here. We'll end on a party play one. Are item drops in PoE 2 instanced or shared with party members? I imagine it's the same method as PoE 1?
Same as PoE 1.
Yep. Though
우아우아하면서
you should play
봤어요.
free-for-all and steal things from each other. That was a quick one, so we actually do have time for one more. What system or item, this is a big one, were you most excited about being able to design into PoE 2 that you couldn't fit into PoE 1?
I've wanted to get Spirit in PoE 1 for years, and then when I pitched it for Jonathan for PoE 2, I was like, yes, it's finally, it's Spirit's time.
I mean, for me, it's just all about the melee combat improvements. I'm just like a huge fan of actually making sure the action combat feels good. So like, it's just all about those really fine details of just, like all the stuff around dodge cancel and like all of the, just like making sure you never lose control of your character and like the cancel windows for like different skills. Just all those really fine details. That's really kind of what makes me happy. Just, I just want someone to be able to play our game and like it. Just like if someone just like randomly walks up and they start playing, they're like, oh yeah, this is a great action game. And then all the depth is just like an additional thing that they learn about later that gets them really into the game and becomes more of a thing later. But it's like your first impression of just like, this is a great action game. I just really
아이템
want that to feel
디자인도 되게 정교하게 많이 넣어가지고.
Well, I think that's all our time, unless we've got any more comments you'd like to add, anyone?
I think for me, the most exciting thing was when we were able to add 6 more classes.
뭔가 되게 애를 쓰고 있는 거 같긴
archetype in the game for a while.
해요.
We finally got to do.
Yeah, it's a lot, but it's very cool.
Yeah, I think that's definitely the most exciting part for me.
And mine is definitely just being able to engage with monsters and bosses on a more meaningful level, which is part of that feel. Even if I end up dying to them during very critical keynote presentations.
시간이 좀 길어져서 그렇지.
That is what makes it satisfying, and that is what makes it enjoyable.
그게 느껴지겠고.
All right, well, thank you for joining me, gentlemen.
노력을 하고 있는 것 같아.
And we're gonna head off.
끝났어.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, everyone.
야, 보다 이거 누가 좀 해석해줘. 그러니까 키파리안이 하는 거. 게임 플레이. 봅시다. 5분 후에 하네. 안 한 캐릭으로 좀 하지. 궁금한 거 되게 많은데 그 창 쓰는 그 스킬로 좀 해보지. 법사 한다고요? 법사 했잖아. 나중에는 가봐야지 나도. 다른 법사. 카드 저거 하느라 바쁘네 다들. 밀리 개망했다고? 패치하겠지요. 패치해야지. 재밌게 놀고 계신가? 되게 조용하다 우리. 몽코가 선녀라고요? 안녕하세요. 오랜만이네요. 아이, 자꾸 치킨어. 자꾸 왜 그래? 왜 치킨 자꾸. 뭐야, 왜 도배하고 그래? 아니요, 이번 시즌 것도 나왔어요. 2가 가장 주된 거고, 이번 시즌 것도 나왔어요. 로또 체스 비슷하게 만들어가지고, 이번 시즌 내용 나왔고, 성역 합류했고. 근데 이번 시즌 거는 패치노트 봐야 돼서 아마 한 2주 후에 내용 나오지 않을까요? 일주일 전부터 내용 나올 건데. 아니요, 룰렛 안 하려고요. 안 할 거야. 룰렛 안 하고 초보자분들 하기 좋은 빌드 하나 골라서 스타터 하나 하고 영상 만들어서 하나씩 보여주려고요. 방송 저기 디아 하면서 POE에 관심 있으신 분들이 좀 있을 테니까. 아니야. 몇 박스 안 해. 그래서 그분들 유입 좀 시켜보고 싶어가지고요. 한 1년 동안 같이 합숙 훈련해요. 저랑 같이 해서 2까지 하자. 클리커 너 안됨. 아니야, 유입 될 거야. 유입 시킬 거야 내가. 할배 토템 선생님 하십시오. 난
Hey guys, how's it going?
그만.
Here. It's going to be my play session here for Path of Exile 2. It is one that I have not a lot of hands-on experience with. I did play Path of Exile 2, the first thing that they had in the last ExileCon many years back, but that was still one. It was part of the Path of Exile 1 client, I guess we're calling it. So I haven't played this at all, even though it's the second day of ExileCon. I've been busy. I had maybe a small chance to play at the end of the day yesterday, and Rania kind of held me back. It's like, oh no, that would tarnish the experience of your first playthrough. So yes, absolutely, she was right. And we are going to check it out here. I actually really wanted to try the Huntress, because the Huntress is kind of like the first intro that I saw to Exile 2, so I was quite interested to get my hands and try it. So now I finally get to do that. And normally when I play, a lot of the keybinds are quite different than the ones that I'm sure are default here. Inventory, yeah. So this might be a little bit of a different experience.
잘했어요.
Okay.
오겠지.
Sure. Let's see how this works. Walking around, I have been told that you know, the feel for the game takes a little bit of getting used to because playing feels a little bit different than Path of Exile 1. And I've also been told that generally the hardest characters to complete their kind of 45-minute campaign run or so. We're getting quests here. Defeat the Sun Clan Hyenas. Sure.
컨셉이 진짜 티아.
Oh, let's see what we actually are using. Rapid assault. Okay. Okay.
그런 거 없어.
Whirling slash.
디아2를 많이. 우와. 디아2를 많이. 아, 되게 쉽게 하다 이거.
11 mana. Extra lightning damage. Do we get lightning damage from the skill? Oh, no, we have the lightning damage from the weapon. Chance to maim. And we have chance to deflect. Oh, I was reading Reddit about this. I think deflect is kind of like spell suppression, but for non-spell hits, for melee, I guess. I guess that would be it. Whirling slash, perform a circular slash. Okay. It seems to last a couple seconds. Leaving the area unleashes a swirling storm. Oh, I see. So it's like an area hit.
네, 공유 안 한다고 했는데.
Got it. Okay. Let's see how much damage that does roughly. Okay, that's not bad. Yeah, Path of Exile 2, the only hands-on experience that we get is kind of this demo, and this demo is tuned to be very difficult.
스킬 취소도 되고.
So I can dodge out of it, which is pretty nice. I can spam that, right? So do that dodge. I mean, I guess it takes some time because the dodge roll does take a little bit to work. The jab does seem pretty powerful. Okay, one skill at a time. Hits stun enemies as though dealing 50% more damage. Looks like it has a good damage multiplier because that lightning damage is getting doubles by about 200%. Where are my gems actually? Okay, so S is gems. Okay, why don't we actually check out the skills this way?
네, 재미 1링크는 2링크야.
Not all that rapid in terms of attack speed modifier, but I guess it does a lot of hits.
이거를 3, 4장을 하고 있으니 데미지가 안 나오지. 그러니까 보스킬할 때 힘들지. 봐봐, 다 2링크잖아요. 1링크 하면 2링크야. 데미지가.
Oh, I see. That's why it has that. So that's pretty good actually. The whirling slash.
이동기로는 회피가 잘 안 된대요.
Slowing enemies and blinding them in its area.
캐릭터가 회피가
So you're gonna get that accuracy bonus. Might be good to use for the damage, but at least per stage. Oh, I see. Using an attack in the storm as one stage, the maximum of 3 stages. So you want to put this up, do some combat in it, and then run out. But that's a little bit counterintuitive because usually you want to open up with AoE to get rid of the weaker monsters in the area. Okay. Spear field.
우와.
I like that.
뭐야, 끝이야? 박아놓고 뭐야?
Okay, what did that do? Stab the ground, causing multiple spears to burst out of the ground. Okay. Spears remain for the duration or explode when enemies touch them. It requires a spear. Increase effective maim. Now in PoE 1, maim increases physical damage dealt to the target. I'm hoping that's still the same. Herald of Thunder grants a buff. Oh, so we should probably get that going. Oh, that's all my spirit. Okay. Converts 100% physical to lightning. Interesting. Is that all of my skills? No, that's just the damage from the Herald of Thunder. You don't want to take things for granted. I mean, I haven't never played before. Killing shocked enemies is kind of the same. Okay, that's good. I actually quite like the heralds in the regular game. Storm Spear converts physical lightning, 6 extra projectiles. Spears cannot split. Okay.
자벨마가 POE에서 보냈으면 좋겠다고요?
Fired.
그림자 나면서 간다고?
That is slow. Okay. That's quite a wind-up time. When it hits an enemy, it bursts, firing bolts of lightning at multiple other enemies. That seems very nice. And we have puncture. Do we have puncture?
그래요?
Oh, that's the cue. Okay. Lunge forward, melee damage, more powerful, it requires a spear, causes bleeding, 200% more damage based on the distance traveled, hits stun as though dealing 50% more. That's probably really good for single target. And impale, jump back from the target, dealing melee damage and attempting to immobilize them cannot be performed without targeting an enemy. Immobilize as though dealing more damage because the immobilize effect is based on the damage. A lot of the effects seem to be based on the damage. Let's just try some of the skills here. So puncture.
Wow.
Okay, it still died in one hit. That's pretty good. Let's see how these work. Is that like getting hit? Oh, I see. Yeah. So as it's walking towards me, it's getting hit by the spears. It's not a lot of damage, but it does add up. For one attack, it probably adds up to quite a lot. Let's try Storm Spear.
네, 데미지가 없는데.
Storm Spear does quite a bit. I like that. Okay.
모르겠어. 오, 번개 세다.
The character is like no movement speed right now, so I gotta be pretty careful. So far, I'm digging the lightning skill quite a lot. All right, I'll just keep using that
밀리
for
좀
now. Once we get to
상향시켜줘.
harder targets, I'll probably try to mix it up a little bit. But normally these playthroughs are about 45 minutes. You can play above 45 minutes. It like logs you up. You can log back in if you really want to play some more. But my goal is to try to finish the playthrough with the Huntress and then move on and play the Warrior, which is the Act 4 one, which I have been told is the hardest one. Generally, the difficulty seems to be with the overall amount of time it takes to cast skills, and the Warrior is unfortunately very slow at that, and of course, that's just for the demo. Man, I really like this lightning skill. It just feels really satisfying to use. You have to aim it, but you don't have to try that hard to aim it. The clear is very good. And you have like this kind of cone effect on it, so you know, funneling the monsters toward a certain area seems to pay out. What is this stone thing? Okay, let's just try some of the other skills. I think I had a Herald of Thunder proc on that one. Oh yes, man, we use that now. All right. Yeah, see that like field thing doesn't really seem to do very well against these. It is a wider range on it, so it's probably a bit better if there's really just a ton of monsters around. Oh, that's really nice actually.
신기하다.
So jumping back with that does seem to be a pretty effective move. Oh, I see, but it's still a pretty melee-oriented attack. Oh, and my hits don't go up there. Interesting.
보스다? 그러니까 저 되게 신기한데요, 백스텝? 벌써 보스. 왜 보스 만난 것 같은데?
Robes.
피가 안 달아. 얘도 피가 안 달아. 부드러워요?
The dodge roll is quite slow.
네.
But I believe the dodge roll is based on your overall movement speed. Let's just try to go for it here. So we're getting kind of pelted by the monsters around. Probably should be a little bit further from them. I'm hoping maybe I can
좀
outrange
저렇게
them.
치다가 백스텝했다가 다시 달려들어서 치는 이게 개발자들이 만들어 놓은 영상 보면 그런 식으로 운영하더라고요. 그래서 근접 아까 동그란 거 막 이렇게 돌려놓고 백스텝으로 빠졌다가 그 다음 나 죽겠다.
We are gonna die here, I think.
이거는 몰린 거고. 얘가 불러오는
sure how to react when I am getting like surrounded like that.
처음부터 다시 시작.
Okay. We got a
약간
humbling experience
스킬을
there.
잘 활용해서 써야 돼.
No, that is not even close to being better. Okay, all my gear sucks actually. Okay, so we want to not get surrounded, and probably if we do get surrounded, we want to kind of be. Let me see if I can actually hit these. No, it doesn't look like I can.
야, 또 어떻게 죽이냐? 위에는.
Let's try to use puncture a little bit. Oh yeah, puncture is doing tons here. Oh, we can immobilize the boss. That's right. Okay. Now there's probably some negative synergy with puncture and immobilizing, but as long as we're not getting hit, we should be fine.
어때가 문제네?
Wow, I should not have got hit by that.
물리지 않게 조심해야 될 것 같은데? 야, 저거 너무 무섭다. 진짜 무섭다. 죽었어.
Not too sure what I'm supposed to use when I'm surrounded.
저때 아까 그
Maybe I should
저거 뿌리고 요거 뿌리고 저거 쓰면 안 돼? 얘랑 얘랑?
Yeah, I tried using the impale, but you kind of get stunned when there's so many targets.
조금씩
I tried using the storm
없애야지.
spear, but you
너무
kind of get stunned when
멀리네.
there's so many targets. I guess I can do kind of a preemptive spear field, and I can do a little bit of a preemptive
경험치는
whirling
죽으면
slash.
까이는 것 같은데요?
So why don't I try to focus on that?
아까 이 정도였는데
Actually,
경험치가.
why don't we see if it works on these? It does seem to be quite effective, actually. It probably is designed to be used that way. So, okay, we got an actual plan now.
그래요?
Okay. Now I think that's gonna happen soon. So I tried kind of dodging towards the boss. It
나온다.
does seem to kind of get me stuck around him.
뿌려. 그래.
Oh man, why am I
또
getting
멀린다.
stuck there? Okay. Oh my god. No.
그 안 쓰나? 어우, 무섭다, 진짜.
Okay. So I probably could have done that way better. I wonder if I leashed the boss though. That may have been not the best move.
다시
we leashed
리셋.
the boss. Of course we leashed the boss.
자리 벗어나서
That would have
리셋.
been too easy.
다시 자리 벗어나서
To
리셋.
fight in this arena here.
네, 액트 구간이에요. 지금 링크가 2링크예요. 액티브잼들이 1링크 아니면 2링크잼이라 딜이 많이 안 나올 것 같은데.
Quite a problem. Okay, so we kind of have to do what I just did, except way better. Okay, just be better.
일부러 뭐 패턴 보라고 잼을 좀 덜 준
So
것
that
같기도
didn't
하고.
immobilize.
쉽게 깨버리면 뭐 패턴 안 보니 엑스밀 동안 볼 겨를이 없잖아요. 이럴 때가 아니면. 나온다 이제. 쫄라온다.
Okay. This gonna happen soon. It happens not quite when he's at 50.
뭐라고 딜이 좀 약하면은 쫄이 나오면서 직사고가 있는가 보구나. 지금은 딜 계속 넣으니까 안 나오는데?
Or did we skip it because we killed them all earlier?
데미지를 자꾸 줘야 되네.
Okay.
됐다. 스턴 걸렸다.
I guess this is the easy version. I'll take it.
이 사람은 보스 하나 죽이겠네. 다 못 죽였었는데.
I feel like
힘내라.
the swirling area, like the more AoE focused skills, I feel like they cost quite a lot of mana. Yeah.
잡겠다. 오, 이지.
Oh, no.
예, 그냥 뭐
That's not good.
쫄라와 죽였더니 화났나봐. 엄마 죽였다.
I can't move. No.
죽여. 물약을 먹으라고 아저씨.
Okay. Okay. Oh, I see. I should be doing that maybe in front of me and then running through it. Oh, yeah. I was kind of doing that wrong.
그래도 보스
Pretty sure it still counts
보스
as a boss.
죽인 사람 중에 몇 명 안에 듭니다.
Boots, sure.
태워 없는데.
Okay.
아, 여기 지나갈 수 있구나.
What's next? Oh, we have to speak to someone in town. Yeah, as fun as the lightning thing is, it's very much a skill that you want to be using to clear at range. Like that kind of stuff. Otherwise, it's not particularly useful. So I guess that's kind of the idea of having like a multitude of skills. What did I do?
I'm not ready yet.
Oh, that's that. Okay, I see. Okay, sure. Let's see what the quest brings. Where the caravan?
네, 오늘 마지막 날이에요.
Where's the caravan? I don't know.
오늘 마지막 날입니다. 저거 보고 있느라 못 봤어요. 미안해요. 오늘 마지막 날이에요. 오타바 킬 레이스가 마지막 그거라서 오후 1시부터 2시까지 그거 하고 나면 행사 다 끝나요.
I should probably see if these are upgrades, right? Like, yeah, those can't be very... Oh, yes. Got it. I guess the evasion difference might make some difference. Let's see if we can put our gold to use, actually. Oh, that's the caravan. Okay, good. I'll figure that out by accident. We have vendors here? I don't see vendors here. Vendors? No vendors? No vendors. Okay, well, I guess let's continue on. I kind of want to see if I could use my gold for any form of purpose right now, but it looks like that's not going to be the case.
Clever. A village.
Oh, I see.
Who goes there?
Okay, what can we buy? So we're using hunting spears.
지금 못 사잖아.
Okay.
레벨업이 힘들 건데.
814, 400 gold. It's a little bit less damage. Doesn't have the name. Yeah, that's probably a no deal.
물약.
Okay, we get flasks here. Are these any better? They are worse. 150. The life flasks are a bit better. 150. Gain a charge when you kill an enemy. That seems pretty good. You know what? I think I'm gonna invest in your flasks, right? 1,000 gold. We have rings. We do have rings. I probably will go with that. Okay, why not?
Young one.
아, 팔니까 금화가 나오네. 신기하다.
Why don't we save that and see if we get a 3-1? So we actually got gold for all of our vendors here.
We will deliver you.
Okay.
Here we are. You may disembark from that side. Guards, lower the ramp.
Oh, I see. I think I actually remember this a little bit from one of the highlights they've done for PoE 2. Okay, we finally get to play it.
We shall wait here.
The echoes are strange here, like whispers carried on the winds.
Is that a rare? Oh,
끌려. 우와, 건물출이 잘못 끼는 게 그래픽 보이세요? 아이, 아깝다. 이거 720p랑.
Try this. The hunt ends.
Okay. Shoes. Let's see if these have any base stat. Oh no, those are horrendous. Okay.
이게 액트 밀동안만 그런 거래요. 커런시는 있어요. 있긴 있어. 오브는 다 있고 액트 밀동안 MC랑 뭐 그거 거래할 때만 쓰는 거래요. 그러니까 템을 구매하거나 그거 뭐지? 플라스크 아까처럼 플라스크 사거나 반지 사고 그런 거 그때만 이용되는 거래요.
I think that's why the clear is quite good on that. It's not quite the skill itself doing the damage. That's why it was so poor when I was doing it on the bosses, and that's why sometimes it performs a lot worse than other times. But overall, it seems to be pretty effective. I guess Herald of Thunder is quite good in general.
야, 그러면은 액티밀 때 액티밀 때 엄청 힘든 거 아니에요? 떨어진 템으로만 지금 액트를 밀란 건데 지금 원래는 템을 밴더 레시피 해가지고 강해져서 했던 건데 그걸 못하는 거잖아.
Yeah, so the dodge roll is much slower when I'm getting snared by that web thing. So I actually want to maybe not be using the dodge roll very much because I can get kind of
엑자일콘에서만 잠깐 보여준 건지 계속 이렇게 할 건지 모르겠는데요.
I believe the dodge roll works off of your movement speed. Well, that's what I heard, and that is a little bit of confirmation.
코런식은 왜 있어? 오브 아까 디자인할 때 다 보여줬는데?
Okay, we got another rare. Let's see.
액트 밀동안은 모르겠고 엔드는 한번 가봐야 될 것 같은데요? 작업대 아예 없대요?
Okay, we got a blue. Okay. Yes. No. All right. Actually, energy shield might be pretty good because we have basically no recovery right now. It is worth a consideration.
본 것 같은데.
I don't believe I can even use it.
어디 있어요 그게? 내용이?
Is it like a checkpoint? I think the blue thing is a checkpoint. Of course. Oh, the fire thing does damage. Right, of course it does.
아, 대화로 나왔어요? 아, 그래요?
Okay. Okay, you know what?
작업도 없으면은 제작을 어떻게 해? 아까 듣고 계셨구나. 누가 Q&A 올려줘. 얘기해주지.
Okay, that's the blow up. So he can definitely still do damage with that, but then he's gonna do the ceiling thing this time, right?
아, 그래서 저걸 준 건가? 이
And he can
구르기?
still hit you there. Okay, good. But now we have a bigger light area, and we will out. Okay, so this is the big AOE. Okay. We get hit a little bit, but then the next one is like a melee hit or something, right? No. Okay, it's the
다른 방에 보고
doing the
있었어요.
damage. Okay.
아, 내가 영어를 못하니까 해석을 못해서.
Oh, he's spicing it up. He's trying to.
작업대가 없대요? 제작은 어떻게? 커런신 있었는데.
So we can get behind him.
놓쳤다. 누가 해석해줘. 혜미님이 얘기하고 있나 보구나.
Oh, we stunned them. Okay, let's go. Okay, let's not go.
영상 나오면은 다운받아서 이거 좀 보고 해석해달라 그래.
Wow, that auto attack is doing so much damage. I bet I can just like go toe to toe with him.
막방이 쳐요. 치석대가 없으면 어떡하지?
How much gold do we get? Oh, what?
죽었어.
We're gonna need some more movement speed on this character. I saw that coming. I was running, but.
뭐야? 터지니까 템은 사라지고 저거만 먹었네.
Where's my loot?
난이도가 좀 낮은 거였나? 이 아저씨 그래도 잘한다.
Alright, we're gonna be an auto attack Andy here, guys.
야, 템이
Well, it's not
사라졌어.
auto attack, it's the rapid assault. Okay.
죽으면 안 되겠네.
Oh, we just use. There we go. 10 fire resist. Why not?
와, 화염장을
I
받았네.
like that mechanic. They did mention that most of the
보스
bosses in
죽이면
the
저런 거
encounter will be
주구나.
dropping
저항하고 이런 거.
permanent character
출시
buffs.
날짜 아직 안 나왔고 클로즈 베타 오픈 날짜만 공개됐고요. 24년 6월 7일 날 클로즈 베타 출시한다고 되어 있어요.
Alright, so far so good.
출시 날짜 아직 나온 게 없습니다.
That's the evasive one. So you actually want to maybe blind that, but let's just rapid assault anyway. That was the hasted. Oh.
템이 안 팔려요.
Oh, so the minions get the buff. I see.
시즌 말이네.
Getting a lot of axes. I'm not sure we're going to be able to use the javelin-like attacks with axes.
서포트 140개요.
What happened here?
Okay, that was a really bad idea. Poison damage is actually doing quite a bit. All right. Oh wow! I had a 43 shock on that thing. Wow. Okay. Maybe the damage is not too bad. Maybe I should be interleaving a few
캐릭터가
lightning
좋은
hits,
건가?
but the
이
lightning attack
아저씨가
is
잘하는
pretty
거야?
slow.
캐릭터가 좋은
That
거예요?
is something to consider.
본문이 안 되는데요?
Time for the real hunt to begin.
All right. Got a gem.
그죠?
Frozen Nexus. What is that?
좋은 거 같아요. 밀리가 똥인 것 같아.
Supported skills create chill ground for 2 seconds when they freeze an enemy. Huh. Yeah.
랭기
So
관통하는 거
I guess
아니야?
I'll just keep that in inventory for now.
How did your people even build this?
Okay. So really the game we're playing here is don't get surrounded. That's the game. Okay? We get surrounded, we die.
Continue the assault! Slay them all!
야, 몹들도 스킬 쓰는 게 되게 뭐라고 그러지? 되게 직관적으로 볼 수 있네요. 아까
Those activate.
네, 되게 좋은 것 같은데? 몹들도 스킬을 쓰는 저거 있죠. 다 보이는데 내가 쓰는 것도 보이고. 내가 쓰는 스킬이었나? 봐봐, 몹들도 스킬 쓰는 게 보여.
I kind of want to see just how much the bleed damage does, because I've been using it on bosses, but I'm not sure it does actually that much at all.
나도
Maybe it
보이고
does. It
몹도
probably
보이고.
is worth using.
NPC 스킬 쓰는 것도
Yeah.
보여.
So probably on bosses we want to do a mix of puncture,
이펙트가
blind
다
thing, upper
보이는데요?
accuracy, and
되게
evasion.
신기하다.
There is actually some reason for all of these skills on this character, which is kind of interesting. I do wonder though if that will remain as the character levels up, or if we can specialize it a bit further.
원거리만 좋아. 얘 원거리 아니거든요.
Also, the skills do use quite a lot of mana.
근접, 얘도 근접이거든요. 던져놓고 달려들어서 하는 건데? 근데 아까 원거리, 그니까.
So we're supposed to get to the second gate, fight our way through it. Let's see if I'm a
창
little bit
던지고
better with like getting surrounded.
슈슈슉 쑤실 땐 들어가자.
Practice our weaknesses. There's gonna be a good
쑤시잖아,
chance that we're
쑤시는
gonna
게
run up
있잖아.
against those, situations a
그런
little
거.
bit more.
상태 이상 걸어놓고 쑤시는 거잖아. 아니야? 인정 못해. 알았어요. 원거리요. 씨. 주라는 거 쑤시는 건데?
Sidestep seems to be very effective. The boss has like quite a long animation lock.
기저 걸렸다. 그렇지. 저저 뭐지? 범위 공격하면은 기저 걸리나 보다.
We don't want to be running away from this boss too much, I guess.
아저씨 잘하네. 잘한다. 권장사인가?
A glaive. Oh, what? Oh, a glaive is a two-handed axe. Yes.
여러 번 잔딜이 좋다. 이건 안
Okay,
되겠어요?
second gate. Where's that at?
콘솔이요.
This way, I'm guessing.
아까 그거 한번 보시지.
Champions here. Wow, they do a lot.
나 해석 좀 해주지. 거기 내용 다 나왔는데. POE2 개발자 나와서.
Okay, winged spear. This is a spear, right? Okay,
spear다.
yeah, that's a spear. So it's more damage and higher attack speed. So I'm pretty happy with that. All right, let's go.
와, 피지컬 데미지인데? 오.
Sure.
좀 바꿔봐.
Okay, so now we won't be shocking as much because we don't have lightning damage on the thing, but we were getting 43 shocks, so the
오버가 있네.
rare occasions of shocks were working out pretty well. Alright. The difference in attack speed is very, very noticeable.
데미지 좋아졌다. 바꿔가지고. 엄청 좋네. 이거 해야겠네. 이거 너무 좋은데? 이거네! 이거 좋다! 이거 좋은데요? 그 밀리 이상한 거보다. 네. 터져가지고.
Oh wait, chess
와,
actually
되게
dropped things?
직관적이다 이거.
Interesting. Yeah, I don't think we want that. Fight your way to the third gate. Okay.
네. 네, 투 플레이.
The
하는
NPC
거예요.
does look pretty
데모.
similar to some of the enemies I'm fighting, so I'm whiffing a little bit here, but
네네네네.
does seem to be
안 그래도 같은 엔진 쓴다고.
plentiful right now.
투의 액트 구간
Oh yeah.
미리
Okay.
데모로
So,
플레이하는 거예요.
What's damage with hits? Oh, I don't believe the lightning thing. Right, it can't chain. Okay. We'll ignore that one too then. I do want to kind of have some support gems
재밌어
here. I
보여요.
wonder if I can find some. Actually, maybe they were on a
그죠?
I'm so used to playing Ruthless, where it's
정말 해보고
you
싶어.
know the gems are entirely drop based, and it might not necessarily be the case here.
이번에 업데이트 내용이 그거였어요. 엔진 바꾼다고. 그래서 지금 버벅일 거예요.
How do we level? Okay, got it.
아마 원 들어가시면은 좀 버벅일 거예요.
Okay, cool. So there is some power gain from just killing a bunch of
네.
things.
모바일은 망한 것 같아요. 투요?
Not too bad.
언제
Got a
하냐고.
checkpoint. I played through quite a lot of areas. I
모바일은
wonder
좀
if
신경 쓰지 마세요. 데미지 좋아. 그렇지. 그러니까 모바일은 좀 아닌 것 같고. 무기 바꾸니까 엄청 세네. 그렇지. 그러게요.
Oh, phase 2. Something's happening. Oh, we have to kill the idols. Okay, I got it. Some more.
네, 장비의 문제였어요. 6시 좀 하는 것 같아요. 대부분 다 장비를 안 바꿨거든.
Try to go for a stun
갖고
there.
있는 장비로 계속 하니까 데미지 안 나와서 못 죽였는데.
Chase? Where are we
이
chasing?
아저씨는 장비도 바꾸고 잼 보면서 설명도 보고 잘 넘어가시는 것 같아요.
Okay. Do we get more mobs, or are we just still in the boss fight here?
잘한다.
I mean, that's just how I say hi to people. I throw a giant spear at them.
I should talk to Asala. She must
잠깐만요. 보고 계세요?
Okay, can we buy anything good? Chance to block. Oh, that one actually has block. Oh, that has some pretty nice stats on it, though. Claw, that's a nice claw. Fizz. Okay, I want that. Okay, cool, cool. It's got a lot of life, but... No, those are pretty good. Okay, do we have the gold for that? Barely. Alright. So all this stuff, that's the old gloves. Kind of wanted that helmet. Let's see how much gems actually sell for. 1 gold. Whoa, okay.
You will be remembered.
That's not gonna happen. Okay, so that gives you some life regen, which is pretty nice, because flat life regen when you don't have a whole lot of life.
구독이나 박는다고 감사합니다.
Oh, nice spear.
안 해봤어요. POE 1부터 같이 해보시죠. 해보시고 2 하세요. 제가 하면서 많은 정보를 좀 알려드리도록 하겠습니다. 해보셔야 돼요. 해봐야지 2도 할 수 있을 거예요.
Okay, let's see if Ice Spear is gonna fit well here.
감사합니다. 아이스 스피어인데? 써봐 빨리. 넣어봐. 넣어.
Well, all right. That sounds like we're going to make use of the support gems that we have. So we do
지금 그래픽이요.
We're doing frozen nexus. What are we getting rid of? I feel like it's
이제
very
POE2 예, 좀 많아요. POE2 버전으로 그래픽 엔진이 바뀌고 있기 때문에
Oh, I see. Yes, it's the same system. Okay, good.
봐야 돼요. 다음 시즌 걸 한번 봐야 될 것 같아요. 그래픽을.
Honestly, I don't think I'll be using it that much.
진입장벽은 이거 확실한 게임이에요, 선생님. 이것만큼 정확하게 진입장벽이 있는 게임이 없어요. 좀 익숙해지셔야 돼요. 내가 늘상 얘기하지만 익숙해지시면 좀 나아질 건데 익숙해질 때까지가 어려워서.
That's not bad.
치유사요. 나 빨리 저거 써봐. 그냥 아무 생각 없이 유튜버 보고 스타터 골라서 그냥 똑같이 몇 번 따라해보세요. 그게 제일 나아요.
Let's see how this looks. That is a very slow.
예, 안 찾는 것 같아요 보니까. 그래서 아까 치유사 얘기해야지 플라스틱 차고. 면적 성비한다고요? 네, 이 필드 굿이 뭐예요? 디아를 못 하겠어요. 이거 게임 트레일러 보고 그런 사람이 좀 많아요, 선생님. 선생님 말고도 좀 많어. 이게 선생님뿐만 아니라 뭐야? 와, 저 뭐야? 희한한 거야. 되게 신기하다. 뭐, 저 초록색 저게 뭐야? 예, 아까 그랬대요. 작업대가 없대요. 멋있다, 저거. 아까 새 스킬이었잖아.
Search for the entrance to the bone pits.
이 아저씨 신기한 거 다 했다. 야, 몹들도 신기하고. 영어 잘해요? 아니, 못해요. 아니, 못해요. 잘 못해요. 나 영어 잘 못해요. 안녕. 저 근접 좀 마. 물 먹으라고요? 감사합니다. 밀리 상향해 좀 해줘. 이거 해야겠네. 왜요? 영어 왜 물어봐요? 예, 무기 받고 아까 3링크짜리 제모로 바꾸니까 좋은 것 같은데? 무기 안 바꿔서 그런 게 아닐까?
It does seem to be like a pretty open
링크도
map here. I'm not sure
2링크짜리고.
which direction I should be heading, but we're going with
아니야.
up and we're sticking to it. Hey, look at that. All right.
스킬 안 봤을 거 아니야. 스킬 보지도 않고 그냥 막 쓰다 죽은 게 아닐까? 스킬을 봤어야지. 이 아저씨 스킬 정독하던데.
Oh, there they are. Boss time?
우와, 뭐야? 활이요? POE의 핵심은 활인데요? 활 많아요. POE 활은 괜찮습니다. 할만해요. 하기가 어려워서 그렇지. 비싼 빌드예요. 활 빌드가. 초반에 열심히 해서 돈 벌어서 활로 바꾸시면 돼요. 활로 바꿀 때까지 가시면
level it up because of the stat requirements. Got it. You know what? I don't really want
좋긴 해.
the chain,
좋은데 할
so I think
때까지가
without chain,
어려워.
I can maybe level it.
그니까
Let's just pick that up.
이 아저씨 빌드업 잘했네.
Nope. Alright, that's fine.
목줄도 되게 지르는데.
Hey, bone golem.
체인이요? 그러게 왜 안 죽지? 번개에 체인 달면 좀 낫지 않나? 터지잖아. 이 아저씨가.
Okay,
끝났어,
time's up.
끝났어.
So are we on the 45 marker?
11 올렸네. 좋죠.
Okay. So
딴 거 어떻게 할
if
수
I
있어?
go back in, is it like a fresh run? Oh man, I guess I was slower than I thought.
게임 내 재화요. 현질 잘 안 해요.
Yeah. Rip.
아니,
Okay,
이
fine.
게임은
Let us
기본적으로
try.
현질 잘 안 해요. 그리고 게임 내 재화를 말하는 거고,
Apparently
그러니까
slow
빌드업,
makes everything
그러니까
hard, and the warrior.
캐릭터를 강하게 하는데
certainly
들어가는
slow in
재화가
this
좀 들어간다는 뜻이에요.
Let's see what it's like.
아니야, 아니야 아직. 아니야. 예, 이 게임은 현질하면 재미가 진짜 급감하게 안 돼서 안 돼요, 안 해요. 아니야, 그러지 마. 아니, 난 집중하겠단 말 안 했어요. 난 안 했어.
Okay, yeah, this girl looks
난 안
pretty
했어.
good. Where are we going now? Makoru about hiring a ship. Let's do
해보자.
that. All right.
이거 한번 해보자.
Let's quickly just browse over the skills. So I got armor
이
breaker.
게임은 현질보다는 게임 내 재화를 계속 얘기하는 거예요. 비싸다, 싸다. 빌드가 비싸다, 싸다는 게임 내 재화로 빌드업하는 과정에 드는 비용이 비싸다, 싸다를 얘기하는 겁니다.
Herald of Ash, Infernal Cry.
봐봐, 캐릭터 일단 잼부터 읽잖아.
So basically get 100 of fizz as extra fire.
야, 마치
We get
긴장해야겠다.
the
야.
combust effect. We do get the combust effect. Oh, this looks fun. Sunder, Slam, Ruthless is just a strike skill, so it wouldn't work on Sunder.
마을이요?
Leap Slam is a
웬
slam
마을?
skill. Rolling Slam, it's a slant slam again.
뭔가 돌아다니기
Supercharged
쉽게 하고
slam, so I guess
되겠어요.
Ruthless can only really go on the armor breaker.
We're looking for work.
그러게. 원본으로 한번 읽어보겠지, 다들?
Where are we going?
DB 원본으로 다 한번 읽어보고 그 다음에 한글로 보겠지? 이번에 동시 통역한 그 친구 고용해서 한번 쫙 해주지.
Let's do Isle of Kin. Why not?
잘하시는데.
Again, I haven't really seen a whole lot of the gameplay, just very surface level stuff. So, in terms of
저도 영어가
direction here, this is
짧습니다.
very much the first
끝났습니다.
time going through it. How do we
쉬운
get off the
거잖아.
ship?
야,
I see. As you normally would, I suppose.
똑같은 데
Let's just
갔어.
see some of the attacks. So that's the armor breaker. That's pretty slow. Rolling slam. That looks fun. Does that do damage? 390. Okay. Supercharged slam. Actually, let's get our Herald of Ash going. A little bit more damage.
오라를
Slam
켜버리냐.
Infernal Cry is on W. I'm going to change that up, I think. Let's put Leap Slam there. Let's do Infernal Cry there. Supercharged Slam.
가끔 해석이 이상할 때도 있어서 오래 하신 분들은 한번 영어 버전을 한번 봐요. 옆집이랑 차이 엄청 심해요.
Pretty cool.
옆집이란 게 D예요, D? D라고 하는 옆집인가요? 하지마, 비교하지 마.
Oh, the attack time is really high. The attack time is 2 seconds on that one. 1 second, 0.9 seconds. Okay, Infernal Cry, and then we have Sunder.
순대 찾았다고요.
Okay.
한번
Let's kill
보죠.
some stuff.
뒤질런지 순대를 찾을 건지. 디자인 팀하고 뮤직 팀. 옆집 못 가겠다고? 그때쯤 완성본이 나오겠지. 안 죽었어. 일단 안 죽었어. 자자. 5초 내로 안 죽었어. 안 죽었어. 마틸이 스킬 차 안 본 걸로. 마틸이 스킬을 안 봤어. 그냥 막 갔어. 이거 썬더잖아. 방금.
We got Infernal Cry. You guys know how this works.
우와.
Yeah, easy. How is this hard?
쉽대는데?
If you ignore the bosses anyway.
좋은데? 보긴 했어요. 이 아저씨 잘하는데? 몰아가지고. 원머리 해가지고.
Normally I don't play with screen shake, but playing with screen shake when I'm kind of focusing on like the abilities and how they feel.
아니에요.
It does feel pretty good.
오픈월드 아닙니다. 그렇게는 안 해요. 게임은. 욕먹었어. 이 아저씨 밀리 잘하는데?
These are okay. Those are not rocks. Well, they're rocks, but they're
함성 외치고 딱 치는 거 보니까
whoa, they're exploding on me.
아니요, 상관없어요. 그런 건 상관없어요. 괜찮아요. 편하게 쓰세요. 나는 상관없어.
We're definitely gonna have to be using the strike skill quite a lot here.
잘하는데? 함성 쓰고 치잖아.
Not get animation locked, really.
아닌데 마틸도 밀리빌드 많이 하잖아요. 안 나진 않은데.
That's a good idea. Okay.
모르겠어요. 10%로 쓴 건가? 아, 슬램 아니에요? 그래? 잘 모를 수도 있겠다. 타격하고 슬램 또 틀린데.
Let's try leap slam without infernal. We get the stun. Wow. Okay, we're just gonna leap slam spam
잘하네.
here.
이 아저씨 재밌게 한다.
It's maybe not the best use of damage.
그래, 이렇게 해야지 빌리빌드가 할만하지지. 함성 외치고 버프 건 다음에 죽여야지. 벤이요? 이번에 벤 안 갔잖아요. 이번에 안 갔어. 여기 엑자일콘 안 가가지고 방송만 하던데? 나가봐야지. 죽겠다.
What? I think there's maybe like an on-death effect on those or something.
자체가 하나의 월드라고요?
Oh, that's. We're back
이건
on
좀
the
몰랐어.
boat. On the boat.
맵 같은 느낌이라 특색이 없어요. 저희는 근본이 맵이라서 아무리 지금 액트 구간이라서 이런 거지. 이거 다 맵으로 구현될 거라 저희는 오픈월드는 아니에요.
Not a lot of damage.
이게 이제 다 맵으로 갈 거라서 나중에 형태는 다 맵핑으로 가요.
And you're not quite as vulnerable because you're very much moving when you're doing it.
화염벽
I think I
쏘서요.
have to run exactly to where I was. Yeah, I have to run exactly back to where I was. I think we were on the very edge of the next zone.
타코에서 디아 몇에서요? 디아 4? 오픈 공개 운전이라고요? 그래요? 우와 잘하네. 아 지진 나네. 그 통 치고 나니까 바닥에 지진이 있네. 바닥댐 죽이고 아니다 몰아서 함성 외쳐서 치고 잔질로 죽이고. 한이상이 5명 있는 게 무슨 오픈월드냐고요.
Yes. the checkpoint.
재밌겠다고 그만 깐다고. 이미 많이 까셨는데요, 선생님?
Okay.
많이 까시고 못 가겠다 한 거에서 이미 많이 까신 건데요. 네.
Alright, see what we got.
보스다. 한번 봅시다. 보스 죽이는데 다 못 잡던데.
The damage is a little low. It's a little low right now.
예, 잘하는 것 같아요. 플라스틱은 다
Maybe I should be
쓰겠는데.
trying to use like the range attacks a bit more.
예,
Ranged-ish. They use so much mana though.
딜만 조금 해주면 될 것 같은데. 공속을 무기를 바꿔서 공속 해결할 수 있는. 무기 안 바꾸고 온 거라서 얘는. 피하면서 잡는 게 재밌어 보이지 않냐고요? 재밌죠. 당연히. 아니요, 상관없어요, 저는.
Try to slam a little bit
헥슬로
here.
하는 것도 재밌고, 초반에 저렇게 하는 것도 재밌고. 헥슬이야 나중에 매핑하면서 할 수 있으니까. 매핑하면서 빌드업 다 해놓고 쫄 죽이면 내니까 물량 먹어.
That's fine, guys. It's alright. It's alright, not a big deal. Yeah, I don't think this is gonna go down.
죽겠다.
I need a few more potions.
야, 이 아저씨 안 피하는.
I died in
네,
there.
저도.
Alright, I'll take it.
아이고.
I think my little segment here only has another minute or so, so I think I will call it there. It's been pretty fun, I have to say. If you guys are at ExileCon, give it a try. Maybe you'll have a little bit better luck with Warrior than I did, but I certainly had a lot of fun with Huntress. Speed is the name of the game in the demo. But
관중이라고 저거 POE 1에도
in
있어요.
terms of the show,
목들이 관중인 거.
there is, I think it's an audio presentation. Yes, it's a developer talk with
밀리
sound
너무
design
꺼졌다.
and music of Path of Exile 2. And that's with Kane
사실
and
말하지
Camille,
마요.
and that's coming up pretty
마음이
soon.
아파. 밀리 너무
But
좀
yeah,
상향했으면
there's going to be a
좋겠는데.
lot more presentations
괜히
throughout the
잘
day. There's going to be a
해주겠지
lot more
뭐.
developer talks. So today's show is largely going to be that with a few gameplay mixed in. But for you ARPG buffs, this is going to be your day. So pay attention.
이 친구도 ARPG
and,
얘기하네.
let's enjoy the rest of the day.
근데 초반엔 ARPG 느낌이 좀 강한 것 같아요. 액트 구간. 뭐가 없으니까 그렇지 뭐. 엔드 가봐야지. 헥슬 이제 보고. 밀리가 더 나아 보여요? 같은 밀리 아닌. 그니까.
Hello everyone, welcome to the sound and music talk. My name's Kane and I lead the audio team
이
at
음악
Grinding
쪽
Gear
관련.
Games.
I'm Kamil Ormanianovsky. I'm a composer, and I will talk about music today.
So we're going to split the talk in half. I'll start by giving you a bit of a rundown on some of the cool stuff we're doing with sound in Path of
현기증
Exile
나요.
2.
안 풀어줄걸요?
So yeah, we'll get underway with that.
애원해도 안 풀어줄 겁니다.
So what better
차라리
place
POE
to
1 좀
start
같이
than the sound
해보실?
of
그럴
combat?
거예요.
So for POE 2,
접합하기
there's a lot of lessons we've
운동해야겠다고요.
learned from POE 1 and things that we want to try to do
뭘요?
with the
뭔
sound
저놈이야.
of combat in POE 2. Obviously, things can get pretty
POE 1은
hectic,
같이
you may
하시죠.
have noticed, with sound, with attack speed
아,
and all
그래요?
that kind of thing. So
근데 오디오는
we're trying to sort of
좋지
control
않나?
that, not control it,
나 음악은
still
되게
want a bit of the
좋았던 걸로
chaos, that's what
아는데.
makes it fun. But in little ways control things that can pop out more in the mix. And also making the sound in general more of a player-centric sound
나
design.
음악은
So you're always hearing
엄청
what you're
좋았다고.
doing and the skills you're doing.
네. 총괄 디렉터인데 이 빡빡이는 아니에요. 이 빡빡이는 음악하는 빡빡이고 다른 빡빡이 한 마리 한 명이 더 있어요. 우리가 늘상 얘기하는 빡빡이.
The weapon-based type, so a sword might sound the
아,
same as
효과음이 별로예요.
an axe and things like that. But we wanted to completely redo all of that and find the fun in every weapon. So one poor soul on our sound
군단까지
team,
한 명이
Dominic,
만들었어요.
had the task of designing sounds for every
액션,
weapon
효과음,
type in the
타격음이 다
game.
따로는 것
So
같아요.
a sound set for us
얘는
is the swing,
음박이요.
the on-hit sound of the weapon hitting a monster, and also
군단까지는
the drop sound of a
군단 이유가
weapon, and
문제구나.
equipping the weapon. So now when you equip a sword, you'll have a nice, satisfying unsheathing sound. But I just want to give you a little clip here of how that is all sounding.
요거 다음은 나무 북산 똑같이 별로 같아요. 타격은 좋아요. 처음 하시는 좋대. 눈이 많이 낮아져 있어. 역시 탑게임에 의해서 기대치가 완전 낮아지셔가지고 필요하신 분들은 별로 같은데 얘기하는데 좋다 그러고. 역시.
There's Dominic on his first day.
아니야.
Snapper. And here he is when he first started the combat rework, and oh my goodness, only 1 year later. It's a rough time, but he did very well. Oh, and then he also still had to mix some more. So it was we thank him for that. It was very good. This is just a clip of how the weapons are working in inventory and drops. So there's like a satisfying sort of sound on the
타격 효과음을 왜 저러냐고요?
You know, pretty cool. And you'll also see here metal versions of base types sound different than wooden. So just little details, you know, it just makes weapons a bit cooler, have their own identity. So dynamic mixing is how we're trying to control some of what you can hear at any given moment. So monsters are split into groups. This is just for us. You know, we have like low tier fodder monsters that you're just killing all the time. A notable monster is something that might be spawning less, and then obviously bosses, and then the player stuff. So all of that has a hierarchical sort of mixing setup. So each of those things will slightly dip the volume of something beneath it. So it's a priority order, really. So that means players always on the top and the boss. So no matter what's happening, you should be able to hear the telegraphing of what's about to come. So here's a clip showing some of that. You'll always hear what the boss is up to.
있어요. 그 비용이 비싸가지고 그냥 그거 돈 주고 그러니까 재활 주고 살 바에는 그냥 새로 키우는 게 좋아서. 그러니까 시즌 초반은 엄청 비싸요. 그러니까 그 초기화하는 화폐가 저거 뭐냐 그 있는데 모바일 날짜가 아직 안 나왔어요. 후에 오브라는 걸로 후에 오브라는 걸로 그 초기화를 할 수 있는데 한 개씩 지우는 거예요. 지금 선생님들이 하나씩 지우잖아요. 그 디아블로 4에서. 근데 그 후에 오브란 게 처음에는 그러니까 땅에서 줍는 게 별로 없어요. 근데 그게 한 개당 카오스라는 커런시 화폐를 처음에는 2대1로, 그러니까 2카 주고 한 개를 살 수 있거든요. 근데 2카 벌려면 그 카오스 레시피라는 작업을 하거나 땅에서 주워야 되는데 그 과정이 너무 오래 걸려서 이 초기 재화를 그 후에 오버라는 재화를 사기가 조금 초반엔 어려워요. 그래서 그거를 초반에 그냥 할 바에는 하루 정도 날 잡고 캐릭터를 키워버리는 게 돈을 버는 길이다 라고 생각을 해서 그렇게 만들어서 다시 하라고 하는 거예요. 그러니까 내가 스타터를 하고 잘못해서 다 지우고 싶은데 그 초반에 그 살게 20개 그 후에 오버를 쓰게 되면은 20카 이상의 돈이 드는 거잖아요. 재화가 드는 거니까 그거를 또 만드는 20카를 만드는 시간이 오래 걸리니 사실 그걸 아껴서 캐릭터를 만드는 게 더 낫다라고 판단해서 다시 하라고 하는 거예요. 근데 후반 되면 그게 엄청 싸요. 한 개 사는데 이제 역으로 이제 1카를 2개 주고 살 수 있는 그 수준까지 가거든요. 그러면은 그때는 이제 사서 막 바꿔서 해도 되는데 초반에가 너무 비싸서 그래요. 그러니까 이 재화라는 게 경제 시스템이 있기 때문에 네, 유저끼리 거래가 돼요. 그러니까 경제 시스템이 있기 때문에 이게 초반에 그거 이게 커런시의 이 흐름, 경제 흐름이 다 있어요. 이 디바인이 약간 화폐 가장 비싼, 그러니까 제일 비싼 건 아니고 이걸로 거의 유통을 하는데 이런 식으로 경제 흐름이 있어요. 커런시 왜 많냐고요? 이거 가지고 템을 만들 수 있으니까. 네. 이거 가지고 이게 다 템을 만드는 도구들이에요. 템을 만들거나 지도를 변화시키거나 기타 지도를 변화시키는 도구가 요거 다 커런시예요. 근데 그 중에 쓸 수 있는, 그러니까 가장 통용이 되는 게 디바인, 그리고 카오스, 엑자일, 그리고 카오스. 3개가 이제 그러니까 화폐를 주고 받는 그런 거고, 나머지는 이제 비싼 템들인데 이 템들은 이제 이게 제일 비싼 거고. 올릴 거예요. 공략 영상 올릴 거예요. 나중엔 올릴게요. 할게요. 미안해요. 할게요. 이게 제일 비싸요. 미러가.
Unfortunate camera angle.
여긴 페이투인 그게 의미가 없어. 페이투인 그런 게 없고, 이게 경제 흐름의 이게 커런시고요. 이건 조각이라 그래서 보스몹 만나는 조각들.
And the next clip's really just to show off, because it'll be cool on the sound system to hear some of the sound design we've done on
이게
the bosses that are in
남하고 신경 안 쓰고 내 상황에 맞춰서 하시면 돼요. 거래 없애자고 하시는 분은 그냥 수습하시면 되는데, 그냥 수습하시면 돼. 근데 디아블로4는 수습프잖아요. 거래할 게 뭐가 있나? 수습프잖아 어차피. 디아블로4는 수습프입니다. 안 어려워요. 그게 어려운 게, 그러니까 어렵긴 한데요. 익숙해지시면은 나중에는 선생님도 전문가 돼요. 초반이 어려워서 그렇지. 아니요, 잘못된 길로 비효율적으로 가면 후반에 바꾸기는 힘드니까 다시 키워야죠. 다시 키워야 돼요. 그냥 해요. 골드랑 레어템 거래하는 거 싫어하신, 뭘 페이투윈이야. 이거는 그냥 실패하면 다시 키우세요. 다시 키우면 돼요. 유튜브 같은 데 봐서 스타터 빌드 골라가지고 해보시면 됩니다. 뻘소리요? 뻘소리 할 수가 없어요. 각자 잘하는 분야가 따로 있어서 뻘소리 하면 그 사람 잘못하다간 묻혀요. 진짜 크게 당해요. 여기서 뻘소리 할 수, 그러니까 적당히 알아가지고 잘못 얘기하면은 엄청 까여요. 여기는 잘 얘기해야 돼. 틀리면 다 이게 해줄 수 있기 때문에. 소환해보고 싶어요? 네크로맨서나 뭐 이런 거 하시면 돼요. 하프 개혁해서 지금 디바인이 그걸로 됐잖아.
Yeah, so it's pretty full on, but cool.
엄청 많이 푼다고요? 아 이거는 저거 이 게임 일단 클로즈 베타가 24년 6월 7일에 나오고요. 오픈 일자는 아직 안 나왔어요. 그러니까 통영화표를 맞아요. 바꿨어요. 디바인이 화폐 개혁해가지고 원래 엑자일이 통영화표였는데 바꿨습니다. 화폐 개혁했어요. 아마도 그 스탠 저격이었을 거고 스탠 저격이에요 그거 다.
But it's just this little thing on monsters. It sort of injects a bit of atmosphere and personality in the area that you're in. Like, you know, just
옛날에
very
카이가
occasionally hearing a monster yell something
소환수
at you.
빌드 많이 올려가지고
fun.
그 사람 거
This is a
소개시켜주고
carver
싶었는데
area.
그 사람 접었어요. 퓨이. 희망 고문이라고요? 에이, 금방 내겠지. 아이씨, 이제 그만해. 어차피 클로즈 베타 때 하는 사람들이 밴도 들어가고 막 이렇게 스트리머들 끼고 일반 유저들 끼고 해서 코멘트를 많이 달아주면 금방 끝낼 수도 있을 것 같은데 문제점 빨리 걔네들 캐치 잘해가지고 빨리 고치고 하면
And also player characters talk a bit more, which you may have noticed in
봄
the teasers
좀
that we did
넘어서
for the Summer Games Fest.
25년
You'll have seen they
4월,
were
5월 달쯤에
commenting on
나올
more
것
things than usual.
같은데.
So that's really quite fun. Jonathan was super keen to get some more outside of the box moments. So how do we do that? You know, like quirky one-off things that they might say during a boss fight. But you know, once again, controlling how often that happens and not having it all the time. So each character will have something they might say in one moment and not another character in that same moment. So it just adds to the variety. But we have some super cool voice actors here. So I just want to show you a bit of those.
Eve, she calls to me. She has been dead for years.
서버. 서버비를 빨리 대줘야지 사라고. 내가 열심히 돈 질러줄게. 서버 좀 제발 구축해줘.
Perhaps the Karui will visit this place once more. This doesn't look good.
POE2 나오면 합류한다고요?
Yeah, so pretty fun, I think. Like little
POE
scatterings
1부터.
around. And the last thing I
1부터에서
want
좀
to just
친해집시다.
touch on before we pass to Camille is environments and ambiences. So in Path of Exile 1, ambiences
친해져야
were
된다니까
pretty
진짜.
dense, you might say, and loud and tonal, right? Yeah, they kind of got in the way of music.
친한 사람이
That's
2로
really
잘할 수
Camille's
있을 것
job
같아.
to worry about tonality. So for us, this time it's about finding more cinematic.
아, 익숙해지기만 하자 이거지. 뭐 해가지고 전문가 되라는 얘기는 아니고. 그래야 그래 공부 다시 할 건데. 그래도 POE2 때 예, 그 감은 좀 있어야 나중에 편해지잖아요. 패시브 스킬 트리 열었는데 헉 하고 있으면 어떡해. 이미 아는 사람들은 이미 스킬 찍고 막 진행하고 있는데 난 몰라가지고 못 찍고 가만히 있는 것보단 낫잖아요. 그러니까 내 말도 그거거든요. 담디님 말 뜻이 그게 내가 의미하는 게 뭐냐면 1년 정도 익숙해지라는 거지 잘하라는 뜻이 아니라 익숙해져서 아 이게 뭐다라는 것만 좀 정확하게 알고 넘어가면 어차피 다시 할 거지만 다시 배울 때 나 이거에 대한 지식을 알고 있으니 할 때 그러면 이건 스킬이네? 하는 거고 스킬 이제 노드 찍는 것도 이렇게 찍으면 되겠네 하면 그런 거잖아요. 익숙하니까 할 수 있는 거잖아. 근데 아예 아무것도 못하고 딱 맞닥뜨려서 해보세요 그러면 못하는 거지. 그래서 해보자는 거지. 이제 원을 어느 정도까지만. 오래 하신 분들은 이미 개념을 다 아니까 처음 하더라도 개념을 아니까 그냥 하는 거고 아예 모르는 사람은 개념조차 모르는데 이렇게 하라고 맞닥뜨려 놓으면은 못하죠. 아이 이게 뭐야 못하겠는데요? 도망가지. 피 눌러놓고 도망가는 거랑 똑같아요. 어차피 이 피는 동일하게 2에도 피를 눌러야 될 건데 피를 눌러서 또 뭔가 눌러야 되는데 모르는데 그때 가서 2 나왔는데 모르겠는데 하고 도망가는 거는 너무 좀 그렇지 않아요? 그래서 원을 조금 익숙해져서 좀 선생님들이 아 이게 뭐다 개념까지만이라도 익혀놓고 가자는 거죠. 뭐 열심히 잘해서 마피 먹고 나르라는 뜻이 아니라. POE 하신 분들이 아 요거 이번에 이 스킬 썼는데 재밌더라. 그리고 이런 메커니즘이 좋더라. 그런 얘기할 때 알아만 들어도 좋은 거잖아요. 그래야 뭐 36개 빌드 직업군으로 이 스킬 저 스킬 막 쓰고 있는데 뭐가 좋은 건지 판단은 될 거 아니에요. 그런 거예요. 공부는 어차피 또 해야 돼요. 근데 그 공부는 내가 알았을 때 하는 공부인 거지 모르고 공부하라고 하면은 그땐 너무 늦었다는 거죠.
So I was thinking how I can depict desolation and vastness. I used some synth sounds.
네, 그래서 하라는 거지.
Mostly long pads with a lot of reverb to match that vastness. I also used some ethnic
잘하신 분들은 하지 마요. 안 해도 돼. 이미 다 아는 내용인데 뭐. 모르는 분들, 처음 하시는 분들이 문제지.
So if let's say specific area has daylight,
결코 쉽게 안 나옵니다, 이 게임.
And all the way around,
기반은 POE 1 기반으로 나오는 거기 때문에 쉽게 안 나와요.
Then we have weather. Weather works kind of similar to the day and night.
저는 적응하기 힘들었거든요. 1년 걸렸어.
Music can have some more depressive tones.
분명 마지막 날, 그러니까 이제 POE 오픈 전날 내용을 쫙 뿌릴 건데 DB를 통해서든 뭐든 다 뿌릴 건데 템만 700개 이상이고 스킬잼만 200개고 보조잼 있지 거기에 뭐 전설, 고유 뭐 이런 게 다 나올 건데 그걸 어떻게 다 보시고 어떤 걸 어떻게 넣고 잼을 어떻게 낄 거며 스킬로도 어떻게 하고 그걸 어떻게 하시고요 처음부터. 물론 스트리머들이 이제 딱 해가지고 빌드업해서 올려줘도 따라 하실 건데 개념을 익히고 하는 거랑 그냥 하는 거랑 완전 틀리거든요.
So working with concept art, this is something which always gives me a lot of advantage.
안 볼 거라고.
Because I can start at the very beginning of the process. Here we have an example. This is the lost city of Cat.
선생님이야 빌더니까 안 봐도 되지.
There's another aspect of architecture. So as we can see on this picture.
저 사람이 약간 빌드 만드실 수 있는 분이라.
About instruments which we can use. Some Middle Eastern stuff like duduk, maybe some.
그냥 꼬라박아 버리기. 난 내 거 만들어서 내 거 올려버려야지. 틀리든 맞든.
The goal was to achieve a bold, aggressive,
그게
and
내
terrifying
컨텐츠니까.
character. For that, I used some guitar, some
내 방
industrial
오지 마요.
elements, some ethnic instruments. Again,
아니면 내 거 만드는 거
but I also used some
도와주던가.
tricks
그리고
from
선생님들
the
좀 따로
electronic dance
하든가.
music, like sidechain, to make score more modern. And speaking of bosses, pretty much every boss in Path of Exile 2 is unique.
그게 안타까워서
So music has to
이제
match this
원은
concept.
같이 하자고 하는 거니까.
I've got an example
내후년.
from the Act 2. It's fight with the perennial
모르겠어요. POE 2는 베타는 내년 6월 7일. 의도야? 어떤 의도? 예, 저도 그 생각했어요. 얘는 제대로 해가지고 화팩 나올 때 그때 한번 해보자 그거. 활쟁이도 하고요, 밀리도 하고 주문도 하고 다 해요. 소환수도 해보고 다 해봤어요. 베타 때 한번 붙어보자 그거 같은데, 계획이. 베타 때 한번 화팩이랑 붙어보고 그 다음에 좀 정리가 되거든. 아이씨, 아니야. GT는 고민 중이라니까요. 나오겠죠. 금방 나오겠지. 아, 몰라. 나 이제 저거 시즌 패스랑 다 구매해서 돈 빨리 줘서 하게 만들 거야. 아, 금방 안 나와요.
Trying to catch up with density of monsters, music in Path of Exile 2
하기
is
싫어요.
tailored for the specific environment. And in this case, we have a lush jungle, very much alive environment. So that gives
금방 안
some
나온다고.
ideas about maybe we can use some complex
금방 나온다는 말은 아까 3년 후에 나온다는 말을 내후년에 나올 수 있을 거다라는 거예요.
And since Val is partially inspired by
실험하러
civilizations
가자고.
like
아니야.
Aztec and
실험.
Mayans, I use some ethnic woodwinds.
게임이요.
Since
패스 오브 엑자일
Path of
2가
Exile is a fantasy universe.
패스 오브
We mix a
엑자일
lot of stuff.
2가
So
네.
in this specific case, I use some Japanese taiko drums.
수혜근님 말로는 내 3년 후에 나올 수 있다, 워스트로. 근데 저는 그냥 내후년쯤에 나올 것 같다고 그걸 금방이라고 표현한 겁니다. 그거를 선생님이 뒤늦게 오셔서 금방 만들으신 거예요. 내일이요. 내일은 안 나와요. 아, 빨리 나왔으면 좋겠어. 아, 할 게임이 없어, 할 게임이. POE 그래서 POE 원하자니까요. POE 원합시다.
is also about temples.
재밌게.
So we have three aspects here.
안녕.
Culture.
안녕.
We have some sacrificial rituals. So that gives some ideas about, like, we can use some horror.
아니, POE 원을 해서 공부를 한노차 이거지. 예열 준비를 해야 하는 거지.
Mechanisms. So music can benefit from some industrial elements, perhaps something which sounds
네.
strictly mechanical. And then we have environment, because many of those temples are overgrown. So I used some
모르겠어요,
ethnic
그건.
woodwinds, which are also used for the jungle environment. And here's example from one of the
아니요.
from Maquinaria.
아, 시즌제 초기 와요? POE가 먼저 나오지 않을까요? 잠깐만, 이거 내가 지금 보여줄게요. 이게 여기는 얘는 저기 스탠 캐릭이고, 봐봐요. 전체 보면 이게 전체 다 캐릭이에요. 요게 시즌 이번 시즌에 제가 만든 캐릭이고, 요거는 이제 스탠다드 스스프인데 스탠다드, 그러니까 스탠에 가 있는 거. 이것도 스탠에 있는 거. 이게 창고에 있는 캐릭터. 이렇게 구분이 돼요.
Here's an example from the snake pits, where you can hear some ghost-like sounds, something
1년 됐어.
Let's take a listen.
4개월인데. 그래서 이런 거고 4개월 원래 4개월 턴이야. 그리고 초기화는 원래 시즌 때 게임이 그런 거. 초기화는 여기는 스탠 하면 전체 초기화가 있긴 있고요. 그리고 아이씨 이 사람들아. 네, 시즌제 거의 하고 스탠 하시는 분도 있고. 그리고 잠깐만요. 잠깐만. 아빠 좀.
So here character ancient terrifying. So I use for terrifying for something horror like I use orchestra, some synth, some high strings, also some organic synths, and something more signature sounding, death whistle, which has that eerie sound, and it's almost like a scream. I've got a clip of two bosses, which yesterday you could see during the keynote. Let's take a listen. Probably recognize both of them after yesterday. Last but not least, Karui. So this is like a perfect example of how culture influences musical choices. I was thinking about what's the right tool, but the answer was pretty much obvious, which is human voice. Expert helped us to develop a unique language for the battle phrases. Instead of just recording tailored content for specific tracks, we recorded the full toolkit, like chants, battle phrases, textures, shouts, and other sound effects. So we have plenty of content for future Karui-related music. We recorded that at Kenneth Mayer's Center here in Auckland, which is actually not far from here. Let's take a look at a clip from the recording. That's in context. Yeah, there's quite a bit of difference between recording and in context. As you could hear, I also used other instruments, like large percussion group, organic synths, some brass section, but also a lot of ethnic instruments like seashells. I distorted them a lot to make them sound more aggressive and bigger than live.
아버님이 좀 아프세요.
And now
그래서 지금.
let's talk about town music, my favorite section. This is the place where we spend a
핑크
lot of
같아요.
time.
걔는
We
상관없어요.
trade, we
대답해
chat,
주실
we
거예요.
build our
잠깐만, 내가
characters.
적어야 돼.
So the music has to stand the test of
요거
time.
넣어달라 그랬죠.
It also has to be memorable.
뭘 빼지?
We have four
포템 써야 되고.
aspects, which I mentioned at the beginning of my talk. Environment, culture, we have characters,
아, 밀리 써야 되죠.
NPCs, and we have events
네,
because we
19일.
get quests
8월
from those
19일.
NPCs. And all those four aspects
선생님,
together
나 뭐 써야 돼,
gives us
스킬?
a lot of inspiration for musical choices.
내가 지금 갖고 있는
As the
템이
last slide,
스프링클러예요.
I have a music clip from
해요.
Smart,
디아 합니다.
Act 4.
저 디아 지금 네크로
There's also a live
87,
recording
89
there
찍,
of,
87 찍었나? 이번 거 너무 재미없어서 쉬면서 하고 있어요. 저 스탱커 조캐릭 100렙짜리 2개 있고요. 저거 있어가지고 있습니다. 걱정 마십시오. 저 디아 합니다. 2개 버리고. 제 거 유튜브 보고 하세요. 참고 막 사지 마시고. 잠깐만. 무기는 뭐 갖고 있어야 돼요? 지면 분쇄 하나만 구입하면 돼요. 상관없어요. 지면 분쇄랑 저 디아블로 해요. 도 지금 내일쯤에 100렙짜리 하나 만들 거라 그거 할 거고 10폭 하고 있어요. 지면 분쇄랑 위협이랑
Thank you very much for attention.
있네.
It's the Q&A time.
도끼야 될 건데.
Hello everyone, my name's Jin. I am one of Kane's minions in the audio team. And I'll be asking some questions today. As you can see, there is a QR code on the screen here. If you just scan that and send in questions, I can vet them and then answer as we go. We've actually already got some questions here.
야 이거 있는데.
Kane, what is the weirdest thing you've ever personally done to get the sound?
Oh my god. This is an R16 thing, right? No. Well, I mean, the banana skin was pretty weird. Yeah. Like you kind of to get like the real wet-sounding monsters, you kind of almost half waterboard yourself. So that's pretty weird. I've also had I don't know if you know the is it the eater? The boss with the drowning orbs. So when you get into that one of those orbs, you actually hear the sound of your character drowning. And there's a male and female character, so I drowned myself and my wife, and had a hydrophone in the sink, the kitchen sink, which is underwater mic, so you can hear us, drowning. I mean, we're acting, you know, but yeah, it's pretty weird.
이거 맞음?
Great. A question for Camille. Is the music in PoE 2 dynamic? Will it change from a more intense combat version to a more calm version once you aren't in combat any longer?
Well, it's not really dynamic in terms of following the density of monsters, or it's more. There's more of small elements for music narration, like intro.
거래 없애고 그런 거 없는데요? 여기는 구분 다 돼 있어요. 거래하기 싫으면 스스프, 혼자는 리그 가면 되고 거래하고 싶으면 거래 리그 다 구분돼 있어요. 혼자 하고 싶은 사람 혼자, 같이 하고 싶으면 같이, 죽기 싫으면은 거래 안 죽고 하는데 죽어도 재밌게 할 거면은 하드코어 그마저도 나 완전 고행으로 혼자 하고 싶다 무자비 다 나눠져 있어요. 모두가 다 나눠져 있는 거야. 다 따로 나눠져 있어요.
all the
그런 거
time.
없어.
We iterate all the time, just like any other department, I guess. Like you get it in,
게임이 그렇게
and suddenly it's
이거
not right,
제
and you need to
유튜브
re-record it
오실래요,
or try
선생님?
something totally different. Because you're also trying to balance
선생님
the
제
fact that there's a
유튜브로
lot of different monsters in
넘어오셔가지고
the area, and sometimes by
정말.
accident something might
또
sound a little bit
설명해야
similar to something else. So we're always trying to make an
제
area
유튜브
feel fresh
오셔가지고요.
and unique with the different
영상
composition
좀
of
올려놓은
monsters
거
and
있는데
sounds in the
여기
area.
Cool.
중에
Another question for Camille. What was your favorite league
리그
theme to
어디서
compose?
시작하죠?
Sorry,
리그
what
관련
was
내용
your
여기서
favorite
좀
league
볼 수
theme
있으니까
to
이거
compose?
보시고
I
여기
think the
처음부터
easiest
스타트 빌드
one was,
뭐
Legion.
이거 빼고 여기서부터 왜 여기까지 한번 쭉 한번
It
보실래요?
was quite natural. Sometimes it takes
보고
a
나면
lot
좀
of time
달라져요.
and effort
나 여기서
and
뭐 해야 돼?
starting over and over
수로
again.
왔어요.
But
타워와
this one,
찍었고
I don't know, like just
이게
came
지금
very quickly.
라마코랑 아로노우야. 코아마.
Is that your favorite?
Oh, there's no favorite.
스타터 먼저 정하셔야
They're
돼.
all his babies.
Yes. I mean, this one.
이거 시전할 수 없는데?
Do you ever find
선생님,
any
이거
problems
맞아?
trying to combine the music and the sounds to the game?
타워와의 선택받은 자는 안 된대요.
I guess.
We're a pretty good team these days, aren't we?
Yeah, we collaborate a lot, especially as you mentioned.
아 직접
The
할 수 없나?
ambience.
그냥 되나
Yeah,
보다.
it's like a long
위협
period of
지르고.
time where maybe things weren't sort of working as well
위협
together. Like
지르고.
ambience were just very tonal and drony. But yeah, now we talk all the time, every day about what we're doing. And,
맞아.
yeah.
Especially now when it comes to bosses.
다시요?
You presented one of the boss fights with Siren.
Yeah, that's true. The
That's actually good.
siren fight, where she
다시.
comes up in the center during the
위협
petrification
지르고.
phase, where she can turn you to stone.
지면 보세.
That whole thing
맞아?
is sort of a
안
combo of us
나오는데?
working together. How do we cue the sound effect of her singing at the same time as music, and
다시.
making it like a really unique moment for
얘가
us to
돌긴
sort
하는데.
of stick out a bit. It was pretty fun to work on that together. Oh, every time she does that, she'll have a different vocal melody.
Oh, yeah.
Pretty cool. Side note.
잠깐만 얘네들 말고 땅
Does
얘네
the
좀
music
아파.
you create have crossover over with
아니
what you
얘네
listen
빼고
to in your
얘네 너무
downtime?
아파.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Although I really, I listen to a lot of soundtracks.
뭐라 없는데.
Sometimes I listen to some other stuff
넓은
like Trent Reznor,
맵은
9 Inch Nails, and you might hear some
여기가
influence
낚였는데.
for sure.
잿빛판.
Yeah, but mostly soundtracks because
잿빛판.
soundtracks include like all
여기 너무 낮나?
possible
높이가
genres.
너무 낮나요? 이거 낮으면
Cool. Another question for
여기
Kane.
넓은데
How do you
티어가
balance the
높아서
volume of the different
1렙인데
audio
근데
elements you've shown, music, ambience,
템도
effects,
이건데.
with the audio volume sliders players having access to it in the settings? Are you targeting a particular volume for these elements? Are you resting with a
올라가요.
variety of different volumes?
여기를
Yes. So the sliders in game in PoE 1, they're all in the middle, which is kind of weird. Like they should be all full, and then you can only
맞아.
ever turn things down. So that's what we're doing in PoE 2 because it makes more sense.
뭐가
You
나왔다
can
들어가긴 한다.
not get any
좀
weirdness with
빠른데?
reverb
맞아요?
scenes and things. So balancing volume.
나왔어요.
in
나왔다가
areas
사라졌어.
is hard,
2초인가
and that's
1초인가
something
2초.
A lot of my job
여기,
is
여기
just
떠.
making
여기
sure every
뜨거든요.
area is consistent and
잠깐만.
sounds good. But that's the dynamic mixing I was talking
요거,
about.
요거.
We do a lot more of that
봤어요?
now. So there's also
맨 앞에
parameter-based
떠.
stuff.
여기는.
You know, how many monsters are on screen. If there's a lot, we'll turn down the basic monsters
뜨잖아.
so that the other ones can come through more and the player skills come
이렇게.
through more. It's yeah,
이렇게.
it's a lot of work that goes into mixing every area. But we still support players changing sliders and things. You know, hopefully everyone will play with the sound on.
가시 빨간색인 거 알고 있냐고요? 아닌 거예요? 뭔 말이에요 그게?
Yeah.
여기 가시잖아. 여기
Great.
가시.
Will there be anything to prevent certain player sounds from getting too repetitive? For example, detonate
끝에 게
mines,
가시잖아요. 이런 거
charges.
이런 거. 안 터지는데?
Charges
아, 이렇게
is
터트려야지.
still something we're figuring out. Because I
인내로
know in
터트리면
PoE
되구나.
1 they can be pretty oppressive. Like, you know, all
아,
the time.
얘로 해서
So, yeah,
얘로
that's
해서
something we'll
타워와
figure out.
발동시키고
Not having the
인내로
sound on
터트리는
monsters
거.
is good, and yeah, you want to know when you've got one. But this is,
이렇게
yeah,
가야
these
될
are
것
questions
같은데?
we're still figuring out. Our main goal
맞아요?
right now is getting through the whole game and getting monsters right, ambiences and everything, and then those integral mechanical things are things that will change probably over time as we get a better idea of it. But it's definitely things
내가
on our
저기
radar
기아하다가 와가지고
for, you know,
이동키가
importance.
저거라. 잠깐만. 바꿔.
Cool. For both of you, was there a particular boss or area that either of you found extra challenging to work on? If so, what was it?
눌러서 쿨이 근데 같이 공유인데
That's a good question.
기다렸다가 꽝 터뜨려서 우리가 가시 없어졌다.
Yeah. They all
이게
present
쿨이
their
공유라서
own challenges. You know, but one challenge for us is just keeping up with iteration. You know, like the departments are working on this stuff all the time, and we need to sort of pivot to make sure we, you know, do the right thing for the gameplay. So I guess they all have their own quirks and challenges, but bosses are always just harder
도움이
because
됐어요.
there's so much going on to mix and
잠깐만. 한
balance.
개
And,
더.
you know, it's really important to us in our team that we telegraph things at the right moment. Like, there's a lot of work goes into dialogue, making sure, you know, some things always trigger a dialogue line from the boss so that you know you're about to die. Or, you know, some things might have a play chance, and yeah,
가시가 남아요. 타워 가시가 남아.
Those are challenging to get right.
함성 외치고 요거 하면 타워가 나오면서 가시가 남아.
I guess when it comes to boss fights, to make everything very interesting when you have a really long boss fight, like sometimes 5, 6, 7 minutes, and you have multiple phases. So that can be sometimes challenging. And then I think when it comes to like regular areas, to make sure that the intensity is there, but at the same time, there's plenty of space for sound effects.
Cool. Are there any old songs or sounds you'd like to go back and remaster in PoE 1?
We tried that once. Not shatter sound, anyone? Yeah. Yeah. No. I mean, that I don't mind talking about that for a second. It was a well-intentioned change, but it actually illuminated something to us, which I think is important, and that's, you know, a lot of these sounds are so like embedded. You know, it's probably got a direct link to your dopamine receptor or something, so that when you hear it, it's like, there's a whole screen gone. So us trying to change that, don't mess with that, don't touch it. Yeah, and that sound is actually kind of funny because it's only one sound.
해본 거라고요.
And it has you know, it'll only play it once within a certain amount of time. So whenever you hear the whole screen just go clink, it's like it's weird from a sound design perspective. Like, oh, we'd want different sounds or things, but in reality, in game, that's what works, and it's cool, and it's been that way for a long time. So don't touch it. If it's not broken, don't touch it. That's what we learned. Sorry.
I guess I would gladly remaster trailer music.
큐트요? 하고 싶어 미치겠어요. 됐지? 실험 다 됐지? 하고 싶어 미치겠는데 베타가 너무 내년에 해요.
What is
재밌어
actually the
보여.
sound
너무 하고
of the
싶어요.
occultist's explosion ability, Profane Bloom?
I don't know.
POV 챔피언 버전 가져왔는데 이게 칩팀 버전이라고요.
Like a lot of these things are just done, you know, heat of the moment with what we have.
아니 이거 초보자가 할 수 있겠냐고.
What's that's comprised of? Sorry.
날짜가 24년 6월 7일.
Would it be possible to have additional dialogue options for resources like mana being low?
크루즈 베타
Is there
시작.
an option to turn these off?
I like how you added that at the end of the question. Yeah, so we don't want that to become an oppressive thing.
빌드업이 있다고요.
We have some more variety in that. Like it won't just be one line that they say. There'll be a pool of options, and we also have pretty cool
내 방에 처음 하시는 분들이
to
많이
know whether the
있다고.
players
이번
in combat
이참에
when they're saying that stuff. So if you're out of combat,
그
they'll say
타 게임에
more chill.
실망하신 분들이 있어서 이번 시즌에 오고 싶어하는 분들이 많은데 처음 보시고 따라해야 된다고.
But yeah, we'll probably have we haven't figured out how it'll work over the course of the game, because obviously at end game you don't need your character screaming at you all the time. So we'll figure that out, and there likely will be an option to just disable it, but I don't know yet. Don't quote me on that. We'll see what happens. But the idea is the whole player character dialogue
다 리그가 나눠져 있으니까
through the campaign. That's the
하고 싶으면 해보세요.
Great, and this is going to be our last question
해요.
for tonight. Will there be
난
dynamic sound
빨간
effects for
맵까지
weapon
가야 돼,
strikes based on material
스타터가.
being hit? For example, like flesh or stone from a golem.
Yeah, so part of Dominic's painstaking work
빨간 맵까지
every
가야 해.
single hit for every single weapon has, well, every weapon type I should say, is baked in with the sound of the armor that you're hitting. So flesh, mud, wood, water, you know, like some of them.
근데 나 지면 분수 해봐서 다른 스킬을 보면 안 돼.
Has to be baked in because we
어떤
don't
것도
want to
하는
play
게
too many
난
sounds at
재미가
once unless we
없어.
have to.
그래서
So
그래.
yeah, that is a thing. And also crit sounds are
되도록
also
안 하는 걸로
so
해서
we've
조금
redone how crit sounds
신선하게 하고 싶어서
sound
그렇지.
by making more of that armor layer come out when you hit it to know that you've crit, rather than just having a
근데
massive
스타터는 또
explosive sound.
활동 거 하는
It's still
거니까 아니
satisfying. That's the
모르겠다.
goal. Every on-hit sound should be
일단
satisfying.
모르겠어요.
So, yeah.
Cool.
아니야,
That's
아니야.
all the time we
일단
have today.
모르겠어.
Please give another round of applause for these two.
일단 모르겠어.
Thank you very much.
넘어가. 이 사람 왜 이렇게 극단적으로 해? 왜 극단적으로 하냐고. 아니요, 안 할 겁니다. 아, 제발 플리커 싫어. 플리커는 안 합니다. 스타터를 안 합니다. 플리커 스타터를 권하는 사람하고 친해지면 절대 안 됩니다. 선생님들, 이게 절대 초보자분들 조심해야 될 거. 플리커를 스타터로 권하는 사람하고는 친해지면 안 돼. 선생님을 POE하고 친해지지 않게 하기 위한 음모론자야. 그러지 마. 자동 함성 해봤냐고요? 안 해봤는데 별로 내가 흥미가 없어. 그거 자동 함성 옛날에 엄청 얘기 많이 나왔었는데 내가 흥미가 없어. 많이 들어봤는데 재미없을 것 같아가지고. 나도 내 취향이란 게 있잖아요. 그래서 그래. 안 땡겨. RF라고. 일단 패치 내용까지 보고 정합시다. 난 패치 내용 보고 할래. 왜냐면 이번 시즌 컨텐츠도 봐야 되고 성역도 해봐야 되니까 거기까지 가야 돼가지고 그래서 그래요. 성역은 근데 RF 힘들어요. 그래서 그래. 그러니까 패치 내용 보고 보조 스킬 잼 그거 내용도 좀 보고 패치를 보고 결정합시다. 지금 뭐 정하고 그렇게 안 하고 싶어요. 아직 시간이 있잖아요. 나오기까지. 오늘 이거 방송하고 아니요, 지지난 시즌은 거래 리그. 그때가 성역이었어요. 지지난 시즌이 성역이었고, 성역은 그냥 저거 저 스타터 되게 많은데? 성역 때 EAB 했었잖아요. EAB 하다가 네, 버서커도 하고 아무튼 뭐 많았잖아. EAB도 하고. 지난 시즌 버서커 하고. 그러니까 성역 리그 때가 아마 초반에 하다가 저 이제 좀 쉬면서 영상 만들겠습니다 했던 게 지금 유튜브에 있는 거 영상이고, 그 다음에 저번 시즌이 너무 제가 거래 리그 하면서 재미없으니까 스스프에서 하겠습니다 해가지고 스스프로 간 거고. 네, 예비 뼈박살, 그리고 그 뭐지? 그것도 해봤고, 스타트 많이 해봤는데 한파도 한번 해본 적 있고, 저것도 던져봤고, 오히려 잼 보면서 톡식이요? 톡식도 해봤고, 징벌 저번에 해봤고, 빅망 했고, 돼지강타 해봤고. 제가 한글 얘기해줄게. 아까 그거 저거 토템도 해봤고, 신호톤 안 해봤구나. 아무튼 저거 토템 해봤고, 화성균열 해봤고, 아 면제였구나. 면제는 해봤고 천공은 안 해봤구나. 징벌은 옛날에 부캐 키울 때 많이 해봤고, 방열빌드 해봤고, 산산조각 해봤고, 진면문세 해봤고, 그리고 요거는 빨간색 잼 레벨 하는 거. 낫질 해봤고, 뼈박살 해봤고, 요거는 소환수 때 해봤고, 지진 조금 하다 말았고, 얼충하고 지진 안 해봤고. 아, 풀은 시작 안 돼. 격소는 처음 해봤다가 너무 어려서 못 해봤고, 격소를 못 하겠더라고요, 의외로. 초록색. 요거는 얼음화살? 안 해봤고, 부직성 해봤고, 코찍 안 해봤고, 아이씨, 코찍 시키지 마. 천사의 단도 안 해봤고, 강철 분화 해봤고, 서리칼라 하나 말았어요. 집 기녀. 그리고 폭덫은 초반에 던지다 말았고, 무기기동 해봤고, 시폭 해봤고, 시폭 해봤고, 그리고 원소의 일격 해봤고, 아래팔 때 화염도 던져봤고, 독성호나물 안 해봤고, 번타 해봤고, 맹독성빈 해봤고, 강철 파편, 강철 시리즈는 대충 해봤고, 네, 거의 다 했어요. 시물 해봤고, 칼날 폭격도 해봤고, 그때 그거 있을 때, MOM 살아남았을 때 마지막으로 해봤고, 페파님 트릭스타터 추천받아요. 오호. 시체 소각은 저거 종락하고 같이 할 때 한번 해본 적 있고. 폭발성 혼합물도 해봤고. 이거 저거 추첨해가지고 이거 돼가지고 걸려서 쉣. 이거 한참 처음 나왔을 때 쉣. 어디서도 잠깐 경험은 해봤는데 잘 많이 안 해봤고. 지진덧 해봤고. 서리칼날 저기 희노님이 잘하는데 이제는 안 해봤어 내가. 몰마는 초반에 쓰다가 말았고 거의 3장까지 쓰는 빌드로 많이 했고 서리구체 해봤어요 이거. 요거 스타터 해봤어. 좀비 소환 이거 소환 빌드 할 때 써봤고. 경로에 SRS 해봤고. 조폭제 해골소환 써봤고. 연번 해봤고. 장렬광선 저거 RF 할 때 잠깐 써봤고. 의외로 아이스노바 이런 걸 안 해봤어. 관착해본 적 있고. 이거는 저기 스타터는 아니고 엔드로 해가지고 이게 안 해봤어. 낙인 빌드도 해봤는데 이 낙인 말고 다른 낙인으로 해봤고. 종락하고 저거 번개 낙인 있죠? 그거 해봤고. 그때 한참 할배 유행했을 때 낙인 소환 써가지고 하는 거. 한파 해봤고. RF 해봤고. 많이 해봤네. 아 저것도 해봤지. 그거 엑스블라스트도 해봤고. 나머진 똥만 남았어. 큰일났네. 구형 번개도 해봤고. 스타터 치창 해봤고. 이거는 스타터는 아니고 해보라고 해가지고 번개 도관 해봤고. 예, 거의 다 했어요. 폭풍영대도 해봤어. 쉣. 이거 토템 써가지고 하는 거. 거의 다 했고. 북월은 잠깐 체험만 해보고. 거의 다 해본 거 같네. 챗. 안 해본 게 없네. 다 해봤네. 그래도 좀 더 해봐야겠다. 안 해본 게 개 중에 한 20개에서 30개 되는 것 같아. 아직 저거 불볼을 안 해봐가지고. 불볼, 풀, 그 특수 몇 개는 안 해봐서.
My name is Isrin, and I am joined here with Sam and Ed from the animation team, and that's what we're going to be asking about today. And these are the people that make all the animation look amazing. Thank you so much for joining me.
Thanks very much for having us. This is great. Well, I mean, you haven't asked. I'm not too sure which way around it goes.
Both, bit of both. I figured we could do like a quick introduction with how long you've been working, creating your games, and how much you've been working on PoE 1 versus PoE 2.
Sure, I've been here for
이렇게
about
너도 같이
7.5 years.
생겼어?
We started just before Fall of Oriath, and we've sort of been here ever since, and sort of really started to put our feet down. Bit of the furniture. He's been here even longer.
Yeah, I've been here 8 years. I started, I think
난 그건 모르겠고.
the week of release for Act 4 was so I started.
아니 날개는 안 줘요. 토템만. 4시간 시청하셔야
Certainly
되는데.
a lot of work that's gone in
1시,
before
12시,
since
1시,
then.
2시. 지금부터 딱
There was a small
2시까지
period
보셔야
where I was the
되는데.
single animator.
Wow.
Yeah, and
That's
then
a lot to do.
yeah.
달려나
There were 2 guys when I
1시간인데.
started, and then they both left, leaving me behind, and I was just like this junior being like, how do I do this?
A lot of overtime then.
Yeah.
And so how much have you been working on PoE 1 versus PoE 2 now that both are being worked on?
Well, I'm full-time PoE 2 now. There was a bit of crossover, but yeah, now it's just strictly PO2.
Yeah, and so for myself, it's sort of I have a combination of all of it, really. I take care of all the bosses and monsters in PoE 2, but obviously we have a lot of content in PoE 1, which is still needing to be maintained, and we have a lot of
2시.
microtransactions and that kind of
오늘
stuff that also needs
2시까지
to be
보셔야
maintained.
돼서 좀
So,
애매하다.
It's sort of split across all, really.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
So, Sam, what's the favorite thing you've designed so
10시
far?
반 되면 저
I
포탈도
don't know, man. There's a
지워버릴게요.
lot of content to go through, but I have to say, creating the PoE 2 bosses
못
has been my
보니까, 못
absolute
받으니까
favorite.
어차피.
We've had a chance to create, much more character in all of the performances from all of them. We've really
여기는
tried
애니메이션
to really hone in on who a character is, where he comes from, where does his magic come from, how is it created? Is it, is it from the gods? Is it from the earth? Is it from his catalyst? It doesn't matter where it's from, but we have to know that. And I think people really start to get the idea after seeing some of the boss fights or experiencing some of the boss fights that they're not just quite so vanilla.
Yeah.
And it's really important that the bosses feel unique. We have over 100 or about 100 bosses, and so each and every one needs to be its own thing. The monsters are a different category on their own.
Well, Ed, what about you?
I mean, I've just been on characters this whole time. Just trying to make sure that they feel punchy and flow, and I think my favorite at the moment is the monk, but also the warrior. I like the slams.
Yep.
Yeah.
And you were telling me for PoE 1, you designed pretty much all the animations on Kitava.
Yeah. Yep. I was all on Kitava. That took me about 3 months to animate. He was crazy complicated. Yeah.
And at the time, it was something that was completely unique.
I had never animated something the size of a building.
Yeah,
before.
yeah.
And that took a long time to wrap my head around, just how fast that thing should move or how slow it should move. And
yeah,
there was a lot of iteration that went on trying to get him feeling right.
I can't even imagine. So walk us through the process a little bit. Where do you start? Do you get an outline of everything? I'm guessing the model is mostly finished when you start doing the animations. Can you walk us through that?
I mean, sometimes it's actually all the way back, and actually more often it's actually all the way back at concept stage.
Wow.
So the drawings come in, and you get to see them, and you're like, it's really, really messy at the top or down the bottom, and we was just like, can we balance this out a little bit here? And it's sort of this would be the biggest shape that we want to make use of. But our concept team over the years have just gotten so good. They understand what the product is. We obviously have a top-down camera, which is quite difficult at times to animate to. The silhouette gets foreshortened all the way down, and so actually that's sometimes our biggest battle, is making sure that silhouettes are clean and that kind of stuff. And the concept artists are so good at doing that. But at the same time, the monsters are crazy these days. The level of detail on them is crazy. So there's only so much limitation that you get. But after that, then it goes to modeling and stuff, and we'll get at that stage.
There can often be this balance of sometimes the craziness of a monster, it's well, that's going to make it difficult to animate, but I also don't want to ruin what makes this monster special,
100%.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Wow. And animation has been going on for a long time in PoE right now, and you've been working there for so long. Can you tell me a little bit about how things have changed from all the way 7 years ago, and technological changes and stuff like that today?
Well, I think Ed touched a little bit on it in his talk yesterday, which is quite funny, is the rigs for the character side of things was a huge change. That made a massive difference.
Yeah.
On the bosses side and on the monsters side, it was just more about it's trying to make the bosses or the monsters feel like who they are, and so we're really trying to up the character and make them feel like they're if they're a zombie and they're sort of like coming after you, or if they're a big and tough person, they feel that way. A lot of that for me, I really concentrate probably the most important thing for me that I start with is the walk or the run. Once you've established how this thing moves, it really helps you sort of gauge how fast something should attack after that, how crazy it is it manic, is it slow and heavy, are they proud and standing tall, it's balancing it all over the place, really.
I think also on the tech side of things, when I started, we didn't have a rigging department. The animators were doing the rigging. And I didn't know how to rig, so I was kind of learning on the fly. But yeah, now we have very talented riggers who can support us with extra things behind the scenes that make our job a lot easier.
So what does the rigging do?
The rigging is adding in it's basically adding the skeleton, defining the points of deformation around joints, and also adding controls, so the things that we can actually select. So in my talk yesterday, I mentioned that we were animating on the skeleton. The problem with that is that the skeleton's underneath the skin. So you would either have to have the character in some kind of transparent mode, so you can't really see them properly, or have an X-ray. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of stuff.
Sometimes they also create little systems for us. So like if you've got a lot of controls, they may give us a global controller that might be able to, instead of having to on an extremely high level control every single control, we might have a lower level control that we can control all of that with. So we only actually have to animate one thing, or they make systems for us and that kind of stuff, like be able to throw sine waves through things to be able to give the overlapping actions and stuff like that.
So especially with character models and stuff, do you ever use like real life people to have them like wear suits to try to make sure everything looks super authentic, or is it just all done in a program?
We sometimes we video ourselves.
Yeah, reference is huge. And in fact, I think that's probably one of the biggest changes that we've had from PoE 1 to PoE 2. With most of the guys, from the monster side of things, we take them, we go into the animation room, we make lots of like weird noises and growls, and we smash stuff, break swords. We have a lot of temporary swords, which is hardened plastic and that kind of stuff. So you can actually stand in pose, look at your body, take video of it, and then you can be like, oh, really? He does that? Like one of the things that I remember figuring out actually at just before the last ExileCon was when someone's sliding their sword around, you may think that it's actually going to go straight through, and it just cuts straight through. It's generally we have a pose here and a pose here, and then we jump through. But there's a point where the weight actually from the blade goes through to the end of the sword, and it travels down to the end of it, and it actually keeps you, while it rotates, for a still frame in the middle, and then it continues on. And it actually gives you that sensation of sort of the weight actually going through, and it gives it a little bit of extra chunk, but you'd never figure that out. If you just looked at it just normally, you'd never almost know that it's there. You take video footage of it, and all of a sudden you've got levels of detail that you didn't think were present.
Yeah, because I imagine animation is something you really notice, like you ideally don't notice if it's done well, right? It just feels good, it feels right, but you really notice when it's done wrong. What would be like the single hardest thing to animate?
I find very subtle things hard to animate.
Yeah.
Like big flippy actions are great because there's so much going on.
High contrast.
Yeah, you can't tell when something's gone wrong.
Yeah, like sorry.
Just quickly, one of the animations I did on PO2 was plugging a gem into a generator, and the character kneels down and plugs the thing up and then stands up. Doing the stand-up, I was just like, how does this happen? How do you stand up from a kneel?
I think another thing for me is like really human-based walks.
They're
slow. Everyone knows how a human moves, whether they know they do or they don't. Everyone has observed everyone their entire lives, and as soon as something's not exactly right, they're like, that's wrong. Like, why'd you do that? That's wrong. And it's like, oh, I tried. We don't use any motion capture. Every single thing that's in the game, maybe there is 0.5% of something that has been motion captured. We've tried a few different technologies over the years and stuff, and we've always reverted back to acting and hand creating and handcrafting everything. So there is absolutely nothing that every boss and monster that we have at the moment, it's just all from hand and reference.
It's very impressive because you've seen such a level up in all the animations and everything. Like everything looks so much more smooth, realistic, the running and everything.
As you're pulling my strings, man.
Very, very well done. What I want to ask you about next is animation animation canceling is a really big thing in Path of Exile. And I really want to wonder, especially now that we're having things like a incorporated dodge roll, how does that work if you're like mid-swing and your player wants to do like animation cancel? Does that make your job a lot harder?
So far, no. That was one of the things that I was worried about when it was first mentioned to me. But seeing it in game and testing it out for myself, it's just kind of worked, which has been a relief. We do have some level of control over it, so if there are instances where it does end up looking ridiculous, then we can stop that. But yeah, so far it's been fine.
On the monster side of things, we sometimes have very fast characters or slow characters, and the slow characters are a little bit easier because you kind of want them to hit the ground and wait, and you kind of got that telegraph and timing when you know when you can attack them again. But if you have like a multiple attack animation, maybe they slash once across and then come back again or something, you might not want to actually make that monster wait until he's finished his second attack. And so we can actually put animation cancelling events in the timeline, and we can say, look, you've got to be here until this moment, but if the character is no longer in proximity at this point, actually you can go and chase him again. And so that keeps a mob really hungry and sort of fiending after you, and especially with the fast-paced stuff.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask you about next. Obviously, in Path of Exile, a lot of people like to stack both attack speed, cast speed, and movement speed. How does that interact with the animations you have to make? Do you just speed everything up with a linear timeline, or do you have to make different animations for different thresholds?
Yeah, so the characters have the ability to now to switch animations as their attack speed increases. Basically, I just try and find a threshold where the animation starts looking ridiculous, and then I have another one where usually I cut a bit off the head and tails so that the actual slash itself stays the same. And it's
awesome. And obviously, there's a lot of teams that are running your games. I imagine you guys have to work very closely with sound, visual effects. Can you talk a little bit about how does it work to collaborate with other teams, like a back and forth, and if things need to be changed afterwards?
I think that's probably my favorite part of the whole job. You get to talk with everyone, everything in the whole pipeline. It's very linear. First of all, you have the concept stage, and then you have modeling, and then you have rigging, you've got animation, you've got VFX, and then you've got audio, and it's all one big collaborative thing. So quite often, because it's linear, we come in, we'll do a pass, we'll maybe get it up to about 80% somewhere, we hope, around about 80%. We then send it off to a VFX, they'll do it, and then sometimes I'll come back and they'll be like, hey, I was really trying to make this lightning ball up, and then I wanted to explode at a certain time. Can you give me just half a second more, just so that they can form the effect, and then we'll go back and adjust it for them, and then they can do their effects to it. Audio, they're at the end of the pipeline, so they kind of just wait and pause. They might put some sort of dummy stuff in, and they'll just wait until it's polished, and then they'll do their pass afterwards.
But it's really cool to make an action and then pass it on and just kind of see what another artist does with it.
It's like different sets of the puzzle, right? It's very cool.
Yeah, and sometimes you just don't expect what they do.
Yeah. You're just like, I didn't intend for that, but cool.
That makes it look way better.
Yeah.
That's awesome. So with cohesion between skills and microtransactions, does that how much things does the actual look of something factor into the animation?
In terms of microtransactions?
And skins in general.
Right. I mean, sometimes I think we're kind of bound with microtransactions specifically because we don't really create. The microtransaction itself may have a unique animation, but it's usually getting played on top of something which isn't unique. And so we don't really go ahead and create new character animations for those microtransactions, especially in PO1.
Yeah.
I can't really tell you what's going to happen in PO2, but in PO1 we have a predefined, we have the characters there, they have certain rigs. Because they didn't share at that particular point in time, it made it very difficult to go and customize anything. Whereas we have a lot more options, I feel like, coming up in POE2, where we actually could potentially do some certain things. And
although there was the exception of there was a supporter pack or something recently where there was the armor set that when you got it, you floated.
Yeah, that's right.
That was probably the first thing we've added to the characters in ages.
That's my favorite thing. I wish you could have that on just once you've unlocked that MTX, I wish you could have it on everything. I love floating. So cool.
Well, we added it to the Mana Tempest on the
잠시만요. 아빠 식사 다 해서
공격이 so cool. And we got a 10-minute warning here, and I've been asked kindly to remind everybody that we have a PoE2 gameplay showcase with Anugi and Mark, which some of you know as Neon. So that'll be coming up after our segment here. But as the next one, I wanted to ask, do you have any pet peeves when it comes to animating? Like something that like comes up that bugs you, annoys you, that's like maybe a hard thing to solve?
I don't know if it's pet peeves in the like overall animation itself, or maybe just the process and making sure that the workflow is correct, making sure that animation isn't too noisy, I guess. I don't know if it's more of a pet peeve, it's just something that we really concentrate on.
The only thing that really comes to mind is being asked to do something quicker than it can possibly be done.
Timing-wise?
Yeah. Like, you know, we want this big epic thing to happen and we want it in half a second. It's like, well...
Yeah, takes time.
It's definitely one of the most difficult things in Poe, is that everything is so fast. You know, you don't get a lot of time to create this massive thing. You have to try and get that feeling across, but in a really tiny period of time. But that's part of the territory. It's not really, I don't know if I'd call it a peeve. But.
Yeah, that makes sense. And that brings me to my next question about visual clarity. It's obviously super important in ARPGs, and I want to really ask you about the differences in PoE 1 versus PoE 2 there, and yeah, how does visual clarity factor into everything?
I mean, for me with monsters, it's just making sure that the animations are clean, like really clean. The flow is really important. You can't have something that's just going to run really fast and then attack really slow. You can't have animations that are coming this way and then suddenly just bounce out and go the opposite way. Rather than matching a particular pose, which we often do with bosses and with monsters, it's more about matching the flow of something, especially with like wings and things like that. They have a certain action that they're doing. If you suddenly just change that and go the opposite way, it's going to pop. Even if the pose is exactly the same, the flow of the motion is too different, and you'll get a knock. And then when people are seeing it, they won't know what they're doing, but they'll feel it. They'll feel this, and it will become that when you've got packs and packs of monsters. It's like click, 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 click all over the screen, you know? Yeah. You're just like, no, what's going on there? That's wrong.
Yeah.
You know, that's bad.
Yeah, reducing visual noise is a big thing I focus on. When I'm making character skills, I'll often just run around an area and just kill lots of monsters with that skill and just make sure that I'm seeing it from all different angles and just trying to catch any like weird little pops and also using it alongside other abilities as well. So I'm not just focusing on it being spammed, but also how does it work with everything else in your toolkit.
Awesome. And obviously bosses are particularly important to be telegraphed. And when you're designing the animations for a boss, are you just given a list of like, these are the moves that we need? Like we need 1 slam or 2 slams and like...
That's a really interesting question. So that kind of happens in many different ways. Sometimes we have a design to begin with. We're like, we really need this to happen. It needs to have circle, circle, rectangle damage, or you know, maybe other times they will just get a boss and we have a look at it and we have a look at the biggest shapes that it has, what kind of character it is, and be like, okay, well, he's got a massive axe. It would be an obvious thing. So we really need to make sure that we're emphasizing on this. But you know, other times it may be just choosing a different part or making sure that the lore of the magic or whatever is coming through.
Yeah. And do you ever get given a boss and you see it and you're like, I want this boss to do this. Like this would be a really cool move to put in.
Yes,
absolutely.
Yeah. 100%.
Yeah.
And what about, do you ever have like, does it happen often that you have an animation, you like finished it and you're like, no, it's just not right, and you just scrap it entirely?
Yep. A big part of my process is if something's not working, just don't try and force it to be good. A lot of the times it's good just to delete it and start again.
Yep. Yeah, rework it, you know, like from scratch.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with throwing away stuff that's not working. And in fact, I implore it for all of our animators. It's like, because the clarity when you're creating an animation from scratch is either there or it's not. And you may just fundamentally have that animation just not working.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And there might be a lot of people watching at home, on Twitch, etc., and that want to do what you guys do. What would be your advice and like things to study in university for people that are still students, etc.?
Well, I think for me, before university or anything else, is observe. Just observe people, observe life, observe animals, observe nature, observe everything, and just absorb as much as you can, because that's the stuff that you're drawing on when you're creating something. You know, Ed, he's got a little bit of history in martial arts and stuff like that, and obviously that comes through in a lot of his animation. For me, I'm generally in the world, whether it be in nature or living a much more physical life.
Yeah.
And I take that and I bring that back into the animation. Wow. On top of that, obviously, you've got schooling. There's loads of schools online, locally to whoever it is around the world. That's obviously important. And I'd say the last thing is just don't give up. You're not going to be great straight away. But
I would say just animate.
Yeah.
Just animate a lot. Artists will do the same thing with drawing, like just draw a lot. It's the same thing. Animate a lot.
Yeah.
And get critique. Get other people to look at your work.
Very much so.
That's the most important.
And I mean, even at a professional level, that's the same thing. Like you can create an animation. I can come up to Ed and I'm like, Ed, help me. What's wrong? And he's just like, oh, it's this. And it's like, oh, what? Oh, it's that. Oh, okay. And you just need points of reference. And don't have anything and hold it too close to your heart. It's like if someone says it's wrong, I generally run by the rule of threes. Ask 3 people. If 2 people say that it's wrong, you know what? No matter what your pride is, it's probably wrong. And then just redo it, and don't worry about it. It doesn't have to be perfect first time.
And how much of this is like solo work, and how often do you end up working with like 2 people in one animation or more people?
Well, Ed's been solo on characters for the entirety of PoE 2 production.
Wow.
For us, we started off with having everyone owning a monster and owning a boss and that kind of stuff. But as production kind of goes on and the schedules are what they are, you actually kind of need to sometimes break people down into teams of 2.
Mm-hmm.
And so they'll work together on something and they can actually collaborate together. And someone might take the walk and this attack, and then somebody else might take a special attack or something like that. And it's actually kind of cool to be able to collaborate like that, because you share ideas and you both understand the same product, and so then you end up with something that's actually better than what it ever would have been with just one person.
That's awesome. How often do you go back and rework something that's been in the game for a while, like maybe a new technology came out and that you can upgrade something, or is it like hard to go back?
I think
it's quite rare to go back. I think the only time we've gone back and really changed stuff is when we started adding physics to armor.
Yeah.
And we started having problems with that.
I think it's really important to learn as you're going. I mean, like we constantly evolving on the learning side. It's quite expensive to go back and to rework everything, but you're learning from those mistakes the next time you go around it, and you're really concentrating on making sure that you don't make that same mistake again.
Well, we're getting towards the end here, but this must have been a huge relief getting everything off your chest. What's the general vibe of just seeing everyone?
Awesome.
How they're reacting to everything?
It's amazing.
Yeah.
The fans that have come in all this way to come out and see here, I get goosebumps thinking about people. People say that they appreciate something. You're like, oh, you noticed that? That's amazing. It's like sometimes you just don't really know if people are picking up what you're putting down, and that's like, it's a huge sigh of relief to actually see that people do appreciate the effort that you put in, because it's definitely a product of passion.
Yeah.
We absolutely love what we do. We're very lucky. The whole team of animators are extremely talented, and it's truly a privilege to get to work with them on it, and then to get to appreciate it from everyone else is it's awesome.
I mean, usually the stuff we see online is like about, how the game plays and the I don't know, I guess more game mechanic relevant stuff.
Yeah.
So it's nice to have people come up and actually say they appreciate the animations and
I
compliment
think
that stuff.
People are quite often quite willing to turn around and tell you what's wrong with something, but to have so many people come over and tell you what's right with something, it's just like, oh, sweet, they did get it.
Yeah, is there anything small that you feel gets overlooked that you are really proud of?
I think we were talking earlier with Ed, I think he hit the note quite on. It's just sort of like we've tried so hard in PoE 1 specifically. Animation quality's been getting better and better, and but the people sort of have this thing. It's like, oh, things look a bit janky, so I'm not really looking at animation. But I think a lot of the stuff that's there is actually a lot, is really good. But there's some stuff that's dated that we sort of gets mixed and blurs in with it.
Awesome. Well, thank you guys so much for joining me here. Thank you, Sam and Ed, and everybody watching. Really appreciate it. Grinding Gear Games for setting everything up. And remember, right up next, we have the PoE 2 gameplay showcase with Nguyen and Mark, which some of you know as Neon. So thanks so much. Hope you guys all enjoyed watching. And yeah, my name is Cesar, and try to die less than I do. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Cez.
Thank you.
아니요, 딴 것도 해요. 다른 게임도 많이 하는데 제가 지금 게임을 혼자 할 수 있는 게임을 주로 하기 때문에 패스 오브 엑자일은 혼자서도 어떤 제가 재미있게 할 수 있는 게임이라서 패스 오브 엑자일하고 디아도 하고 있고 딴 게임도 해요. 원래 와우 했던 사람인데 파티 게임을 못해서 와우는 지금 쉬고 있고, 뭐 다른 게임도 가끔씩은 하는데 주로 팩스 오브 엑자일 시즌제 게임 하다 보니까 좀 오랫동안 하다 보니까 그래서 선생님들이 아, 저 사람 페어에만 하는 사람인가? 라고 느끼실 수 있어서 좀 오래 해서 그렇죠. 다른 게임도 해요. 종종 가끔 아주 검사하고 싶었었어요. 근데 검사할 수 있을래나? 시간이 될라나? 딴 게임도 합니다. 걱정 마시고. 디아블로는 이제 IP가 있으니까 해보려고 했던 거고. 잠시만 또 아버님 한 번만 더 보고 올게요. 나 와우 복귀하면 복귀한다고? 나 북미에서 할 수도 있는데 몰라요. 언제 복귀할지 몰라요. 기약이 없어. 잠깐만요. 다시 왔어요. 스틸메이지가 게임 플레이 할 거예요. 뭘 할라나 얘는 또. 카드 교환하면서 뭐 하는 건가? 신기하다. 와, 사람 되게 많다. 저기 포탈은 4시간 연속 방송 보셔야 돼요. 지금 이거 트위치 가서 몇 프로 됐는지 확인하세요. 가면은 보상 있잖아요. 프로 한번 보세요. 몇 프로 됐는지. 몇 프로 됐는지 확인. 에? 뭐야, 유기윤이야? 날개는 안 돼요. 날개는 지났어. 이미 얘네들 공지에 올린 게 날개는 안 된다고. 날개 초반에 나오는 거. 6개월이네. 스틸 메이지가 안 된다고.
And Hello
가슴이 아파요.
and
나도 마음이
welcome.
아파.
I am Noogie
나도
or
마음이
Noogien,
아파.
and
날개
I am
났는데.
here with Mark/Neon. Or
그래서 내가 오늘 날개
as you might know him with
빼버렸는데.
his gamer tag that you might have seen
헷갈릴까 봐.
upstage, Ruckus. We're gonna have a bit of a
여기요.
gameplay session here where I'll be playing and he will be adding commentary or just general feedback to whatever I'll experience in game.
Sweet.
Yeah.
What are you going to play?
I am playing a warrior.
Oh, awesome. Okay.
Yeah.
또 warrior해?
Yes, I have played a bit. Really enjoyed all the different characters. But yeah, now we're gonna try out warrior. I've heard from other people that it's really difficult, so hopefully I'll manage to get through maybe some new zones. I don't know.
액트별로 구하는 거구나.
But it is also the highest act we're demoing here.
Right.
또 warrior야.
King's March.
액트별 캐릭터가 정해져 있어.
Will say since I've been playing this for a while, like 3 playthroughs, well 2.5. All the audio design has been like really good.
Oh yeah. It is on point. The audio team are incredible.
Find out more about the metal the Kalgurans use.
Okay, I'm just gonna check out the different.
What do you got? Armor breaker.
Got armor breaker here. I've heard that you're supposed to swing this on things.
That's kind of you kind of start with that,
right?
Especially tougher enemies.
Okay.
Debuff icon will appear below their life bar once they have broken armor, which means they have no armor, and then there are the other skills that benefit from it or interact with it. So in that case, leap slam and sunder being those two.
Okay, so those are the ones that benefit from armor breaker.
So the main combo, which you'll try and get the rhythm of, ideally would be kind of armor break until they've got no armor.
Good day.
Then either leap slam in for a heavy stun, or if it's too dangerous to get in, then sunder from a distance.
Okay.
If you land a heavy stun, then often it's good to do a
So you're looking for a ship?
Infernal Cry straight into a max powered supercharged slam.
Okay.
Lots of steps to remember there. Good luck. But if you land that, you can probably take off a good third of a boss's life all in one big go.
Okay. Right.
Maybe a quarter, sometimes more.
Okay, we'll see. Set sail. And I'm going. Where am I?
Where are you going to pick? You've got a number of islands. This act is in particular very different because, as opposed to a kind of, there is a linear progression to it, but we really start the player off just going, where are you going to sail? Which island you're going to go to?
Oh, okay.
And each is like there's a kind of consistent Karui theming amongst kind of this whole area as you're in the kind of Karui archipelago.
Okay.
But each island has its own theming and biome and monsters and everything, and I actually like this act the most as a result of this. Yeah, it's my favorite act by far.
Yeah?
Just because it's not, and this isn't necessarily bad, but it's certainly not my preference, where you have like kind of Vile monsters followed by Vile monsters followed by Vile monsters, and they're all different, but they're all kind of got that same correlation, whereas here it's like go to island 1, you've got birds, the other island's got goblins, the other one's got undead, like ghost piratey, nautical themed things.
Right.
And so you've gone with Shrike Island here.
Risk of death for these eggs?
Oh,
I understand the risk.
Lots of birds.
That is quite a swing. Okay, let's see here.
Yeah, that one's channeled. The longer you hold it, the stronger it'll be. So you want to seize opportunities that present themselves, especially on bosses during heavy stuns.
가르쳐준다. 가르쳐준다 옆에서. 오락키시고요. 감성 외치시고요. 치면 돼요. 옆에 혼수 준다.
The bird that this island is named after, they like to take rodents and impale them on thorns or branches to eat them. And you can see there are humans that have been impaled on spikes around this island to
I see. Yeah.
맞네. 혼수 주고 있네. 와.
So is that the thing they would like? Is it from the real world? Like, would they do it?
Yes, they do that. The shrikes do that in real world.
Oh shit!
Kind of a bit savage, those birds.
Oh yeah.
In this case, it's mostly Karui because the Karui come here to take the eggs of the very large birds for both food and for kind of trophy hunting and proof of. Proof of warrior kind of the strong vibe. Not sure what the right word is, it's slipping my mind. Yeah, lots of species of birds here. You've got, including the ones you're fighting right now, are kind of more towards, they're kind of bipedal even. So a little bit of evolution that's gone on here. Or corruption, whatever caused it.
It's so odd because, like, as someone who play a lot, I have all these ideas where my key should be, and this is like all.
Change it if you want to.
I'll just need to get used to it.
I'm the same situation. I don't play. I'm a move-only left-click player for sure. I don't use middle mouse, and on that keynote, I had so many skills to use that I had pretty much every single keybind taken, and it takes a serious amount of muscle memory breaking to be able to do that. So
yeah, it really does. I do like all the. I like the weight of the of all the attacks, but it's such a different experience from. Maybe that's lucky. It's such a different experience from what we're used to in PoE 1, where everything is. I mean, it's not as involved. You just kind of like fire away and it works. Here, you really have to think about how does the wind-up times, the area that the skill will be, the direction.
Yeah, for sure. You're probably on the low end of attack speed on this character.
Oh, yeah.
Not that it's able to be changed in this current build, but it does cause you to have like what we can do now, especially with this kind of pacing, is think about how every single attack really feels, and you can hear it, like the bass coming from these slams is so satisfying.
Oh, absolutely.
And you don't get that level of satisfaction, at least not to the same way, when you're thinking about, like, you know, how many tens of sunders can I have on my screen at once, or how many tens of ground slams. But it's you really just get to feel everything. The satisfaction is so much higher.
I like the fact that there is a directionality in how you are moving with some of the attacks. That you can actually like just change it as you're rolling through. That's really cool.
Yeah, that is cool.
I heard you could also, like, let's say if I'm sundering, can I like sunder this way and then, oh, I can.
You have a limited turn rate.
Oh, that's how that works.
And different skills have, I believe, different rates.
Yeah.
So you can turn certain amounts as you are using the skills.
Supercharged slam. Oh, I should check the gem I found.
But it's pretty hard to demonstrate that one. Even during the keynote, I'm swinging my cursor around as I'm attacking, but you can't really see it. But once you are playing and you feel it.
Yeah, you do.
And sometimes those things that you can't see make it feel so much better, and you can't even necessarily understand why.
So I'm noticing leap slam here. Is it possible to get like a fully movement leap slam going like we could in PoE 1?
Certainly won't be as fast.
Okay.
But you might find that there is a way to make that feel like it's alright. I wouldn't say we're far enough along for that to be a certainty, yes or no, at this point.
Ooh, a chaos.
카오스 먹었어.
Which happens to work differently now, that chaos.
I've heard that.
1카!
Let's check it out. So,
대박.
remove random modifier.
재화가 나오긴 하네.
Augments a
그마도
rare with a new
나오는데.
random modifier. Ooh.
신기하다.
Doesn't reroll the entire item, so the intention there is that you
1카 먹었어.
find a nearly perfect item and you take the gamble to get it to be perfect, as opposed to just simulating another random item drop on the ground.
Okay. I was talking to one of the devs, Hirishi.
엑자일2는 클로즈 베타가 24년 6월 7일.
Never downgrade an item.
Yes, we don't have the capacity to downgrade the rarity on an item anymore.
Do you know the thoughts on that?
Not too much. I know I prefer it, but I don't really understand. I wasn't involved in the exact rationale as to why, the philosophy behind it. But I heard that, and I like that. I prefer that.
Yeah, I think that's how it goes with a lot of just game design.
Even
as players, we don't really know why we like things, but when we try them out, it makes sense for some reason.
제거되는 건지
모르겠어요. Certainly means like
그
the
선생님 말이
importance
맞는
of
것
base
같기도
types
해요.
finding normal rarity items goes up, right? Like, which is something that's interesting about item drops. You want to really find your right base type before you then craft it.
What? I don't know what.
Did you get stunned out of that?
Oh, maybe I did. Oh, the Bane of Quinn. Life regen.
Oh, it died. How are you finding it so far?
Oh, I'm liking it. I played slams when they first came out, and they felt
brutal.
That was frenzy on hit, of course. And they gave me
now back to the start of the area.
Wait. Oh no! Do I have to do the whole thing again?
Yep.
Oh, jeez. I should have paid attention.
You do have the same, so even though the area is
I have the same seed, so I can. But there's
reset. You have the minimap revealed. So
yeah.
Different monsters, but same terrain seed.
Right. Okay. No, I really like so I played a lot of all the different characters as well, and they all feel very unique as well, which I really like.
That's definitely what we're going for.
Yeah.
We are thinking about that when designing them, is how special does it feel to play, how does it feel different, how does it feel unique, and so far pretty good success, I feel.
Oh my goodness!
It's a disaster.
Keep rolling. Jump out.
야, 걸렸어. 엄마. 죽겠다.
You're surrounded, yeah. It does try to pathfind, but if it can't find a way, then
이렇게
you do
느려졌냐고요?
get stuck.
얘네들이 지금 3태 이상
I'm
걸어요.
gonna focus.
It's hard. It's difficult.
Yeah, I have to talk at the same time.
무리들이 3태 이상 거를 아까
I like
걸던데.
that. Okay. I mean, everything feels like it feels as if every choice you make on the battlefield matters a lot more now.
Yeah.
Like if you commit to a thing.
Well, normally there's this kind of just keep moving forward, keep DPSing, and now you're just like, okay, I need to retreat. It's such an abnormal thing to have to do when you've got the PoE 1 muscle memory going on.
And I use
저 갈매기 죽여야 되는 거 아니야? 갈매기 속도 느리게 하는데?
game playthroughs I tried doing that.
최종
The thing
보스인데?
is, the whole running away. But once I realized that you had tools to both get in and out of combat, it feels after playing for a bit, it feels a lot more just natural.
Yeah, for sure.
One thing I do think feels pretty unnatural is the rolling. I like it, but in almost all other games that have a similar mechanic, it gives you a burst of speed somehow. You get extra movement out of it. But here, you maintain the same speed, but because PoE
you don't maintain the same speed.
Distance
over the total time, you travel the same amount of distance. Yes, but you do travel the first part of it faster and the second part of it slower. We just didn't want it to be that you were traversing zones, literally spamming spacebar the entire time. But yes, it does feel a bit different as a result. I do notice your playstyle here, and it is not to critique it, because it is the exact same thing that I see almost everyone do at the start, is that it is a matter of keep pulling large and large and large packs. And such a quick way to get yourself in trouble now. But it is exactly what everyone does at the start, because it is exactly what you do.
I forget I need to armor break these. Hold on, so...
it's left click.
Yes. And then I sunder them.
Yeah. Sunder will always crit with a lot more damage.
Ooh,
it's interesting because it turns Sunder both from a very powerful AoE into a single target skill as well.
좋은 거 같은데?
Wait, 47. What level am I? 45. Okay, I need to XP.
If you have to keep re-clearing this level, you'll get there possibly by the end of this stream.
스탯 때문에 뭐 웃긴 없어.
People do call me a bit washed up, so maybe there's something to it.
I mean, I am for sure dying to the boss on stage, you know, like.
보고 계셔요?
It's brutal.
아빠 약 좀
Difficult
먹이고
content.
올게요.
Yeah, it really is. No! I'm stuck on the...
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
Can I go to a different island?
You can, yes. If you just talk to the same person you spoke to before,
right.
you'll be able to select a different island.
Yeah. Let's try. Let's just... I'm the type of person, I don't like giving up, but I also want to just show more.
Yeah, understood.
Do you know there's apparently a Goblin Island?
Yeah, Isle of Kin is that.
Let's try that.
I like this island.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. Well, I like them all, I suppose, but...
Any themes going on here?
What do we got here? It's a kind of... It's an island. It's kind of meant to be like White Island, and it is very much...
so with sulfur...
Sulfur and, volcanic vents.
That is so cool.
And it's got this kind of goblin species that are inhabiting it, and they're mining the sulfite.
Okay. I like seeing it when you can feel New Zealand within the game itself.
We have a few areas that are like that. Yeah, the tropical island in particular is another island that like has a lot of the trees and bush of New Zealand on it.
Oh yeah. So tropical island, not to be so quite different from the one you would see in PoE 1.
Yeah, not the same. There's a thing in New Zealand where Kiwis are very, very hard to. I mean, you pretty much will never see one even living here, and I mean the bird, not the people.
Yeah.
And I'm getting a critter version of them made just to very, very, very rarely, hopefully, by very select players, be found in that tropical island area.
Oh.
No need to keep it a secret because it's going to be hard enough to find them. Hopefully, as hard as it is in real life.
Very cool. Oh, no. I don't want to die. It's so hard to think of questions on the fly.
No, I know. What do we got on this area? We've got all the goblins. You got them. They like to tame beasts. So I talked about this a little bit in my boss monster talk, but you'll find these occasional big beasts and they're riding on top of them, and they go to other islands and kind of take beasts back. Oh, there you got one on the left there, and you see the guys jumping off of them.
Okay.
One thing that isn't implemented on that beast is I really want it to be that if you kill the beast while those guys are still riding on it, that he can fall on top of them and squish them.
Oh!
Have a big
I love
blood
that.
pop out the side, just to be a bit graphic with it. Yeah, I like these. I just like the audio and the sound effects they make as well.
Yeah. So do you have, within the monster designs, do you have specific, like within the species, do some flee, run away, charge you more?
Oh yeah, well there's a type on this that is just the drummers. You can see them kind of up there just playing the drums, but they're running around and they don't even pursue you. They cause, I'll let you just start this boss fight and then we'll talk about that after. Got the blind beast.
Okay.
Can be done damageless, I have done it before.
Okay.
Once in a blue moon. Should be 3 armor breaks to broken armor.
Oh, that hurt.
Yeah, that's a heavy stun right there. So this boss can actually be heavy stunned twice as frequently, or twice as easily.
Okay.
But it has only 3-second duration, which sounds like a lot, but it's a lot less than the base duration or what a lot of other bosses have for heavy stun. So what you can do to utilize the heavy stuns is Infernal Cry after landing one.
Okay.
And then once you see the heavy stun go off, and then do a full power channel ground slam, or the supercharged slam.
Oh, no, don't use that.
I wouldn't do it now, yeah. So
no.
Yeah. I know it's hard to think of it, but remember Sunder's a good single target too.
I'm trying.
Got to wait for that armor break.
Okay.
Oh, get away!
And Sunder here.
That was a heavy stun on him. Yeah, if you can get a full powered one of those going, it can be a little bit difficult, but... Slam. I liked this boss fight. Well, hopefully you don't lose too much concentration me having a rant here, but once the boss dies, all those goblins, they're so shocked that you were able to kill this untamable, ferocious beast.
Of course.
That they just flee. They all just jump over the sides and completely get out of there.
I like the dodge on this fight a lot.
Yeah. You can quite perfectly get armor break, dodge, armor break, dodge, armor break, dodge. The rhythm is just like so nice. Nice.
Oh, that does hurt.
Yeah, you were just on the edge there.
Can
Not too bad. Oh, good timing. If he hit you there, you get interrupted.
Yeah, I know.
Portals have a 2.5 or 3 second cast time during boss fights.
Get to the well. I do like the well. I know a lot of players probably don't, but
I'm a fan.
There's like a natural feel of I am filling up my, and it's not. So the portal distance is pretty fair, I would say.
Yeah. We've tried to make that the case. The portal actually wasn't placed there originally. It was on the other side, and it was honestly frustrating.
Yeah.
Don't worry, it will won't go out like that.
Okay, that's good. Oh, get up. Okay.
Nice. You got this. Not a problem. That's a heavy stone. Yeah. Careful. Nice.
There really is a new kind of rhythm in PoE.
Yes, for sure. But once you do it, or at least for me, I find it so satisfying.
Oh yeah.
Really enjoy
this
it.
is really fun.
Ooh.
Well, I got spare health potions, so we can utilize that. Ooh. Maybe not. Good throw here.
Just gotta hope he doesn't crit. Crits do a lot more damage now.
Okay, don't throw. Just kill him. Yeah.
Nice. Good job. You'll notice he dropped a consumable. Should give 5 all attribute.
5 all rest.
There's 7.
Breaks armor on critical hit. Oh, a new base. I like it. I guess all the different weapons are somewhat new. Oh, this also crushes. Interesting. Huh. Okay, where are we going now?
Crush won't be as important for you if you're doing your armor break, but it will work on
Oh,
crush,
right. Yeah, that makes sense.
So yeah, you'll notice the stadium was empty afterwards, but
oh, you're right. I just see it now.
They all just fled. You don't really look at it because you're normally looking where the loot is, so it all kind of happens in your peripheral vision.
Yeah.
But, so yeah, the drummers in this level, you can see one on the left there. He's just drumming along and sending out little war cry effects. He doesn't actually chase you. He just runs around playing the drums, and that increases the aggro range, or it kind of calls in all nearby goblins to come in to chase onto you.
I like that.
And it just knocks you back, and they can be kind of annoying when they're rare and you're trying to kill them and they're just spamming knockbacks. And
they're bringing this soul fight. But why?
Now you're in the Volcanic Warrens. This is also it's a kind of I guess more their home, not where they're mining so much, but where they bring it, and you get the underlit kind of lava going on here.
I mean, I just want to take a moment to appreciate the lighting and just the
it's
feel.
cool.
It is actually amazing. Wow. Okay. Well, let's keep gaming.
We're going to have it that, because a lot of the projectiles fired by monsters, not these, because these got put back because they weren't working as intended.
Okay.
These are We don't. So there's a skill called like mortars is what we call them. I guess like magma orb kind of has that where it wouldn't collide with enemies. It would always go to where you're targeting.
Okay.
But for our monsters, we don't want it to feel like, again, projectiles are just ephemeral, kind of phasing through you. Like it should collide with you if it hits you. So we're going with more of a like monster projectile ballistic system. And in areas like this, it can end up really cool because the projectiles will then succumb to gravity. The mortars will fall down into that underlit bit and go all the way and fall straight down to the lava.
Oh, really?
We will eventually also have those harpies if they've... In fact, it might be in there. I'm not too sure. It's hard to get to happen. But when those take a flight form, they will fly over top of the gaps in the level. And if you kill them above, they will also fall down and fall straight into the lava as well. Their loot will drop at the closest point of walkability.
Also, no... okay.
So you don't get lost loot falling down. Yeah.
All these, you really have to be very careful with all the different monster types. There's definitely, I encountered one of them with the Huntress. It reminded me of everyone's favorite boss, the guy before Eater of Worlds. I forget his name.
I know the internal. Is it the Infinite Hunger?
Yes, Infinite Hunger. And he has the belly, or the where he does the out. And I pretty much just got one shot by that one, so that was fun.
Sorry about that. I actually like this mod combination on this drummer. I find quite appealing because I can foresee the nuisance if you can get to it.
This is totally one of my favorite mods ever in the game.
Thing is, this guy's just going to constantly knock you back into the...
Are you serious?
Thing is, you'll be trying to melee him and he's just going to be constantly
mana
pushing.
with a drummer. Okay. Neon, come on.
It's randomness. It wasn't my fault. Blame the random number generator.
Oh, jeez. Okay. I guess we know we're in it now.
What else is there going on with some of these? We have an interesting thing with monster behavior now, where we have what's called like secondary AI files.
Okay.
So normally an AI file is just, it comes with a list of skills, with weights, with conditions, and where they can use them. And we can have second ones that tick now, ones that are constantly ticking in the background, so that a monster can better react to what you are doing. And it can even interrupt its skills, so we're going to even have monsters dodge rolling to avoid your stuff as well.
Oh, wow.
We're not quite there yet. But,
밀리 난이도가 왜? 난도가 왜?
I think as a warrior, I would really hate that.
뭔데?
But there's anti-ranged ones as well. It's more of an anti-ranged mechanic, to be honest.
Okay.
We'll have them, like for dodge rolling, it's more of a dodge projectiles kind of thing.
밀리.
Right, okay.
One example we have is it was in the keynote, there were these kind of ghosts that are going around kind of half invisible. And they do that when a projectile is flying at them. So they'll interrupt whatever ability they're doing unless you're close to them. If you're close to them, they won't do it.
Oh.
So it is an example of how we can make
보스가
it
엄청 빠르는 건 인정.
Right. So we're getting pretty close to like, the end of our gameplay through here. Is there anything that you've been particularly proud of with all the monster design and everything?
Oh, it's always bosses. Everyone who asks me what I'm most proud of is always bosses. I love them. I love designing them. I love making them. I love seeing them come together. The process of working with animators, audio, effects artists, concept artists, everything, modeling the whole way through. It involves all of it. It's such a cool process just going through all that.
난 스타터로 밀리를 안 하겠습니다.
And then they come together and they're so epic. And then you get to make them kill people.
Right. We do have to wrap it up here. Neon, it has been an absolute pleasure playing the game with you.
Watching you play,
Yeah. No.
Final death that you send it off. Yes.
Yeah. It's been an honor. I am Noogie, joined with Neon, and
awesome.
Hope you enjoyed the game. Oh, okay. We got a few more things.
미르스틴 똑딱이. 조금 더 나와야 되지 않을까 싶습니다. 일부러 죽은 것 같은데 방금 건? 마지막 거는 종료해야 돼서 인 것 같아요. 뭐 누구냐 이거. 하이? 말을 해. 하라고.
Okay, I guess we're live. Welcome everyone to the ARPG Roundtable. This is a real star-studded lineup we have for you guys.
몬스터 희귀 몬스터
it is one that you can
붙으니까
participate in. We have a code on the screen. If you want to submit some questions. That's the case for a lot of the other roundtables and events, as you know. Hopefully you know how to use it by now. This is a really amazing lineup. We only have about an hour, so I want to apologize ahead of time if I have to cut anyone off. Ideally, we'd want this around 10 hours, but you know, we couldn't really make that happen today. So let's just do a quick round of introductions, but I do want to remind you guys, these are the real juggernauts of the ARPG scene. If you have enjoyed an ARPG game, most likely they have made it, or they have heavily influenced it. So we can go around. Perhaps with David, maybe you want to introduce yourself and talk about either a project you are working on or have enjoyed working on.
Yeah, my name's David Brevik, and I've been making games for 30-something years now. Long time. Made all sorts of ARPGs, Diablo, Diablo 2, Marvel Heroes. We made Hellgate London, and I've consulted on a million other projects and done a bunch of other things. Right now I have about 47 jobs, so I'm doing consulting for a VC, to have my own publishing company, to have my own indie game company, to all sorts of things. So that's me in a nutshell.
There's going to be some repetition because we all started together way back in the day. But yeah, my name's Max Schaefer, and I've also been making ARPGs from the get-go, the Diablos, Hellgate London, and then we teamed up with Travis to make the Torchlight series. And currently I am making an unannounced game as VP of Games at Zynga, and it will not be a mobile game. So. Well, it will be mobile. It'll be mobile and cross-platform.
I'm Eric Schaefer, Max's brother. I made with these guys and these guys Diablo 1, Diablo 2, Hellgate London, Torchlight 1, Torchlight 2, Rebel Galaxy, and Rebel Galaxy Outlaw. I think those are the highlights of my career. Retired for a little bit, but then I'm dragged back in. I've got a new indie studio called Moonbeast. You guys can look it up, moonbeast.com, though we have nothing interesting to say yet, so. Just had to get a little pitch out there. Sorry, Chris.
I'm Travis Baldry. The first ARPG I made was Fate, which people tell me they played on their parents' laptops, and then I feel really, really, really old. After that, I went to work with everyone here when they were at Flagship, and I was the lead on a little project called Mythos, which was another action RPG, which is now disappeared into the ether. And then afterward, when we started Runic, we made Torchlight 1 and 2. Eric and I then moved on to make the Rebel Galaxy games, as he mentioned. And now I've effectively retired from games, and I narrate audiobooks and write novels.
아니, 수혜근님은 미국에 계신 분이라 알아들어야 되고, 난 못 알아들어. 그냥.
Hi, I'm Chris Wilson from Grinding Gear Games.
얘, 이씨. 이력 설명하고 있잖아.
My first game was Path of Exile, and I'd like to say my 41st game was a Path of Exile expansion by now. But yeah, it's been entirely that franchise for my entire career.
I'm Eric Olsson. I used to work for 15 years on this little game called Path of Exile, and a year and a half I ventured out on my own to make a physical card game called Sorcery Contested Round. So, new, very small studio there.
All right, thank you very much. We're going to kick it off with some questions here. I want you guys to feel free to maybe add in or, develop a conversation. I'm sure everyone will love to hear your different perspectives on things. So the first question that I thought was really interesting from the audience here, how do you feel about the current trend of having every attack be telegraphed by red marks on the ground?
We were just fighting over this the other week.
Exactly, we've been fighting about this. I don't like it. I'd like to have the tell be the animation and the action and not some large piece of geometry on the ground. Sometimes you have to do it and it should be subtle. I don't generally like it though. I think it's a bad trend.
What do you think, David?
I disagree because I'm a systems person, but I kind of understand it. So we've, I think that making it a little bit less visible is acceptable.
We've literally had this argument in the last month repeatedly.
I've never used it myself, but it's a valid tool. I like it in some games.
I like the intuitive feeling of distances and feeling like I've gotten a handle on things and having that innate knowledge without a helper, if I can get it.
Yeah, we've tried really hard in Path of Exile to have things be visible on the screen as a real scene. Like we don't do damage numbers and that kind of stuff because we want you to actually feel the visceralness of combat. And telegraphing is a lot like that, where while I don't work on fights that have telegraphed attacks myself because I do items and stuff, my understanding is the team will telegraph through animation before they telegraph through effects where possible.
턱살 좀 찐 것 같아요.
I would say that it's best to avoid it as much as possible and as long as possible. And there's a way to teach the players about dangerous attacks coming. So say in a level you can have small monsters do an attack that's similar compared to the boss attack that is. So you can kind of teach the player earlier about it, and that's kind of the good way to doing it. But it's also a very slow way that requires a lot of planning. So it is kind of understandable.
숫자가 없는 게 더 데미지 숫자 없는 게 좋대요.
Don't do red is kind of my thing. Like
있는 게 낫지.
Telegraph, and it could be a subtle, in universe color. Yeah.
Now, everyone here has a lot of experience with the ARPGs in general. A lot of the questions we're getting have to do with what started it. Why is it that you have all tried to perfect the ARPG genre in your own different ways? How did it start?
Started from playing a lot of games. Oh boy, this is really good.
How much time do we have?
No, maybe it was high school, early college, I started playing a game called Rogue, where the term roguelike comes from. And then moved on to some other versions. People made similar kind of games. Moria, Umoria, Angband, NetHack, things like that, which were ASCII games where you were like the @ symbol attacking the letter K. And they had random levels and random items and stuff like that, and you leveled up, and I played that to death. And then so when we got together and we made our own studio, then we want to kind of take that gameplay that I had played for so long and kind of update it and make it a real,
볼 사람 보고 말 사람 말하라면 안 되나?
Pop, and so that, but still keep a lot of the core, which was the random levels and the random items and all the different monsters that can show up and stuff like that. So that's really, I think, where it mainly comes from.
그냥 보고 싶은 사람 보고
for some of us, we were
너무 걸리적거리는 사람 안 보게
kids playing Dungeons
기능만
and
넣어주면
Dragons with
되잖아.
some level of ADHD where we just wanted to get to the killing, And at the time, our computer RPGs tended to be kind of story heavy and stat heavy, and you'd roll your characters, and it would be an hour before you got to kill your first skeleton. And we thought, we should be killing a skeleton within a minute or two, And so that was kind of one of our goals too. Is just get to the action. There's plenty of time for storytelling, but you don't have to front load it so much. And then I think Eric, you can talk about how we got the camera angle and the way we look at an ARPG.
I'm going to skip that. I don't have to listen to my brother's question.
This is what I live with.
For me, why I just keep making the same game in a sense is, for me, when we killed our first skeleton and the first shield or whatever popped out, all I can ever do is just iterate on that. I just think, okay, let's kill the next monster, let's get the next piece of loot, and my mind is just kind of hardwired to constantly follow that pattern, and I just find it enjoyable to do and enjoyable to play. So that's my ARPG story.
I think my first, as close to an ARPG as I could get, apart from NetHack, was Telengard on the C64. Avalon Hill put it out, and it had an infinite, randomly generated, deterministic dungeon. So it was the same every single time, but it went on forever. And this was running on a real piece of crap. And I was just kind of amazed by it. And it also just had a very weird sense of humor. Like you would come across an elf and it would say, the elf likes your body and gives you a sword +1. It was, I still have incredibly fond memories of this game. I remade this game, I liked it so much. And then later on, when I encountered Diablo 1, you know, I was hooked.
Yep, it started with Diablo, and thank you guys, by the way, for that. Seriously. Yeah, that needs applause.
나도 디아블로 엄마 알아들었어.
I played Diablo 1 obsessively until Diablo 2 was announced, and then I remember getting in trouble at high school for watching Diablo 2 trailers on the school computers where I wasn't supposed to be at lunchtime, and I tried to get the teacher who was throwing me out interested in it, but no, he wanted me to get out of there. And so, yeah, when Diablo 2 was released, I played it obsessively for a very long time. My friends will understand the degree of that obsession, and I took the game apart to learn exactly how it works.
몇 살이요?
Eric, who I met playing it, and Jonathan, who I knew from school, and said, we need to make a game like this. It's perfect, and you know, there's no sequel on the horizon, and there's millions and millions of players out there who want something just like this, and let's try to understand its essence as best we can, and you know, do our best service to the genre, and try to make some kind of spiritual successor. So it all started with your product.
Oh. And thank you, by the way, for taking up the mantle so we can go on to other things.
이름 뭐지? 빡빡아, 너 이름 뭐냐?
I think Eric said most of it. It's just something special about clicking a monster, an item pops out, and you equip that, so you can click a slightly harder monster, and then everything sort of just goes from there. And there's something with the UI as well, where you just have the top-down camera, and everything is kind of simple and viewable, and just cut straight to the addiction, I guess.
Well, once the monsters die and they drop their shields, the next step becomes, well, maybe trading it. We have a few questions about that, and I kind of wanted to tie in what I was still thinking. What do you guys think about gold and or trading in ARPGs?
Well, I like trading. I think Chris and I have little different views on this. We've talked about this quite a bit. I think that the easier it is to trade the item, the more you need something that restricts trading. So you can make that some sort of binding system, or the item can only be traded a few times, or whatever system you want, but the easier you make that, then the game loses a little bit about what it's about. So if you can get everything by just trading, then you lose kind of the point of the moment-to-moment combat. So it's important to have trading, I think, but if you make trading difficult, then it doesn't happen as often, and kind of is reserved for the players that are already really deeply into the game and can then use that trading, and they're getting enjoyment out of it in many other ways. So I think that I like trading, but you have to be really careful with it because it is kind of the opposite of the whole point of playing the game. Yep. As for gold, I think gold is important, but oftentimes people don't find uses for gold. So as long as you keep gold as an active resource that you can use, I think that I like picking it up.
Yeah. Now my feeling on trading is that these are co-op games for the most part, and you're there with your friends playing, and you should pretty much be able to trade unbridled with them. But when you have a huge community of hundreds of thousands or millions of gamers even, and you have a some sort of global marketplace for it. You get item gluts, and it devalues it, and you lose the experience, like you're saying, of the accomplishment of killing bosses and stuff. So yeah, with your friends, trade away. But once you have like an auction house, say, it can degenerate.
Yeah, I like collectability is a lot of fun. That's part of the loot game, and I love loot. So I think in that collectability is enhanced by trading. It's not that cool just to have your own stuff. You want to be able to send it back and forth. But I think that a lot of people would agree that like the Diablo 3 auction house sort of destroyed half the fun of the game when it becomes that's your way to get to your loot. That's not the fun way to get to loot. The fun way to get to loot is through the end rolls out there in the field. But so I'm mixed on it.
I don't know if anybody will like my answer. I really don't like trading at all. I like action RPGs as just part of the joy of the randomization is just dealing with whatever the hell you were dealt. What are the monsters? What is the layout? And what's the items that I get? And then just making the best of it. I love that sort of like that essential essence to it. As far as gold goes, even if it's not relevant, I just like the ongoing dopamine hit of picking up gold. It's like Pac-Man eating pellets in the maze. I don't know. I just like it. It's like clearing the fog of war too.
2004년 졸업한 것만 뭐하냐.
Yeah, picking up money. You would never get sick of picking up money.
I'm never tired of picking up money.
Well, you know our views on trading, of course. You've read the manifesto and you've heard all of the explanation for why we're experimenting with gold and Path of Exile 2. But I'll touch on a subject here where we deeply feel that trade is critical from the point of view of being able to have an item where you say, this is mine, and it's valuable, and you want it, and I could give it to you, but I'm not going to, because I could absolutely hand it over, but it's mine, and you have to give me something of value. We want that feeling of the thing you've got could be tradable. And to touch on what Travis said, there is something special about playing a game on your own merit, the solo self-found approach, and that's why, and I personally prefer playing solo self-found than playing with trade, but I would never make Path of Exile an entirely solo self-found game. And that's why the way we structured it is if you opt into solo self-found mode, you can opt out yourself or some of your items. So you can play and see how far you can get by yourself, and then when you find a mirror, you're like, time to trade, and then cut out your whole character. So we've got that compromise there where you can play without trade, but the game does have trade.
모르겠다.
I'll just add a small thematic point about gold, where it's obviously good to have gold in the game because everyone knows what gold means. Like it's something you want more of, and there's like all this history and everything attached to it. So it's perfect like that. You just need to make sure it's actually a little hard to get and you don't get too much of it.
So a big part of trading just happens to get the high quality loot. And one of the questions we have has to do with how do you balance quantity versus quality, where they point out that both extremes seem pretty poor, but how do you land in the middle and where should you?
몰랐지. 나는 맨날 웃으면서 설명하길래 참 기획자인가 싶었는데 아니구나. 개발자구나.
At some level becomes useless, like meaningless.
제모하기도.
If you have a lot of quantity, you're going to end up in a situation where you're just like leaving things on the ground all the time, and you start to, lose hope.
그래도 빠빠가 밀리를 혐오하면 되겠니?
Whatever low level, just green or white or whatever your kind of lowest tiers are. It's just like, okay, that's not really helping me anymore. And then and then you're just praying for that orange. I would rather get something where it's like dropping less often and having higher quality. Dropping less items and having higher quality ones show up every now and then than the other way around. Just a litter of items are meaningless. So there is a delicate balance there because you also have to assume that people, especially at the beginning, that they don't have a lot of items and stuff like that. So, and then there may be systems that make it so that those items, the white ones or the green ones or the low-level ones, that there's ways to craft them up or do things with them. And then they start to have some value. So it all depends on your systems and how it works. But overall, I prefer to keep the kind of item stuff down, even though that's opposite of what I did in Marvel Heroes, which was loot pinatas.
Or Diablo 2.
Yeah, which is like all sorts of showers of items. But yeah, that was so I think that keeping it down is kind of more my modern thinking.
I kind of disagree. I kind of I think it's really tricky. It's a delicate balance. There can be too much stuff, but we tried at times toning down in Diablo 2 even. Let's stop dropping the whites and the grays and stuff. Or even, toning it back might be appropriate. But when you don't drop them at all, and all you're dropping is the greens or the blues or the yellows, it doesn't really make any sense. Why not then make them just all one color?
Yeah, make the white ones better.
Yeah, just make the white ones better if you're not going to have the different tiers. And so it kind of, the higher tiers lose their meaning if you're not dropping the lower tiers. I think with Torchlight, I did some pretty good work of making the mid-level magic stuff still appropriate. I kind of hope, I'm still working on it and I don't have a plan yet, but I'm hoping that we can make the low-level stuff still relevant as more than just trash items for sale or for breaking down. But I don't know. I think it's just tricky, and you just got to kind of play with it in the game to see where you find a good balance.
It's hard to give a precise answer on this because it's really, really very feel-based. You just actually have to play the game and feel how it feels. Do things feel relevant or not? Do I have enough garbage so that there's proper contrast with the interesting stuff? Otherwise, I don't know. It's so feel-based.
Yeah, because if
언어를 잘 못 알아들어서 그런데 왜 나오는 사람들마다 분명하게 좀 갈리는 게 없거나 있거나 너무 확실해요. 머리털이 너무 분명하게 나는 메모 가지고 뭘 하면 안 되는데
that I had missed when we initially did Path of Exile. And this was partly because we were trying to streamline things that we felt were unnecessary, which in almost all cases was a mistake. And it's related to when you actually look at the items that drop. Okay, for a start, a bunch of what you get on the ground is gold, right? We thought unnecessary, don't need that. And then you got potions, and we thought, aha, don't need those either. We've got flask charges, so that's all that gone as well. But they've also got ammo, like bolts and arrows. And we said, nah, just unlimited ammo. Who wants to go and buy more of these, right? So far we've eliminated like 40% of actual item drops by accident. Then you've got other stuff, like you've got fulminating gas potions and exploding things and things you can throw and random spears and stuff that have quantity on them. And there's all this stuff, like literally exploding potions, which you're never seriously going to use, but they do represent some non-zero percentage of drops. And then you've got gems, for example, which are relatively common and get consumed in the hierarchy of stuff there. And you get to the point where when you include gold drops and stuff, like 60% of the items that hit the ground are not ones that you would actually classify as equipment. And we literally got rid of all of that. And so that means in order for Path of Exile to then feel like you're actually finding stuff in the regular non-ruthless mode, it kind of has to all be equipment. And I wish we had realized this from the start, because now we're facing the problem where players are trained that unless the screen is full of, an armory dropped on the ground for every group of monsters, that it's not enough items. So this isn't on the quantity versus quality spectrum. You kind of know our views on that, but it is an observation where I wish we had paid more attention to that rather than saying, we can do better.
Yeah, it's a tricky conundrum that in the beginning of the game, you want to have very simple items that obviously become trash later on. But there's also part of the player progression to say that, okay, well, my character is a lot better now, and I don't care about these bad items. Like, that's a sign that you became better. So that's something that you want to keep. But then, of course, when you play the same game for 8 years, then you might not care about that initial sort of character development part of the first few hours. So then you have to introduce complicated solutions to solve that.
I guess it never bugged me to leave a bunch of stuff there, so I was probably responsible for the fields of junk more than almost anybody. I remember Blizzard South guys at the time, Alan Adam in particular, who was the head up down there, was like, he has to physically bring every item back to town and sell it for for whatever he can get. And so he was always like pretty pissed at me. I was like, we gotta drop less stuff. It's just no fun to just walk out of town and walk right back in and sell the junk. And so it was a philosophical problem. I kind of figure it worked out in the long run, so I don't worry too much about it.
But it's all interrelated with other systems like the size of your inventory and stuff, you know.
Yeah, it's a tough little mix there. Systems.
Yeah, that's certainly a difficult one to balance. We have a question, a different kind of balance. How do you find a balance between action and storytelling? And perhaps we can start with Travis, and you can inspire some thoughts in what at least I think, because I just skip all the dialogue.
So I'm a dialogue skipper, and on the development, Fate had, the story was 1 page of text, which I got somebody to read. And then in Torchlight and Torchlight 2, I was always like, man, we got to cut this dialogue down. You guys in your lore, just set it to the side. I just want to be beating the crap out of things. Now I write books, and I don't really know how to reconcile those two things because it doesn't make any sense at all. But I was always very much that you can't require me to read the lore to play. And I talked to some designers who also did tabletop. And they're always trying to make you read like the micro fiction in order to consume the data that you're trying to get out of the rule book. And there's always that pushback, like, I don't want to read the micro fiction, just tell me what the number is. And that's where I fall on the spectrum.
Yeah, it's funny. I remember we cut down our dialogues in the Diablos, and eventually at one point we were like, just bold the important words.
Make them yellow text. I was notorious for yellow text. Everybody always gave me crap about yellow text because I just wanted to highlight all the important nouns so you could ignore everything that the writer had written.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'm a dialogue skipper, except for the passages in Diablo 1, like the Sin War, where like you just have to like listen to it and that epic voice acting. It was so good. Was that Bill Roper? I can't remember.
Yeah, Roper did some. I suspect it was mostly the Blizzard film department guys coming up with the actual that. But I think it was very sparing in Diablo 1. We never hit you over the head. There was just a few incidents of it, so that's what made it bearable.
And it was nice. It was a break. You know, the cinematics were a break from the action and gives you a sense of progressing on to the next thing. Yeah, so I like those. I just don't like it while I'm playing. You know, I don't want to get a boss and have him monologue, you know, before I have to kill him. Just let me kill him. Yeah.
But just development-wise too, we made the Diablos and the Torchlights with almost no story at all. The story was kind of added in later, so. The world building, the lore, that was deliberate, kind of the back stuff. But the story and the text were really not part of the development at all.
맞거든. 선생님이 모르는 내용이고 영어로 막 뭐라고 하니까 잠이 오지.
It's about the vibes. It's about the vibes.
Yeah, vibes, not text. How about?
I'm interested in Eric's perspective here.
Well, when it comes to dialogue specifically, we actually discussed this a little bit backstage early on, so I guess it's important to all of us here. But it's more is not necessarily better, and it's a lot about condensing it down because everyone wants to get back to clicking the monsters to see what pops out of them. So it's kind of about trying to get as much as possible into something as short as possible, and then even working with things like the tone of voice of the NPC and like what type of greeting words they make, and try to get as much as possible out of those small things.
And, you know, to some extent, you're the story. You know, your path through it and the things you do and the items you find and the build you make, that's the story, you know.
Yeah, you don't want to write it too much for the player.
Right.
Right.
So it should be in their head.
We have over time cultivated an audience of players that want as much deep depth and stuff to discover in the dialogue, and will play to seek out the Easter eggs and find it. And we make sure that in addition to making sure the dialogue is as skippable as possible for like 70% of players, we have lots of stuff for the other 30%. And so we try to give our dialogue team the resources they need.
And you can do storytelling with the environment that you're passing through and the things that you see and stuff. It doesn't have to be a dialogue that plays out really slowly when you're trying to get back to clicking. I played some Diablo 4 and said, I'm going to just watch all of this cinematics and listen to all the dialogue just to see what kind of storytelling they do. And again, I really enjoyed playing it, but I was about 10 minutes before I was just escaping through the...
I used to always think about adding a sum it up for me button when people were doing dialogue, and then they would just interrupt and say, okay, let me just sum this up. And then I would get the digest in character. It's perfect.
Well, maybe we'll kind of transition here with an answer of my own. One of my favorite parts of dialogue is when the boss is talking to me. I think my favorite bit of dialogue is the first time I opened the seals in Diablo 2 and Chaos Sanctuary, and Diablo tells me that not even death will save you from me. That's the dialogue I like.
Yeah,
and with that in mind,
quick and to the point, though. You know?
Yeah. With that in mind, why don't we just go around and you guys can maybe talk about your favorite boss in any ARPG with the consideration of dialogue as well.
I'll give a quick start here, because it kind of inspired my own thing, inspired myself, and that was the butcher in Diablo 1.
Damn it!
It just I wanted to get
what everybody was going to say.
I'm grabbing it.
대화?
But, and again, the real short dialogue, just the fresh meat, he says, or something. He's coming after you.
That was great storytelling.
That was good storytelling. But it set a tone. It set a tone of scariness that bad things are going to happen here. It inspired me to because there was no such thing as an ARPG boss. He was sort of the first ARPG boss, I guess. So got to develop bosses from there. I almost think we almost never hit the high of that.
No, you can't. You can never remake a butcher encounter that had the same emotional impact, and we have tried many times, and it's just hopeless.
We tried really hard in Path of Exile, of course, to do it with Brutus. But.
Right. Well, it's funny too, though, is because now you almost can't really do a boss that kills you that bad that early in a game anymore, because people there'd be an outcry against it. I think we luckily got him in before people had expectations.
Challenge accepted.
I remember just recently I went, God, it wasn't recently now. How long ago did I give that 20th anniversary Diablo speech? That was at GDC. Whenever that was, I got the CD. We had a CD demo of Diablo 1 that we sent out that was like part of PC Gamer magazine or something like that. And I got the demo running, which is not a very easy thing to do anymore because it was so old and stuff. But I had it's randomly generated, so I go down the steps, and the very first room I encountered was the butcher. I opened up the door, he came out, whack, whack, I was dead. It was I was like, oh my God, is this somebody's first experience playing an ARPG? They walk down the steps and open the door, and there's the butcher.
I'm going to take a different approach, a boss that's not good for its storytelling or immersion necessarily, but I'm going to pick Pendleskin because it's an eye level 86 treasure class. It's 40-second run cycle from town, so anyway.
All right, I'm going to bring up Telengard again because it was in the early days, they really did not have level bands set up for the creatures that could show up in the dungeon, so you could start Telengard, walk 1 square away from the entryway, and a level 30 dragon could appear and breathe fire on you. And that was and you immediately died. And there is no save, you just restart, you re-roll, and that's it. And that's your first experience playing the game, is dying on the very first move. And that reminded me somewhat of the Butcher.
Out-butcher the Butcher.
Well, when it comes to boss and getting their loot, an interesting part of it is the Magic Find attribute that's showed up, I would say, quite successfully in most of the games that you have made. What is your take on Magic Find as a stat or an attribute in an ARPG?
I loved it just as bit of a counterbalance, kind of a, well, I'm going to take the magic find, but it's a trade-off from important stats and other things. It was simpler back when I was playing with that in the Diablo 2 days. I know you guys working with that. Do all there's I don't know. That's all I have to say, I guess.
Yeah. 100%. That's how I feel.
Yeah. I mean, it's an affix usually, so it comes at the expense of something else. So it's a trade-off.
I mean, it seems it's great for late game play when you've kind of done the game a bunch of times. And hey, let me take it. It's a little more of a challenge, but a little better loot seems to be a great thing for people to keep playing the game forever.
Yeah, yeah. When you're down to hunting items in a game, it really feels like a fun one to get.
Yeah, I just really liked Magic Find back in the Diablo 2 days because you made a trade-off between absolute killing speed and sort of toughness with Magic Find, and then with the goal, of course, being to get as much wealth as possible at the speediest speed.
One of the things I liked about it, too, is you really just have to take it on faith, because I don't know how many people are writing down their drops and seeing, did I really get a 3% increase in Magic Find?
How well is this really working?
Yeah.
Absolutely, I made a database for Diablo 2 to make sure that it was working. Those diminishing returns calculations, which are well documented, formed the basis of Path of Exile's diminishing returns calculations for Magic Find. And they are important because your absolute character power has many axes before they diminish, whereas Magic Find diminishes with just one value. So you do have to make sure you manage the math with that, and there are trade-offs.
Right.
All right. A different angle on this one. So what is the smallest addition or change that you have made to a game that gave you the most amount of joy? Maybe you can start this one, David.
Jeez. Changing Diablo from turn-based to real-time.
That was a good idea. So I have a good example of that. It was in the Diablo 2 Lord of Destruction expansion. Like at the very last moment, we said, hey, you know what would be cool? Throw a couple of, we had hirelings, but just throw a couple soldiers out there fighting the monsters before you get out there. And it just felt so cool to go out and see, like, hey, I'm not alone out here fighting. You know, because a lot of times, like, what is everyone else doing? You know? And it, finally it was a sense, okay, there actually are some other people out here helping out the cause. You know?
Right. They still don't give you a break in the store, though. Yeah, you're saving us, but I'm going to charge you for this weapon.
I don't think it's not that little a change, but I think Dave's brother Pete back in the day suggested the socketable item.
Yeah.
Let's put a gem into an item. And that kind of, that expanded things in a big way. I mean, went a lot of systems on top of that, but I think that was the first great little brainstorm.
Right.
For me, it's probably a toss-up between letting you send your pack animal back to town to sell all your shit and adding a fishing mini game.
I was going to joke fishing as well, but in Fate, that was not actually a joke. There is a mature fishing game that's actually very cool. My smallest change that I think we made that brought me personally the most joy was the hardcore death notifications in global chat. And the story behind that is a user during the closed beta said, hello, I will purchase the $250 gold supporter pack if you add this feature. And we were desperate enough for money that I said to Jonathan, hello, how many hours will it take for you to get this deployed? Like, is it plus EV? And he said, absolutely, it's 10 minutes. And so we made $250 for 10 minutes work.
Nice.
The one change that popped up into my head I'm not really sure why, really, but this was super early on in Path of Exile, where we discovered that the ratio between rare items and magic items was completely off, way different than in the Diablo games. And then we fixed it, and then it just felt so much better playing afterwards. Right.
That's awesome, thank you. How do you feel about community tools? Should the game be moddable, or should the game just give you everything you need? And I think I would maybe add on to that, at least hopefully some website guide support into the mix.
I like being able to create mods. I think that builds a stronger game and long-term commitment to a community and to the game. but it's pretty difficult in a game that is kind of a live game. They've done it in World of Warcraft, and there are other games that have examples of this. Hopefully, the game does deliver all that you need, but sometimes it doesn't, and so it's nice when the community can do something like that. It's just kind of, you have to be real careful about what you expose through those tools and what information they can garner, because you're going to end up in a situation where people get big advantages from using particular mods and stuff, and then you kind of get, I don't know, a community that can have some toxicity with, hey, you aren't using this mod, then you're not elite, and all these kind of things. So there's definitely a balance you have to reach.
I mean, the big balance is between secure items and characters, and mods make that pretty hard. I mean, there's a limited amount of mods that don't ruin the security of the items and characters. So
yeah, it's sort of inversely proportional to how important it is that everyone's on a level playing field.
Yeah. So I like mods, and the current game I'm making is very moddable, but that's kind of almost experimentally super moddable. So right now I'm leaning into it, but I can see it both ways.
But purely selfishly, I love modability because I spent so much time tearing apart other games and using other mod kits and seeing how things worked, and that was just like a real source of joy for me. So when we made Torchlight and Torchlight 2, we released all the mod tools, and it was definitely complicated for Torchlight 2, and it's nowhere near the complexity, and it doesn't have to deal with the issues that you're bringing up about long-term balance on a game that's a live service. Torchlight 2 was multiplayer, but it was just peer-to-peer, and we knew going in that was just going to be one of the limitations. And, but again, purely selfishly, I love to tear things apart.
I love the idea of moddable action RPGs. Like, I would love to make a single-player, very moddable one. I don't know if the business proposition is as easy as the live service one. We have to deal daily with customers that are upset because they lost their items due to various things involving third-party programs, right? Like, if the modding ecosystem for online games means that to have the best gameplay experience, you've got to install stuff, which could potentially steal your credentials, and people fork these and insert bad software, and it's really sad when we have to tell users, we're really sorry, we can't do anything, that was your fault for installing the virus. And so we would rather that the modding ecosystem didn't involve people pasting their PHP session IDs into arbitrary websites or downloading executables they run on their work computers and stuff, but you know, gamers want every advantage they can get.
I'm a huge fan of modding, as most game developers probably are. And one point here is that when we got a job application at GGG, and they have, like, you look at modding experience before, like, academic credentials, basically. So get into modding, I guess, if you want to get into the games industry.
That's probably great advice. How do you deal with every character being the one true hero in a multiplayer scenario?
You don't.
Yes. Suspension of disbelief.
Kind of an example of that, not exactly, but we ran into an issue in the end of Diablo 1, you jam this gem into your head, right? And you're...
Spoiler alert.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Best moment in gaming.
And it's a long story, I won't get into it, but that was sort of thrust upon us by the Blizzard film department in the day, who sent us the movie, if that's how your game ends. And we didn't really have enough time to change it. And we grew to love it, actually, but at first we were kind of shocked. Wait, that's not... But in any case, what I was getting to is, when we were started Diablo 2, for some reason, the Blizzard South guys thought that everybody should start the game with a gem in their head, like you were continuing from Diablo 1. So that's like, it doesn't even make any sense. Like, everybody you run across was the guy that killed Diablo, so that's exactly the kind of problem you're bringing up. So like Dave says, we just ignored it and just moved on.
Yeah, there's only one universe, and that's the one that you're playing. Right?
That Soulstone moment, though, at the end of Diablo 1 was the point when I realized that media can have a twist at the end. Like, it was impactful.
Oh, yeah. We loved it in the end.
Yeah.
All right. If you had to play one game for your entire life, what would it be? And to specify, you can mention a specific league or patch cycle in it.
I mean, for me, it's not an ARPG at all. I play Civ 6 just relentlessly. So I'm happy with it as is. I would just go with that for the rest of my life, and I'd be okay.
For me, it would be Minecraft. Honestly, I just make myself a nice little castle and look at the sunset.
I actually think Minecraft is a Diablo game. We've got random areas, we've got random items, we've got pretty good combat, we have relatively secure server-side stuff within a community. I mean, what really is it missing, right? And it's moddable and, you know, possibly the best game ever.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Max stole my answer.
Sorry.
No, I can't say Minecraft.
It's ridiculously hard.
We can all say Minecraft.
Okay, let's go start a Minecraft server.
Who's in? That or Words with Friends. I can play Scrabble forever.
Robotron, that's my answer.
Robotron?
Robotron,
all
yes.
right.
Nice.
Interesting.
Yeah, I would probably play Diablo 2. I wonder if it's 1.11 or something before Whirlwind got nerfed.
Oh.
마인크래프트 어렵거든.
Ice Blink Whirlwind with a lance.
Ah, yes. Exactly. You know the build. Yeah.
I do. So one of the game genres that has been coming up, it's kind of the Survivor series. We've got a lot of questions from you guys about your thoughts on Vampire Survivor genre. There's a number of games. I don't know which one really defines it, but these games have similar elements to an ARPG.
Yeah.
But they're not quite exactly like it. What do you think?
David made a blend between Diablo and
a survival game. Yeah. I made a game called It Lurks Below. It's on Steam. It's fun. Made it by myself. But I think that Vampire Survivors, though, is like, you know, all the things are coming at you from all over, and you level up your character really quickly. And so I do really like that game a lot. I played quite a few hours of it, and it does share a lot of things, but it reminds me more almost of like a card game, because when you know, in like a card battler, when you defeat a monster, it's like, hey, here's your choice of, well, it reminds me a little of the card game we're playing here at the show, where here's your 2 choices, your 3 choices of things that you can do that one thing. And so it's a little bit different than the ARPG kind of Diablo style ARPG, where you're killing stuff and picking up loot and making choices like that. It's just too fast oftentimes in the Vampire Survivor. So there's some differences. I'm sure that somebody's going to try and combine them in a more meaningful way. But I do really enjoy that genre, and it was fun playing.
이거 누르면 안 된다니까 이 사람아. 바보야. 그걸 눌러요.
Both Vampire Survivors.
아니, 아까 포인트를 왜 눌러?
Before going to work, refresh his channel, hoping there is another video in either game, and it could be the reason why I'm half an hour late to work that day, because I'll watch it on 2 times speed. It's addictive.
A lot of my gaming experience these days is through streamers. The same thing.
누르지 맙시다.
All right, we have an awesome question here. How does playing your own game feel when compared to games you had no hand in? And we can mention anything. I mean, maybe Eric, you want to start with even your card game.
How it is to play other games. It's, as a game developer, you unfortunately get a bit destroyed, where you start to look at how they implemented things, and you
이거 누르면 안 된다니까 이 사람아. 바보야.
Like when you grew up and played games, and you got the kind of super strong experience, but it's more of a sort of
졸고 있었는데 누르지 마.
effort almost when you play other games now, unfortunately.
Do you get that feeling? How does it feel to play your own as a contrast?
Own game? Well,
아니야, 그만해. 그만해.
Looking at the flaws, finding bugs, and and I can relax with someone else's game. And I can be a lot more. It makes it hard to enjoy. games that
고마워요.
Yeah, I don't like any of the games I've made.
이걸 안 한다고? 아이,
You're being too
하지 마.
early, so.
하지 마.
I'm dead
나 안
serious. I
하면
can't
되지.
even play a lot of the games that I made anymore. It's very rare that I can. But
뭐라고요? 아이,
so
왜 다 하나씩 눌러봐요.
and like as soon as I'm done playing it, I'll have to
나도
go, here's my
포인트.
list of 7 things that gotta fix or whatever, rather than
네, 네.
just doing it just for fun.
Yeah. There's that reflexive list.
응,
creation.
아니야. 아이.
When I play other games, I still start to do it immediately, and then I have to stop myself. It's like,
Yeah,
I
right.
gotta do this, I gotta do this.
다
I gotta do,
눌러보고
wait, no,
있어.
this isn't my game. I don't have to do anything. This is great.
Well, I'm going to circle back to a few more game mechanics because I have a question here I didn't want to miss. Aside from killing monsters, what is your favorite way to award a player power in a game?
I mean, you got to look like a badass after you've leveled up a long way, you know? And so, like, figuring out costumes that are unique and interesting and make you look more powerful is, you know,
아니야, 그거 다 그냥 포인트를 써먹게 하려고 그런 거고 하지 마요.
It made me look so different, and it was almost as fun as actually finishing a level or killing a boss, as you know, getting a cool-looking helmet.
New skills or skill evolutions that are tactily more satisfying than what you had before. It's just immediately the act of doing what you've already been doing just feels better.
I think there's something cool about having meaningful rewards for side quests. Because when you're playing through the game, a power gamer wants to ignore the side quests and come back to their relevance. But having the
고마워요.
in the Hellforge, I'm going to get a pile of gems that could be useful. And have to do that math as to whether you want to do that.
디아포 버린 게 아니라 이거 엑자일콘 해가지고 이거 좀 보려고 하나 쉬고 있었던 건데 할 거예요. 디아포 100렙은 해야 되니까 칭호 얻을 거라서 노력은 해볼 건데 일단 한 2-3일 정도 그거 100렙 하고 그 다음에 다시 POE로 와서 재활을 시작해야 돼요. 할 게 좀 많아. 왔다 갔다 해야지. 근데 신세 게임이라 좀 오래 하고 싶었는데 할 게 없어가지고 진짜 할 게 없어요. 디아가 이렇게 할 게 없는 건 처음 알았어. 그래서 그래 지금. 동기부여가 없으니까 열심히 해야 될 이유가 없는
We've
것
collaborated
같아서.
so much over the years in terms of sharing stuff, and we got David on as an advisor for helping us with our Chinese launch and so on. And we are sharing ideas and showing each other what we're working on, regardless of whether it's for the same company or not. So our DNA is spread across all the games we've worked on.
Yeah, it happens automatically anyway. Yeah.
And you get more games if we spread out a little bit. You know, I mean, if we did that, it would be like one
Quality,
game.
though. Well, thank you all so much for this awesome ARPG roundtable.
특히 디아 해도 선생님들 볼만한 게 없잖아요. 맨날 한다는 게 던전 돌아서 레벨링 하는 것밖에 없는데 템 먹어가지고 템 만들고 없으니까 그렇죠. 칸 나오네 마티라고. 해보고 싶어. 해보고 싶어. 네, 이거는 중간 10분 지나갈 때 하는 거예요. 같은 화면 나오는 거. 그러니까 무대 전환하고 이거 할 때 10분 정도 할 때 나오는 화면. 이거 다음이 이거거든요? 스트리머 라운드 테이블이라서 나와가지고 이제 얘기하는 거. 자라니 아저씨, 칸, 유기현하고 마틀 나와서 얘기하고, 이거 끝나면 바로 이제 마지막 레이스 파이널 요거 하면은 끝나요. 행사는 거의 끝에쯤에 와 있기 때문에. 너만 기다리라고요. 네. 모르겠어요, 그건. 확답 못 드리겠어요. 내심 내 피셜은 저도 비슷하게 생각하는데 모르죠, 그건 진짜 모르겠어요.
이거 누르면 안 된다니까, 이 사람아! 바보야!
이 바보야! 누르지 말라고 그랬잖아. 씨, 아까도 누가 눌러서 내가 누르지 말라 그랬잖아. 이 바보야. 왜 그래요? 해석본 올려줘. 이게 다인데? 또 없나? 뭐 정보가 없나봐요. 궁금하다. 얍, 나와라. 나와라. 나왔다. 뭐야? 와, 칸이 저렇게 생겼구나.
And I am joined here today by the wonderful Karn, Nugi, and Mathil to do the wrap-up of the second
칸이 저렇게
엑자일콘
생겼구나.
2023, and
처음 본다.
what a con it has been. We got a lot of bombshells, a lot of crazy stuff. Karn, first reactions, how do you feel?
I feel amazing, man. It's been a very amazing experience.
네,
Meeting all these people, meeting the devs, talking to them, trying the game.
와, 칸이 이렇게
just hanging
생겼구나.
out.
Nugi?
I mean, the same thing. I was here last time, and then again, like 4 years later, we're back, and the people are just as nice, just as friendly. So it's been just a treat, just experience everything and learning all the new things about PoE2.
And Matthew, what about you?
Yeah, it's been terrific. Like it's as you just said earlier, it's nice to come back and it feels pretty good, feels right, as you said. It's just good to see the passion. You know, convention like this is kind of rare, where it's just for one game specifically, and everyone has that same thing in common. Many others, you know, for lots of little different things. So you can talk to anyone about the entire scope of everything we saw, and you can feel the passion.
Yeah, and that is quite rare because most conventions don't have that, as you said. So it's really wonderful, and we are getting ready for the final race of ExileCon, which will be right after this event wrap up. So very excited for that. And the race is in PoE 1, so it'll be very, very familiar. It is a Kitava race, and obviously we've been dropped the bombshell that we were getting PoE 1 and 2.
Yeah.
Mathil, was that something you were expecting? Like an actual split of the game?
첫날 봤어. 어제 봤어요.
Take it for what it is. They said, you know, it's going to be, and for the past years, I've been telling people that come in about PoE2, you know, can't wait for that whole new game. I'm like, listen, guys, it's not a whole new game. It's a side thing, and it's still going to be like lots of overlap with the same game. It's still going to be great. You're just going to have a better campaign leveling experience, and it'll be terrific. So no, I didn't expect that.
왜 언제부터 봤는데?
I think it has potential to be absolutely brilliant. Has potential to burn us out a bit if you know we're playing too much PoE. But, yeah, look, I'm looking forward to actually getting to test the full PoE2 and see how the cyclical changes go.
Absolutely, like Nugi, this is going to be like so much more content to cover. I'm guessing you're going to be
PoE 하시는 거임?
But how is this going to change things for you in content creation?
How is it going to change
선생님 이제 PoE 해요.
Ooh, I think as a creator myself, I'm just really looking forward to PoE changing in the direction where they're getting the full focus on kind of the direction they want to go in, because there was definitely a concern, I think.
안 하는 줄 다른 게임 많이 하셔가지고
How do they split those two focuses? We
다른
saw
게임 하시잖아요.
Ruthless, which was kind of a divergence of what a lot of people expected, and it's the same thing with PoE2.
저것도 하고
There's a lot of passion there that they want to instill into the new game,
하시고
but how do you do that in both?
할거
And so I think
많잖아요.
the split is a very good
그래서 안 하는
choice,
줄
but
알았는데.
definitely unexpected.
Absolutely. And Karn, you've been racing a lot. Are we going to see you racing in both PoE2 or PoE 1, or are you going to stick to racing in one of them?
No, of course, there's a race. I mean, I'm going to be racing both. I don't know how that's going to work for, you know, how we're going to do scheduling, because, you know, even now it's kind of hard with the, you know, league starts and gauntlets, and it's like practice in between, so I already have very little time to get everything done and get some rest. But I don't know, we'll see. There's a race. I'm in.
Absolutely. And we see today Karn is representing the duelist, even having the duelist pin. What was it like not having Bone Shatter? You tried out the Warrior, I believe?
Yeah, I did try Warrior. I mean, that's Thunder. And Thunder was actually pretty good in there. So yeah, I was happy. I was fine.
So as long as you have some form of melee, it's really good. So what was your first experience? Like, how much did you get to play test PoE2 so far?
Played a couple times. I did a couple different bosses and you know, killed some monsters. It felt like the impact was like, you know, you could feel the impact, especially like on skills like Thunder, like you know.
뼈박살의 달인.
You know what Thunder is, right? So it's like
뼈박살의 달인.
like how everything felt.
뼈박살밖에 안 해.
The different skills you had to use to combo them, etc. It feels pretty good because it felt very similar to slams. It was pretty much slams, yes, with just different abilities instead of war cries. You know, it was a.
Is there any like very big surprises for you?
Surprises. I would say that maybe. I don't think so. Actually, it felt very, very, very familiar. Honestly, like it was Thunder. It was Thunder. It's like you had also the supercharged slam, which I also tried, and I had these problems. But the stun thing, actually, the whole change to stun thresholds and how you can start. Well,
스카우트 온 사람이 아니에요.
Build up the stun on them, or you can guarantee even stuns, especially on melee. Like that was something that was really easy to do, and it could help like set up like stuff like
아까 모더레이터 그가 토론했던 그 사람들 저기 퓨어이랑 관련 없고 그냥 여기저기 다른 회사 다니는 사람들 모여다가 그러니까 ARPG 관련해서 얘기를 할 수 있는 관련 업체 다니는 사람들 데리고 온 거예요. 네, 토론한 거예요. 내부 인원이 아니고. 그래서 진행자가 모더레이터하고 나머지는 얘기하는 토론이에요. 토론.
For me, and I don't know if it's the same for you guys, was like the wind up of attacks, like being like less instant. Same with like Sunder and the Warrior, because I tried that too. Nugi, what about you? Tell us a little bit about your first experience and what you've tried so far.
Well, I tried all of them so far. Not so much the Sorceress, I think it was called, because the game unfortunately had a little bit of bugs. So, but I'll stick to the other three classes. So, Monk was really fun. There's a lot of distance measuring with getting in and out of combat, and I think they are going in a really fun direction in terms of dynamic combat in that. The charge system seems way more intuitive now compared to what it did in PoE 1, where it's all about, well, you constantly have to kill something within 10 seconds, and then you go to a boss and there's nothing to kill. And so I think it's a much more dynamic style around those, so that was really nice. The dodge is something that's new, where you're not really using it as a movement skill. It's more like a utility skill for evading certain attacks, and I think it felt really good on the warrior specifically.
Yeah.
Because you are kind of slow, and so you need to really get around to get a good position so you can land those big hits. So I think that worked really well. But
especially
still a lot
with
of
the leap slam.
Yeah, absolutely.
Did you try the Sorceress as well and the Huntress?
Huntress, I did try, yes. A lot of pokey combat, like more like mid-range pokey. You create fields of slows. You make them walk over, and you can create like blinding fields as well. So a lot of area denial, and just again pokey in and out of combat.
I don't know if you had a similar experience to me, but obviously a lot of people have been worried about having to use so many different abilities. But the Huntress felt a little bit more like PoE 1 there, where I used what was the lightning strike called? The one where you throw the javelin.
Lightning spear or something.
Lightning spear. I used that for clearing, and then I used like the spear attack for single target. So that's like a reassuring thing for those that are worried that you're going to have to cycle between like 8 abilities now.
I think that they understand that they give you the option of going anywhere you want in terms of skill customization. You can have 9 different skills and they can all power each other up, or you can have you have a couple utilities. You'll have buffs and those kind of things, and they'll have they were talking about an on-dodge roll at the QA earlier. So they want you to have a similar experience with crazy creative combat, cast on, cast, and all those things. They're still going to be there, and as speedy combat, and we were going to get all the creativeness and silliness that we had in PoE 1, but without it going, all the way to the moon.
Absolutely, and we saw in some of the later acts even, which we don't even get to see a PoE 2 endgame yet, and we still see pretty good density in some of the Act 4, and especially it was just I was getting crowded by mobs. Mathil, what did you get to try so far when you were doing the demos?
Yeah, so I did the live stream demo, I think, pretty soon after you. I was told that you had a rough time, you died a bunch, and I was just like, step aside, noob. I'm gonna get in there, show them how it's done. I got brutalized. It was I did Act 4 because it was leading on from you. Tried the warrior, and I think I died on the first pack. It was pretty unexpected. Well, my first pack was hasted aura with a few other dudes, and they had extra damage, and I just got chain stunned dead, and then went, that's gonna be a tough one to follow then. So then, I kind of adjusted my combat, my play style, and I think that's exactly what they want you to do. It's supposed to be a very different experience to PoE 1, at least early on, where you have to start using your combat roles and planning your attacks better. It was still very difficult, very tough. I can see what they're going for, and at the same time, I think they also set us up to fail with some pretty low-tier gear and all that. I'd say my character was a level 45 to begin with, and it's
안 웃었는데?
30% of what a level 45 would be
뭘 비웃어요.
gear-wise and passive-wise and all that.
잘 안
So
빼도 돼요.
it was supposed to be pretty tough, and we weren't supposed to get too far with it. But I
안
have full faith that it's going to feel
웃었거든요.
pretty similar to PoE 1 in the end, where you gear a character up and you're just going to, comfortably smash through, but it's going to be a bit different on the playstyle. And I also tried Sorceress as well, which is what you had pretty tough time with,
Did
right?
you die too?
A few times, yeah. I mean, I stopped caring because I wasn't doing it on stream. So off stream, I just gave it a shot, and I'm like, I don't mind if I die too much. And I could see how it would have been painful to start with on stream and all that. But pick a good skill, like start using the arc and all that.
Yeah.
And use your freezes and your dodges
I was trying to use
appropriately.
Comet a lot.
Yeah.
It was rough.
Yeah, exactly. You want to see the Comet, you're like, yeah, let's go. It's going to be cool. But you're like, this wind up and everything's just so many mobs. And it was...
Yeah, it was particularly, I don't know if you had the same experience, but it was very confusing to me that even though it was close, I was throwing close to me, sometimes it would move back and sometimes it wouldn't. I couldn't always figure out exactly what the reason was, because it would do it on a mix of ranges. And I was like, I want you to move me back when I'm throwing my Comet. But yeah, and they did also say that the demo that we've been playing is quite overtuned as well. Like they haven't been able to adjust the difficulty. So it will be a better experience. Obviously, a lot of people have been saying they're worried that this is going to be a lot slower, and that probably won't be the case when they actually get everything right.
I think part of this was just to really sail you into a different play style of having to think more about your combat and really try and do the rolling as well, because that's a big new mechanic for us, and it's super helpful to get out of there and plan your attacks more methodically after.
Absolutely. And one thing that really stood out to me was the visuals. Everything is just miles beyond anything we've seen before. The things opening, things coming out of walls, gates opening, everything. How much, Matthew, you love cosmetics and stuff in games, and you spend a lot of time on that. So this must be a big thing for you, right?
Yeah, for sure. So there was still some remnants of old skills, and we've already seen some pretty good updates in current PoE 1 from PoE 2 skills, but some of them were, just stunning to see, as a bit of a revamp for an old skill, and just looked a lot crispier, but it's more the environment than anything. I was going through some prison area, there's all this really cool water flowing through, and monsters bursting through walls and stuff, and it's going to be just exactly what I'm looking for, some stunning visuals.
Absolutely. Nui, what about you? Visuals, you're pretty big on that.
Oh, no, I love the visuals.
뭐가
The first talk
필요하다는
we
얘기인가?
had earlier, just at the keynote, right after,
재미에
I was so
대해서
sad that I
스킬에
didn't
대해서
get to mention all
공부할
the
시간이 필요하다고 그런 것 같은데
absolutely
아닌가?
amazing and stunning visuals. So there was when I saw the water waves crash onto the rocks, I was taken aback just a bit. And earlier I was here with Neon playing, and during the gameplay we walk into a cave, a volcano, with a volcano, I think. And I go in and there's these dips within the terrain where there's lava flowing, and I could literally feel the heat. I just stood there just for 5 seconds. Whoa. Okay, that's amazing. So
Karin, what about you? How does the graphics impact you?
I was very surprised because I know that I was heard that it was a very big step up from what we had in PoE 1, and compared to other games we now might have played recently, and the difference was actually I did not expect that, honestly. I was actually pretty shocked.
I actually wanted to mention was a big part of that as well, that you could very much feel an impact, and hopefully you guys felt the same way, was when they did the reveal and the announcement, going through the years of old trailers and seeing exactly how far we'd come, and it was honestly a bit of a tearjerker. You're just holy, we are going places, and then it stops at 2019, for Exailcon, which already seems so far away. It was so far in the past, and we'd come so much further. Going from PoE 2 now to what it originally started with is nothing short of mind-blowing.
Absolutely. I had the same experience. I was sitting there and I was tearing up a little bit. I was like, man, what a journey.
Yeah.
And with everything in mind, Karin, what are you looking forward to the most with PoE 2?
Looking forward to the most in PoE 2. Obviously it's gonna have to do with how it's gonna apply to racing, for example. I'm really curious to see how it's gonna end up shaping up. because like we really have no idea like how long the acts will take. We don't know how fast we'll be able to go. We don't know. Like there's so many things that we don't really know.
프랑스예요.
Question up there, and it's out there, and I have no idea what to expect.
근데 한국에 와서
I'm actually
좋다.
looking forward to
팀이
figuring out
있었어요.
the game like in that way.
Awesome. Nugi, what about you?
그런가 봐요.
I mean, figuring it all out. I think figuring out like all the new skills, all the new variations, new uniques, new bosses, new monsters, how all the intricate mechanics will work together. How can we solve the passive tree? Yeah, just a brave new world, honestly.
Yeah, make me feel.
Mathel?
Yeah, I think I talked a bit about it on the previous thing. It was more about the classes than anything, and especially the ascendancies, because those are the real game changers. Those are the ones that really give your characters like flavor, identity, power. And I mean, I want to see exactly what they come up with all that. Because it's got to be huge, right? It's got to be
Absolutely.
Yeah, real customizable for each individual class as well. Especially, I mean, I guess to be specific, I want to throw some javelins, and I want to get some lightning fury from D2. Pure javelin action. I think that's going to feel amazing with PoE density, with PoE mechanics.
Yeah, I mean, you're known for making builds, and now, are you a little bit worried about how intricate build guides and builds are going to be? Like, we get changing skill systems and so many things to remind people of. Use this skill with your offhand, etc. Is that a little bit daunting?
To some extent, but I kind of just stay in my own little wheelhouse these days and just do my little stream, and I try and do a build and then just put forth some level of info that's, you know, if someone that knows what they're doing can follow it along, and then just leave it up to people like you that want to actually carry someone all the way through and give them all that basic info, because it's just too much. I gave up, like, and there's enough people that are willing to try and take the mantle of that helpful sort of person that I'm just going to do my own thing and hopefully have as much fun as possible.
So out of all the new things we've seen, like shape-shifting, etc., is there anything you're already eyeing up as something you'd love to like really get your hands on that's very different from PoE 1?
I don't really go. I don't think I look that far in advance for the future. I mean, definitely just all the new weapon systems. So javelins are being one of them.
Yeah.
We saw like a teaser during one of the slides, flails. Like,
I haven't seen that.
You haven't seen that? That was during one of that was during one of the talks. So it was live streamed. It's good.
Okay. Yeah, I'll watch it later. I had a thing.
Yeah, so just the new weapon, like there's only, I think those, maybe one other. But yeah, weapon types that are going to customize new skills, new abilities, new gameplay.
I think for me personally, what I really want to do, Druid. Like I've always like wanted shape-shifting. Just sounds so fun. And I really hope, what I really hope PoE 2 brings is some form of like a animal summoner. That's something I always felt like missed a little bit in Path of Exile. It's always been like undead minions, etc. I really hope we get to see some wolves, eagles, stuff like that.
I mean, surely with the name of the new aura or like the new resource we get, Spirit.
Spirit, yeah.
It lines up perfectly with the Druid, no?
Yeah, but Spirit isn't like Druid specific, right? It's for everyone.
No. Yeah, but they are talking about it. It is also for summoners and minions.
Yeah, and I really like the Spirit idea. That's something like, it sounds so nice to like have something specific for managing your mana that you don't have to like compromise. I think that's a really cool idea. Maybe we'll see more Archmage in PoE 2 as well.
Oh, I hope so.
Yeah, for sure.
Nugi, what about you? How does this like, what build do you want to do?
What build do I want to do?
What build? You have to pick one.
I just want to build defense.
You just want to build defense? That's important.
I think you've got to build defense, right?
Yeah, no, I think so.
That's the thing.
Oh, yeah. No, definitely.
This space for sure. You can't be this, you know.
Well, I'm sure like you will be dodge rolling around everything and ignoring defense as much as possible.
Yeah, man. 4K live dodge rolling.
Yeah,
That's all it takes.
4K Mathel build. I remember back in the day it was a 3K Mathel build.
It's always been the bare minimum. That's like, if it lands at 4K, then, you know, so be it. That's just a random metric, but it's always the bare minimum to get by. And it started to raise over the years, and then it came back down as we got better defensives and better like ways of dealing with damage. So then it came back down to 4K life meme builds again.
Karn, Lord of the Bone Zone, should we even ask? What are you looking forward to play in PoE 2? Are you just hoping there's a Bone Zone?
This is really tough, man. I don't know. I'm thinking about playing Sword. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not going to play slams. Of course, I'm going to be slamming because they're back. But, like, I tried Sunder. Sunder is actually really good, at least in the demo. So I'm really looking forward to, especially with what the weapon system is gonna imply, to be able to be swapping weapons, having different setup for single target and for clear, which is one of the things that are kind of a problem sometimes if you want to play a melee character. You know, your skill can be very, very good at clearing and very bad at single targets. So that's gonna fix that problem. It's gonna give a lot more variety to what melee abilities we can use. So I'm looking forward to that a lot.
Awesome. And as a final topic, we have the race starting in around 4 minutes. We have Tai23HE, I'm Exile, Tai Killer, and Havoc616 all competing for a lot of money. Really cool prizes that we're. It's going to be interesting. So we'll start off with Mathul. Who do you think will win, and who would you like to win?
I'm not super invested in the races. They're great right here in ExileCon, like actually being here with everyone, crowd reaction, all that. It's actually quite a vibe. But look, I probably want Havoc to win. I don't know who will though, because they're all really good at this point. From my understanding, they're all kind of on a level playing field, and it's just whoever has the better day or the better run of the time. But I know what it takes, and I know that Havoc's been grinding, so I would like to see him win.
Awesome. Yeah, he's been working really hard. I've barely gotten to see him. He's just been practicing away. Noogie, what about you? Same question.
I hope it's going to be a tie.
One of the
Wait,
two?
are you saying, yeah.
What kind of tie?
Are you hoping there's a tie between people, or are you hoping one of the ties wins?
No, I hope it's gonna, there's
a tie between the ties?
So they've been practicing. Yeah, that would be great, right?
A tie.
Yeah, a tie.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm hoping for.
Okay, what about you? You were like practicing a lot, trying to get one of these as well, so you know a lot of what it takes to be here.
Yeah.
Who do you hope wins?
It's too hard. Like I have ties to everybody, but Tai in this race. Like Exile, Tai and Havoc all good friends, and I want like either would win. Either winning is would be good for me. Like I would be happy for either of them. So like I can't really pick one. I would say I would say Tai. Let's say Tai.
Yeah, it's a tough one. Obviously, with like knowing everybody, etc. But I would say, I hope Tai Killer wins, especially because he came last time after getting Tabula, and he's even been using the name Tabulast as his name. So I think it would be like Tai Killer or Havoc. And then I think I'm Exile maybe has an edge.
Is that your prediction or what you're hoping?
I think I'm Exile is going to win. Okay. But he's been winning too much. That's why I hope Tabulast will win.
I think Exile is definitely the favorite for this.
Yeah, absolutely.
But there's like one thing though, is he's never played on stage before.
Oh.
So it's gonna be there's many ways it can go. Like this can either empower him and he just pulls out a personal best, like right now world record, or he just crumbles and performs. Like this is an extremely big factor that people forget. And Tai, for example, Havoc and Tai they've competed on stage here, so they're ready for that. Sure. Tai especially, I've talked to him and he's done some extremely focused preparation for that, like practicing with the correct lights, everything. So we'll have to see how Exile fares with the pressure.
Awesome. Well, we're getting towards the end here, so I hope everybody's been enjoying watching at home. I hope you will all enjoy watching the race and cheering for your favorite racer, and it will be casted by Rice QT and Ziggy D. So thank you all for having us. I hope you guys have enjoyed this wrap-up of ExileCon. Thank you for being here in person and on Twitch. So thank you for watching. Try to die less than I do.
엑자일 응원할 거야. 마지막이네요. 레이스 파이널. 오타가 5분 남았다. 끝났고 아까 그 Q&A는 좀 올려주지. 해석도 안 되나 보다. 꼭 5분 지나면 나오더라. 재밌겠다. 나도 해보고 싶다. 하고 싶다. 응? 하고 싶어요. 게임이요, 이거. POE2요. 왜, 뭘 생각했어요? 음란막이 사라져? 일 분 남았어. 마지막 오토바 레이스 하는 거라서.
G'day Exiles and welcome back for another ExileCon Grand Finale. I actually nailed it this time. I said finale last time, remember? I am Ziggy D and I'm here with Rise QT once again I'm very excited to be back. Another ExileCon wrap-up race, and commentating for you fine folks today is such a treat.
Absolutely. I'm really looking forward to it.
Yeah, it's going to be quite the race. I know that the racers have been preparing mercilessly, which we'll get into in a second, but we are going to have a good show for you. And for you fine folks who are maybe a little bit less familiar with what we're going to be doing today, we're going to be seeing 4 racers at the pinnacle of Path of Exile gameplay, playing Path of Exile real fast. Kill monster fast.
게임이 더럽게 어렵기 때문에 남들이 하는 걸 완벽하게 똑같이 따라야
It's all going to be
된다고요.
about moving through the first 5 acts of the game and defeating the Act 5 final boss, Kitava, and trying to do it deathless, although if they do die, they can continue, but there is a harsh 1-minute death penalty if they do so, where they are locked in place and cannot move. So that's pretty brutal and certainly something to avoid.
Yeah, and you get respawned in time as well, so you got to make sure that you always have portals, that you're ready, that they're down, actually, because in some of the qualifiers, we've had some tricky situations where people run into the problem of maybe being a little bit too confident and then not leaving a portal, and that really catching up with them eventually.
Can be absolutely brutal. It's when you're playing Path of Exile this fast, things get a lot harder because you're moving through very underleveled, very undergeared with just the skills that you can get to carry you through that situation, and it can be real tough. It can be real tough to do it.
It's always super tough. The faster you go, the harder it gets, and these guys go real fast. If some of you guys caught some of the qualifiers, the times were pretty ridiculous, and it's been a long time since, and those players have been practicing like crazy.
Yeah, that's it. We started at times 110, 115-ish, around that range, and ended up getting race times of like 106, 105, something like that.
Yeah.
As well. So yeah, we should be seeing some fast times today, especially with the practice people being putting in. But first, let's talk about who is actually going to be racing today, who qualified through the 4 qualifiers that we had in the months leading up to this ExileCon, for them to be here to compete on the grand stage to wrap up an ExileCon. Such a prestigious position for any Path of Exile racer to be in. But taking the first qualifier, we had I'm Exile. Could you tell us a bit about I'm Exile, Rise?
Correct. I'm Exile is actually a very interesting player because he has only been playing since last ExileCon. He started playing in Metamorph, but he's an extremely dedicated player that immediately applied himself, began to practice. He got into racing very, very quickly. Some of you guys might know him from some of the Gauntlet races in which he's performed tremendously, really. But throughout all that, he's been practicing some of the short races. He's done extremely well, and he has definitely shown so with the first qualifier, winning it very decisively, despite running into an issue at Dominus. He had a little bit of a rip. Like mentioned previously, you do spawn in town and you have to wait. And he had to do that, and despite that, he still dominated his competition. And he's the sort of player that really does better and better with the amount of work and practice he does. He's kind of like the Rock Lee.
내가 필터링한 건 아니지만
It's pretty remarkable to like get into Path of Exile so recently and be at like the top of the pack
모르죠, 나와봐야지
in that,
알지.
like such a short time
it's
frame.
Crazy.
He's a gamer, right? Like he's good at a lot of games.
Words cannot express enough. For most people, it has been like 10 years, and obviously everybody else is improving as well. It's not like they're all standing in place, and yet he's been able to catch up and destroy.
Yeah, and next in the second qualifier, we had Tai Killer retake the stage after being here at the previous ExileCon.
Yeah, he was at the previous ExileCon, a long-time player now, and I think a little bit of a crowd favorite for many, quite the memer Tai Killer is. But also for him, yeah, despite the fact that he's kind of been resting for a little bit, it seems like he's gathered a lot of energy through that time frame, and once he applied himself as well, he really got some real good times and began to dominate as well. Again, some of you guys might remember him from the Tabula situation from the previous ExileCon. I don't think any of that is going to be happening this time. It's just one of those things where if you get too lucky, you don't get that in practice.
Yep.
So once it happens live, you don't quite know how to react to it, and practice really is number one. Effort is everything that matters for these races.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say if Tai Killer sees a Tabula on the ground, he'll be veering far away from it.
Yeah, and times have changed as well. I mean, vendoring a Tabula is very valuable. You need alchemies, you need transmutes, you need so much loot and gear now. Those orbs of alteration will come into play for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot to be got there, and Very exciting stuff. Tai Killer has had a pretty cool story, I think, actually. With like last ExileCon, he was pretty fresh to the game, and now he's got a little bit more veteran status, and he only just kind of scraped his way in last time. But now he handily got in on that second.
Oh yeah,
it was quite a solid effort. And then taking third place is a personal favorite for me, maybe Havoc.
Unbiased casting.
Very biased casting. Havoc has been a long time Path of Exile racing community organizer, even more than an actual racer himself, like a very, very good racer, but someone who's brought people together and ran race events and done a lot for the community. So it's very, very cool to see him here at ExileCon racing on the stage today. So
yeah,
a little giddy.
A lot of people might know Havoc from the long-term races that he's done. He actually happens to be the first ever level 100 in the history of Path of Exile ever, which back then took pretty big effort. We were talking months of playing, and he wasn't really interested in short-term racing for a very long time. I remember many years ago trying to talk him into it, and he was having none of it. Eventually, once he got the bug, he really just kept going, kept improving, and he's also the sort of player that really gets a little bit rusty. I do gotta say, when we were watching some of the first initial qualifiers, he did participate in all of them. He was a little bit rusty, but
힘들 거예요, 그게. 계속 얘기하고 제가 얘기하지만 그게 힘들 거예요.
Gets so solid, and he has just incredibly consistent runs, which, you know, that's understandable considering that kind of if you're going to be playing to level 100
비슷한 스킬, 반대 스킬 그거 다 저기 써 있는 건데.
No dying for Havoc, I don't believe. And
이해가
he has been
되냐고요?
practicing a lot.
영어
Funny fact
그냥
from
듣는
the looks
거예요.
of it,
이해가
once
돼서
we were
듣는 건
at
아니고.
ExileCon, the only people that were online on PoE for some of our friend groups friends list was literally just Havoc, Tai Killer, and
같은
Exile.
계속 얘기하는데 표에는 그런 거를 잘 안 알려줄 거예요.
The last qualifier, who's a little bit of a secret. It's hard to get a hold of him.
Yeah, more on that in just a second.
애초에 그럴
I did see
거였으면은
Havoc this morning at breakfast.
투로 이런 식으로
actually, and he
내진
was eating
않았을
a
거고.
champion's breakfast, a heaping plate of protein.
그런 스킬에 대한 내용은
getting ready, but more so than that,
텍스처에 다 써있기 때문에 그걸 읽어야 돼요, 유저가. 읽고 시작을 해야 되는 건데 유저는 그걸 읽어도 유익 있게 안 보니까.
Gave me an intense stare.
So I'm in a back room. He didn't even.
거기서 시작 거기서 이제 조금 갈리는 거죠.
He is honed in right now. I think he told me he's been practicing every waking second.
I can imagine. Yeah.
I actually feel like a little bad for him because they through winning the qualifiers won a free trip to New Zealand and ExileCon, but they're so like intensely focused on actually doing really well in this race and hopefully winning that a lot of them didn't even come to the con or go to events, or they skipped the VIP dinner.
30 minutes before this, nobody could find Havoc because he was still practicing, and it was like a very last minute. Where is he?
So like, I hope they at least afterwards get to enjoy the after party maybe and the VIP dinner tomorrow. So hopefully they get to enjoy the con a little bit at the end at least.
Hopefully.
But the race is everything. The race is everything.
Well,
and speaking of the race being everything, we have our fourth and final mystery player who raced under many different names, and it was difficult to say if they were always the same person. But it was Gurast, our mystery player, who took the fourth and final qualifier. And it is possibly at this point the worst kept secret of ExileCon as to who that player is. But we were initially told to keep it secret until they came out on stage, but they did make an announcement themselves, so I think it's probably fair
statement.
Yeah, so I think it's probably fair game to say that we have rejoining us after previous ExileCon, the winner, the grand winner of previous ExileCon, Tai 23, taking the fourth place. And that is very exciting. That is
very exciting to people who don't know who Tai 23 is. He's the sort of player that was around the Path of Exile community for a long time, known as Easy Scrubcore Man. And there were a bunch of races. He wasn't doing actually that good, but we had a friend who was constantly saying, there is this guy who's really good. And one time he was watching Steel Mage's stream, and Steel Mage enlightened him. Steel Mage said, just don't die. And so Ty23 decided to not die anymore. And not only that, for that entire year of racing, out of, I believe, 11 events, he won every single one of them, which then culminated in the win at ExileCon.
It's literally like unapproachable levels of legendary status of Path of Exile racing. Like this just doesn't happen in most like games or anything where you just have one person just win everything.
Yeah.
It reached legend, like mythic proportions, and they released like a video at the end telling their story that was like meme-filled and glorious.
Absolutely.
And, yeah, certainly as a result, securing their legend and a surprise that they had returned. And
엑자일콘 끝나면 짧게 얘기 한번 하고 방송을 빨리 끌게요. 어르신이 오늘 아버님 머리 좀 감기자 그래가지고 나보고 도와달래요.
And nobody was able to contest him, and I do know that a lot of people wanted to, you know. They
want that belt, right?
Yeah, they wanted to play against him, but he didn't give an opportunity for them to do so until very recently, and he has been participating in all of the qualifiers, and I gotta say, some of it was a little shaky.
Yeah. I mean, he was retired, right?
Yeah, he was definitely pacing himself in his practice. You could really see that throughout different acts, some of that domination was coming through. Some of that alt Ty23 was really coming through. But once you got higher in those deeper acts, like Act 4 and Act 5, he began to struggle a little bit. So he really had to rebuild from the ground up. But that was a few months ago now, and I believe that he's ready to play.
Yeah. Overcame some potential mindset issues and a little bit of rust, blowing the dust out, so to speak. And he almost had it in the third qualifier, but tapped out a little too early.
Yes.
And but did come back in a big way in the fourth qualifier and secured.
Although keep in mind, Havoc was still winning.
Havoc definitely earned that spot.
Oh yeah.
But it's not long now until we're heading over to the stage where the racers will be taking their seats and getting a little introduction by Chris Wilson, and we'll begin the official countdown for the actual start of the race. Very exciting time.
I can't wait.
A little excited, a little shaky.
I think it's gonna be.
간다. 와, 이렇게 해서 하는구나. 아이고, 엑자일 화이팅이다! 아, 윌슨이 저걸 주네.
Hi, welcome to the race event. This is the culmination of everything we've been working up to at ExileCon 2023. Thanks very much for watching so far, either in person or from home. We're very excited to see how this plays out. We have 4 of literally the world's best Path of Exile racers who are going to be competing. We don't know who's going to win. I'm really excited. And without further ado, I want to introduce the contestants. So we're starting with Tai Killer.
와, 합을 낼 것 같네.
And our second contestant is Havoc.
바보.
Best of luck. Our third contestant is I Am Exile.
와, 이겨라. 아이고.
Best of luck. And finally, our reigning champion, the winner of the 2019 ExileCon race finale, we have Ty23.
기다려지시죠.
Best of luck. All right, contestants. Take your seats and let us know as soon as you're ready. So our contestants are going to take a moment to get comfortable at their computers, make sure they've got their favorite mouse and keyboard, headphones, everything they need, hand warmers, everything you need to participate in the race, and shortly we'll be starting.
I am incredibly nervous and I do not even have to play the game here.
화장한 거야 근데 알맥주.
Everyone good?
다를 거 갖고 왔겠지?
We're just checking everyone's cameras are in the right position before we start. Great. All right, well, I'm going to get out of the way and let these guys participate. We'll start the countdown now, and best of luck, everyone.
아니요. 1시간 10분?
Here we go.
1시간
Racers are
10분이에요.
taking their marks and quite a show.
예선전이
with the,
1시간
stage
15분
entrance
안에 다
there.
끝났어요.
Oh my goodness, Die23 unleashing. Previously known as the Cherry Boy, none of that anymore. What a gamer.
Absolutely shredded, very nice. Looking in fine form, both mentally
타바가
and
3시간
physically.
아니에요. 지금.
But also I'm seeing some intense focus on the faces of Havoc, Killer, and I'm Exile. They are taking their marks, they're spamming their hotkeys, getting everything set up, getting their hotkeys and everything in order.
Oh yeah.
Getting comfortable. Here we go. Whatever they need to focus themselves in these final 30
잘
seconds.
배려하겠지.
This is when like the nerves reach their peak right here.
Oh, this is when the focus
the
reaches
focus
its peak.
Yes, all right. So now what we're seeing here on stage is what they're playing Rangers. What the players are going to be doing is what's called muling, which is effectively they roll a character, in this case the Ranger, in order to get a few specific things to give their subsequent
Die23? He dropped his burning arrow. Okay, those are, listen, every single second is going to count. And those are seconds that do count. I do remember in the last ExileCon, there was a little bit of a problem for Die23. He described the dropping a transmute and not being able to pick it up immediately as a difficult moment for him. So
a little bit of sweaty fingers there at the beginning.
Oh, maybe he was asserting dominance, you know?
Maybe. Some sort of strange flex. But we are seeing the players on the Rangers right now. They're going to be taking down the first boss here, getting themselves a crucial momentum support, which they'll be using in combination with Leap Slam on their next character. And hopefully some very nice gear drops. I did see a transmutation for Killer there. Very nice. And a couple rare items actually dropping as well. So that early loot can make a pretty big difference. The characters need a lot of different currency and items, and especially sockets. Getting some early blue links. I did see some nice blue links there for Havoc actually. Can be crucial. The players need a red-green link for Leap Slam and momentum. They also need some blue sockets and some red sockets for the early game here as well. And with the way the vendors are at the moment, they can be quite static and it can be difficult to get some of those sockets that they need for the skills that they're going to use, and that can be quite tough. So now you've seen that the players have jumped over to Templar after just finishing that Ranger, stashing everything in the stash and then logging out. Now that they're on the Templar, they'll be able to do this little run again here and actually go and retrieve that gear so that they can take it forwards into the actual race proper. So we are seeing the everyone's on Templar. No unexpected.
Yeah, of course. If
you're
going to be racing, you want to be racing on the best setup. Although there was a lot of conversation about Duelist potentially being faster, but the thing about Duelist is that it's kind of driven by RNG. Not a whole lot of RNG when it comes to the Templar gameplay, but there is one thing that might end up being a big deal, and that would be a Chance Orb or fusings to buy that Chance Orb and get cremation. But we're going to talk about that more once we are in Act 3, but just keep that in mind as the players are already preparing for it.
I like seeing some unidentified boots for Killer.
Let's
nice
go.
Early movement speed can make a big difference. Long term, it doesn't actually fumbling a little bit with the stash there. Maybe a little bit of nerves, misclicking several times in a row, but he's okay, he's got there. But yeah, Leaps, in this particular racing meta right now, movement speed not as big a deal, but if you do manage to get some early, it can make a pretty big difference. And that's because the players are leap slamming and using a lot of movement skills here, Frostbeak, leap slam long term. But I didn't get any move speed there for Tai Killer that I saw, and I don't see any boots on Tai 23 or Exile, so no major advantages there. And on Havoc we did see a white pair of boots, but it has got that 3 blue linked sockets, which is very handy for getting those early skills set up. So what you'll see is currently rolling Magma linked to just to get things started here. It's really damage. You can do some multi-hits with the bouncers, and you've got those elemental proliferations just to help with that pack clear a little bit. Moving into a dangerous zone here, Rise.
100%. So much importance in that positioning when it comes to the Magma Orb. But as we say that, we are in Mudflats. And like Ziggy mentioned, this is a difficult zone. I can see blue mobs on Killer's screen. Keep in mind that they are not, in fact, fire resistant, but will be very difficult to deal with. And most importantly, very time-consuming to deal with. They might drop some items. These players do need a ton of transmutes for later on in Act 3 for a recipe, but also right now to buy all their gems. Maybe they can get a lightning warp. Those are very important things for some of the skips later on. And as you can see, there's a lot going on each of these players' screens. They're really maxing out their APM, trying to go as fast as possible. There's so many things to take care of. But what's most important in this zone is survivability. So you want to get evasion, you want to get armor. Oh, a transmute for Tai Killer. He's definitely going to backtrack for that. That's a very important item, as I'm Exile in the bottom left is struggling right now with all of these Roas. So many white and blue Roas as he runs past what I believe is a 3-link. These players' filters are set up to the maximum. They're really min-maxed. They're always telling them what's dropping and what they need and don't need to backtrack for. Very important aspect of this race.
Yeah, literally customized filters with specific audio cues for specific items, even down to things like actual sockets and weapon setups. And this is an actual, like, really interesting and unusual racing meta that we have right now as well. Different from anything that I've seen in Path of Exile history, where players are playing a spellcaster and leap slamming with melee weapons despite still spellcasting, and that's thanks to some rather unique and interesting passive skills and some interesting crafting options that the players can take advantage of here, as well as a recent change to leap slam momentum, and it all comes together to create a actually a really good
Exile. What is happening on his screen? There's just so many blue mobs, but he's taking care of them wonderfully. Those double taps from the Magma Orb. Wow, that was really, really well played by Exile. It's a very difficult pack of mobs to deal with. And some players might be listening to this and they're like, why aren't they talking about Havoc being in the lead? Well, he is. But there's so many things that these players have to take care of. There's so many things that they have to worry about that, depending on the sort of RNG that you're going to be getting at this stage of the game, you're going to be saving or losing a little bit of time. But you can already see that they are level 4. They do have their Frost Blink, which is very important for that animation cancel on the backswing of Leap Slam. And you've got Firewall in place as well to empower the Magma Orb and deal a little bit more damage. There's also a little bit of variety in these strategies that we're seeing from Tai Killer. You can see that he does have the banner, and Tai23 also has the banner, but another thing that has been a big controversial subject is the fact that Havoc doesn't use Holy Flame Totem.
Yeah. Did he just equip?
Oh, he just equipped. Whoa!
He's changed his mind, right?
He's changed his mind. Okay, see, that's what I like to hear, because in the qualifiers, he was pretty adamant about it being kind of a waste of time.
I was on board with that line of thinking. It does take a long time to put it down, and you've already got your other skills doing a lot of damage at this point, but you know, here we go. Just every little bit of extra damage squeezed out has been deemed worth it here. So, so we've got 3 fire skills, as you see. 2 of them shoot projectiles, and the flame walls can help boost that damage up. So there can be quite a bit of damage stacked. It's actually a really interesting skill setup and quite high skill ceiling, as the players need to position themselves and the totem and the flame wall correctly.
Chance Orb for Tai Killer. Exile has like 3 transmutes too. This RNG is cranked up. I guess something that we haven't mentioned is that if you've watched the qualifiers, you would know about this. This layout is set. They all have the exact same fixed seed layout, with one tiny itsy-bitsy exception.
Yes, Einhar. He's a troublemaker.
Yeah, we wouldn't call it a bug. It's more of a happy accident. So if you do see Einhar and you're wondering why is that zone different, Well, it's because Einhard doesn't follow any rules.
He's a different kind of beast, so to speak. He does not follow the rules. He makes the zones however he sees fit.
Yep.
So if Einhard does appear in anyone's zone, their layout will be a little bit different as a result. But otherwise, all of the layouts are the same, and it comes down to getting what's called the read on the layout, and that's a crucial racing skill that is hard to see if you haven't watched a lot of racing yourself. But there's so many different variations of each zone that they can be, and procedurally generated, but there are rules, there are tricks, there are all sorts of things that the players can learn for each and every layout that gives them a bit of a clue as to where the exit's going to be, where the crucial quest objectives are going to be, even things like where a pack of magical blue monsters might be, which is a lot of extra experience, for example.
Exactly so. And some players would argue that the layout reads really are the most crucial aspect of racing past a certain point. Obviously, it's incredibly mechanically demanding. You can see exactly how much is happening on screen, how many things these players have to worry about. 3 transmutes and a Chancellor for Tai Killer. You really love to see it. Exile doing great on those transmutes as well as players are heading over to Brutus. I don't think we're going to be seeing a whole lot of ascendancy during Havok's screen freezes. What is happening? We're having technical difficulty.
We do not want to see that. Hopefully we can get it squared away very quickly there.
멈췄어.
Uh-oh.
얻었네.
That does not seem right. Havok restarting his game.
He's logging back in. We'll see if we can find anything about that soon. It was right at the very start of the zone. We'll see if we can find out any extra information about that in just a moment. But for the moment, Tai Killer and I'm Exile have been making their way through the lower prison into the upper prison now. All of them pretty similar in terms of progression through the zones right now. With, unfortunately, Havok having to rerun that lower prison as it looked like the instance did die and the zone was lost. Quite an upset, but definitely nothing that's going to keep him down. But right now, the race is very close.
The race is most definitely very close. I wonder if we're going to get some sort of ruling on this. I could see visibly how disappointed Havok was in the situation. Yeah. But if there's one player who can mentally recover from this and persevere, it is him. He really does have the experience.
We need a lag switch so that you can like manually lag everyone else if someone
난리 났다고 뭐라고요?
Yep, that would be a bad idea.
All right, we have I'm Exile, Tai Killer, and Tai 20.
Oh, rewarded with a chance orb. Sorry to intrude, Ziggy, but Havok gets rewarded with a chance orb. So
이거 지금 레이스 하는
RNG
거예요.
for him. That's definitely
5타바까지 누가 먼저
That's it. We're moving into the Brutus fight now, which is a fight that's very big on
하복이라고 오른쪽 상단에 있는 친구 컴퓨터가 잠깐 멈춰가지고 껐다켰거든요. 캐선해가 잘 시켰는데 좀 논란 될 것 같은데
and double bounce hitting the boss, then they can maximize their damage and bust their safety. And we see an excellent kill from I'm Exile and Tai 23, only moments behind as well. Tai Killer kind of drawing.
아쉽네. 하복 잘했는데 레이스
Bruce is moving around a lot more, which is slowing him down. If you can get him to stay in position, locked into one of his slam combos, it goes very low there with a chain pull. The flask is empty. He has no flasks whatsoever right now.
The only way he can heal is from the Holy Flame Totem.
The regen on the ground there, but he's just going to not get hit. That's his strategy. He does.
Oh, that was close.
A bit close, Tai Killer. Making me quite nervous there, mate. He gets through though. What a save. Very nicely done.
Yeah, but you can immediately see how difficult those fights are. Tai engaged Brutus before Exile and yet finished last. So how you perform in these fights can make a tremendous difference. And that being said, Havok fully caught up and ahead of Tai Killer, having already dealt with his Brutus. Yeah, some real good stuff. He doesn't seem to be having the most RNG. That game crash was incredibly unfortunate, and yet he's blasting.
Yeah,
this is the Havok that I know.
If you were worried about that little
템 구하느라고
that little hiccup, then look
좀
at him go.
느렸었던 것 같아.
Making that ground up very quickly. Very nice.
Ooh, interesting. Okay, Exile's getting an acceleration shrine. He picks it up. Every player gets the same amount of shrines. The only difference is going to be in the mob type and the mob density that the players are going to be getting. But when it comes to shrines,
they have to find it.
They have to find it.
If they don't find it,
I do believe. Well, it's
긴장한 것
right
같은데?
Yeah.
Yeah, we got Tai 23 getting it as well. We'll see if Spectacular and Havoc also managed to get the same
긴장한
shrine.
것 같아.
Acceleration Shrine is certainly big for getting through a big open zone that essentially is just skipped like this. So all players will definitely want to pick up that same shrine, otherwise they're losing a little bit of time to those that did.
엑자일은 다시 페이스 찾았고 아까 처음엔 좀 느렸거든요. 엑자일 다시 스페이스 찾았고 시간 조금 죽었고 하복은 운이 나빴고 키는 원래 이랬고 원래 자기 속도대로 하는 것 같고요.
They might have skipped a lot of monsters, maybe missed some extra items and things like that that are going to hold them back a little bit later down the line. And
처음엔 태문이 없었던 거였는데, 그러니까 엑자일이 태문이 없었어요. 근데 좀 풀린 것 같아요. 하면서 그리고 엑자일이 티와이가 풀렸던 거.
The movement speed isn't as important as it used to be because of the leaf slam action, but Killer repeatedly admitted in the past that he's a runner. You know, depending on the sort of playstyle that players have, some people really neglect movement speed and they only worry about sockets on those boots. But Killer really likes running around, so if you were to be the one who got the Quicksilver, I think he would be very happy. But no, it's going to have, you know, Chris turning on the RNG after that technical issue.
That's it. In some zones, the movement speed is a big help when you can't quite really... Oh, nice skip there for Havoc, actually.
Oh, let's go! Yeah, Havoc really cleaning it up.
Yeah, saving a solid 10 to 15 seconds there with that skip, cutting the time very short. Excellent.
보스방 왔구나.
We're just getting some information here a little bit. I'm going to let Rise decipher that for the moment as well. IMEXILE moves into the Merveil fight and TIE23 also into the Merveil fight. Neck and neck here through the first phase. Halfway down, this can be a very tricky fight because she can be quite uncooperative in her positioning and teleporting and things like that. It's also quite a dangerous fight. Getting mispositioned, eating garage. I've seen some of these players go down to the Merveil fight before.
평소 그 시간보다 좀
느린 것 같아. Trying to jump out of the way and landing in the screech of Merveil can do a lot of damage. There's also chilling and the exploding squids. It's a nasty combination. So far doing well, but TIE23 going quite low there, eating the edge of the screech and kind of being caught against a pillar, but does manage to get out of there and scoops up quite a lot of rare loot and the first kill as a result, with IMEXILE only moments behind, not quite as much loot, but getting that kill squared away and moving into the jungle. Havoc is up next on the Merveil kill.
야, 나는 로딩하는데 10초 이상 걸리는데 바로바로 넘어가네.
They're more concerned about the first or second phase.
TIE 왜 이렇게
quite
느리냐.
lethal, but I've seen more upsets in the second phase here, but very quick Merveil kills from Havoc here.
So clean, so
good. Kind of getting pushed off her a little bit in the second half of the second phase, but he gets back on her there, and she teleports in place, which is perfect. Yep. He gets a lot of loot too.
That's a lot.
That's a lot. He's got a full inventory. And this actually makes a big difference because the players need 8 transmutes for crucial crafts down the line we'll talk about later. So getting all those extra early rares to sell, you can identify a few good ones and sell unidentified a few others to get those transmute shards, which can be super crucial.
Yeah, and that inventory management is so important. You really never want to be spending any time on having your inventory be full and you're moving stuff around and picking it up. That's just not what you want to be seeing. Havoc gets a transmute, as Killer still battling Merveil. It is very difficult to use your banner correctly to blast her away. And, you know, it might look a little bit slower, but really, I don't think so. It really just all depends on how much time he was spending in town to prep himself up for the future. And with that being said, he will be the last player to enter the most confusing of acts ever, Act 2. So in this one, players will be doing different things. There's going to be different strategies. We've definitely seen that in the qualifiers.
근데 이 친구 후반 때 좀 약했던 걸로 아는데 제가 보기에 초반엔 엄청 잘하는데 3, 4인가 4장부터는 조금 밀렸던 걸로 알고 있어서 엑자일은 꾸준하게 스피드 있게 했었는데 얘가 후반 때 좀 약해서 그게 걱정. 초반에 엄청 잘했거든요. 저번에도 예선전 계속 할 때.
and those bears are dangerous. We were talking about this earlier, but if you saw players
저번에 1등했던 친구, 그러니까 초반에만 1등했던 친구인데 후반 4장에서 5장에서 밀려서
to spend the time to
힘들었던
really
친구라
improve
과연
their
그걸
character from the
극복할지가
defensive point
걱정이에요.
of view. They just need to power it up as much as possible.
Havoc just farming a lot of
짐승의
currency here.
소굴부터
He's got
조금씩
rare
밀렸던
gloves, orb of chance,
친구래가지고
plenty of scrolls, and he's got another acceleration shrine in a rather crucial zone, the Chamber of Sins. That can be used to either get through the zone very quickly or farm up a lot of experience, as there is
아니
guaranteed
오타바 할
set
건데요.
magic monster
오타바는
packs in
너무
certain
길잖아.
places in this zone that the players will know. And he uses it to
오타바래요?
get through
아니
that zone very
오타바인데?
quickly while scooping out a little bit of XP in the meantime, looking very good there. And not everyone, people have had different zone clears these last few zones. It's been rather interesting.
Yeah, definitely so. And so many acceleration shrines though.
We have almost tied kills for I'm Exile and Ty23 on Fidelitas there, with an acceleration shrine to speed things up a little bit. And Havoc and Tai Killer not too far behind. Havoc currently just about to head to the boss, and Tai Killer just a little bit of a zone behind. In Chamber of Sins 1 now. He does manage to get that shrine as well.
Uh-oh.
Through to the second zone.
Exile sees Tai enter the riverways in front of him. I wonder how much of a motivating push that is.
I love it.
Yeah, you always love to see that they are in fact playing on the same realm from the looks of it, so they are going to be seeing each other in town.
Oh, Exile just getting caught in a circle there. Fire.
That was so dangerous. If that was PoE too, he'd be dead.
He absolutely would have been. He would have been so
stuns are so
Yeah,
deadly.
Absolutely brutal. He does. I mean, Path of Exile 1 still has some tricks up its sleeve, nonetheless, even after a decade of practice and play here from these players, some of them at least. But very nice escape there from I Am Exile. I love that he slammed down the banner during that very scary situation to get adrenaline, which is what that war banner is used for. Honestly, there's so many little details and nuances in the race that even if we speak 100 miles an hour like we are, we're not going to be able to cover all of them. But the banner, slamming that down for the adrenaline, is not something that all of them take advantage of. And I Am Exile did there to try and save themselves. And it looks like it just worked.
That is correct. There's players are going to be
지하요?
continuing a little bit of vendoring from Tai Killer,
지금
making sure that he's got
제목 보고 온
everything
거예요?
that he needs, and you can see how quickly these players have to deal
엑자일콘 지금 보고 있는데 기아가
micromanaging his
아니잖아요.
inventory. Maybe a little bit
헬로
upset after all
감사합니다.
that loot being left
기아가
behind on
아닌데?
Marvel, making
제목
sure
좀
that he's
봐요.
ready. He's always clicking, he's always running, and while doing so, you have to micromanage your inventory. It's a huge aspect of racing. The more time that you have, the more time you have to kill monsters. As Exile runs into another blue pack. Very favorable blue packs for all players so far that we've seen. Nobody really falling behind on XP, and that again is a big factor here. Massive shrine for Ty23 as he engages Weaver. Will this be enough damage? That might be enough AoE. Oh, no. Oh, he drops the banner late, I think.
Ooh, yeah.
Maybe he could have dropped it a little bit earlier, would have lasted just a split second longer. Might have allowed him to kill it. Same situation for Exile.
There was the day where people could get the kill on the first phase of the Weaver, but it's very hard to pull off nowadays. But,
it's quite random, yeah.
I'm Exile. Just taking the opportunity through the ad phase here, do a little bit of gear management and tactically organizing your inventory so that you can fit more items into it when the loot does drop, or just know where everything is, get those things socketed, get items crafted, all of that sort of stuff. There's so much stuff to manage on the fly, and you'll see players do things like click the vendor and then manage your inventory while they're running through town, and then while they're loading into the next zone. So all that sort of little shaving off moments here. But a nice Weaver kill for I'm Exile.
4.5라고요, POE1이.
And gets a little bit of housekeeping done in the meantime. Havoc also kind of taking the opportunity to do the same thing.
지금 구매하는 시간 그 몇 초만으로도 갈리는데 이동할 때 누가 저거 소리 전면 쓰나 안 쓰나 그 차이도 클 건데.
Interesting. I caught a couple times that he's been picking up a lot of blue items, but he just picked up a sword, which you can vendor blue items for either transmutes or alterations if you need them, but then immediately drop the transmute after. I wonder if he's gonna continue with the same strategy, as Ty23 will be the first person to take down Creighton. That was a little bit of a strategy too. Some people were helping Creighton for the additional movement speed.
다 먹네.
Oh my god, with all these acceleration shrines,
너무
as you can see
이득인데.
on Exile's screen.
엑자일 너무 이득이네.
It's like we got another shrine race. We had one of the qualifiers where there was
이석 저거 다 먹었네.
shrines, and it looks like we might be having a little bit of a repeat of that, a themed race, if you will. It's good old Domination League back for this race. Very cool. Havoc moving into that Kraken fight and getting a double shrined up for a very safe and fast Kraken kill. We're seeing Path of Exile 1 boss kills for racing now are very fast, and we're seeing faster than ever with a lot of these shrines.
티가 앞서고 있는
Very
건가?
nice stuff there.
Yeah, I mean, it would be pretty good to get a record time.
이제 잡으러 가니까.
I love it.
Yeah.
I think I feel like we had that last time or something as well, like a record. I would love to see something like that once again.
Yeah, that's part of the game too. That probably something that these
저게
players
제일
need to get
좋아요.
used to is how
초반
much faster
스타터
all of the
하기에는.
loading screens are, and how much more smooth the game is when playing in a live setting.
결국에는 종락
some of
빌
our
들어갈 거예요.
past players
종락 시소로
mentioned
가려고 하는
how just clean and steady it is.
그
I think they're
구조예요.
getting a little bit stuck
8배로 하는 게 검쓸 수 있어서
trying
검쓰는 거.
to. Oh, you didn't have a
도끼에
light. There's a little bit of a strategy where you can jump with
립슬립
lightning bolt to
해가지고
the
이동기
Kraken
쓰고
area
립슬립
from
쓸
just that
때
ledge,
서리잔만
but sometimes it
써가지고
slows off,
조금 더
sometimes it's
빠른
open,
이동기
sometimes you're
쓰려고 하는
transit,
거고.
sometimes you have a lightning
그래서
bolt.
그거 똑같은 빌드예요. 너도 또 똑같아. 야 왜 티와이 왜 죽었어?
Oh wow! But he gets it up and going very quickly. Very nice stuff. Yeah, trying to the players use logout as a feature to get back to town really quickly instead of
실수한 거예요, 티와이?
longer and uses the resource. The logout that used correctly gets you right back to town very quickly as you just smash that in.
지금 티가 조금 앞섰고 하복하고 엑자일이 뒤쫓고 있고
we have to reboot the game.
티와이는
These
자꾸
little
실수하고
things,
있고
mistakes can kind of rattle you a little bit as well.
운이 안
Just give you a
좋은가?
little bit of jitters. But the nerves on the stage, it's...
I mean, I saw the smile. I saw
yeah,
he immediately smiled.
He's like, oops.
That's not even that big of a deal.
Yeah, it's fine.
It might be though.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't want to freak out Tai Killer. Okay, there. Listen, last
옛날에는
ExileCon,
네크로
we brought
했거든요.
a lot of attention to Tai Killer right
8배로
before the race.
바꾼 거라서.
And I'm sure he's focusing on not listening this time, but I do know, in fact, that during his practice, he was blasting the caster voices the whole way through.
Love it.
You can, in fact, hear us. And he practiced in that way for every single one of the qualifiers. And he said it was super effective.
Yeah.
And he doesn't afraid of anything anymore.
So what we're talking about is Tata Killer was talking in the past about the idea that like something that's very true, which is like playing the game up on stage, the bright studio lights shining on you, the crowd, the casters speaking
또
over you,
먹었네.
distracting you.
진짜 이석 버프 다 먹었어.
Different setup, a different desk, all of this
이래도?
stuff makes a big difference. I know this time that a lot of players like bought their own kit this
운이
time,
너무 좋은데?
and Tai Killer talked about practicing in adverse conditions intentionally in order to prepare for the race. And I love that level.
I think probably all of them
method
did.
acting kind of. getting into character for being here live and in such a foreign environment.
또
for racing,
포탈 안
rather than
찍기
come to your
시작하네.
own home, 'cause it's a very different thing.
실수
But
잘할 건데
sometimes these things can
티는
also bring out the best in people too, right?
빠르게는 거점을 안 찍어요. 이러다 실수하면 나중에 큰일
The
나는데.
density is ridiculous. You really in these
저번에도
early
그렇게 해서
acts, you
실수해서
really care about getting as many mobs as possible,
늦었었는데.
because every mob that you get is one less mob that you have to worry about later on, because eventually the players will outlevel the zones significantly to the point where a penalty will kick in and they won't be getting as much XP. At that point, all that you're going to worry about is keeping up your flask, making sure you stay alive, and leap slamming to... Oh, sorry. I thought I saw something, but I didn't. Just into the sunset. Leap slamming into the sunset.
Nice. I'm Exile picking up a nice alchemy.
엑자일이 템 먹으려고 지금 조금 템포 늦추는 것 같은데.
And actually moving up to a perfect time for a bit of management as they wait for Val to arrive. The next major boss the players are moving towards at this point is an excellent time to do a little bit of crafting and things like that. So we'll maybe be able to get a little bit of an assessment of where the players are at gear-wise. Everyone's got their gear slots filled. Havoc's gear looking a little bit ramshackle in places. You know, a rarity amulet's not necessarily the thing you want, but gear in each slot is honestly a blessing in a race like this when you're going so fast. Sometimes you can be like, oh, I didn't have gloves equipped this whole time. Certainly, but oh my god, those acceleration shrines are just everywhere.
They are everywhere. This is rigged, right? Give me a confirmation. Is this right?
Can we get a confirmation of that? Tai23 is the first to activate Val here and is doing a little bit of that inventory management. We see a little bit of gear swapping, throwing some steel greaves on the ground that doesn't need. Looks like he's got some 3-link setup action there. I don't see...
I see a fusing for Tai23. I don't see a Chance Orb or a fusing for Exile.
He's got his 8 transmutes already sorted though, which is so good because that's actually really early. They need him by Solaris and in the next act. So he's got that currency squared away, which any extra can be used for crafting. So very good stuff there. So Exile going into that Val fight. Second, Tai23 is halfway into the Val fight here. The Val fight can have a little bit of variance depending on if Val decides to stick around or
계속 같은 얘기를 했는데.
And so far looking fairly cooperative for Tai23. Did duck away for one moment there, but goes into an ice casting phase, which is the perfect time for Tai23 to secure the kill there in very short order. We'll see how things go for Exile down in the bottom left now. And so far, so good. He did duck away there just before dying, though, which is a little bit unfortunate, losing a little bit of time to that.
Yeah, and he's seeing. I mean, as you're fighting Vol, it's not exactly the most engaging fight for these players. He's got a big hitbox. It's easy to hit those magma orbs. But one thing that might have bothered some of these players is seeing Tai23 to be the first person to enter Act 3. As Act 3, again, the game becomes a little bit more difficult. Act 1 tends to be the most difficult act. Act 2 is kind of on the easier side, so I'm pretty sure that there's a big side of relief for a lot of these players. Oh, Titan Killer! Oh, what a layout! Wait a minute, did we see that? I completely was not seeing
How is there no connection over there? We haven't seen too many zone misreads or big dead ends that I've noticed, at least. And Titan Killer unfortunately gets a very big one there and has to backtrack or basically an entire zone there.
That is crazy big.
Unfortunate. Not what he wants at this point, where he's just a little bit of a zone behind the other players. So don't want to be having those situations in order to get that catch up. He's still got plenty of time to catch up though, and we'll see how he does as he moves into the Val kill. Just now, he's got a little bit of time. We can take a look at his gear. We see Tai23 filling out one of the clusters there, and I did actually want to talk about one of the things here that the players are taking advantage of. So you'll notice that they have Leap Slam, and earlier in the game, a lot of them will have been weapon swapping over to melee weapons because you need a melee weapon in order to Leap Slam. Dual wielding is faster, and certain weapon types are faster. Now you'll see, for example, on Havoc's screen right now, you can see an axe and a sword, and that's the ideal setup. Interestingly, though, in the current racing setup, the players will actually use that for spellcasting as well, and that's because there is a very cool dual wielding node that gives attack and cast speed, so both that movement speed and damage for their spells, but also the mastery, when they take that full cluster, can give 50% increased damage, which is a huge amount of damage at this early point of the game, if you're using 2 different weapons. So that's why they have that sword and axe. Such a cute and interesting little thing that the players have discovered and taken advantage of here that's created a kind of a unique little racing style. So very cool to see.
2 shrines for Tai23, 2 shrines from Exile, but Exile, no acceleration. But he is catching up. It's very close. Tai23 will be the first person to take down, well, almost take down Piety as she jumps
ship. We'll see her again.
Exile right behind Tai23. You can see that vendor movement is so clean. You can see him running halfway across the screen while talking to the vendor, giving him a chance to do that in town, so trade up your inventory and then keep moving. Again, these are the sort of tricks that you really have to nail, and it's very difficult because the timing is a little bit different in the live setting for sure.
지금 엑자일이 템 먹느라고 조금씩 느려. 근데 세팅 끝나면은 달릴 거라서 엑자일이 조금 분석이 이길 수 있어요.
with the Frostblink
지금 보면
2, which is
계속
instant
템
skill,
먹느라고
just cancel that little bit of animation,
계속
and
조금
it'll just
머뭇
look like they're
거리고.
actually just levitating sometimes.
Oh yeah.
As they move through the zone, just fly multiple screens across the zone. But it's really hard to do that perfectly whilst turning corners and going through doors, and the doors are closed. But the best players can do that, and Havoc was just crushing it through Crematorium there. And I'm moving very quickly through sewers with acceleration shrine as well. Another one!
좀 머뭇거린 거 보니까
This is
템
not right.
때문에.
Well, this is a very important zone. The sewers,
본인 설정해둔 빌드
the rats live, but also
최소한의 빌드
because you need the bus,
템들이
you gotta pick
좀
up the
있어야
bus.
되는데 없어가지고 그걸
That's very
구한다고
important. That was
지금
another aspect
그런 거
of
지금
the
조금
qualifiers that
앞서갔잖아요.
was
템 안 먹었을
very
땐 조금 앞서갈 수
different
있어서
for different players.
지금 다
Some players were
지금
going for
공고
the
들고
bus and
있어요.
getting that
템
extra
먹으려고
passive.
지금 이런 거야.
Some other players not so much.
커런지
as I
조금
believe
모아서 템 먹어서
Yeah,
업그레이드
you got
눌러.
caught in a blue pack there.
초반에
Dangerous
잘
monsters
내려고.
here in the zoo is some of those undying grapplers and things like that, but he gets through there all right. A little bit of help from the shrines. Oh, nice. Look like a rare 2-stone ring maybe, and the rare boots as well.
Rings
the ghost
cool.
maybe for a bit of like, there's that acceleration shrine.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, let's get that. Thanks.
Yeah, the rings are so important. As I began to talk about it a little bit, Act 3 is where the game becomes difficult, but it's not necessarily because the mobs hit harder or anything like that. It's
그리고
because they're
지금
beginning
이속
to use
버프
different
다 먹고
types of
있어요. 얘
attacks,
지금
different
성소를
abilities, different
이속
elements.
성소를 얘가
And
다
so
먹고
for
있어.
that reason, you're going to have to prepare your inventory to be able to switch out to different setups of gear. If you're fighting Dominus, you
물론
might want some
티도
lightning
먹고
resistance.
있는데.
If you're running through Crematorium, you want fire resistance, right? If you're fighting Piety, well, depending on the player,
이걸
you might
먹은 것과 안
go
먹은
with
차이가 엄청
different sort of
커서.
setups, as I do believe the players will be able to still abuse some of the portal tech
이제부터는 조금씩
to
앞설
exit the
거예요.
fight and
엑자일.
reset the portals, which might make Piety significantly easier than how other players would do it typically.
Yeah, certainly won't be doing that in Path of Exile 2, but for now they can take advantage of the portals. We'll see how that goes. Got Taitakilla moving through his sewer kill there, getting back into a little bit of a corner, but uses the opportunity to kill a few extra monsters, so not too bad a situation to be in. Having just picking up, guess what? It's another acceleration shrine in the battlefront there. He does leave, and that was a little bit of a... he's backtracking to do his Solaris, I see. Didn't really get to take advantage of the acceleration shrine, it seems, as he moves into Solaris there, killing off a few extra packs, as he's really trying to chase down that rare monster, taking quite a while. He does get the kill and gets a nice level there just before moving into the next zone. So I believe we saw it there. I think, was that taking the minion damage is the current strategy on the tree there as well, the minion damage scaling to get a little bit of extra damage scaling.
저항
And
맞춘다고.
moving
다
across
지금
to pick
저항
up those
맞추고
nodes
있어요.
there as well. So you can convert minion damage over to scale your spell
Yeah.
damage.
Well, we're definitely going to be seeing some differences here. I mean, Tai23 in the past was known to be a player that just got so good that he could afford to pick up life notes, you know? It does give you that little bit of more life, gives you a little bit of stun prevention, which allows you to move around. Obviously, it's safer. But if you're ahead, if you're controlling the situation, if you feel like you don't have to get more damage, you have enough to clear and you have enough to do those boss fights, then yeah, getting a little bit more defenses, why not? And Act 3 is the perfect act to do so, as you're going to have a much better understanding of where you're at in terms of RNG, how your gear is looking, and this is already the beginning of when these guys are thinking about when is that moment where I no longer kill mobs to get XP to improve my character and instead try to progress as much as possible towards Innocence and Kitava. And as we...
Not interested in those rare boots, they're just straight up vendors them, not even worried about it. He's set, he's looking pretty comfortable with his gear right now. But we just saw the end of Solaris in which the players will pick up, unless they don't need it, but typically it's always needed, the crafting recipe that adds fire damage, which includes that fire damage to spells, that they can actually craft on their melee weapons, and it's a crucial part of this strategy. However, we mentioned earlier, it does need 8 transmutes, which is a lot of currency to get when you're moving this fast.
4 per weapon.
Yeah,
you're not always going to be crafting both weapons.
True. So 4 to 8, depending on the current weapon situation. But you don't tend to find spell damage axes or swords. So
yeah,
it can be really nice to be able to craft that and actually get quite a lot of damage. It actually comes at a really crucial time as well, because you get that at Solaris, and if you have the currency sorted straight away, you can get that craft done just in time for the Piety and then Dominus fights, and those can be really tough if you don't have a lot of damage, especially Piety as she moves through her phases. But if you can get a lot of damage, you can kill her really quickly and it becomes a lot easier and a lot safer. So timing on that, it can be rather crucial. I haven't seen Havoc go to the hideout yet though, so we'll see if he goes and does that in a moment.
Yeah, I mean, if he can take his time to do so, why rush it? You have all the time in the world. They're around the 37-minute mark, which is really fast. I mean, these acceleration shrines are playing a major role. Obviously, the players have improved tremendously. We have a little bit of a difficult fight now for Exile. That's going to be Vicious, who does a lot of fire damage. You do need to kill him for that previously mentioned incredibly crucial chance orb, chance orb that then you use to buy cremation. But I don't see a chance orb for Exile. I didn't see it fusing either.
Yeah, that can be tough. The players will be transitioning from Magma Orb, or Magma as it's known these days, into Cremation and Armageddon brands with a little bit of desperate forces. And that does require a level 28. We just saw Ty is the first one to reach 27, so the players are getting close to that point. So we'll see the skill change, and that happens actually basically at Dominus usually, maybe sometimes at Piety. So
oh my goodness. Oh, Exile killing a tormented rare mob. You can see the desperation. Unfortunately, this is the worst case scenario. I mean, I don't want to doom her too much, but there is a very small possibility that Exile is going to run into a problem that unfortunately doesn't have a solution outside of RNG. Typically, the RNG aspects even out, but the Chance Orb is something that it does not have another solution.
Yeah, certainly you can get by with just one or the other on Cremation or Armageddon brand, but it's certainly not ideal. So yeah, it can be a little bit of an upset potentially there. We'll see how he goes. Tai Killer moving through his docks now. It's a good place to pick up a little bit of extra XP. He took a skip across there. We'll see whether it's the correct decision and whether he gets his quest objective or gets caught in a corner.
Tai Killer, he's got 2 chance orbs. Maybe he can trade on Exile.
That would be a first.
I mean, hey, they didn't tell us it's against the rules. I'm just saying.
Huh? One other player has another. They're right next to each other. It'd be pretty easy to negotiate.
It's time to vote. Chris, Jonathan.
Yep. We are Lunaris Temple with Havoc right now with 2 shrines. He's got a diamond shrine and I think a replenishing shrine there. So a little bit of extra safety and damage there, and he's picking up those big fire damage nodes as well. So lots of damage happening now. Players just start getting faster and faster at this point. It's actually crazy. Exile looking the first to Piety. Let's see how she goes. She can be a little cooperative. She teleports into a bad phase. She's standing there to cast her ball lightning, which is pretty much ideal. She stays in location. Oh, a short teleport is perfect.
Holy.
A very rapid kill there from Exile. Very nice. Pretty much ideal.
That was incredible. Yeah, you really want to kill it during that.
Nearly perfect as well. Takes a big hit at the end there, but he's okay. It was basically as fast as possible. I don't think we even saw any ice or fire form Piety for either of them.
As long as she dies within that duration of the war banner placement, yeah, that's going to be very important. I mean, Exile, I can see that there is one solution. You can vendor a bunch of rares, get alterations, then convert those into jewelers, and then get a fusing, and then purchase the chance orb.
Yeah, it's a multi-step process.
참고로 얘네들 이동하면서 잼 꽂아요.
That's the deterministic.
You gotta be picking up so many items. There's so many things to worry about. I mean, we've seen Dominus kills with Magma Orb, and it was okay. You can still put up with that, but once you get to those Act 4 bosses, that's really when the game ramps up, things become difficult, and you need as much damage as possible to shorten those fights and burst through them. As Tai 23 done with his Piety, and Havoc will be there shortly.
Very nice stuff. Tai 23 moving through a little bit of a dangerous spot there with the Quill Beasts. Jumping in, they're moving so fast that sometimes it can be difficult to know what's on the next screen, where you're going to be in the blink of an eye. And if you're already killing things at the same time, then sometimes those Quill Beasts can catch you off guard, but he does manage to survive the hit with some very timely flask use there.
And we're heading into some extremely difficult zones now. So these mobs heading up through Scepter of God have lightning damage. They can shock you for a large amount, but they also freeze, so you have to worry about that. Once you get to Dominus, you need lightning resistance for Dominus, but you don't want to die to the fire mob that jumps on you and does a lot of damage.
Yeah.
So this is where that gear preparation matters the most, because face tanking Dominus is a big aspect. And as Exile is looking to be most likely the first person who will reach Dominus, I think he will be level 28, no cremation, and he's got a little bit of a history with Dominus, as we've discussed previously. He did die on it once during the qualifiers. Actually, his qualifier that he ended up winning He can afford to lose a little bit of time here, but he can't afford to die, I don't think, considering the animation situation.
So we're seeing the first phase of the Dominus fight now, in which a bunch of different unique guardians are summoned, and they're not too bad. If you can kill them in a group, that can certainly speed things up. There's a little bit of a danger there, but I'm Exile getting through quite cleanly. And you'll notice that he's replacing the flame totem, the fireballs and everything, because he knows where they're going to spawn, so that damage is already there and going as soon as they're spawned in. But here comes Dominus for the actual first phase, and you want to be able to basically just take him down before he even teleports away here if you can. And we'll see if I'm Exile manages to do that. It's a short teleport, still kind of in range of his current position, and he gets the kill very nice. You see he's already moved over to the right spot for the second phase there. High 23 going through his first phase now, and we'll see how it goes for him. Well, I'm Exile does a little bit of gear prep, ready for the second phase there. Ty 23 dodges the slam, which he kind of just locked into, as like sometimes they'll use a skill even when they're already dead, but he already had him taken down there. So Ty 23 moves into the second phase as well. They're so close! I'm Exile, second phase here. Let's see how he goes.
Yeah, you can still see that it's a pretty clean kill for Exile, who is slightly ahead.
Very nice.
Very good job by him. Dominus doesn't move a lot, so the magma, rolling magma is still so effective. Ty 23 taking a little bit more time despite having the cremation pre-placed. How's this happening? And the Herald of Thunder is on the ground.
Yeah, he's going back to town. He's got a little bit of extra stuff to do there.
계정이
This is
본인
interesting.
계정이라
Ty 23 known for the
했던
coolest
거야?
Dominus kill of all time.
Oh yeah.
In which he killed Dominus without even looking at him and just teleported to the next zone within the blink of an eye. It was something. It was supremely cool. But a bit more reserved and safe playing it today with the full pre-place and everything, actually. I like it. He's a little more conservative there, perhaps. But I'm Exile taking a slight half-zone lead here. We're starting to see now where things are starting to shake out a little bit more in terms of who is leading the pack. And very close between I'm Exile and Ty 23. Just a little maybe edge there for I'm Exile. It can be difficult to tell if someone's got a little bit of a gear edge that might play out down the road. But Havoc looked like he's taking third spot with Tai Killer just a little bit behind him right now. Havoc moving into his second phase of Dominus as we speak.
Yeah, and a big part of this is also something that actually Ty ended up pretty much inventing, which is aura management. So you're going to be seeing players switching to determination whenever they need a little bit more safety, and then playing with anger when they need damage. Typically, I might have reminded Ty of doing so. Well, maybe, no, I'm not quite sure. He was switching out something. But yeah, typically when you're running around and trying to go as fast as possible, you're going to be running around with determination as you do have enough damage. But then on those bosses, when you need to maximize your damage and really burst them down as quickly as possible, you're going to be running anger. And another acceleration shrine for Ty. Oh, okay.
He's going so fast. Unique dropped at the edge of the screen. He didn't look at it. He's just like, I got places to be, mate. I'm not even going to look at what that was. I don't even know what it was.
Exile's getting another. Okay,
like
this is great.
Look at one of these shrines.
That is. Oh, Ty, I believe he clicked exit game.
I think we had another misclick on the wrong button there. But he gets back
faster.
Yeah, that's nice fast load speed there. Ooh, very nice.
It's just fast here.
Yeah. All right, we're gonna.
He does have the banner. Okay, that was a slight mistake, not a. Yeah, I was thinking for a second because they're clicking so fast. I mean, a lot of times Exile is pretty much doing it instantly. Whenever he picks up an item, he immediately clicks to change the character selection screen. And, yeah, it just looks super scary. I don't know if I'd be able to do that.
I've done that before where I've went to click up the quest item, logged out, and then realized, oh, I didn't actually pick up.
Exile's getting so many acceleration shrines, I'm pretty sure he just ran past one. I mean, it was a really dangerous pack, and he knows that he's very close to the exit, but still.
Too fast even for acceleration shrines at this point.
빌드업이랑 이걸 다 해놨기 때문에 이제 달리는 거
Killer moving into his dominus fight now, taking out the ads very quickly. His damage is looking very on point. That is what he needs to be able to get through this fight nice and quick there. He's got his cremation and Armageddon brand running there, doing lots of damage. Being able to pre-post those cremations as the mobs spawn is a big help in getting those damage preloaded and to burst them down right as they appear.
갈 줄 알았는데
씨
왼쪽이라 했는데 오른쪽이었어.
Sorry. Both in terms of these races, but also in terms of the acceleration shrines that have been seemingly hand-placed by the developers here.
Tai Killer's inventory looking like a little bit of a mess. He takes a moment to get a sip.
Nice.
It might be chaotically organized, you know? It just might be one of those things where he knows what he needs, he knows what he's got, and he's not going to be picking up that much more. He does seem pretty set up, which is very nice. It's going to give him an opportunity to catch up as I'm Exile with another accelerate. He's got another one. It's been every zone in Act 4. Huh?
Actually nuts. So Taikila gets his Dominus kill down. Second
place. Skip from Tai.
Oh,
he gets it. There we go. Sorry guys, it's just going by so quickly. There are very important skips in Act 4 in the Ressa zone specifically, and in Comb's zone as well. But sometimes you see players, even though they have the possibility to go for that skip with a lightning warp that you're later on going to
POE2를 하고 있는 거야. 스킬을 여러 개 쓰고 있는 거야? 벌써?
That skill's still going.
Well, even this, there's more accelerations than less. At this point, they've had acceleration active more than less.
It's not just confirmation bias, I don't think. Like,
yeah.
Someone will go through and count
쟤는
and be like,
성소
yeah,
나오면
there was like
무조건
19
이속이야.
acceleration shrines and like 2 rigged.
But yeah, sometimes you're going to be skipping, like you're seeing on Havoc's screen. He went for the skip. And sometimes if you need a little bit more XP, those cages do offer a lot of it. Again, you can see it on Havoc's screen at the top right. Ooh, a little bit of movement there, but it's still clean. A big skip from him. Gets both of them. Very nicely done. Yeah, with all these shrines, I think they just have so much XP. None of these players are going to choose to actually fight the monsters at this point.
The buckle just snapped out of existence there by Havoc. He's always fast, but that was something else. It's like our commentary can't even keep up with explaining the various skips and things like that. They're moving too fast.
Yeah.
Acceleration shrines. But yes, there is some crucial skips there that it's too late to explain. They've already done it. Yep. But we do have on Kaum's Stronghold the potential for a huge skip actually where the lava falls can be jumped up from the right angle, bypassing sometimes up to half of the zone. There can be 1 or 2 of those, and they're much easier to do with Lightning Warp, but they can be done in some of the ways. It can be a little difficult. But I don't believe we saw any from Exile. I don't think I noticed one. We'll see if any of the other players.
Oh, Exile! Yeah, see, this is the big problem when you have to use Magma Orb. When you don't have that cremation, you're having to continuously cast.
Oh, that is brutal.
And yeah, you're just standing around, you're in danger.
Look at him though, he's still winning though.
Man, but the frustration.
Yeah,
I can see him boiling.
It's going to take its toll a little bit more and just bleed away his lead if he gets stuck in that situation for too long.
I'm double checking unless Exile had a different zone with Einhard. There was no skip in the most crucial part of
오른쪽 거를 싹 다 마무리하고 왼쪽 거 가는 거.
There just isn't the opportunity and it looks like
엑자일을 오른쪽 거점 찍고 왼쪽 거 가서 마무리하고 다시 오른쪽 가는 타입이라.
I don't think I've ever seen the leap slam up there.
Okay, buddy, relax. Most players are getting lightning warps for this. He leaps it.
He's like, don't even need the lightning warp. I did not even know you could leap slam up.
I had no idea.
Specific ones maybe that could just leap slammed up. Yeah, I have to get the right pixel though.
That was cool.
That was very cool.
I don't think I've ever seen that yet.
I love seeing things for the first time
왼쪽 조금 길어가지고.
Live at the Exalt.
But that's the difference. This is why we're sitting here and they're sitting over there. They know every little detail about what needs to be done here.
Hundreds of practice runs.
진짜 안 쓰네. 그냥 롤마로
lightning warping. He's got the acceleration. Gets through. But you see,
not as fast though. Yeah.
That was pretty fast, but it still took a while longer than Ty's jump. And the difference in understanding of the game comes through there, and every single second is going to count as Exile will be the first person to enter a very difficult zone to run. That's going to be Belly of the Beast 1 and Belly of the Beast 2. Combined, both of those zones, I think, have like 20-something layouts, and they're pretty hard.
I guess
the mobs get hard.
Both the zone layouts and the monsters make me very anxious in this zone that they're moving through right now. In particular, those little creatures that stick their spikes out and do a nasty puncture. Sometimes you can just leap into the middle of the pack and they all just whack you at once. Could be a real problem. But I'm Exile getting through pretty cleanly there. I was a bit worried about one of the packs he was jumping through.
Ziggy, we have crossed the 50-minute mark, and players are getting dangerously close to Act 5. Yeah, because Act 5 is very quick. If you guys think this is fast, Act 5 is absolutely ridiculous. Everything is set up. They are just going at that point. Killing mobs offers nothing for them. They're not getting XP. They're just getting flash charges. And so once we're there, it's going to get ridiculous. ridiculous, and the time is insane. And from the qualifiers that we talked about before, nobody got a time that was lower than 1 hour and 6 minutes. This might be under an hour, which that was something that a lot of players thought was physically impossible. Nobody's ever even seen a time like that. I can spoil this now. I do know, in fact, that Exile was getting averages of about 1 hour and 1, 1 hour and 2 sometimes. And when he put all of his best times together from all of his runs, he just barely managed to get it under 1 hour. Doing that in a live setting, despite the really potent acceleration shrines, is just so impressive.
That's absolutely crazy. I would lose it to see that today. Such a ridiculous time.
100%. They're taking down Piety. Exile already done, having to wait for her to finally be talkable. Tai23 will be the first person, though, to get into the harvest.
That's interesting. A little bit of catch up there.
딜이 좀
Exile had that
떨어질
harm zone
건데
lead
왜
pretty
저걸로
consistently
했지?
for a while there.
Yeah.
Like we said, that advantage was just
이기면
slowly
상관없는데
bleeding
치면은
away a percentage point at a time.
저건데?
And wow, that was like simultaneous entry into the Chevron fight here.
Will we see the difference between the single target?
Oh, that's very cool to see side by side there. And look,
holy, wait
와,
a
빠르다.
minute. Maybe Exile didn't want to find a Magma, or maybe he practiced so much that he knows, or he didn't want to find the information. Yeah. Maybe he practiced every worst case scenario. Maybe he practiced a scenario in which he actually doesn't get it. And, you know, instead of just crying about it like we are over here, you just win.
I love the idea of practicing for the adverse runs where things don't go your way.
It's the way to do it.
Yeah, because those things that happen on the day and you aren't prepared for it, then that can be a real shock. Tai23 does get through that one a little bit faster from the looks of things, but it's still too close to call, really. We have a Malagaro fight coming up now. Just started a little bit ahead for Tai23. Takes quite a bit of damage as he leaps through there. So I'm about half, but he's looking pretty confident. He's okay. He's not worried.
Havoc reaches the waypoint. He will now be fighting the mini bosses as well. You don't want to be doing any zone resetting in this one, as anytime any of the mini bosses die and then you have to re-enter a new zone, even though you have the pieces in your inventory, you can't actually access Malachi, so
yeah,
very important to keep everything under control here.
All right, we've got a big Malachi fight. There's been times where this has been very frightening, and this might be one of those times as Exile eats, I believe, one of the throws there and takes a lot of damage.
It's so hard with Magma Orb.
Yeah. Let's see how he goes, since he is so close to Tai23. We can get a little bit more of a gauge on a slightly larger boss, just how these two are shaping up against each other. And at this point, it could come down to the actual Kitava fight itself, which would be super thrilling.
So much shotgunning in Kitava, though.
Yeah, it's very
any
quick.
moment that goes by for Exile, I'm sure he is playing.
You want to be getting into
안돼,
that
엑자일콘의.
Yeah.
Yep.
100% so.
And these are the times to secure that little bit of a lead that they need to win this race.
And a little bit about the Malachi fight. It is something probably that's going to look easy when you're just watching the way that these players are doing it over here, but it is very challenging. The tentacles, they deal cold damage. The traps, they do fire and lightning damage, and they have a high amount of crit. There's a lot of physical damage coming up from Malachi with those little blobs that he's throwing around. Eventually, they're going to be shotgunning pretty badly once he kills the final heart. So this is a challenging fight for sure. Tai23 is done with it, though.
Yeah, he gets the boss kill down good ways ahead of Exile, actually. So we've seen a bit of a flip here in the positions, and Tai23 using that lead, actually, to go back and buy himself a little bit of extra safety. Some of those spare transmutes now coming in handy as he goes and crafts some extra crucial resistances for this last little push into Act 5 here. There's one little bit of zone to go here through the snow, basically just a bit of leaf slamming. And then we're into Act 5, which is back-to-back boss fights and the end of the race before you know it, in a blink of an eye.
Tai23 waiting for that portal to open. And I mean, being in the lead is not always the best thing in a race. That's something that I've always admired about Havoc. You know, sometimes you're leading and you don't appreciate it enough. The stress gets to you and you end up making some mistakes. That hasn't been the case for Exile. I'm not sure if that's going to be the case for Tide 23. We are entering parts of the game that he previously has shown he needed more practice in.
Yeah, these later acts can be difficult to practice because you get inclined to restart when something goes wrong and practice those early acts, and I've certainly seen players get in that loop, but it's difficult to commit to finishing the runs and practicing the late game as much as the early game. So it can be a little rougher here at the end here. Just seeing, what do we got? Is that level 35 for Tide 23?
That is level 35.
Just saw level 33 for I'm Exile, so that's actually a pretty substantial difference here. We talked about it earlier, but players decide on a point to stop, not the unique drop there, to stop leveling up, essentially, intentionally to like start killing less. And where you do that and how much XP you kind of get after that point can make a little bit of a difference.
Very much so. A difficult zone. Control blocks. Needs a good read. A great jump from Exile there. He knows exactly where to go. There you go. That skip is so important to know about. That's something that people found out pretty late into some of the qualifiers, and everybody started practicing the zone. It's so cool to see that they did in fact figure it out and can replicate that skip 100% of the time. Very nicely done, saving themselves a lot of time from both Tide 23 and I'm Exile, who is just now getting his Eyes of Zeal. Yeah, so I mean, this. I mean, they're not getting acceleration shrines every time, at least.
Yeah, no, we seem to have run out of acceleration shrines. Sorry, that was the suppliers being consumed.
I want to say I'm happy, but speed. It's like I want him to go fast, but at the same time, I want the event to last. So I don't know.
That's it.
Hey guys, can you slow down? Come on.
Yeah, give us another 10 minutes, maybe. Please, it's not going to happen. Look at him go. We have a couple of very dangerous zones here. The monsters in here, we have seen upsets of people jumping into a blue pack and getting taken down. Certainly at this point, you're starting to get really under-leveled. So we just saw Tide 23 hit level 35. It's a level 42 zone, 7 levels under.
And if you look at their HP, you know, the I'm Exile's got 742, I believe. Tide 23 has 755. Very close HP, but none of those values are close to what you would have in an average player's run, I think.
No, yeah. The regular player don't usually equal the zone level. Maybe a little bit over if you're doing mechanics, right? But, that's not the case with Tide 23. 7 levels under. I'm Exile, even more, like 9 levels under.
Yeah, I'm Exile knows that he needs to cut corners. We were talking about how much he was keeping up, but the cremation is just such a big deal. He's rushing, he's charging, he still can win. It is going to be very close, but it might boil down to a mistake from Tide 23, a man who has shown at the previous ExileCon he doesn't make mistakes.
No, he's very much all about securing that big win, and I think he wants to be in the lead. That's the position he wants.
Yeah.
Not to be like trying to play the catch-up, as we've seen from some of the qualifiers. But here he goes into the Innocence fight. It can be a very dangerous fight, but players have kind of got this one down pretty comfortably lately. We haven't seen too many upsets recently, so hopefully we won't see any big deals here. There is some ad phase here that they have to go through, which is relatively safe. And you'll notice that they know that they don't really have to chase down all those bubble mobs and things like that as well.
You say that, Ziggy, but we do see a little bit of a difference between those two players in their strategy and approach and the confidence that they both have. As one player clicked a certain item, as I know Tide 23 can hear me, so I'm not going to say for him to click it too. You can't click it anymore, Ty. No portals. But Exile's got a portal present in case something happens.
Yeah, the little safety portal there.
Yeah, he can recover.
It is nice to have a few portals to go into that Kitava fight coming up, so hopefully all the players are squared away for that by that time. But we see Havoc actually making, I feel like, a nice bit of a catch-up there as he's moving through the Chamber of Innocence himself now, so he's not far away from that Innocence fight himself.
We did just cross the 1 hour mark, so it's not going to be under 1 hour, but it will be very, very, very close.
I mean, you might think, oh yeah, they've still got to kill Innocence, and then they've got to like go to Kitava. It's like literally like it's 3 leap slams away after you finish Innocence.
Yep.
So we're not far away, just minutes away from closing this out and seeing who's going to take not only top position but second and third are also a big deal, as there is some significant prize money on the line here. No pressure in the last moment of the race here, guys, but woo!
I mean, we're talking a lot about Exile and Tide 23, but look who's fighting Innocence as well. You know, normally we'd be full screening somebody, focusing on them a little bit more, but it is just so close with Tacticular also catching up and doing incredibly well. His management of those items, of those auras and abilities is just so supreme. He's always the player that shows his magnificence in the later parts of the race. And Ty 23 will be the first person to enter.
Oh, Havoc went very low there to some projectiles from Innocence.
Does have a little bit of a history with Innocence.
Yeah,
he has had some situations in the past that were tricky.
Oh,
so much.
Havoc, please.
No flash. Havoc!
죽었어, 하보.
Oh, absolutely brutal. My heart
하보 죽었어.
Did he have a
아이씨.
portal up? I don't think so. He doesn't have any portals in
뭐
his
하다가
inventory. That's
졌니?
going to be a full minute and a rerun from the waypoint.
Oh, you can see the countdown on the screen now. And
This allows Tacticular to catch up and puts Havoc almost certainly out of the top two placements.
Yeah, the battle for third and fourth is going to be a big race between Havoc and Tai now, as this gives Tai the killer to even it up. And Havoc is going to have to fight real hard from this. He's going to have to do some extra running there. The lack of the portal, the court in place, absolutely brutal.
Oh man, that is going to be...
His HP is 678.
I'm sure he's most certainly brewing as Ty 23 and Exile are currently in the ossuary neck and neck. Oh, Ziggy, I hate to say it might just boil down to the cremation.
Yeah, like we said, that advantage that he had for so long just fled away slowly. There's almost imperceptible differences in the end. But, oh, no, I'm Exile, please, no. He almost goes for the logout, but he doesn't. The acceleration stride is just like, I'm going to hop around, I'm going to go around. Oh my god.
Ty doesn't have the acceleration, he's jumping as quickly as possible. He did get
야,
past that
흥분하지 마, 너네들.
Oh my god, it's so close.
I'm Exile, how did you survive that? It was so close. What an incredible save then from... That would have broken my heart to see that.
근데
This is so close here.
Both players skipping the shrine. Didn't even get an
가까워도
opportunity to see what it was. I believe they both saw whatever that was.
뭘
But they
말하고
need to get to
쟤는
Kitava. We are closing
시체
in.
조각이고.
I can't even tell who's going to be getting there first at this point.
Impenetrable don't need that shrine either. No
보스들이 저쪽이 더 세다고.
Maximize.
Not even Kitava. He doesn't actually die.
Ty 23 like 1 second ahead of I'm Exile.
Oh my.
This might be the closest finish of all time here.
I'm Exile types no chance.
What are you talking about? Every chance.
He's talking about the chance, Ziggy. He can't win. He knows
Yeah,
he's
he's winning.
going.
Literally no chance. No, you've got this, I'm Exile.
It's neck and neck. It's so close.
Stay there, dude. Do everything.
패턴마다 지금 노드 바꾸는 거 보세요. 잼 바꾸고.
It's gonna
Oh my
work,
god.
I believe.
The animations are in sync.
This is so close.
Oh my god.
There's so much damage coming out of him.
Oh, excellent dodges from Exile there.
에이,
23
졌네.
securing this phase just a little bit
얘가
ahead
먼저
there.
뺐다,
Yeah, we're
싶다.
seeing that slight lead.
Such a big flask difference. Oh,
the huge
die!
23, no! Don't die!
Exile! He waits it out.
죽는 줄 알았다, 야, 씨.
A second portal coming up for Exile. The ad phase begins. Side dodging a hand sweep.
누가 이기나?
Oh my god. Did I get it?
알겠습니다.
No, that's the next hard phase. Ty playing it safe, making sure he's dodging everything.
Oh, that's so low! What
Oh my god!
10 hit points! No, Ty 23, please!
이 사람들이 심장을 졸지게 하네.
Exile
쪼이게
dodging,
하네.
Ty 23, closing it out here. Will he safely play in? Kitava falls, I believe that's the last phase. Ty 23 will take it.
아이, 티가 이겼네.
Well done, Ty 23.
티가
Oh
이겼어.
my god, could not be closer. And the heart-wrenching near miss in the final
끝났네.
seconds
티가
there.
이겼어요.
Ty 23 is your grand champion.
아유, 엑자일아.
for
왜
2023
저걸
Opera
썼냐,
Run.
스케줄.
Oh my goodness.
And I have to say also, I'm yeah.
왜 죽었어?
Good job, I'm Exile.
He knows the position that he is in.
다 끝나고 죽어.
He's alright, he's alright. I'm Exile taking second place as well. A huge congratulations and round of applause for I'm Exile. For an absolutely huge race there. That is the closest race I've ever seen.
Yep.
It literally just came down to that slight percentage point difference in the kill speed at the end of the fight there. Wow. Well done to the both of them. Absolutely
야,
huge
티
race.
잘했다 이번에.
I can see MXL battling to write no chance.
엑자일이 왜 저걸로
Writes
했지?
GG instead. The team player until the very end. Huge claps, I think, for MXL for really blasting away during this event. He did so freaking well, despite the odds being stacked up against him. Great performance from both of our players. And as I say that, Havoc, as we're still going for that third place.
또 울지. 알맥잘도 눈물 많은 친구라서 울지 너.
There was way too much.
I don't know what's going on. We're going to
I think Havoc didn't have a portal, and I don't think he had waypoints. I think he had to rerun a significant portion of the game. Tai Killer, allowing Tai Killer to catch up and get onto the rooftop as the first player. It is fairly close. No pressure, Tai Killer. He did have that little bit of an unfortunate rip in his qualifier that he ended up winning. He could afford it, but will he be able to afford it in this race? Oh, Havoc!
Extra
That's just not fair.
It's not fair. Oh no.
This event is straight up rigged.
Havoc.
이게
the death at Innocence earlier is a huge upset. It
잘 껴요.
take a
끼면
risk
죽어.
sometimes in skipping certain waypoints and things like that, and there are certain
껴서
deaths that
죽는
can
거야.
just
어쩔
be
수 없어.
brutal if that happens. You have to run so many zones to
가끔
catch back up.
저거 할 때 계속 죽었었는데
But let's see
하복은.
Tai Killer over the finish line here as he secures his third place in the Katava kill. And what a race for all of our racers here. Supremely entertained. I have been, and have you all been? Oh yeah, I mean.
Wait a minute.
It's still anyone's game, but I'm just saying that I've been supremely entertained, and I don't know. Have all of you enjoyed this race at home and in the audience as well? We're going to move over just a moment here as we see Tai Killer through the end of the race. All right, folks, we are securing and wrapping things up here. Huge congratulations once again to Tai23, I'm Exile, and Tai Killer, who will be taking third place there, and Havoc. Thank you very much for a good show from everyone.
잘한다 그래.
Oh, we have about 2 more minutes as the players are still blasting away.
We're being herded to our positions.
I think I called it a little bit too early.
Yes, there we go.
Tai Killer is still battling away at Kitava. He's doing incredibly well. He's fully in control. He knows what he's doing. Those cremations are being put down in perfect position. The Desecrate played perfectly as well. We'll be dodging those little bit of degeneration on the ground. He's got enough HP to deal with it. And with that being said, he will be taking it down with Havoc fighting Kitava right now for the 4th place.
He locks it in and secures his 3rd place. Congratulations to Tai Killer for doing so. Excellent race from everyone, and a huge round of applause for all of our races today. And thank you to them for the entertainment. Very cool stuff. Supremely entertaining race. All right, folks. I believe in just a moment we'll be heading over to the stage as we give our prizes. But for now, let's just have a little bit of a recap of what we've seen today, Rise. How was that race, right? Oh my
that was a lot more RNG than I expected. If I'm being real, typically in Path of Exile races nowadays anyway, it does more so boil down to how much management there is when it comes to the RNG. But in this one in particular, there wasn't a lot of Einhard action, which I'm a little bit disappointed by, to be honest. But at the end of the day, we can only do so much when it comes to the actual RNG of those items drops.
초가 좀
Shrines were
밀려가지고
nuts.
한
They all get them. Unless there's Einhards, everybody
10초
gets them.
정도 차이로
seemed to miss
졌어요.
anything major in terms of the shrines, and also
차라리 그냥 치소각 썼으면은 딜 나와가지고 이겼을 건데 롤만 쓰느라고 그랬던 것 같아.
Yeah, even the situation that Tai Killer
이건
found himself
아니에요.
in
저번에도
that
1등
ancient
했었어요.
pyramid. Yeah, but that wasn't even his fault, you know. Sometimes that happens. In that layout in particular, the first platform of that zone is actually just RNG. In the next ones, it's always a cross. In the first one, it is RNG, so Can't even blame him for that one whatsoever.
Yeah, we had I'm Exile leading the pack for such a long time, and we talked about Templar being such a consistent class to race, but there's just that one thing, just trying to get that Chancellor fusing orb, and it nearly always happens, but the players do plan some, you know, to play along without it, potentially, if it doesn't come up, but we did see a little bit of just a little bit less damage for I'm Exile, and he slowly lost that lead. And then that was so close at the finish, Rise.
I do have to officially say it though. Exile might have gotten second,
챔피언 자격으로 예상 안
might have won in
했었어요.
my heart. You know,
Fair enough.
the GG at the end, slightly heartbreaking, but such a well-mannered individual. A bright future ahead of
예선전 하지
him.
않았었어요?
Absolutely, for all of our races. I think the most heart-wrenching
근데 엑자일은 왜 저걸로 했대, 메인 딜을.
Such a huge upset. He had such an incredible
했구나.
race. One little technical hiccup there, but didn't even let it sweat him at all. And he got so focused and playing so well. I love seeing the precision of his movement. You could tell, you could see the practice coming through in all of their play. But in particular, I was just like marveling at the beauty of the Path of Exile gameplay.
Yeah, I think everybody had a really good story. I mean, Ty 23 has got to be feeling pretty good about that.
Back-to-back ExileCon wins, right? Like, coming out of retirement to defend the belt.
Yeah.
That's a big story, that is. That's a big story. All right, folks, we're just about ready to head over to the stage. It's been a pleasure wrapping up another ExileCon for you. I am Ziggy D, and this is Rise QT. Thanks so much for casting with me, mate.
Thank you so much, Ziggy. What a blast.
So fun.
Guys.
Thank you all very much. We'll see you over on the stage.
Well, that was an amazing race. We were backstage there, just on the edge of our seats watching. It was kind of two races in one. We just had the best time. And congratulations, all of you. Okay, so in fourth place, winning $1,000. Thank you very much, Havoc. Thanks for competing. Sorry about the result. And in third place, winning $2,500 Tai Gill, congratulations, man. And in second place, so close, winning $5,000. Great work. I am Exile. I'd like to ask Jonathan on stage with the trophy. So first place winning $10,000 and the second of his first place titles and the trophy. Tai 23, great work, man.
어디선가 나겠다 했더니 진짜 챔피언이었었구나. 잘하네. 잘했다.
You all played so well.
넌 어디 나라?
그러니까요. We've had an absolute blast. Everyone enjoyed it. I hope you did as well. If you've been watching online all weekend, thanks so much for joining us. I'm sorry you couldn't be here. And if you've been here in person the whole time, that's amazing. I'd like to ask you to get a few hours of rest, maybe some dinner, and we'll join you for the after party at 8 p.m. at the venue. And if you weren't able to make it out to New Zealand, we will be at Gamescom and PAX West over the coming weeks, as we've mentioned. So we look forward to seeing you at some stage in person. Thanks very much for a great event.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye. 아쉽다. 엑자일 조금만 했으면 빨랐으면 이길 수 있었는데 아쉽네. 메인들이 좀 그러니까 딜이 좀 약해가지고 끝났습니다. 여기까지 엑자일은 끝났고 앞으로 저의 스케줄 언급하고 재밌었네요. 네. 앞으로 저의 스케줄은 일단 기아 4 키우고 있는 거 10호 빌드 일단 100렙 해서 칭호 얻는 것까지 하고 그 다음에 한 하루나 이틀 정도 쉬고 좀 쉴게요. 좀 쉬었다가 1일 이거는 공지할 거고 그 다음에 POE로 갑니다. POE로 가는데 일단 뭐 재활 훈련해야 돼. 너무 이거 디아 하느라고. 안녕. 네, 안녕. 재활 훈련해야 돼가지고 스타터 한 2개 회복하고 콘텐츠 영상 개편한 거 봤어요? 영상 뭐 강탈 몇 개 하고 만들고 그 다음에 스타터 정하고 이게 아마 셋째 주 애매한다고요. 왜? 19일이니까 아마 14일날 정하면 될 거야. 14일 정도 패치 노트 나올 때 14일 정도를 예상하고 나올 때 스타터 정하고 POB 짜고 영상 만들고 그 다음에 1일 잠편하고 그 다음에 스타트 하겠습니다. 개편이란 게 3.2 말하는 거예요. 팔로우 감사합니다. 3.2 그거 말하는 건가? 뭐 그냥 뭐 하는 거지 뭐. 저는 이 스케줄로 할 거라서. 네. 네, 장편 해야지. 장편이 중요한 겁니다. 저는 패치노트 나오면 그때 얘기 좀 할게요. 나와 있는 거 가지고 얘기하기는 조금 그렇고 수치도 봐야 되고 보고 나서 괜찮은 거 골라서 하면 되지 뭐. 아직 내용만 공지됐지 뭐 세부 내용 안 나왔잖아요. 물론 1렙짜리 뭐 1렙짜리였나? 나오긴 했지만 그냥 정확하게 나올 때 볼게요. 여기 있나? 아야야야. 어디가 있냐? 재미란 게 요거 2개밖에 없잖아요. 실제로 나온 게 1렙짜리라 20렙짜리 패치노트 저거 나와야지 정확할 것 같아요. 저는 그때 언급했어요. 지금 그니까 일단은 뭐 3.2 나왔고 그거는 패치노트 보고 정하는 게 맞을 것 같습니다. 그리고 또 다른 젠 패치나 아틀라스 패치나 전부 다 있을 거니까 그걸 봐야 3.2가 어떻게 될 건지 알 것 같으니까. 그러십시오. 저는 스타터 때 패치노트 나오고 정할 거니까. 일단 여기까지가 엑자일콘의 전부고 POE2가 24년도에 나오기 때문에 다시 한번 얘기하지만 처음 하시는 분들께 말씀드리면 POE2는 바로 진입하면 너무 어려우니 POE1으로 조금 적응을 해놓으시고 넘어오시길 바라서 일단 POE2 저도 재활훈련 하면서 처음 하시는 분들이나 초보자분들을 위해서 영상 만들고 가이드 하면서 차근차근 나아가도록 할 거고요. 3.2 버전은 거래 리그에서 합니다. 이게 원래 디아가 잘 됐을 경우 왔다 갔다 핑퐁을 하려고 그랬던 건데 지금 그게 안 되니까 일단은 그래도 거래 리그에서 할 거고, 목표는 마피를 먹는 걸, 마피를 사는 걸로 해가지고 커런시를 버는 컨텐츠가 어떤 게 좋은지 초보자 입장에서 그걸 찾아서 하는 컨셉으로 할 건데 조금 더 고민 좀 해볼게요. 아무튼 그렇게 진행을 할 것 같고, 디아는 뭐 왔다 갔다 하던, 지금 일단은 한 개 지금 캐릭터 만들어 놓은 거 네크로맨서 10폭 빌드를 100렙 만들어 놓고, 이거 한 캐릭 더 할지는 POE 하면서 한번 저도 생각을 해보도록 하겠습니다. 아무튼 즐거운 저녁 주말 보내시고요. 저는 조금 들어가 보겠습니다. 아까 말씀드렸듯이 아버님 머리 감기자 그래가지고 제가 옆에서 도와드려야 되거든요. 주말은 제가 원래 돌보는 건데 엑자일콘 한다고 제가 일을 안 하고 있어가지고 남은 시간은 제가 어르신들 좀 모시고 돌봐드리고 하고 돌아오도록 하고요. 빠빠이요. 네, 빠빠이요. 장부 드린 게 하루만 쉴게요. 네, 8월 1일 날이죠. 7월 31일 내일 하루만 좀 쉬겠습니다. 좀 하루 쉬고 8월 1일 나올게요. 8월 1일 아침에 오겠습니다. 와서 디아 하면서 이제 재활을 하는 걸로 하죠. 네네, 내일 하루만 좀 쉴게요. 좀 몸이 그래서 좀 쉬고 돌아오도록 하겠습니다. 좋은 하루 보내시고 주말 잘 보내시고요. 건강하시고 식사 맛있게 하시고 8월 뵙도록 하겠습니다. 네, 감사합니다. 시청해주셔서 감사하고 최선을 다하도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다. 좋은 하루 보내십시오. 주말 잘 보내시고 월요일도 활기찬 하루 보내시길 바라겠습니다. 네, 고생 많으셨습니다. 감사합니다. 들어갈게요. 감사합니다. 빠빠이요. 감사합니다. 빠빠이.